All of humanity was dragged into a road survival game. In the opening draw, Lu Yuan got a heavy tank. The whole district envied him, but Lu Yuan only felt like collapsing. A thick smell of engine oil mixed with the cold touch of metal slammed into his nose. He slowly opened his eyes and his sight fell on a narrow, dim steel wall. It was actually the cockpit of a tank. Lu Yuan shook his groggy head and leaned close to the periscope to look outside. In the view, a gray-white road stretched endlessly ahead with no end in sight. On both sides stood a vast stretch of dead, abandoned buildings exuding uncanny desolation. What felt even more absurd was the sight on the road. Around the tank were parked all kinds of vehicles that seemed to span centuries. Rusty old cars, flamboyant luxury RVs, and ultra-low supercars. Not far away, Lu Yuan even saw a shared bicycle and a baby stroller that let wind through from every side. What in the world is this place? Just as Lu Yuan was full of confusion, a cold, emotionless mechanical voice exploded across the sky, like thunder reaching every corner. Welcome to Survival for All. Current Zone C, 72. The road stretches endlessly. Behind you, the red mist is spreading at a steady speed of 25 kilometers per hour. Unnamable things lurk within the red mist, and it will devour every living thing it touches. Here there is no law nor any moral restraint. Everyone work hard to gather supplies and do your best to survive. The voice stopped abruptly. Then a deep blue holographic screen appeared in front of Lu Yuan. Vehicle: Red Wolf Heavy Tank. Type: Highly Automated One-Man Combat Vehicle. Level 1. Weight: 55 tons. Main gun: 125mm smoothbore cannon. Ammunition: 0 rounds. Secondary weapon: 12. 7mm anti-aircraft machine gun. Ammunition: 0 rounds. Fuel remaining 1. 1. Status evaluation: a steel beast on the verge of starvation, a notorious gas guzzler. Estimated remaining driving range 1. 5 kilometers. Looking at the panel, Lu Yuan's heart sank straight to the bottom. 1. Fuel. 1. 5 kilometers of driving range. This was a 55-ton hunk of steel. Even idling consumed an absurd amount of fuel. When the red mist traveling at 25 km/h caught up, he wouldn't even be able to run. He could only sit inside this iron turtle and wait for death. At that moment, the public channel in the upper right corner of the screen flickered wildly, messages rolling down like a waterfall. Help! My old person scooter has no power left. Can anyone be kind enough to pull me? Stop dawdling up ahead and go. The red mist is already catching up. The red mist is already here. We'll look at section 04, that big red lump over there. Is that a tank? Are you insane? A heavy tank in the opening draw. This luck is ridiculous. Tank big shot, take me with you. I'll do anything. Lu Yuan looked at the envious and admiring comments in the channel, the corner of his mouth twitching uncontrollably as he forced a very bitter smile. If it were an ordinary game, drawing a heavy tank at the start would have made him ecstatic. But this was real survival. This tank had no fuel and no ammo. It was not a killing machine at all, but a bottomless pit that demanded his life. Just as Lu Yuan was sinking into despair and listening to the bizarre wind behind him, a crisp notification sound suddenly rang in the depths of his mind. Ding! A life or death crisis has been detected. The firepower editing system is now activated. Effect 1: remove the weapon modification cap. All weapon modification costs are fixed at 1% of normal consumption. Effect 2: modified weaponry no longer consumes any energy or ammunition, and the upper limit on weapon power is removed. Lu Yuan froze in the driver's seat. He was completely petrified. Was this golden finger strong? Yes, ridiculously strong. Unlimited ammo and the removal of the power cap. This was the ultimate gospel for anyone suffering from firepower deficiency anxiety. But what good was firepower in his current situation? The red mist was about to hit him in the face. What he needed now was fuel speed. Just as Lu Yuan was ready to curse, the system sounded again. Ding! Your novice gift pack has arrived. Congratulations, host. You have received a free weapon modification opportunity that consumes no resources. Desperate enough to try anything, Lu Yuan immediately pulled up the weapon modification panel, frantically scanning the complicated upgrade branches for a way out. Reconstruction plan: twin-barreled metal storm autocannon. Trade extreme rate of fire, a flood of metal. No. Lu Yuan rejected it without hesitation. What use was even more firepower? The red mist was an unnameable phenomenon of physical bullets fired into it wouldn't even raise a ripple. Reconstruction plan: high-energy plasma main cannon. Trait: destructive power with extreme high-temperature melting. Still no? Lu Yuan was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead, and he clenched his jaw. No matter how strong the attack, it was useless. What he lacked was fuel power. It was fuel. It was power. Second by second, the horrible howling from behind grew closer, and the shadow of death almost pressed against the periscope. Just when Lu Yuan was on the verge of despair, his gaze suddenly locked onto a beginner modification plan in the corner. That single glance ignited a blaze of hope in his weary eyes. Reconstruction plan: air compression cannon. Power small. Range large. Recoil outrageous. Small power. Large range. Lu Yuan didn't care about any of that. His eyes were completely locked on the last two words. Outrageous. This one. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. Newton's third law. Fire the cannon backward, and the recoil becomes forward thrust. As long as the recoil is outrageous enough, this 55-ton iron turtle will be launched straight forward. Confirm modification. Whether he could survive all depended on just how outrageous that recoil was. A white light instantly wrapped around the tank's 125mm main cannon. In just 2 seconds the modification was complete. Lu Yuan sat straight again. The moment he gripped the control levers, a huge stream of information flooded his mind, as if he had instinctively mastered all the tank's driving and fire control methods. Under the stunned, envious, and confused gazes of countless players beside the road, the massive steel beast did not move forward. Instead, it let out a low mechanical rumble. The heavy turret rotated slowly, turning 180 degrees, pointing straight behind, pointing at the bizarre red mist that was rolling in like a tsunami. Boom. A modified off-road jeep happened to be speeding by. Seeing the tank's movement, the jeep driver slammed on the brakes, rolled down the window, and screamed desperately at Lu Yuan, "Big shot, are you crazy? The red mist is invincible." Lu Yuan remained expressionless, his eyes as calm and cold as ice. Parking brake released. Main cannon charged. Ignoring the jeep driver's shouts, he raised his right hand and slammed down the red fire button on the fire control panel. Whether we make it depends on this shot. Fire. Boom. There was no deafening gunpowder explosion. Instead, a visible transparent shockwave like thunder rising from flat ground surged violently from the muzzle. The terrible air blast swept backward, even flinging several half-man-tall boulders on the road into the air. Even the red mist, which was said to devour everything, was briefly blasted into a huge circular vacuum zone by that strike. Then, a tremendous recoil like an avalanche traveled from the turret straight down to the chassis. The 55-ton steel body trembled violently in that instant. The wide metal tracks scraped furiously against the gray-white road, sending out a storm of dazzling sparks. Whoosh! The entire heavy tank like a forcibly lit firecracker. The massive hull instantly turned into a blurred afterimage, and with a piercing shriek of tearing air shot forward at a speed completely contrary to common sense. Wind howled. The jeep driver was blinded by the air current thrown off by the tank, and in panic yanked the steering wheel. The jeep drew a wobbly south shape on the road before barely stopping. He stared blankly at the steel afterimage racing away, his jaw nearly dropping onto the steering wheel. What the hell? The tank took off. The 55-ton Red Wolf tank, after it found its speed, visibly slipping beneath its heavy track's bulk. Lu Yuan spared a glance in the rearview mirror. The eerie red mist pressed forward at a measured pace like the shadow of death. Do you think you can catch up with me? Dream on. He gripped the joystick, then slammed the fire control panel with his right hand. Fire. A whir boom. A translucent shockwave once more erupted from the main gun barrel. The gauge's needle shot up, instantly surpassing 60 km/h. Not enough. Again. Boom. The speedometer leapt to 100 km/h. Continue. Boom. Boom. 2 shots in quick succession. The colossal iron behemoth became a frenzied beast, the speedometer spinning to 150 km/h. Ultimately, it somehow pressed toward a terrifying 200 km/h, and the public channel had erupted in chaos. What just flashed past? A gust of wind threw me off my seat. It was that previous tank. I swear I didn't miss it. This is insane. Who owns a tank that goes 200 km/h? Are you kidding? Is this a tank or a high-speed train? I think I saw it. The tank seems to be moving backward. God damn it, it's moving backward. Boss, he's treating the gun barrel as a fuel line, using recoil as an accelerator. Newton's coffin lid can't hold back any longer. Someone deal with the madman who uses recoil as a thruster. Lu Yuan had no time to pay attention to the channel's astonishment. Inside the cockpit, crimson alarm lights flashed frantically. Ding. Warning. Overload recoil detected. Drive system damaged. Chassis compromised. Current vehicle integrity down 1. Down 2. Lu Yuan's expression changed. He quickly discerned the system's judgment pattern. Every shot costs 1 of the tank's overall durability due to the recoil acceleration. If left unchecked, this iron behemoth will eventually disintegrate in its sprint. At that moment, the road ahead was blocked. About 300 meters ahead, 7 or 8 abandoned cars lay haphazardly, forming a despairing steel barricade. Above that pile of wrecks, a faint white glow radiated softly. It was a wooden supply crate, and around the barricade 3 eerie figures wandered aimlessly. There were 3 rotting zombies shambling. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze cold. It seemed the owners of these abandoned vehicles had fallen victim to zombies here. Brakes. Deceleration. Non-existent. Even with a damaged chassis, even with zombies ahead blocking the way, he was piloting a 55-ton heavy tank. The frontal armor was outrageously thick. Crushed through. The iron behemoth, with the momentum of 200 km/h, slammed into the pile of abandoned cars like a shell fired from a heavy cannon. Boom. The screeching of metal tore through the air. The 3 zombies, still unaware, were instantly dragged under the broad tracks, their screams silenced as they were mercilessly ground into 3 indistinguishable pools of mush. Ding. Successfully killed ordinary zombies, X3. Gained experience, X15. Loot obtained basic car upgrade blueprint, X1. Meanwhile, the vehicle lurched violently, and the enormous turret smashed the glowing wooden supply crate into powder. Ding. Successfully destroyed basic supply crate, a loot automatically collected. Gained metal block, X1. Gained 2 liters of diesel. Hearing the system's announcement, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up and his heart pounded. Diesel could refuel the vehicle, but what he coveted most was the metal block that emitted a faint glow. He immediately opened the item attributes. Metal block, a basic universal material usable for strengthening or repairing vehicles and for crafting items. Will firing eat durability? Not at all. As long as the speed stays high and he can smash the supply box to obtain the metal block, this Iron King can repair itself endlessly and endure without end. Lu Yuan gazed at the endless highway ahead, a wild grin curling at his lips. Steady now. Sparks and lightning trailed in its wake. Lu Yuan had absolutely no concept of stepping on the brakes. Cruising at 200 kilometers per hour, the Red Wolf tank transformed into an unstoppable torrent of steel upon the highway. Along the way, those players who were still struggling at speeds of 50 or 60 kilometers per hour only felt a violent gust of wind sweep past, unable to catch even a glimpse of the taillights. With continuous overtaking, the vehicles on the highway ahead grew increasingly sparse, until at the very edge of his vision, not a single player's vehicle could be seen. Lu Yuan knew that he was now absolutely leading the entire region. Along the way, occasional wandering zombies would appear in the middle of the highway. Lu Yuan did not even bother to turn the steering wheel, choosing instead to run them over with sheer brutal force. Ding! Successfully killed a common zombie. Experience 5. Warning. Vehicle armor reduced by 0.1. Looking at the system prompt, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. To think that a mere body of flesh and blood could actually shave 0.1 off the armor of a 55-ton tank. The physical constitution of these zombies was indeed vastly superior to that of ordinary humans. Yet by the same token, high risks were accompanied by high rewards. Not only did the zombies yield experience, but they also dropped various materials. Furthermore, as the frontrunner, the ownerless supply crates along the highway were almost entirely monopolized by him alone. Speeding all the way, accompanied by the melodious chimes of system notifications, Lu Yuan had practically struck a massive fortune. He slowed down his firing frequency, allowing the tank to coast forward on its momentum before opening his system inventory. Looking at the screen overflowing with loot, Lu Yuan carefully took stock of his current wealth. Metal blocks X68. Circuit boards X10. Diesel X 100 liters. Gasoline X 50 liters. Purified water X12. Whole wheat bread X10. If other players were to lay eyes on this abundant stockpile of resources, their eyes would likely pop out of their heads. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan extracted the 100 liters of diesel and poured it all into the tank's fuel tank. Ding! Successfully refueled with 100 liters of diesel. Current tank fuel remaining 6.1. Looking at the numbers on the panel, the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth twitched violently. Pouring in a whole 100 liters of diesel had actually only increased the fuel level by 5%. This 55-ton iron beast truly lived up to its notorious reputation as a fuel guzzler. However, when his gaze fell upon the remaining 50 liters of gasoline, his eyes instantly lit up. The Red Wolf tank ran on diesel. Gasoline was utterly useless to him. Yet at this stage, the vast majority of players were driving sedans, sports cars, or jalopies. To them, gasoline was their very lifeblood. Lu Yuan immediately opened a regional trading market, split the 50 liters of gasoline into 10 portions, and listed them without a second thought. The requirements were set very clearly. He only wanted a large quantity of metal blocks or high-quality food. The moment the items were listed, the chat screen of the regional channel erupted instantly. Holy crap! Everyone look at the trading market. Someone has listed 50 liters of gasoline. Are they insane? At the start, we can't even get a sip of water, and this powerhouse went and looted a gas station. Wait, look, the seller's name is anonymous, but being able to produce so many resources, they must absolutely be that powerhouse driving the tank and sweeping the map earlier. Boss, please have mercy. My sports car is out of gas, and the red mist is less than 3 kilometers away from me. Help! In less than half a minute. Ding! Transaction successful. The crisp notification chimes rang out in rapid succession, and the 10 portions of gasoline were instantly sold out. Inside Lu Yuan's inventory, piles of metal blocks and various canned meats immediately appeared. While the vast majority of players were still struggling in despair, on the brink of life and death, weeping bitterly for a sip of water or a drop of fuel, he relying on his advantage as the frontrunner had easily monopolized the resources and acquired a massive fortune. This feeling of having everything under control is truly not bad. Lu Yuan stretched comfortably, just as he was about to close the light screen and resume his bulldozer-like progress. An emotionless mechanical voice suddenly boomed like thunder across the entire sky, reverberating through every corner of Region C-72. Region-wide announcement. Detected that a player's cumulative driving distance has exceeded 1000 kilometers. Regional special event triggered. The first wave of the zombie horde is about to strike. All players please prepare for battle and strive to survive. After a brief dead silence, the regional channel was instantly ignited, descending into absolute madness. Holy crap! 1000 kilometers. How long has it even been since the start? Even flying a plane would take half a day. Is there even a need to think about it? It is absolutely that powerhouse driving the tank. That freak doesn't slow down at all. To the person above, is now the time to care about who drives fast. Your focus is completely wrong, isn't it? The point is the zombie horde. The zombie horde is coming. Wah! My rickety mobility scooter doesn't even have doors. How am I supposed to block a zombie horde? I don't want to die. Help! I'm surrounded by the roars of zombies. They're crawling out of the ruins. Boss, why did you have to drive so fast? You're going to get us all killed. Looking at the desperate wails in the channel, the ease on Lu Yuan's face vanished instantly. 1,000 kilometers. Speeding at 200 kilometers per hour for so long, he had indeed covered nearly 1,000 kilometers. He had not expected this game to have such a frustrating hidden mechanism where leading too quickly would prematurely trigger a region-wide disaster. Roar. A deeply muffled and dense chorus of roars faintly penetrated the thick tank armor, echoing into the cockpit. Lu Yuan frowned, quickly leaning in close to the periscope, staring intently at the field of vision directly ahead. On the horizon at the end of the highway, it was no longer an empty wilderness. Instead, it was densely packed with unidentified black dots surging wildly like a black tide. These dots completely blocked the wide highway, leaving not a single gap. Tens of thousands of mutated zombies taking chaotic and fanatical strides like a dark cloud bringing death and despair were slowly pressing down in the direction of the tank. A heavy roar rumbled like making the abandoned streetlights along the road tremble. Lu Yuan stared ahead through the periscope. At the end of his line of sight, the surge of black tide was not a horde of zombies, true sea of corpses. Gazing ahead, the densely decayed bodies clogged the broad road, and a rough estimate put the number well above 10,000. Lu Yuan's face hardened, his hands clenched on the control lever were slick with cold sweat. He must not charge recklessly. In the past, grinding a lone, ordinary zombie would drop the tank's armor by 0.1. That meant that if he rammed and killed 1,000 zombies, this 55-ton steel behemoth would be utterly scrapped, reduced to a heap of scrap. And this tens of thousands swarm could tear his tank to pieces and gnaw on it 10 times over. Fire the main cannon. Not feasible. He had tried before blasting the scattered zombies with the main cannon. Not only would it disrupt his blistering pace, but its damage was pitifully weak. The air shockwave might blow the zombies hundreds of meters away, but against tens of thousands, it was an exercise in futility. Even more deadly, though the main cannon no longer uses ammunition, it carries a cooldown. If the gap between shots is consumed entirely by the advancing horde, this iron beast would surely be dismantled into a pile of scrap. The only way out was to upgrade that idle secondary weapon. Lu Yuan drew a deep breath, then opened the regional marketplace and posted anonymously. Wanted weapon modification Blueprint X1. Offer basic car upgrade Blueprint X1. At this stage, car blueprints are the coveted artifacts most players envied. Yet after posting, the item sat in the marketplace in dead silence for a full minute. No one took the deal. The reason was simple: news of the corpse tide had spread across the entire district. At such a life or death moment, even a player who held weapon blueprints would clutch them tightly, keeping them for their own vehicle upgrades to survive. With life gone, what use is a car upgrade blueprint? Lu Yuan's brows knitted. He decisively opened the bidding editor and began to raise the price furiously. Include 10 bottles of purified water, 10 loaves of whole wheat bread. A hefty reward might summon the bold, but under the threat of death, even mountains of food drew no response. Lu Yuan grit his teeth and raised the bid again. 10 metal blocks. Still no response. It really looks like we're out of options. Lu Yuan glanced at the approaching tide. The stench of decay seemed to drift in through the vents. If fighting was impossible, they'd have to lay low for a while. He gripped the joystick with both hands, ready to shift into reverse and pull back a short distance. Then the system chimed crisply. A private chat message popped up. The sender's ID read, Chasing Wind Wolf. Are you the big shot who drove the tank up ahead? Don't pretend. There's only you in the whole district who could muster so much water and food in one go. I have a weapon modification blueprint. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. He replied instantly, name your price. After a few seconds of silence, the other side sent a message. I don't want car blueprints, nor do I want food. I'm riding a motorcycle. A weapon blueprint is useless to me, and I couldn't fend off the horde even with a mounted machine gun. I need a motorcycle-specific modification blueprint plus 10 liters of gasoline. I need to escape. Seeing the other party's terms, Lu Yuan fell silent. He opened his pack and glanced inside. I don't have the blueprint, and as for gasoline, it was all just sold out on the marketplace a moment ago. After sending this message, the private chat fell into a lasting silence. But I can guarantee this: if you trust me, hand over the blueprint first, and I will exchange you my car blueprint and supplies for it. Wait until I survive this wave of corpses and obtain the motorcycle blueprint and gasoline, and I will trade with you at once. This is a non-binding promissory note. In a lawless, morality-free survival game, for all such a pledge would be as good as waste paper. Yet it was the only sincerity Lu Yuan could muster right now. Time crawled forward second by second. The horde was less than a kilometer from the tank. Just as Lu Yuan prepared to give up and retreat in reverse by force. Ding! A trade window popped up abruptly. There lay a blueprint emitting a blue glow. Weapon modification Blueprint X1. A line below read, this broken motorcycle won't beat the zombies. It's doomed either way. Boss, I'm risking my life today betting on your humanity. Oh, please don't go back on your word. Lu Yuan stared at the blueprint in the trade window and drew a deep breath. Thanks. He decisively clicked accept, then sent a friend request. The system notified, Chasing Wind Wolf has accepted your friend request. Survive, wait for my stuff. Lu Yuan closed the chat, his gaze turning ruthlessly sharp. The moment he obtained the blueprint, he opened the Firepower Editing System's enhancement interface. His gaze fixed on the crude 12.7mm anti-aircraft machine gun atop the roof. Normally, it required someone to lean out halfway to operate, and in the face of the tide, it was suicidal. Must refactor. As the blueprint merged, a pale blue glow unfurled, listing several evolution branches. Lu Yuan's gaze skipped over the ordinary cannons, locking onto the topmost dark gold glowing ultimate option. Reconstruction path, fully automatic intelligent radar, metal storm, close-in defense cannon. Weapon features no manual operation required, automatically locks onto all hostile targets within 3 kilometers. Firing 500 metal projectiles per second, tearing through all armor in front, a truly absolute firepower defensive ring. This is the crowd-clearing artifact he sought. But when Lu Yuan saw the required reconstruction cost, his eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Reconstruction materials, weapon modification blueprint, X1 metal blocks, X 10,000, high-grade circuit boards, X 1,000. 10,000 metal blocks. 1,000 circuit boards. Such an absurd material requirement, any ordinary player wouldn't, even if rummaging the game's trash for a year, be near enough. But this is Lu Yuan. Deep in his mind, the system's crisp prompt sounded as promised. Ding. Detected host undergoing firepower reconstruction, exclusive talent activated. Weapon modification cap has been lifted. Modification material consumption fixed, reduced to 1%. The numbers on the glow screen blurred and flickered. The originally astronomical total, after a flash of light, became a price Lu Yuan could bear. Actual required materials, weapon modification blueprint, X1 metal blocks, X 100 high-grade circuit boards, X 10. The large haul gained earlier from gasoline finally mattered. The metal blocks and circuit boards were instantly deducted. Enhance me, Lu Yuan roared. Boom. A dazzling dark gold light cascaded from above, enveloping the tank's roof-mounted old machine gun. The screech of metal and gears rang harshly within the glow. After a few seconds, the gold light faded. The crude machine gun had vanished. In its place stood a sleek turret, all sci-fi flamboyance and brutal beauty. 6 thick black barrels were tightly aligned on the turret's side, a cobalt radar. I spun wildly. A cold mechanical voice pierced the cockpit. Metal storm reconstruction complete. Gazing at the close-in weapon station CIWS turret atop the vehicle, which gleamed with a cold metallic luster, Lu Yuan took a deep breath. Instead of firing immediately, he tapped open the holographic chat screen of the regional channel. Within the channel, countless players were still spiraling into despair and madness over the impending zombie horde. Lu Yuan typed out a message and chose to broadcast it anonymously across the entire region. Sorry everyone, I drove too fast. I didn't expect this game to be so brutal, hiding a mechanic like this. I will handle the horde ahead. Please don't worry, just reduce your speed accordingly and stay safe. Once they are dealt with, I will notify everyone in the public channel immediately. Of course, if I don't send a message in the public channel, that means I have fallen in battle. The moment this message was sent, the once clamorous and desperate regional channel fell into an eerie silence for 2 full seconds. Then, like a volcanic eruption, countless bullet messages began to scroll frantically. Holy crap, it's the big shot. It's that anonymous boss driving the tank. Sob. I'm so sorry boss, I was just cursing at you earlier. I never expected you to be such a responsible and noble person, holding the front line alone to withstand the entire zombie horde. What magnificent courage. May fortune smile upon your battle, boss. Brothers, everyone slow down. We can't cause trouble for the boss. Let's wait right here for his triumphant return. Tank boss, you are incredible. If you make it back alive, you will be the eternal god of our C-72 district. Go for it, boss. Please don't die. Gazing at the screen filled with cheers of encouragement and praise, a faint smile played on the corner of Lu Yuan's lips. Closing the chat panel, his gaze instantly grew incredibly sharp, devoid of any hesitation or retreat. Fallen in battle. That is impossible. Lu Yuan gripped the control levers tightly with both hands and pushed them all the way to the floor. Rumble. The 55-ton Red Wolf tank unleashed an earth-shaking roar, its tracks savagely crushing the ash-white pavement. The steel behemoth showed no sign of slowing down. Instead, carrying an unyielding determination, it launched a desperate charge toward the dark, endless sea of zombies that stretched beyond the horizon. Roar. The thousands of zombies at the very front seemed to sense the provocation. Opening their bloody maws, they surged forward like a tsunami, attempting to drown this iron turtle with their flesh and blood. However, there was no need to wait for them to draw near. The automatic targeting range of the Metal Storm CIWS was a staggering 3 kilometers. Beep. The intelligent radar atop the vehicle instantly emitted a sharp lock-on alert. Distance 1,000 meters. Entering slaughter range. Expressionless, Lu Yuan slammed his right hand down on the red firing button of the secondary weapon. Fire. Ding. Exclusive talent activated. Infinite firepower enabled. Current ammunition consumption 0. Buzz. Atop the vehicle, the radar eye of the Metal Storm CIWS flared with a brilliant red light. The 6 thick pitch-black barrels began to spin rapidly, rotating so fast that the naked eye could only discern a blurry afterimage. Immediately after, an unspeakably terrifying wave of sound completely tore through the wasteland sky. BRT, it was not the rhythmic tap-tap-tap of traditional machine gun fire. Because the rate of fire was so outrageously fast, the countless gunshots merged into a single continuous drone, sounding like a chainsaw tearing through steel rebar. 500 rounds unleashed in a single second. A thick, blinding whip of golden fire woven entirely from a pure metal barrage erupted violently from the turret. Guided by the radar's automatic targeting, the metallic whip of fire swept horizontally across the zombie sea ahead like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. There was absolutely no suspense. There was no resistance whatsoever. Before such extreme, exaggerated heavy firepower, the mutated bodies the zombies took pride in were as fragile as a block of tofu. The hundreds of zombies running at the very front did not even have time to scream before their bodies instantly evaporated in the dense metal storm. Severed limbs. Non-existent. Under the violent tearing of 500 rounds per second, those zombies were instantly pulverized into a dancing mist of foul, reeking blood. Cloud after cloud of bloody mist erupted consecutively along the highway. Bathed in the downpour of blood, the Red Wolf tank surged forward completely unscathed. In his mind, the system notifications had merged into a continuous drone. Ding. Killed an ordinary zombie. EXP 5. Ding. Killed a mutated zombie. EXP 10. Ding. Accompanying the frantically scrolling kill notifications, a deluge of white light orbs burst forth from the sea of zombies like rain. Those were the supply crates and various materials dropped by the zombies. This sensation of driving a steel behemoth, drawing a line of death through a sea of zombies and mowing them down as if entering an empty field, sent his adrenaline through the roof. Exhilarating. This is what true fire support looks like. Lu Yuan laughed out loud inside the cockpit. Just then a completely different massive golden light suddenly erupted around him. Ding. EXP is full. Congratulations to player Lu Yuan for leveling up. Current level 2. All attributes significantly increased by 10 in neural reaction, speed 10, physical stamina restored to peak state. Lu Yuan felt a sudden jolt throughout his body as a massive warm current instantly coursed through his limbs and bones. His body, which had been somewhat fatigued from prolonged high tension, was instantly filled with explosive power. He even felt his vision become incredibly sharp, allowing him to clearly track the movements of the zombies from far away. The slaughter continued. In just a few short minutes, the once impenetrable sea of zombies had been forcibly plowed through by the metal storm, leaving a vacuum-like path of blood dozens of meters wide right down the center. However, just as Lu Yuan thought he could steamroll his way through the intelligent radar atop the vehicle, suddenly blared a sharp alarm. On the holographic map, amid the countless tiny red dots representing the zombie horde, a glaring crimson point of light the size of a fist suddenly lit up. The sea of zombies ahead parted to both sides like an ebbing tide. A colossal, terrifying figure covered in ash-white bone armor stood firmly in the dead center of the highway like a mountain of flesh. Its crimson eyes locked onto the speeding tank, and it unleashed a glass-shattering roar of fury. A metal storm of 500 rounds per second poured mercilessly toward the mountain of flesh that was the bone-armored Corpse King. However, a scene that caused Lu Yuan's pupils to contract violently unfolded. The terrifying bullets capable of instantly vaporizing ordinary mutated zombies struck the ash-white bone armor covering the Corpse King's body, only to kick up a dense barrage of sparks. The bullets were entirely deflected, failing to leave even a single visible crack. Roar. The bone-armored Corpse King let out a furious roar. Completely ignoring the torrential downpour of metal rain, it took massive strides with its thick legs charging forward like a heavy bulldozer. Its speed was astonishingly fast. In the blink of an eye, it crossed a distance of several hundred meters, charging directly to the front of the Honglang tank. A bone-armored fist larger than a millstone slammed violently into the tank's frontal armor with a terrifying howl that tore through the air. Boom. A deafening metallic blast reverberated through the sky. The 55-ton steel behemoth was actually struck with such force that its entire front end reared upward, its tracks screeching violently against the ground. Inside the cockpit, blinding red lights flashed frantically. Ding. Warning. Frontal armor has sustained devastating damage. Chassis integrity compromised by 50. Looking at the vehicle's status on the light screen, which had instantly turned red, Lu Yuan was startled and gasped. Good heavens. This was a heavy tank weighing 55 tons. To think that just a single punch had ruined half of the vehicle. If this monster landed another hit, this steel turtle would undoubtedly fall apart on the spot, and he would be torn into a bloody pulp. Cold sweat poured down Lu Yuan's forehead, and he no longer dared to be the least bit careless. You want to scrap my ride? In your dreams. He slammed his foot on the accelerator, shifting directly into the highest reverse gear, forcing the tank to retreat frantically. Simultaneously, his hands operated the fire control panel with rapid precision, instantly rotating the main cannon, which had originally been pointing backward to serve as a thruster, by a full 180 degrees. The heavy turret emitted a trembling mechanical hum. The dark, gaping muzzle of the thick air compression cannon locked dead onto the rampaging bone-armored Corpse King. Get the hell off me. Fire. Whir. Boom. Transparent ripples of air were highly compressed within the barrel before erupting violently, like a volcanic explosion. A terrifying shockwave visible to the eye slammed squarely into the colossal frame of the bone-armored Corpse King. Even a Corpse King with a body like a mountain of flesh stood no chance against this pure physical shockwave. It was blasted clean off its feet, flying backward dozens of meters. At the same time, the absurdly immense recoil surged down from the turret, slamming hard against the tank's chassis. Leveraging this massive reactionary force combined with the power of the reverse gear, the Honglang tank instantly hurtled backward over 100 meters, successfully establishing a safe distance. Lu Yuan stared intently through the periscope. Although the impact of the air compression cannon was immense, its actual damage was pitifully small. It was still unable to tear through that hard bone armor, failing to inflict any fundamental harm on the Corpse King. Sure enough, after smashing a massive crater into the ground, the bone-armored Corpse King immediately climbed back up, as if nothing had happened. Its crimson eyes locked onto the tank, preparing to charge once more. Thick-skinned are we? Let's see how many hits you can take. Lu Yuan's eyes flashed with ruthlessness as he immediately changed his tactics. He controlled the roof-mounted secondary weapon, the metal storm, locking its target squarely onto the Corpse King's head. At the same time, he kept his foot floored on the reverse accelerator to maintain the tank's backward momentum. The main cannon entered its rapid charging phase, once more locking precisely onto the charging mountain of flesh. Closer. 200 meters. 100 meters. 50 meters. 10 meters. Just as the bone-armored Corpse King charged to the front of the vehicle with a terrifying presence the moment its massive fist was about to swing down. Get lost again. Main cannon fire. Boom. The violent shockwave of air sent the Corpse King flying backward yet again. The Honglang tank retreated rapidly, once more riding the recoil. Just like that on a highway teeming with zombies, the two sides maintained their distance in an extremely bizarre fashion. Through the periscope, Lu Yuan closely observed the Corpse King's state as it hit the ground. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Under the relentless, frantic baptism of the metal storm, an extremely faint hairline crack had actually appeared on the hardest section of the bone armor on the Corpse King's head. No matter how abnormal the bone armor's defense was, it could never withstand a continuous targeted bombardment of 500 rounds per second. Constant dripping wears away a stone, let alone an endless torrent of metal. It's working. A wild grin curled at the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth. Thus on this doomsday highway, an incredibly miraculous, yet comical scene began to play out. The bone-armored Corpse King charged in a fury, but before its fist could land, it was mercilessly blasted away by the main cannon. The tank reversed frantically, and when the Corpse King climbed up to pursue again, it was blasted away once more. He fled it chased, but it had nowhere to escape. This regional boss, which would have been difficult to defeat even if all the players on the server banded together, was now being completely toyed with by Lu Yuan using this incredibly shameless kiting tactic. Boom. The third time. Boom. The fifth time. As the main cannon blasted the Corpse King into the air for the sixth time. Crack. An extremely crisp sound like shattering glass clearly reached Lu Yuan's ears. The thick outer bone armor on the Corpse King's head finally could not withstand the continuous violent vibrations. It shattered completely, exposing the crimson, fragile, and decayed flesh beneath. Now is the time. Lu Yuan's eyes were bloodshot as his right hand slammed down on the firing button for the secondary weapon. 500 rounds per second. Eat your fill. The metal storm close-in weapon system, which had been held back for so long, instantly unleashed a roar like the Grim Reaper. The dense metal barrage transformed into a dark red whip of fire, pouring frantically and without obstruction into the Corpse King's skull through the gap in the shattered bone armor. Without any suspense, that massive head was instantly minced into a pulp by thousands of bullets exploding midair like a crushed watermelon. The massive headless corpse collapsed with a loud crash, slamming heavily onto the highway and kicking up a cloud of dust. In the next second, a golden light 100 times more brilliant than before shot into the sky from the corpse of the bone-armored Corpse King. Immediately after that, a motionless mechanical voice once again echoed across the sky of the entire C-72 region. Server announcement. Congratulations to player Honglang for successfully securing the first kill of the regional boss, bone-armored Corpse King. Due to defeating an opponent of a higher level, this player will receive an epic grade first kill reward. All players will receive a regional buff, stamina recovery speed increased by 10. At this moment, the entire regional chat channel fell into a dead silence before completely erupting into uncontrollable frenzy. Holy shit. Holy shit. Holy shit. I lack the vocabulary, so holy shit is all I can say. Boss is absolutely legendary. Just a moment ago he said he'd deal with the zombie tide, and the next second he straight up insta-killed the regional boss. What kind of god-tier combat power is this? Awesome. Thank boss, please accept my worship. I thought I was a goner for sure, but hearing this announcement, I literally burst into tears of excitement. Following the boss guarantees, we eat well. This stamina recovery buff is just too sweet. Looking at the screen flooded with 666, and wild worship, Lu Yuan exhaled a long breath of turbid air, his tense nerves finally relaxing slightly. He was in no hurry to check the enticing epic grade rewards. Instead, he rotated the tracks, realigning the front of the tank toward the horde of ordinary zombies ahead, which had fallen into confusion after losing their leader. The main event is over. Lu Yuan cracked his neck, his gaze turning cold and sharp once more. Next, it's time to finish clearing the field. Having lost their absolute core, the bone-armored zombie king, the once menacing horde of zombies, was instantly rendered leaderless. They degenerated into headless flies, wandering aimlessly by sheer instinct. Lu Yuan sneered, his right hand pressing down firmly on the secondary weapon's fire button. And dark red metallic whip of fire swept mercilessly across the highway once more. Stripped of that monstrous bone armor defense, these ordinary zombies were as fragile as paper targets before a firing rate of 500 rounds per second, harvested in massive swaths, like autumn leaves swept away by the wind. In his mind, the system's reward notifications merged into a continuous, unbroken hum. Ding, Successfully killed an ordinary zombie, EXP 5. Ding. Successfully killed an ordinary zombie, EXP 5. Ding. Successfully killed a mutated zombie, EXP 10. Ding. Obtain drop novice armor modification blueprint X1. Ding. Obtain drop iron block X1. After a mere dozen minutes. As far as the eye could see, not a single zombie remained standing. The once gray highway had been dyed a deep dark red littered with charred and mangled remnants of flesh. During the intense baptism of fire and the chaotic reverse driving combat, the tank's massive treads had even accidentally crushed 3 supply crates, emitting a soft green glow. This wave had yielded an absolute fortune. Lu Yuan exhaled a long breath of turbid air and eagerly opened his personal status panel. Name Lu Yuan. Gender male. Level 10 190-005 1200. Health 100 healthy full state. Mental energy 100 extremely excited. Hunger 50,100. Thirst 25,100. Strength 55 baseline for a normal adult male is 10. Defense 60. Agility 50. Driving 80. Looking at the data on the panel, Lu Yuan could not help but clench his fists, feeling the terrifying power within his body that felt strong enough to fell a bull with a single punch. The experience required to level up increased exponentially. Starting from level 2, leveling up required 200, then 400, 800, 1600. But of the 10,000 zombies, just now 80% were ordinary ones, contributing a whopping 40,000 experience. 20% were mutated elites, contributing 20,000 experience, coupled with the staggering 10,000 point first kill bonus from the bone-armored zombie king. With a grand total of 70,000 experience points pouring in, his level was propelled directly to a terrifying level 10 like a rising rocket. Lu Yuan wiped the sweat that had beaded on his forehead from the intense tension and casually retrieved a bottle of purified water from his system inventory. Gulping down more than half of the ice-cold purified water, his thirst level instantly recovered. Refreshing. Lu Yuan wiped his mouth with satisfaction, then turned his gaze toward his already overflowing inventory. The screen was practically blinding with the radiant glow of various resources. Just the different types of modification blueprints alone had dropped more than a dozen copies. Suddenly his gaze was locked onto a blueprint in the corner that radiated a rich green light. Light motorcycle modification blueprint type 2. Quality green rare. Attributes greatly enhances the stability of the motorcycle chassis, equips all-terrain off-road tires, and adds novice bulletproof plating. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. Blueprints were also categorized by grade. Currently, the basic blueprints that occasionally appeared on the market were of white common quality. This green tier 2 blueprint was an absolute treasure that money couldn't buy at this stage. Without hesitation, he immediately opened his friend list and located Juefeng DeLang. He initiated a direct trade. Sent items: light motorcycle modification blueprint type 2x1, gasoline x 10 liters. The other party accepted the trade almost instantly. In the next second, the private chat interface was instantly flooded with exclamation marks from the other side. Holy crap. A green blueprint. Tier 2. Boss, did you send this by mistake? No one has ever seen this kind of god tier blueprint at this stage. Boss, my life is yours from now on. If you tell me to go east, I'll never go west. Looking at the other party's incoherent excitement, Lu Yuan replied calmly. You've earned this green blueprint. If you come across any weapon-type blueprints in the future, save them for me first. I will pay a handsome price for them. Closing the private chat window, Lu Yuan casually opened the regional public channel. At this moment, countless players in the public channel were still trembling in fear under the oppressive weight of the zombie horde, praying frantically. Lu Yuan typed a line of text and hit send. Brothers, the zombie horde ahead has been dealt with. After sending this, he shut down the chat interface, not uttering another single word, hiding his contribution and fame. Yet he could well imagine what a Category 12 earthquake this casual sentence would trigger in the regional channel. Ignoring the commotion of the outside world, Lu Yuan began to sort through the low-level resources in his inventory that he had no use for. He opened the exchange market and listed a large amount of surplus gasoline he had seized. Selling gasoline x 2 liters. Request iron block x8 or circuit board x4. This price was incredibly fair. Compared to the unscrupulous merchants currently profiteering on the exchange's price was a mere 80% of theirs. He did not lack resources, but he could not give them away for free either. What he wanted was quick liquidation and rapid progression. Immediately after, he listed the pile of miscellaneous car modification blueprints. These were genuine hard currency, so their prices naturally could not be cheap. Selling novice car modification blueprint X1. Request iron block X100, circuit board X20, A wood X50. After handling all these miscellaneous tasks, Lu Yuan took a deep breath and solemnly turned his gaze to the final 3 slots at the very bottom of his inventory. Those were 3 top-tier spoils of war radiating a brilliant glow. Intermediate weapon modification blueprint X1. Tank exclusive modification blueprint X1. Epic space folding bedroom blueprint 5SQ MX1. Looking at the description of the final blueprint, Lu Yuan's heart rate could not help but quicken. At only 5 square meters, it was tiny, making it difficult to even turn around. Yet it was spacious enough to accommodate a soft single bed, granting him an absolutely secure private sanctuary where he could peacefully close his eyes and sleep on this hazard-ridden wasteland highway. Lu Yuan sat in the cockpit, which was thick with the scent of engine oil and the chilling aura of cold metal, and took a deep breath. The spoils of war had been fully inventoried. Now, it was time to enjoy the fruits of his harvest. He drew out the blueprint that radiated a dazzling purple glow. Epic spatial folding bedroom blueprint, 5 square meters, cost none. Use. As soon as the words left his mouth, a soft purple light instantly enveloped the rear section of the cockpit. In the cramped, cluttered corner where junk had once been piled, a ripple of space bizarrely shimmered, and a wooden door materialized out of thin air. Lu Yuan pushed open the wooden door. A warm breeze carrying the faint aroma of natural wood brushed against his face. The space was not large, measuring a mere 5 square meters. Inside there was only a single bed topped with a pure white cushion and a simple wooden desk. Yet on this apocalyptic highway fraught with death, bloodshed, and freezing steel, this 5 square meter dimensional space was nothing short of the legendary Garden of Eden. Overhead hung a chandelier casting a warm golden glow. Lu Yuan sank onto the soft single bed, letting out a long, comfortable sigh. Now this is living. But it was not yet time to rest. Lu Yuan returned to the cockpit and took out the exclusive tank modification blueprint. As the blueprint was activated, an upgrade path gleaming with a heavy metallic luster appeared on the light screen. Reconstruction plan: Scarlet Meteoric Iron Heavy Armor. Characteristics: drastically enhances physical and energy defense, comes with an extremely strong shock rebound effect, but will significantly increase deadweight. Looking at this plan, the image of the bone-armored Corpse King's massive millstone-like fist crashing down flashed through Lu Yuan's mind. That single punch had directly wiped out 50% of the tank's durability. Had he not fled quickly, he would likely have been smashed into a pile of scrap metal by now. Having just cured his phobia of insufficient firepower, Lu Yuan now suffered from a severe case of insufficient defense phobia. I must upgrade the armor. Only by surviving can one deal damage. As for the power issue, a cunning arc curved at the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth. I can completely exploit a system bug right now, using the infinite firepower of the main cannon to reverse and move forward via recoil. Besides, my fuel is completely full. There's absolutely no need to panic. Upgrade armor. Ding. Consuming metal block X500 exclusive tank modification blueprint X1. Modification initiated. A blinding red light instantly enveloped the entire Honglang tank. Accompanied by a tooth-grinding screech of metal friction, the tank's exterior began to undergo a drastic transformation. The old worn paint peeled away, replaced by a layer of crimson composite armor, as deep and dark as coagulated blood. The thickness of the armor had visibly doubled, its contours becoming sharper and more defined, like an ancient blood-colored beast armed to the teeth. Looking at the imposing chassis reflected in the periscope, Lu Yuan grinned with satisfaction. Now a strike from the Corpse King would probably only shave off 5% of his armor. Now it truly lives up to the name Honglang Chariot. Ding. Modification complete. Current vehicle deadweight increased to 65 tons. Affected by the weight of the armor, the current vehicle's maximum theoretical speed has decreased to 120 km/h. Although his speed had dropped as Lu Yuan ran his hand over the cockpit's thick interior wall, which brimmed with a profound sense of security, he felt this trade-off was absolutely worth it. Next was the final item. Intermediate weapon modification blueprint X1. Lu Yuan turned his gaze to the control panel of the main cannon. The recoil of the air compression cannon was indeed useful, but its glaring shortcoming, a complete lack of lethal power, had been fully exposed when facing the Corpse King today. Lu Yuan directly brought up the weapon panel. System: I want to upgrade the damage of the main cannon. Ding. Host request detected. Combined with the intermediate weapon modification blueprint, the following reconstruction plans are recommended. Route A: explosive flame shockwave cannon. Cost: metal block X2000, highly concentrated combustion catalyst X500. The emitted air shockwave is mixed with a highly concentrated napalm-like gel. Drastically increases shockwave power. Upon impact or landing, it will form a fireball that burns continuously for 12 hours, dealing persistent burn damage. Route B: air collapse cannon. Cost: metal block X2000, circuit board X500. Concentrates air into a single point, drastically intensifying the air compression ratio. Upon hitting a target, it triggers a violent implosive collapse, dealing terrifying single-target destructive damage, but the recoil will be substantially weakened. Lu Yuan scanned the options and immediately locked his eyes on Route A. While the single-target destructive power of Route B was indeed enticing, if the recoil were weakened, how could he continue to exploit the bug to travel? Besides, blazing flames were a man's true romance. How cool was that? Choose Route A. Lu Yuan's eyes shone with frightening intensity. This was practically a double strike of both physics and magic. Ding. Talent activated. Cost: metal block X20, a highly concentrated combustion catalyst X5. Currently, highly concentrated combustion catalyst is insufficient, consuming 50 liters of diesel to convert into highly concentrated combustion catalyst X5. Ding. Upgrade complete. Current main cannon type: explosive flame shockwave cannon. Current attack power 400. Current penetration 20. Special effect: fire attribute damage 50 seconds, inflicts a layer of burn effect on the target. Seeing the completion of the main cannon's upgrade, Lu Yuan was absolutely thrilled. At this moment, the mileage of his current stretch had just broken through the 1,000 kilometer mark. To test the recoil of the new main cannon, and to continue his journey forward, Lu Yuan restarted the tank. He deliberately avoided the very center of the highway, angling the barrel slightly, to aim at an abandoned building on the side of the road. Boom. A round from the explosive flame shockwave cannon blasted out. The immense recoil violently propelled the 80-ton tank backward, its speed instantly surging. Meanwhile, on the edge of the highway ahead of the tank, a burst of dark red flames erupted violently upon the abandoned building like a flower of hell. In an instant, the wasteland and structural debris within a radius of dozens of meters were transformed into a raging massive fireball. The fire was exceptionally fierce, clinging to the ruined walls, and burning silently, radiating astonishing light and heat. What ferocious firepower! Lu Yuan controlled the tank with excitement, keeping the cannon barrel pointed backward. He did not aim the muzzle directly at the center of the highway. Leaving this unquenchable sea of fire on the highway would indeed create an absolute blockade, but it would also doom all the struggling survival players trailing behind him. Although Lu Yuan was no overly compassionate saint, he was certainly not about to become a living Yama who slaughtered the innocent. Thus, during this tedious journey, he deliberately swerved the barrel every few kilometers, firing a shot at the wasteland and ruins on either side of the highway to maintain the tank's maximum speed. Boom, boom, boom. On the vast silent wasteland highway, the Honglang tank was like a raging cedar, leaving behind one burning dark red fireball after another on both sides of the road it traversed. Unknowingly, several hours passed. The sky gradually darkened and night fell silently. After a wild high-speed dash, Lu Yuan slowly brought the tank to a halt and glanced at the mileage statistics on the system panel. Cumulative distance traveled today, 1600 km. Next, he brought up the regional red mist alert map. Ding! Current distance from the edge of the red mist, 1300 km. Estimated red mist arrival time, 52 hours. Seeing this number, Lu Yuan's nerves, which had been tense all day, finally relaxed completely. 52 hours. A full 2 days of absolute safety. Safe and sound. Lu Yuan shut down all the light screens, locked the tank's hatch doors securely, and turned on the point defense cannon radar. He pulled a can of premium braised pork from his backpack, and along with 2 slices of whole wheat bread, devoured it all ravenously. Having eaten and drunk his fill, he eagerly pushed open the wooden door and slipped into the 5 square meter spatial folding bedroom. Stripping off his sweat-soaked clothes, Lu Yuan threw himself heavily onto the soft single bed. However, just as Lu Yuan lay down on the bed, the piercing alarm of a region-wide announcement suddenly erupted frantically in the air. Region-wide warning. Extreme cold night has arrived. The current outdoor temperature has begun to plummet rapidly and is expected to drop below -30 degrees within an hour. Please seek cold weather supplies immediately, all players, and beware of frostbite. Outside the highway, the night wind, which had been only slightly cool, suddenly turned into a mournful howl. Moisture in the air condensed into frost at a visible rate, crawling frantically onto the windows of the dilapidated cars. Cries of despair instantly erupted completely in the regional channel. What does -30 degrees mean? Water freezes instantly upon contact. Breath crystallizes into frost. Without adequate cold weather gear and heating, the human body cannot survive more than 2 hours in such extreme conditions. By now, the regional chat channel was overflowing with desperate cries of anguish. I can't move. My tricycle chain has frozen and shattered. Woo woo woo. So cold. Bro above, do you have gasoline? Forget about the vehicle. Find some ruins and burn the fuel to push through. Help. My electric car stalled and the red fog is less than 2 kilometers behind me. I dare not stop. Good luck, brother. May you be reborn into a better fate in your next life. No one would turn back to rescue him. In this ruthless post-apocalyptic game, with the red fog chasing relentlessly, everyone was too busy fleeing for their own lives to risk looking behind. The channel was constantly interrupted by the dying wails of those on the brink of death. I'll trade all my blueprints for gasoline, kerosene, diesel, anything flammable. Help me. I don't want to die. Please, someone save me. On the highway, a battered Wuling minivan was struggling forward against the bitter wind, crawling along the frozen road surface. Inside the cabin, the temperature had already plummeted to well below -10 degrees. Behind the wheel, a man named Wang Jian was shivering uncontrollably, his hands white-knuckled on the steering wheel. In the passenger seat, his wife Lina looked deathly pale, clutching their newborn baby of just 1 month to her chest. The infant was wrapped in every piece of clothing they could find, yet his lips were still turning blue, emitting weak cries as feeble as a kitten's. The global survival game had one cruel, yet comparatively humane rule: all infants incapable of self-care would be randomly assigned to stay with one of their parents. The couple was extraordinarily lucky. They were assigned to the same route section, and Lina happened to draw an electric bicycle at the start. For survival, Lina immediately used the system to decompose the electric bicycle and exchanged it for a small barrel of gasoline, which she poured entirely into Wang Jian's minivan. But now the extreme cold had descended. The fuel gauge on the dashboard had hit empty, and the glaring red warning light flashed frantically. Wah! Wah! The baby's cries were growing weaker by the moment, his body heat dissipating rapidly. Husband! Lina's eyes were red-rimmed as she looked at Wang Jian in despair. We're out of fuel. The baby won't make it. Wang Jian slammed his fist onto the steering wheel. This hardened man's tears instantly welled up and spilled over. just as they had completely given up struggling and were preparing to embrace and await death as a family. Suddenly, a remarkably prominent highlighted message appeared in the dead regional channel. Speaker Wolf, chasing the wind. Brothers, hold on. I found a fire source. So many fire sources. Current coordinates C72-1000. It's incredibly warm. I don't know what this fire is burning, but the wind and snow cannot extinguish it. Looks like the game system has given us an absolute safe zone. Everyone rush over. These few short sentences. For the hundreds of thousands of players desperately awaiting death in the extreme cold, they were nothing less than the final lifeline thrown to drowning men. Wang Jian's hollow eyes suddenly blazed with intense will to survive. He trembled as he opened the system map, his gaze locked firmly onto the coordinate marker. Wife, there's fire. Safety point ahead. Wang Jian's voice trembled with excitement, his eyes filled with hope. Only 30 kilometers left. Hold on. He stomped the nearly depleted fuel pedal to the floor. The battered minivan roared and charged wildly toward the coordinates. In the chat channel, countless players who saw hope were driven into a frenzy. Woo woo woo. I see it too. There's red light on the horizon ahead. It's real. A massive fire every few kilometers. So warm. Thank the system. Heaven never closes all doors. Brothers charge. Who can spare me a liter of gasoline? I'm only 2 kilometers from the fire source. I'll trade with you. I need diesel. Sister, I have half a bottle of ergwota liquor. Take a sip to warm up and run the rest of the way. Faced with the threat of death and the dawn of life, humanity unleashed unimaginable potential. Countless battered cars, motorcycles, and even players who had abandoned their vehicles to run on foot rushed like moths to a flame toward the surging dark red flames blazing on both sides of the highway. When Wang Jian and his family finally stumbled to a halt beside a pool of fire, that domineering flame radiating astonishing heat instantly dispelled the chill from their bodies. The baby who had been on the verge of death in Li Na's arms slowly regained color to his cheeks and fell into a deep slumber. We survived. Wang Jian and his wife knelt beside the fire, embracing and weeping. Countless surviving players gathered around those enormous bonfires stretching along both sides of the highway, from the 1,000-kilometer mark, spaced every few kilometers, and wept bitterly, prostrating themselves frantically in praise of the system's mercy. And at that very moment, 1,360 kilometers away, inside the warm, comfortable, space-folded bedroom of the Red Wolf tank kept at a constant 24 degrees, Lu Yuan lay sprawled across the soft single bed, rolling over in comfort. Feeling a bit warm, he even kicked the pure white down duvet off the bed entirely. He smacked his lips deep in a dream of overflowing supplies and counting money until his fingers cramped. Ice and fire in the same world. The drought strangles, the flood drowns. Several hours later, the long and despairing night of extreme cold finally passed. The eastern horizon began to show the faintest whitish glow of dawn. Ding! A cold, emotionless, mechanical voice suddenly detonated simultaneously in the minds of all surviving players and across the sky screen. Congratulations to everyone on surviving the first day. Now beginning statistics on deaths and survival rates across all zones for day 1. Immediately, a colossal holographic screen appeared in the sky, dense numbers flashing and leaping wildly upon it. C01 zone survivors 1600, total 0, survival rate 16. C02 zone survivors 1800, total 0, survival rate 18. C03 zone survivors 1500, total 0, survival rate 15. The screen scrolled endlessly downward. Whether from the initial zombie horde or failure to withstand the midnight extreme cold, almost every zone had been decimated by more than 80% on this brutal first day. The blood-red numbers were like sharp knives stabbing the nerves of every survivor, making them deeply feel the bloody despair of this survival game. Until the screen scrolled to the position of C72 zone. The jumping numbers momentarily paused in a bizarre stillness, then snapped decisively into place. C72 zone survivors 8500, total 0, survival rate 85. The instant this message refreshed, not only did the players of C72 zone itself freeze in shock. In the entire cross-zone megachannel, all C-zone players who had been either mourning or celebrating took in a collective gasp of breath and were utterly stunned. What the hell? Am I seeing things? How come over 800,000 people died in our zone while 850,000 lived in theirs? Did the system glitch? How is this possible? What on earth did C72 zone do on the first day? As the holographic curtain in the sky slowly faded, Area C's main channel exploded into pandemonium. Chat in Area C72, in particular, was as festive as New Year. Huh. See that? Our district has 8500 survivors. What would you call this? This is the zone of destiny. The neighboring district in a single night, over 80,000 froze to death. A bunch of greenhorns. That's right, luck is also part of strength. Who says our district isn't lucky? The system has granted us so many warm safe points. This has to be the system taking a liking to us, giving us special favors. In the chat, countless survivors who endured the night boasted about their luck, taunting the misfortune of other regions. Yet on this carnival morning, one man could not smile. Wind-chasing Wolf. He stood beside a blazing sea of dark crimson flames, his face grave. Not right, this is very off. He used the morning light to inspect the surrounding terrain. This blaze did not burn on a flat clearing, but was deeply embedded in a colossal crater-like blackened pit, as if blasted by a meteor. The abandoned walls of buildings were shredded by terrifying shockwaves, the surrounding soil radiating scorch marks. A wild thought sprang into the wind-chasing wolf's mind in an instant. What the hell is this? This is no system-generated safe point. This is clearly the crater left by the tank lord who soloed the area boss yesterday, tearing along at full throttle. Meanwhile, 600 kilometers ahead in the Red Wolf tank's 5-square-meter fold-out bedroom, Lu Yuan stretched a large lazy yawn and woke naturally. Because he slept so deeply and the cabin was so soundproof, he completely missed the dawn holographic briefing. That sleep was damn comfortable. Lu Yuan rubbed his eyes, pulled a bottle of exceedingly precious purified water from his pack, and lavishly poured it onto a towel to wash himself. Dressed, he pushed open the wooden door, returning to the cold cockpit and seating himself at the controls. A new day, onward with the journey. Before starting the tank, Lu Yuan habitually opened the area chat channel to gauge the current situation. But as soon as he entered, he was overwhelmed by a flood of terms on the screen. Fire seed, miracle of salvation, survival rate no. 1-0 and the like. Extreme cold. Fire sources. Safe points. Lu Yuan scratched his head and quickly skimmed the history logs. He finally realized. Last night after he fell asleep, the game unleashed the first calamity, the night of extreme cold. Other zones unprepared suffered more than 80% casualties. In the Area C, 72 players had somehow endured the minus 30 degrees by weathering the explosive fireballs Lu Yuan had casually blasted onto the roadside yesterday afternoon. Looking at the horizon behind the periscope, the faint smoke at the edge, Lu Yuan's mouth twitched, half laughing, half crying. These guys, their luck is really damn good. He swore that yesterday's shots were only to stall the system bug and to test the power of his new weapon. He had no intention of becoming a savior. He prepared to close the area channel, but a suddenly lit message seized his gaze and interrupted everyone's boasting and revelry. Spokesperson, wind-chasing wolf. Everyone, don't be blindly optimistic. Don't you find this strange? Look at the survival rate. Other zones clearly have no such fire sources. The barrage paused briefly. Yes, I agree, it's odd, another voice admitted. Wind-chasing wolf drew a deep breath, then tapped out another message that shook the crowd. I just carefully checked the fire sources around me. All the flames are either on blasted walls or in the enormous pits. You all think there is a possibility. These fire sources that saved tens of thousands of people are not system safe points at all, but the aftershocks of the tank lord's attack yesterday. When this message went out, the 8500 strong Area C 72 chat fell silent for 10 seconds. Then the screen erupted with symbols. Holy shit. Another player jumped in, excited. Don't say it. Don't say it out loud. I also thought something was odd. The fire source I'm in is clearly a crater from an explosion. I remember. Yesterday someone on the public channel said that the tank of that tyrant was driving backwards. He used the cannon as a thruster. That's right. Proof. That terrifying crater, that unbelievable firing frequency, it must be the boss's handiwork. Oh my god. The aftershock of a single shell could burn through the night and not die out. What kind of weapon is this? Were we living on the tyrant's exhaust as he led the way? If yesterday Lu Yuan's duel with the Corpse King commanded awe, today, as everyone realized their lives had been saved by Lu Yuan's unintended rescue, a new reverence rose like worship of a god. This reverence became godlike worship. Thank you, boss, for saving my life. Without your shots last night, I would have frozen into an ice statue. Tank Lord is forever a god. If anyone dares to say a word against the boss, I'll be the first to fight him. Last night, Wang Jian, who drove a battered van, looked at his sleeping wife and child in the front seat, his hands trembling, as he typed a line on the public channel. Thank you, boss, for saving my whole family. This grace I shall never forget. The flood of praise, worship, and gratitude surged across the public channel like a tide. Lu Yuan sat in the cockpit watching the barrage, though a little embarrassed. He did not resent it. After all, who doesn't love to hear good words? Yet just as the channel's gratitude reached its peak, an extremely discordant, even venomous barrage suddenly jumped out. Spokesperson ID Lu Dazue. Huh. That's hilarious, a bunch of bootlickers. What kind of savior boss is that? He was just driving fast at the front, grabbing all the high-tier loot boxes ahead of everyone. Think for yourselves. If he hadn't snatched all the frontline supplies, would we even have a single warm code or a barrel of extra gasoline? If you ask me, yesterday's 150000 dead were caused by him. He's a luck-charmed, selfish trash, and yet you still have the face to bask in our worship. I spit. This barrage, filled with extreme moral coercion and shameless logic, bursts across the channel. The once feverish gratitude in the area channel fell into a suffocating silence. The moment this bullet comment filled with shameless logic appeared, the previously bustling regional channel instantly fell into a dead silence. No matter the era, even in an apocalypse where death loomed at any moment, there would never be a shortage of such buffoons. Sitting in the cockpit of the Honglang tank, Lu Yuan's eyes grew cold. With his fingers hovering over the virtual keyboard, he was about to teach this fool a lesson. However, before Lu Yuan could even type the first character, the dormant C72 regional chat channel suddenly erupted like an active volcano pressed to its absolute limit. The brief silence was not because everyone was pondering Lu Dazue's words, but because every single player had been utterly infuriated by such bottomless rhetoric. A tsunami of angry curses instantly erupted in the channel. Lu Dazue has your brain rotted. The boss got those supplies with his own strength. How dare you call it stealing? Without Boss Honglong's fire last night, you'd have been frozen into an ice sculpture by now, you ungrateful wolf. In all my years I've never seen such a despicable piece of trash. Faced with the collective condemnation of the entire region, Lu Dazhe was not only unafraid, but grew as excited as if injected with chicken blood. Relying on the fact that everyone was behind a screen and couldn't touch him, he went straight into a one-man-against-the-world berserk mode. Single-handedly typing furiously in the public channel, he fiercely clashed with hundreds of thousands of people across the region. What's wrong? Did I touch a nerve? So what if I sent that message? If you have the guts, crawl through the network cables and beat me up. A bunch of useless trash who only know how to lick Honglong's boots. I hope you all get swallowed by the red mist. Faced with such a shameless rogue, the players trembled with rage, cursing Lu Dazhue's entire family with creative profanity. Yet right at this moment, a message dripping with murderous intent suddenly popped up in the public channel. It was sent by the player named Wang Jian from last night. Boss Honglang is my family's savior. I seriously cannot tolerate this any longer. Lu Dazhue, do you really think you're safe just because you're hiding behind a screen? The system leaderboard ranks us in real time based on the road segments and mileage. Your current regional rank is 785210. What a coincidence, I happen to be ranked right behind you at 785211. I have just driven onto road segment 1156, which means you are right in front of me, no more than 5 kilometers away. As soon as Wang Jian's words fell, the entire chat channel paused in brief shock before erupting into an even more violent wave of noise. Inside the Honglang tank, Lu Yuan stared at the light screen, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Since his coordinates had been exposed by a helpful passerby, things would be easy to handle. Rather than wasting time typing arguments with such a clown, it was better to execute a direct dimensionality reduction strike. Without any nonsense, Lu Yuan immediately opened the trading hall and switched to the bounty posting interface. With smooth, practiced movements, he loaded the resources and clicked send. Ding! Regional announcement. Player Honglang has posted a regional joint bounty. Bounty target: dismantle Lu Dazhue's car. Dead or alive. Target coordinates within 5 kilometers ahead of road segment 1156. Total bounty reward: pool whole wheat bread x 20 O, purified water x 20, gasoline x 20 liters. Mission mode: multiplayer shared. All players who participate in the destruction will receive a proportional share of the reward pool resources. This glaring red system announcement, like a heavy bomb, crashed directly into the C72 regional chat channel. The next second, the entire region went completely wild. 20 loaves of bread, 20 bottles of water, and a whopping 20 liters of life-saving gasoline. Even if shared among 20 people, each person would still receive enough precious resources to sustain their life for 2 days. Humans die for wealth just as birds die for food, let alone on this wasteland highway where human life was as cheap as grass. Wang Jian, who had been shouting in anger earlier, roared directly in the public channel. Brothers near road segment 1156. Don't go at it alone, this bastard might have weapons in his car. Wait up for me, there's strength in numbers. Count me in. I'm on road segment 1155, arriving shortly. Let's team up and flip his car. Count me in too. I have a steel bull bar installed on my front bumper. I'll be responsible for forcing him to stop. Let's feast on this rich bounty together. The screens, full of rage, instantly transformed into a frenzied collective hunt. Lu Dazhue, who had been screaming so arrogantly just moments ago, fell completely silent. In his wildest dreams, he never expected that a simple leaderboard mechanism would directly expose his coordinates. Even less did he expect that the high and mighty boss could trigger a terrifying purge against him just by casually throwing out a scrap of bone. In less than 10 minutes, the public channel fell completely silent. Subsequently, a photo was posted directly to the chat hall by Wang Jian. In the photo, Lu Dazhue was covered in blood, trembling as he curled up like a dead dog on the blood-stained pavement. Meanwhile, his dilapidated second-hand sedan had been completely surrounded by more than 20 vehicles. A crowd of players, red-eyed for survival, swung iron bars and wrenches violently, smashing his car into a heap of scrap metal. Then the entire vehicle was stripped down to parts and divided among them. Ding! Joint bounty completed. A total of 20 players submitted valid proof of destruction. The reward pool has been distributed equally. On this icebound wasteland without a vehicle and the shelter of resources, only freezing to death in despair awaited Lu Dazhue. Sitting in the cockpit, Lu Yuan looked at the photo on the light screen and leaned back comfortably against his leather seat. What a satisfying feeling. A grudge settled on the spot. He casually closed the light screen and stretched his neck, letting out a crisp cracking sound from his joints. Spending 20 loaves of bread to buy a good show, totally worth it. Grasping the control levers with both hands, the main cannon behind him roaring, he drove the Honglang tank forward at full speed. He drove for an unknown amount of time. The grayish-white highway ahead suddenly widened, and his field of vision opened up. Looking forward through the periscope, a flash of shock crossed Lu Yuan's eyes. At the end of the highway, a raging black river appeared, stretching beyond the horizon. Above the great river, 5 magnificent cross-river bridges spanned side by side across the wide water, connecting to the mist-shrouded opposite bank. Rumble. The very moment the heavy metal tracks rolled onto the bridge deck, a deafening system alarm tore through the wasteland sky like a sharp sword. Highest level regional warning. Ding. Detected that C-72 player Honglang has reached a cumulative driving mileage of 2000 kilometers. Regional spatial barrier has been completely dismantled. Cross-regional merger has officially begun. Players from 5 major regions from C-71 to C-75 will undergo a forced merger after crossing the bridge. The slaughter is about to begin. In the sky, the deafening system alarms still echoed. Immediately following, an even more brutal and bloody rule materialized starkly on the light screens of all players. Cross-district killing rules have been activated. Effective immediately killing players from other districts will reward 1 point. The killer will automatically loot all resources, vehicle blueprints, and wreckage from the target. We wish you all a happy hunt. With the appearance of these 2 prompts, the players who were still feeling bewildered by the district merger were instantly plunged into an icy abyss. Within the chat channel of District C-72, panic spread like a plague. Killing someone drops all their resources. The system is forcing us to slaughter each other. We're doomed. The survivors from other districts must be ruthless characters. How can those of us who barely survive by relying on the boss's fire seed possibly fight them? I only have a rusty iron pipe. Who can save me? Everyone band together. Absolutely do not act alone. Compared to the terrified, ordinary players in the channel, Yuan sat in the cockpit of the Red Wolf tank, his gaze remarkably calm. Surviving the apocalypse was a matter of natural selection. The system had merely torn away the final veil of decency. Right then, a solitary golden light screen abruptly lit up in front of Yuan. Ding! Congratulations, player Honglang. You have become the first frontrunner in District C-72 to reach the 2000 kilometer mark. Due to your outstanding progress, you are specially rewarded with 1 free vehicle enhancement opportunity. Note, this enhancement requires no materials. You may designate any single component of your vehicle to be enhanced. Upon seeing this prompt, Yuan's eyes suddenly lit up. A free enhancement. Without the slightest hesitation, his gaze locked directly onto the tank's propulsion system. He had already forcibly upgraded the firepower and armor. Only this sluggish propulsion system remained a shortcoming. System, enhance the engine for me. Ding. Command confirmed. The free enhancement opportunity has been consumed. Reconstructing the propulsion core of the Red Wolf tank. Boom. A blinding blue light instantly enveloped the rear of the tank. Accompanying a blood-pumping mechanical roar, the originally aged diesel engine was directly pulverized by a mysterious force, then rapidly reorganized and expanded within the blue light. After a mere 5 seconds, the light dissipated. Ding. Reconstruction complete. Current engine V100 turbo aggregation engine. Maximum load capacity 150 tons. Base travel speed 160 km/h. Fuel consumption 1 liter of diesel per 10 kilometers. Trait: this tempestuous mechanical heart provides an endless stream of wild thrust with minimal noise. Staring at the data on the light screen, Yuan excitedly slapped his thigh. Awesome. Fuel consumption of only 10 liters per 100 kilometers. One must realize that this was a steel behemoth weighing a massive 65 tons. Furthermore, relying solely on the engine, the top speed had soared straight to 160 kilometers per hour. If you were to turn the gun barrel around to fire backward now and floor the accelerator with the V100 engine, combined with the ridiculous recoil of the main cannon, wouldn't the speed rocket straight toward 300 to 400 kilometers per hour? With that, wouldn't this heavy tank practically take off on the spot? Just as Yuan was immersed in the formidable attributes of his new engine, his private message alert suddenly began to ring frantically, as if having a seizure. Beep, 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 beep. Yuan dithered for a moment and opened the private message interface. As a result, what met his eyes was a screen packed with dense tipping notifications. The gifted items were all worthless little scraps, but behind each gift was a humble and sincere message. Received Rag 1. Message: boss, drive slower, I beg you. We can't keep up. Received Rusty Metal 1. Message: saw boss, I'm still 1,000 kilometers away from you. When the extreme cold hits tonight, my entire family is relying on your fire seed to survive. Received Small Piece of Bread 1. Message: boss, now that the districts have merged, I heard the outside is full of murdering, plundering lunatics. We're scared, please cover us, boss. Received Diesel 1 liter. Message: boss, I drive a van. I have no use for diesel, so I'm giving it all to you. We're all from District 72. Please protect us, boss. Watching the messages frantically scrolling on the light screen begging him to slow down and cover them, Yuan let out a helpless laugh. Although what everyone gifted was just a tiny amount of scrap resources. But one couldn't ignore that District C-72 had a whopping 800,000 people. With a thought, Yuan directly extracted all the gifted items filling his screen. System: decompose what needs to be decomposed from this junk and fuse what needs to be fused. Ding. Bulk processing gifted resources. 10 units of rusty metal fused into 1 unit of metal block. 10 units of small moldy bread fused into 1 unit of whole wheat bread. 10 units of low-quality ice slag fused into 1 unit of pure water. A series of dazzling progress bars popped up on the light screen. Just a few seconds later, crisp settlement notifications rang out frantically inside the cockpit. Ding. Received metal block X8500. Ding. Received insulated wire X1200. Ding. Received diesel X3500 liters. Ding. Received whole wheat bread X4500. Ding. Received pure water X6000. Looking at the resource inventory in his system bag that had skyrocketed in an instant, Yuan couldn't help but gasp. Grains of sand pile up to make a pagoda. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. This wave of free gains was far more exaggerated than him single-handedly wiping out an entire horde of zombies. This was a complete windfall. He was rich, filthy rich. Yuan shook his head and casually opened the public channel of District C-72. Under the anxious gaze of this crowd, the district's sole golden text slowly drifted across. Understood. Stay safe, everyone. With just these few simple words, the entire District C-72 channel instantly erupted into celebration, and countless players were moved to tears of excitement. With these words from the boss, it was as if they had been given a reassuring pill. Yuan shut off the light screen, feeling rather pleased. His experience in District C-72 from the start until now had been quite decent. At least this group of players knew how to be grateful. They didn't hesitate at all when it came to giving resources. And most importantly of all, they truly delivered on the emotional value. Money couldn't buy this level of satisfaction. Yuan gripped the control lever once more and gently tapped the accelerator. The V-100 engine let out a low growl like a wild beast, and the Red Wolf tank instantly transformed into a red afterimage hurtling toward the opposite side of the bridge. Meanwhile, at the other end of the river crossing bridge, a convoy composed of over a dozen heavily modified off-road vehicles sat arrogantly at the highway junction, kicking up rolling clouds of dust. These were players from District C-71. Sharp spikes were welded onto the fronts of all their vehicles, and the bodies were stained with dried, blackened blood. It was obvious at a glance that they had committed plenty of robbery and murder over the past few days. A shirtless man with a hideous scar across his face leaped down from the leading heavy truck. Clutching a blood-stained machete in his hand, he spat fiercely. Listen up, all of you. The scarred man pointed toward the bridge, his eyes fierce. This is the first bridge after the district merger and the only path through. Lay out all those barbed wires and roadblocks for me. Several subordinates immediately grinned sinisterly, hauling various lethal roadblocks out of the truck beds to completely seal off the wide bridge exit. Someone had even set up an improvised heavy machine gun of unknown origin behind an abandoned bunker. Boss, are we just going to wait here for them to walk into our trap? A blonde lackey asked, leaning in with a sycophantic smile. Cut the crap. Greedy light flickered in the scarred man's eyes. Didn't the system just say so? Killing people from other districts not only gives points, but also drops all their resources. If those fat sheep from other districts dare to cross this bridge, strip them down to their underwear. And if they dare to resist, execute them on the spot. At the junction of the Cross River Bridge, the scarred man rested his blood-drenched machete on his shoulder, laughing unrestrainedly. Hovering above his head was a chilling blood red named Zhao Chong. In this global survival game, players could choose to display or hide their IDs in respective regions. However, if they killed another player, their name would be forced to turn red and remain visible for a certain period. The more lives they took, the more intense the crimson glow became. At this moment, the name above the scarred man's head had turned a dark bruised red, looking as though it were about to drip blood. This indicated that the number of players who had perished by his hand was easily in the hundreds. In the real world, the scarred man was already a death row convict with several lives on his hands. After transmigrating into this lawless highway survival game, this place had become an outlaw paradise where he thrived like a fish in water. At the start, his luck had been abysmal, yielding only a useless kick scooter. But once he figured out the rules of survival, without the slightest hesitation, while a young motorcycle rider nearby was still dazed, he grabbed his scooter and slammed it brutally into the back of the boy's head. Once, twice, thrice. He relentlessly bludgeoned the innocent youth to death on the spot. After seizing the motorcycle, he embarked on a path of frenzied plunder, killing, plundering, and annexing all the way. By now, he had amassed a formidable convoy of over a dozen heavily modified vehicles, becoming the terrifying fiend chief of Zone C-71. Boss, will our roadblocks actually work? What if we run into a tough nut who just rams right through? Beside him, a skinny lackey named Shoho looked at the bridge with concern. The scarred man sneered, reaching out to pat the front of the heavy truck beside him. Welded to the front of that truck was an incredibly thick, solid steel plate. What the hell are you afraid of? I just dumped all of Zone C-71's lead rewards into upgrading this vehicle's armor. A solid steel plate, a full 50 millimeters thick. Even ordinary artillery shells can't pierce it. With our ironclad formation and a ground covered in caltrops, who the hell could ram through? Not even a charging elephant could do it. Even if a modified tank rolled up today, it would have to bow down to me. Just as the scarred man finished speaking, the roar of an engine suddenly echoed from the distant highway. One after another, several dilapidated sedans and pickup trucks from other regions converged. They had clearly just reached the 2,000-kilometer junction and were preparing to cross the bridge. The sheep have arrived. Boys, get to work. With a ferocious gleam in his eyes, the scarred man waved his hand. Over a dozen modified off-road vehicles roared to life, instantly pouncing forward like a pack of ravenous wolves. Bang, bang, bang. A few muffled shots from crude homemade firearms rang out. The dilapidated vehicles had no time to turn around before they were forced to a halt right before the roadblocks. The male players inside tried to resist with iron pipes, but the scarred man's henchmen swarmed them, hacking them to death on the spot. Blood instantly stained the bridge red. Please let me go. Several female players were violently dragged out of the cars, trembling with terror and crying out in despair. "Let you go? Ha ha." The scarred man's lackeys erupted into sickening wild laughter. Devoid of any mercy, they dragged the women behind the off-road vehicles. In this depraved, inhumane gang, women were nothing more than tools to satisfy their carnal lusts and sadistic amusement. Screams of agony, maniacal laughter, and the screech of metal being violently torn apart from the vehicles intertwined, turning the front of the bridge into a living hell. After they finished their defilement, the piercing shrieks abruptly ceased, and the cold, naked corpses were carelessly discarded by the roadside. While these beasts were indulging in their savage revelry, on the highway another wild roar of an engine resounded. Yuan de Lang came speeding down, riding a spectacular heavy motorcycle fitted with all-terrain bulletproof underbody armor. As he neared the bridgehead, he slammed on the brakes, his brow furrowing deeply. The air was thick with the pungent stench of blood. The debris scattered everywhere and the brutally murdered female corpses discarded at random made Yuan de Lang instantly realize what had transpired. It was an atrocious, beastly act. However, with the enemy possessing over a dozen vehicles and dozens of guns facing them head-on, was pure suicide. "I must cross." Yuan de Lang took a deep breath, his gaze instantly turning incredibly sharp. This motorcycle of his had been enhanced using the green Tier 2 blueprint traded to him by Big Boss Tank. It bypassed a gap of 2 entire tiers. Virum. Yuan de Lang twisted the throttle all the way down. The heavy exhaust pipe blasted a visible wave of air. Like an arrow released from a bow, the Tier 2 motorcycle erupted with terrifying acceleration, charging straight toward the bridge. "Boss, another one is coming. He's trying to ram through." A lackey shouted, immediately raising his machete and blocking the gap in the roadblock, trying to stop the rider. Seeking death, Yuan de Lang sneered. With superb riding skills, he leaned low at high speed, tracing a flawless arc right past the caltrops and abandoned cars. Facing the lackey who tried to block him, he didn't decelerate in the slightest. The bulletproof armored front of the bike slammed violently into him. Crash, accompanied by the sickening sound of fracturing bones. Without even a chance to scream, the lackey was sent flying over 10 meters like a baseball hit for a home run, dying instantly on impact. With a whoosh, the motorcycle whipped up a violent gust, breaking through the blockade unscathed and vanishing onto the wide bridge in the blink of an eye. Only when the motorcycle's taillights had vanished did the scarred man and his crew snap out of it. "Boss, he got away. That motorcycle is something else. How is it so fast?" The yellow-haired lackey Huang Mao yelled in exasperation. Furious, the scarred man stamped his foot hard onto the blood-soaked ground. However, having keen eyes, he had briefly glimpsed the regional tag floating above the rider's head, Zone C, 72. The scarred man suddenly sneered. "What's the panic? Didn't you see the regional tag above his head? He's from Zone C, 72. That kid was so fast, he must be the first frontrunner from their region to reach here. He definitely dumped all his lead rewards into boosting his motorcycle speed. That's the only reason he got lucky and slipped through." Hearing their boss's analysis, the lackeys suddenly understood. "So that's why? I was wondering how a motorcycle could possibly be that fast. So that was the strongest guy in their region. He's nothing but a coward who runs away with his tail between his legs." With utter disdain in his eyes, the scarred man rested his machete back on his shoulder and waved his hand. "The strongest fat sheep has fled in terror, leaving only slow-moving lambs to be slaughtered. Keep the roadblocks tightly sealed. Kill every single person from Zone C, 72, who shows up today. Didn't 8500 survive yesterday? Their gathered resources must be piled high as mountains." On the other side, having successfully breached the bridge, Yuan de Lang abruptly stopped his motorcycle, his back drenched in a cold sweat. Had it not been for Big Boss Tank's Tier 2 blueprint, he would have definitely perished at the hands of those beasts today. He immediately opened the public chat channel of Zone C, 72, his hands flying across the virtual keyboard. "Heads up, everyone. At the 2,000-kilometer bridge junction, a gang of red-named beasts is blocking the bridge. They are slaughtering everyone on site with atrocious methods, and they've set up massive roadblocks and steel-plated heavy trucks. Do not try to force your way through, stay safe." The moment this message was posted, the players of Zone C, 72 felt as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over them. The channel fell into a deathly silence before completely erupting with panic spreading like wildfire. "We're doomed. The red mist is chasing us relentlessly, and now there are killers blocking the bridge ahead. We're caught between a rock and a hard place. I don't want to die yet. Can anyone show me a detour? Can we organize ourselves and charge through together? There is strength in numbers. Count me in for breaching the blockade. I refuse to believe that with so many of us we can't break through. What's there to fear? We have our powerhouse." Exactly. Big Boss Hong Lang is a god-tier player who can solo zombie hordes and regional bosses. "Big Boss Hong Lang, please save us. I have plenty of water. Save me, boss, and you can drink as much of my water as you want." "Damn it. You upstairs, what kind of nonsense are you talking about at a time like this, eh? A word in private. Is that water of yours a bit salty?" At the junction of the Cross River Bridge, the atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. As the road ahead was completely blocked, vehicles trapped at the bridgehead accumulated in ever-growing numbers. Ahead lay the red-named convoy of the scarred man, and behind loomed the relentlessly encroaching lethal red mist. In this desperate impasse with nowhere to retreat, a group of brave men from District C, 72, finally stepped forward. They left a resolute message in the regional public channel. Brothers, our vehicle chassis are thick. We will spearhead the charge. Everyone find your chance to break through. The moment those words were spoken, 7 or 8 reinforced off-road vehicles and pickup trucks formed a death-defying charging formation. Their engines roared with fury as they slammed violently toward the scarred man's barricade. Yet what awaited them was a one-sided slaughter. With a cold sneer, the scarred man personally drove his heavy truck, welded thick with steel plates, to meet them head-on. That heavy truck was practically a miniature tank. The 50mm thick solid steel plates carrying terrifying kinetic energy smashed directly into the leading pickup, severely crushing its front and instantly reducing it to a heap of scrap metal. Immediately after, an even more despairing scene unfolded. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Crisp, continuous gunfire erupted frantically across the bridge. Those were by no means the dull thuds of makeshift muskets from before, but genuine fully automatic assault rifles. The rewards for cross-district slaughter were simply too bountiful. By relentlessly murdering and plundering, the scarred man's convoy had amassed a colossal hoard of resources, blueprints, and blind boxes. Far from being depleted by combat, their firepower grew wealthier and more ferocious, with every kill their weaponry undergoing a quantum leap in quality. Those brave men charging the barricade were riddled with bullets, along with their vehicles turned into beehives by the dense hail of gunfire before they could even brush the enemy's clothes. They would never return. Blood gushed from the bullet holes, staining the freezing bridge deck crimson. The players watching from behind were utterly paralyzed with fear by the sight. Some trembled violently, others were so terrified they wet themselves on the spot, collapsing limply over their steering wheels. This was utterly unwinnable. Not only did the opponents kill without blinking, but their firepower also grew stronger with every slaughter. It was a completely inescapable dead end. A thick sense of despair like a heavy shroud of dark clouds hung over the hearts of every player in District C-72. No one knew who started it. In the regional public channel, a single name began to flash in perfect unison. Every single player pinned their last hope of survival entirely upon that one man. Red Wolf. Boss, please just look back at us. Red Wolf. A squad of red-named beasts is blocking the bridgehead, and the brothers who just charged are all dead. Red Wolf. They've even obtained assault rifles. We can't get through it all. Save us, boss. Red Wolf. Boss, as long as you're willing to help, I'll give you all my blueprints and resources. After sending this message, Wang Jian slumped back into his driver's seat. He had not joined those men in their charge. He admitted he had chickened out. If it were against a keyboard warrior like Lu Dazue, he would have dared to lead the charge with a crowbar. For that would be kicking a dog while it was down. They had strength in numbers and faced no real danger. But confronted with those cold-blooded maniacs holding fully automatic assault rifles, he truly did not dare to move. He glanced at his pale-faced wife in the passenger seat and the 1-month-old infant sleeping soundly in her arms. His own life was cheap, but he carried the weight of his wife and child on his shoulders. If he died in the charge, how would a widowed mother and her orphan child survive in this dog-eat-dog apocalypse? Their fate would likely be 100 times more miserable than death itself. Wang Jian closed his eyes in agony, a profound sense of helplessness threatening to tear him apart. He was just an ordinary, insignificant man who only wanted to survive with his wife and child. Why was it so incredibly hard? Blockaded in front, pursued by the red mist behind. At this moment, he felt like an utterly incompetent husband. At the exact same time, 2,400 kilometers away, inside an abandoned highway service area. Boom. A blast from the flame shockwave cannon detonated, tearing the last massive mutated zombie into shreds. Dark red flames burned quietly, illuminating the surroundings. Lu Yuan sat leisurely in the cockpit, looking at the spoils of war scattered across the ground, and stretched comfortably. Ever since he upgraded to the V100 turbo fusion engine, his travel efficiency had been off the charts. Not only had his high-speed dash been entirely unobstructed, but he had also just casually cleared a small zombie outpost, happily farming some extra resources. All kinds of advanced materials and rare blueprints stuffed his system inventory to the brim. What a massive haul, Lu Yuan muttered gleefully as he took stock of his supplies, preparing to shift gears and hit the road again. Catching something out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly noticed the chat icon in the corner of his system panel, flashing a blinding red light with frantic frequency. Unread messages 99, private messages 99, regional mentions 99. Lu Yuan's brow furrowed slightly. He casually tapped open the holographic chat screen. In the next second, a screen filled with desperate blood and tear-soaked cries for help flooded his entire field of vision like a cascading waterfall. Inside the quiet abandoned service area, Lu Yuan sat in the cockpit, gazing at the screen filled with distress messages woven of blood and tears. His fingers lightly tapped the control stick as he lapsed into a brief silence. He did not consider himself a saint of boundless compassion. Yet he was by no means a cold-blooded, ruthless villain who would stand by and watch others perish. Moreover, not long ago, the players of Zone C-72 had indeed showered him with a massive bounty of resources. As the saying goes, one cannot be soft-lipped when eating another's food, nor short-handed when taking another's goods. If it lay within his capabilities, he was more than willing to lend a helping hand. However, Lu Yuan was absolutely not a mindless, reckless fool who would rush blindly into danger. In this apocalyptic world where life was as fragile as paper, sacrificing his own life to save others would be a terribly foolish bargain. He had to ascertain the enemy's situation first. Lu Yuan opened the input box of the regional channel and slowly typed out a line. How is the enemy's firepower? What is their vehicle configuration? The moment this unique golden text, the only one of its kind in the entire zone, drifted across. The chat channel of Zone C-72, which had been shrouded in a dark cloud of despair, instantly erupted into an unprecedented frenzy. The boss has appeared. Oh, the boss hasn't abandoned us. We are saved, Boss Honglang is asking. Brothers at the bridgehead answer him quickly. Soon after, a player hiding behind an abandoned car near the bridgehead risked his life to stick his head out and snap a photo of the scene. He sent it directly to the public channel. Lu Yuan opened the photo and zoomed in to inspect it closely. Though the image was somewhat blurry, the horrific scene at the bridgehead remained clearly visible. Over a dozen off-road vehicles welded with sharp spikes blocked the intersection in disarray. At the very center stood a heavy truck, its front welded with a thick solid steel plate, resembling a wall of iron and steel. Atop the vehicle and behind the barricades, several bare-chested red-named bandits were firing wildly with automatic assault rifles. There was even a heavy machine gun emitting wisps of blue smoke. After looking at the photo, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. He typed 2 words on the keyboard and sent them. Just this. These 2 light words carried an undisguised air of contempt. Seeing the boss's domineering response, the players in the channel instantly grew incoherent with excitement and rushed to provide more intel. Yes, boss. It is these beasts. Sob, please don't look at how they only have assault rifles now. They originally only had homemade firearms. By murdering and plundering, they forcibly upgraded their weapons into Gatling guns and assault rifles. These people kill without blinking an eye. Their firepower is growing stronger and stronger. We really can't hold out any longer. Watching these additional details on the screen, the smile gradually faded from Lu Yuan's lips. His brow furrowed slightly. If it were merely a common highway robbery, he might have weighed the pros and cons. But this group consisted of red-named players who, by exploiting the system rules of cross-zone slaughter, were constantly growing stronger like a rolling snowball. The more they killed, the wealthier they became. The more they fought, the fiercer they grew. With such an unprincipled and rapidly expanding band of raiders entrenched on his only path forward, even if they did not cross paths today, they would undoubtedly become his greatest threat in the future. Now he had no choice but to go. This hidden danger had to be utterly crushed in its infancy. Lu Yuan's gaze grew cold, and he directly posted his price in the public channel. I will take this job. The reward: 1 weapon modification blueprint, or 2 tank upgrade blueprints. This price was highly calculated. If levied against a single player, it would undoubtedly be an astronomical fee capable of bankrupting them. But for Zone C-72, which boasted 8500 survivors, this was practically a bargain. The chat in the channel instantly exploded. Quick, who has a blueprint? This is the price of our lives. Let's crowdfund this together. We absolutely cannot let the boss make a trip for nothing. I have one. I just got a basic weapon modification blueprint from a mystery box. A player named Taigua Dundee jumped out excitedly. Soon after, countless players without blueprints chimed in. Brother, give the blueprint to the boss, and I'll compensate you with a piece of rusted iron. I'll give you a small piece of bread. I'll give you half a bottle of water. Faced with a matter of life and death, the players of Zone C-72 were united like never before. A massive influx of basic resources poured frantically toward the player who offered the blueprint, serving as a zone-wide crowdfunding effort for this exorbitant fee. In just a few minutes, Taigua Dundee's inventory was stuffed to the brim with resources sent by players from all over the zone. Not only did he fully recoup the value of the blueprint, but he also made a tidy profit. His hands trembled with excitement as he immediately mentioned Lu Yuan in the public channel. Boss Honglang, I have the blueprint ready. As long as you help us deal with the beasts blocking the way and clear a path of survival, I will trade it to you immediately. Instead of trading right away, they chose to pay after the fact, because they were also afraid. In this apocalyptic world devoid of any moral constraints, if the boss were to take this priceless blueprint and simply run away, they would truly be left with no way out. Lu Yuan naturally saw right through these petty calculations, but he was not angry. Even among close brothers, clear accounts make for long friends. This cash-on-delivery method of trading was actually more to his liking. After all, he was not one to engage in moral coercion. You can choose not to hand over the blueprint afterward, but then I, Lu Yuan, wouldn't mind playing the role of the ultimate road-blocking demon king myself. No problem. Lu Yuan decisively typed his reply. Find a safe place to hide, and make sure you don't get hit by stray bullets. I will arrive in about an hour. Having sent the message, Lu Yuan closed the chat screen. He pulled the control lever and the heavy treads ground against the ruins, producing a harsh grating sound. The massive Honglang tank executed a magnificent turnaround on the spot, pointing its thick crimson armor directly toward the Cross River Bridge, 2,000 kilometers away. An hour. Looking at the attributes of the V100 turbo fusion engine on his dashboard, a wild smile curled on Lu Yuan's lips. He pivoted the main gun barrel 180 degrees, aiming it directly toward the rear of the vehicle. System: blazing shockwave cannon, initiate rapid charging. Floor the accelerator. Rumble. The Tyrant engine unleashed a terrifying, ear-shattering roar. Accompanied by the sudden explosion of a dark red fireball at the rear, the 65-ton steel behemoth instantly transformed into a missile flying low to the ground. hurtling wildly toward the bridge 400 kilometers away. The Cross River Bridge, the stronghold of Scarface. Corpses and fresh blood littered the ground, serving as the grim backdrop for the revelry of these red-named thugs. Scarface stood atop a heavy truck welded with 50mm steel plates, clutching two blueprints that emitted an eerie blue glow, laughing with wild abandon. These were the premium rewards dropped after he had just slaughtered over 100 solo players in succession. A novice weapon modification blueprint, and an engine enhancement blueprint. Damn, murder and arson indeed bring gold belts. The ancients did not deceive me. Without a moment's hesitation, he slapped both blueprints onto the heavy truck beneath him. System upgrade this for me. A blinding white light instantly enveloped the entire steel heavy truck. Accompanied by a deafening sound of mechanical restructuring, the roof of the heavy truck tore open violently, and a rugged, menacing turret rose from within. A dark cannon barrel of astonishing caliber pointed straight ahead. Immediately after, the chassis of the heavy truck let out a deep growl as two plumes of scorching black smoke billowed from the exhaust pipes at its rear. The chassis became heavier and more solid. Ding! Heavy truck upgrade complete. Current vehicle armed, thug heavy truck. New weapon 80mm smoothbore cannon with high penetration shrapnel. Max load capacity 100 tons. Max speed 200 km/h. Fuel consumption 2.5 L diesel 10 kilometers. Staring at the magnificent data flashing on the light screen, Scarface trembled with sheer excitement. A terrifying load capacity of 100 tons. A maximum speed of 200 km/h. Coupled with 50mm thick bulletproof steel plates and a genuine smoothbore cannon on the roof. Was this even a truck anymore? This was clearly an invincible land dreadnought. Huh. I am a god now. Scarface raised his gun barrel and fired into the sky, arrogant to the extreme. He looked around at his equally well-equipped underlings, a profound sense of invincibility welling up within him. Let's see who the hell can escape my grasp today. Even if the Emperor of Heaven himself shows up, I'll blow his head off with one blast. A yellow-haired lackey stepped forward, shamelessly showering him with flattery. Boss is mighty. With this cannon, our convoy is definitely the strongest existence in this wasteland. That frontrunner from District C, 72, who rode past on a motorcycle earlier. If he dares to turn back, we'll absolutely blow him to smithereens with a single shot. Scarface felt immensely gratified, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of his life. After all, there had been a global announcement yesterday morning. A staggering 85000 people had survived in District C, 72. With such a massive population, the basic resources they held in their hands must be an unimaginable astronomical figure. He was already fantasizing in his mind about the glorious scene of slaughtering all these fat sheep trapped at the bridgehead and claiming their massive hoard of resources for himself. However, just as Scarface was at his most overbearing, preparing to order his men to harvest those lambs for the slaughter, the pebbles on the bridge deck suddenly trembled without warning. Following that, a dull vibration that made one's heart flutter slowly conducted through the hard bridge deck to the soles of everyone's feet. The sound was distant at first, like muffled thunder rolling on the horizon. But within a few short seconds, that muffled thunder transformed into a terrifying roar that tore through the air. It was as if an ancient beast was madly approaching. Boss! The flattery on the yellow-haired lackey's face instantly froze. He raised his trembling hand, pointing toward the end of the horizon, his voice laced with unmistakable terror, even cracking. Boss! Look! What on earth is that? Scarface frowned and whipped his head around, looking in the direction his lackey was pointing. With just a single glance, the overbearing arrogance on his face instantly solidified. At the edge of his vision, a blinding dark red fireball erupted violently on the highway. Flames soared into the sky, and right in front of that explosive fire, a massive, breathtakingly crimson heavy tank was hurtling toward the bridge in a manner that completely defied the laws of physics. This tank had actually rotated its main gun to the rear. With every shot fired, the terrifying explosive fireball generated a cataclysmic recoil. Combined with the beastly roar of its engine, the speed of this 65-ton steel behemoth was fast enough to make one's scalp tingle. 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers, 300 kilometers. It was even approaching 400 kilometers per hour. That was not driving at all. It was clearly a crimson meteorite flying flush against the ground. The gale howled, and the abandoned vehicles along the way were flipped over directly by the airflow it dragged in its wake. Scarface stared with wide eyes, his pupils trembling violently as his mind went completely blank. His proud speed of 200 kilometers per hour was as laughably slow as a crawling turtle before this crimson meteorite, and his proud 50mm bulletproof steel plates. Under the impact of this 65-ton steel beast traveling at 400 kilometers per hour, they would absolutely be torn to shreds in an instant like wet paper. Fuck! The true god of death had arrived. At high noon, the scorching sun of the wasteland blazed mercilessly. Yet the distant horizon was completely illuminated by a ball of dark red fire, far more blinding than the sunlight itself. The deafening roar of the engine even drowned out the rushing waters of the great river beneath the bridge. The players of Zone C, 72, trapped at the bridgehead, stared blankly toward the end of the highway. Sparks filled the sky like a brilliant daytime meteor shower. Accompanying the wild rampage of that steel behemoth, they dragged a long blood-red trail through the midday sky. After a brief dead silence, the regional chat channel instantly boiled over. It's the boss. Boss Red Wolf is here. Oh my god. The boss really came to save us. This entrance is just too domineering. The boss is truly a god descended to earth. Brothers, we are saved. Amidst the crowd, Wang Jian tightly embraced his wife in the passenger seat, tears welling up and spilling over. Looking at the blood-red meteor hurtling toward them in the distance, his entire body's blood boiled with wild excitement. That was no mere vehicle, it was the sole hope of survival for his entire family. My love, do you see that? We don't have to die. Wang Jian's voice was hoarse, trembling all over with excitement as he tightly gripped his wife's hand. On the other side, the scarred man and his red-named convoy were already paralyzed with fear by this world-ending spectacle. Quick, get in the car. Push all the steel barricades over. Block it. The yellow-haired lackey scrambled into the off-road vehicle, so terrified, he couldn't even hold the steering wheel, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Faced with that terrifying monster charging like a mountain at speeds approaching 400 kilometers per hour, the spikes and bulletproof armor they took such pride in were nothing more than paper toys. Clenching his teeth, the scarred man's fear was gradually replaced by a desperate, maniacal hostility. What the hell is this thing? He spun around abruptly, kicked aside his trembling lackey, and climbed onto the turret of the armed heavy truck himself, feeling the solid chassis of the heavy truck beneath him. And touching the thick barrel of the 80mm smoothbore gun, the scarred man finally clawed back a shred of confidence. I don't give a damn what kind of monster you are. Anyone who dares block my way to fortune must die. Eat this. With bloodshot eyes, the scarred man frantically rotated the turret. The thick black barrel of the cannon locked onto the approaching blood-red fireball. Without a moment's hesitation, he slammed down the fire button. Boom. A blinding plume of fire erupted from the heavy truck's barrel, the recoil jolting the entire vehicle backward. A live round armed with high-explosive armor-piercing shrapnel tore through the air, hurtling straight toward the Red Wolf tank. Meanwhile, inside the cockpit, Yuan was entirely focused on managing the controls. The speed of 400 kilometers per hour combined with the terrifying inertia of reversing at a breakneck pace made the tank's periscope view highly blurred. His full attention was devoted to maintaining the balance of this steel behemoth. As for the trivial counterattacks at the bridgehead ahead, he was moving too fast to even notice them. Boom. An earth-shattering explosion erupted violently at the entrance of the Cross River Bridge. The shell accurately struck the center of the blood-red meteor. Blinding fire and thick black smoke instantly surged into the sky, completely swallowing the entire highway. Billowing dust and smoke obscured everyone's vision. Countless stones and metal shrapnel scattered in all directions, clattering loudly as they rained down upon the bridge. A hit. I hit it. Standing atop the heavy truck, the scarred man burst into an extremely arrogant wild laugh as he stared at the explosion zone engulfed in thick black smoke. What a piece of junk. In front of my cannon, it's nothing but a pile of scrap metal. This is what you get for crossing me. The scarred man's harsh, crazed laughter echoed across the open bridge. Meanwhile, behind the bridgehead, the smiles on the faces of the Zone C 72 players who had just been cheering wildly instantly froze. All cheering came to an abrupt halt. Wang Jian slumped powerlessly in the driver's seat, the fire of hope in his eyes instantly extinguished, replaced by endless coldness and trembling fear. The regional chat was filled with suffocating despair. It's over. These beasts. How do they even have artillery? With that kind of terrifying explosion, what vehicle could possibly withstand such a direct blast? Are we really going to die here? Before the Cross River Bridge, thick black smoke billowed. The earth-shattering roar of the explosion still echoed in the air. Inside the cockpit of the Red Wolf tank, Yuan gripped the control lever tightly, a layer of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. In that split second, the colossal roar and violent shuddering of the hull gave him a massive fright. He had even thought he was about to overturn. System report chariot damage status immediately. Yuan shouted in haste. Ding. Detected frontal impact from an 80mm smoothbore armor-piercing shell. Current durability of the Scarlet Meteoric Iron Heavy Armor has decreased by 1%. Staring at the minuscule number on the light screen, Yuan was momentarily stunned. Indeed, a mere 1% drop in durability. That seemingly world-ending blast had barely even scraped the paint off the Red Wolf tank. Yet the sheer scale of the assault was terrifying. Wiping away his cold sweat with lingering dread, and uncontrollable fury instantly ignited in Yuan's eyes. Damn it. Thank goodness I had the foresight to reconstruct the armor with top-tier Scarlet Meteoric Iron in advance. If I were still using the old, ordinary steel plates, this sudden ambush today might have truly cost me my life here. At this thought, the murderous intent in Yuan's heart boiled over completely. These beasts were not only robbing and murdering, but they had actually managed to field genuine heavy artillery. Their firepower is escalating far too rapidly. If I do not crush them all today, they will undoubtedly become a catastrophic threat in the future. I must not leave a single survivor. Go to hell. With eyes blazing, Yuan slammed the accelerator of the V100 turbo fusion engine all the way to the floor. Rumble. On the bridge, the scarred man was still laughing, maniacally immersed in the arrogant joy of blowing his enemy to pieces with a single shot. Yet in the next second, his laughter cut off abruptly like a duck being strangled by the neck. A wild wind tore through the dense black smoke. A colossal iron silhouette carrying a suffocating sense of pressure crashed out of the haze. Not only did it not slow down, but its speed was increasing rapidly like a rampaging ancient behemoth. No, this is impossible. The flesh on the scarred man's face twitched violently, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. That was an 80mm armor-piercing fragmentation shell. Even a genuine armored vehicle would have fallen apart on the spot after taking such a hit. Yet this red monster did not even have a single dent. At a terrifying speed of 400 kilometers per hour, the distance between them closed rapidly. 800 meters. The earth trembled violently, and loose gravel on the bridge deck was swept into midair by the gale. 500 meters. Fire. Reload and fire, hurry. The scarred man screamed hysterically, pounding the turret in desperation, but this kind of heavy artillery simply could not be reloaded in time for a second shot. 100 meters. The terrifying roar of the engine and the gale force winds from the shockwave flipped several light off-road vehicles in front onto their sides. The scarred man's subordinates wailed as they abandoned their vehicles and fled, only to be swept off their feet by the fierce wind rolling across the ground. 10 meters. The massive shadow of the Scarlet tank had completely enveloped the heavy truck that the scarred man was so proud of. Before this speeding iron behemoth, the so-called 50mm bulletproof steel plates were as flimsy as scrap paper. Bang! An absolute collision with a foregone conclusion. Sparks flew in all directions, and the tooth-gritting screech of tearing metal echoed through the heavens. The heavily armored prow of the Red Wolf tank sliced through the heavy truck's frontal armor without any resistance. That modified heavy truck, like a soda can struck by a speeding bullet train, deformed severely in an instant, collapsing and buckling backward. The colossal kinetic energy hurled the heavy truck along with the scarred man on its roof violently into the air. It then crashed heavily onto the bridge deck dozens of meters away, reduced to a pile of smoldering black scrap metal. An instant kill. Absolute physical domination. With a piercing screech of brakes, the Red Wolf tank left two deep scorched track marks on the bridge deck, coming to a steady halt. The surviving red-named lackeys around were now completely terrified out of their wits. A minor leader, his face covered in blood, raised his weapon and roared hysterically. Fire! Shoot, damn it! The remaining thugs snapped out of their daze, and a few, driven to madness, hoisted a heavy Gatling machine gun, squeezing the trigger with all their might. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Violent tongues of fire spat out as a dense hail of bullets poured frantically onto the massive hull of the Red Wolf tank. However, those Gatling bullets struck the deep crimson armor, producing only a succession of crisp metallic clangs. Countless warheads were ruthlessly deflected in an instant, sending sparks flying everywhere. Far from penetrating the armor, they failed to leave even a faint white scratch. At this moment, all the red-named thugs finally fell into absolute despair. Discarding their weapons, they scrambled and crawled, trying to flee toward both sides of the bridge. However, sitting in the cockpit, Yuan expressionlessly pressed a red button on the weapon console. The armor on top of the tank slowly parted. A close-in weapon system boasting a sci-fi design and gleaming with a cold metallic luster rose up. Guided by fully automated smart radar, Metal Storm. Beep, beep, beep. The radar scanner swiftly swept across the field. Red locking lasers, like the gaze of the Grim Reaper, instantly and precisely locked onto every fleeing enemy on the bridge. Leave none alive. Yuan coldly issued the command. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A metal torrent of 500 large-caliber rounds per second instantly tore through the air. At the entrance of the river-crossing bridge, the thick smoke gradually dispersed. The ground was strewn with shocking wreckage and blood, presenting a gruesome sight. Under the devastating baptism of fire from the metal storm, the scarred man's henchmen did not even leave behind a single intact corpse, reduced entirely to shredded flesh. The Red Wolf tank sat quietly in the center of the ruins like an unshakable iron demon deity. Right at that moment, a sudden screech of grinding metal echoed from beneath the wreckage of the heavy truck, which had been crushed into a flat pancake. Bang! A warped car door was violently kicked flying. A blood-drenched figure resembling a malevolent spirit crawling out of hell struggled to squeeze out from the heap of scrap metal. It was none other than the scarred man. At this moment, his appearance was wretched to the extreme. Most of his bones were shattered, his left arm was bent backward at a bizarre angle, and his chest was severely caved in from the crushing impact of the steering wheel. Yet despite suffering such fatal injuries, he was miraculously still alive. Cross-district slaughter had not only allowed him to plunder massive amounts of resources, but had also enabled him to absorb the experience points of over 100 people. His physical stats, which reached as high as level 3, granted him a terrifying vitality, far surpassing that of ordinary humans. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, the scarred man swayed as he forced himself upright. He glared fixedly at the massive Red Wolf tank before him, his eyes filled with madness and insufferable arrogance. "Ha! I'm not dead. Did you see that? Even an impact like this couldn't kill me. I am the chosen one. This world was born for me." The scarred man raised his remaining right hand and pointed at the tank's cold crimson armor, unleashing a hysterical roar. "What kind of skill is it to hide inside a turtle shell? If you have the guts, get the hell down here and fight me one-on-one." Inside the cockpit, Yuan stared through the periscope at the frenzied, blood-soaked figure outside. There was not a single ripple of emotion in his eyes, as if he were looking at a dead man. "Still not dead." A cold, mocking sneer curled at the corner of Yuan's mouth. "One-on-one. Brain dead." Lu Yuan did not hesitate for even a single second, not even bothering to waste half a word in response. He gripped the control lever directly and slammed his foot down on the accelerator. Rumble. The V-100 turbo fusion engine let out a low growl. The 65-ton steel behemoth lunged forward abruptly. Oh fuck. Under the scarred man's suddenly contracting despairing pupils, the wide, heavy metal tracks rolled over him mercilessly. Squish. A sickening, bone-crushing sound echoed. Before the absolute weight of steel, the scarred man's proud level 3 enhanced body could not hold out for even half a second. He was instantly crushed into a uniform pool of minced flesh, completely and utterly dead. Sitting in the cockpit, Lu Yuan did not even blink. It was merely crushing an annoying bug in his way. After a brief dead silence, the public channel instantly erupted into a frenzy of celebration. Awesome. Huh. This is hilarious. What the hell, one-on-one? He sounded so tough I thought he was going to unleash some ultimate move, but he was instantly turned into meat paste. I love the boss's attitude. Why waste breath when you can just solve it with tank tracks? Immediately after, a system notification sounding like celestial music rang in his mind. Ding. Killed District C, 71 player. Li Jun gained cross-district points 1. Ding. Killed District C, 71 player. Wang Feng gained cross-district points 1. Ding. Killed District C, 71 player. Zhao Chong gained cross-district points 1. A rapid succession of kill notifications flooded his screen. Following that, the most exhilarating rule came into effect. Ding. Cross-district slaughter rule triggered. Automatically looting all of the target's resources. The scarred man's convoy had previously plundered countless solo players, and the wealth they had accumulated was an astronomical figure. But now all of it served as a perfect gift for Lu Yuan. The resource list on the light screen began to scroll frantically. Obtained basic metal block X1000. Obtained high-purity gasoline X2000 liters. Obtained pure water X3000 liters. Obtained various instant food crates X1500. Obtained elementary melee weapon blueprint X5. Obtained random bronze blind box X10. Looking at the massive haul of loot, Lu Yuan patted the steering wheel with satisfaction. How was this a battle? This was clearly a shopping spree. Indeed, plunder is the quickest path to wealth. The scarred man and his gang were practically the most diligent workers in this post-apocalyptic world. After working tirelessly all day, they ended up handing over everything principal and interest to him. Lu Yuan casually closed the inventory screen and opened the public chat channel of District C-72. With a light tap of his finger, he typed a brief line of text. The path is clear. Come over. Just these 6 short words. As if possessing some form of magic, they instantly ignited the dead-silent District C-72. We won. The boss won. I knew it. Bulletproof steel plates are nothing but paper toys in front of the boss. Sob, we are saved. Thank you, boss. At this moment, the player named Taigwa Dundee did not break his promise either. He immediately sent over an exclusive trade request. Boss Red Wolf, here is the promised reward, the elementary weapon modification blueprint. Thank you for saving my life, boss. From now on, I'll follow your every command. Lu Yuan decisively clicked to accept the trade. A blueprint radiating a faint blue glow landed steadily in his system inventory. This transaction had yielded him an absolute fortune. Behind the bridge entrance, Wang Jian took a deep breath, tremblingly stepped on the gas, and was the first to slowly drive his Wuling minivan toward the bridge. The surviving convoy behind him followed closely. When they finally got a clear view of the scene, everyone involuntarily gasped. On the bridge, the modified heavy truck, which supposedly boasted 50 millimeters of welded bulletproof steel plates, had actually been violently smashed into a warped, collapsed pancake of iron. The surrounding ground was rutted with terrifyingly deep trenches plowed by large-caliber bullets. As for those vicious red-named bandits, not a single intact corpse remained. They had all been reduced to meat paste under the tank tracks. Shock. Unparalleled shock. Only at this moment did they truly realize the world-destroying power possessed by the tank boss they had blindly idolized. Through his car window, Wang Jian gazed in awe at the crimson behemoth parked ahead. He did not honk his horn, nor did he make a sound to disturb it. He simply rolled down his window in silence and mouthed a quiet thank you toward the tank. Subsequently, one car after another slowly drove past the Red Wolf tank. Every passing player from District C-72 spontaneously paid their respects to this chariot of life. Sitting in the cockpit, Lu Yuan quietly watched the crowd drive toward the opposite bank of the bridge, a faint smile playing on his lips. When it came to emotional value, this group of people from District 72 truly delivered. He did not linger at the bridgehead. The cross-district merger had already begun. On the upcoming stretch of road, he would no longer face novice players from just their own district. Instead, he would encounter countless ruthless characters like the scarred man who had climbed their way up over the corpses of others. Lu Yuan gazed at the newly traded weapon modification blueprint in his system inventory, his eyes deep. System, bring up the weapon editing panel. The smile on Lu Yuan's face deepened. The main cannon and armor had already been upgraded. Now it was time to upgrade the metal storm on the roof as well. The cockpit of the Honglang tank was dimly lit. Lu Yuan, the weapon editing panel. The main cannon flame shockwave cannon handles wide area clearance and rapid pursuit. The V-100 turbine assembly engine provides ferocious power. The Xinghong armor offers absolute defense. The only thing this war machine still lacks is an even more extreme single-target rapid-fire capability. The metal storm atop the roof earlier could deal with Tier 1 zombies, but against boss-level monsters, it was gradually showing signs of strain. System reconstruct the metal storm closed defense cannon. Ding. Preliminary weapon modification schematics were detected integrated with the vehicle's firepower system, generating the following reconstruction routes. A holographic screen flickered revealing dozens of distinct enhancement directions. Route A, swap in armor-piercing rounds to boost armor penetration. Route B, install micro-demolition rounds with area damage. Route C, increase barrel heat resistance, increasing the rate of fire. He swept a hand across the holographic screen, dragging the option list to the bottom. At the end of the list hung a lone glowing special option. This is the most outrageous and expensive top-tier plan among all the basic upgrade routes. Yuan fixed his gaze on it. Route in electric storm. Feature switch to high-voltage electronic rounds. Significantly increases penetration. Hitting a target would carry a strong electric shock. Successive hits would accumulate paralysis stacks until the target was completely paralyzed. Yuan's eyes lit up at this attribute. Penetration with infinite paralysis stacking. This would surely be a god-tier weapon for soloing high-armor bosses. Yet when Yuan scanned the requirements of the ultimate route below, he gasped. Reconstruction materials: metal blocks X800, high conductivity copper wires X800, Thunderstrike with X100. In this beginner phase where even getting a bite to eat is difficult, such astronomical material costs on a basic schematic are nothing short of a cosmic joke. Ordinary players would go bankrupt robbing the entire district and still fail to assemble these materials. When faced with this option, they'd glance away and curse the system for cheating them. But Yuan was different. A confident smile curved at the corner of his mouth. Ding. Exclusive talent activated firepower editing system engaged. All modification material costs are fixed at 1%. Actual materials required: metal blocks X800, high conductivity copper wires X200, Thunderstrike with X1. Seeing the consumption sheet drop to such bargain prices, Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. He had already bought a large stock of metal blocks, so he was not short. As for the high conductivity copper wires, he held ordinary insulated wires in hand, but their quantity was immense. System fuse insulated wires into high conductivity copper wires. Ding. Fusion successful. Insulated wires X2000 consumed. Gained high conductivity copper wires X200. The materials for both were cleared in an instant. That last rare Thunderstrike, what he had never heard of, but since only one was needed, it wasn't a problem. Yuan opened the regional market and searched for rare Thunderstrike wood. No wonder this region of 8500 people had plenty of good stuff. The page flashed and a dozen listings appeared. But the sellers were gouging. The cheapest asked for 500 metal blocks. Anyone able to spare 500 metal blocks at this stage would be a rarity indeed. But to Yuan, who had just rated it, was peanuts. Buy it. Yuan didn't blink, tossing 500 metal blocks to snap up the cheapest Thunderstrike wood. Seeing the assembled materials, Yuan didn't hesitate. He tapped the upgrade. Confirm upgrade. A piercing deep blue arc of electricity wrapped around the metal storm atop the hull. Accompanied by a crisp mechanical reassembly, the bulky multi-barrel gun tubes were reshaped into 6 crystalline barrels glowing with azure arcs. Below the gun, a tiny electromagnetic conversion array slowly spun, emitting a tingling hum. Ding. Upgrade complete. Current secondary cannon electric storm. Current attack power 200. Current penetration 15. Effect lightning damage 50, with an electric shock on the target. Perfect. Elsewhere at the river bridge's entrance zone C, 71 survivors crouched behind overturned cars, trembling. They had just witnessed the invincible Scarred Man and his 50mm armored heavy truck ground to pulp beneath the red tank. Right then the Zone C, 71 chat channel overflowed with despairing wails. It's over. We just killed one fiend, and now another living demon king is coming. That Scarred Man is an idiot. He blocked the bridge, and now he's provoked a monster they can't afford to offend. Brothers, hide the women and hand over the food. The owner of this tank must be even more brutal than Scarred Man, or perhaps it's better to pay up to avoid disaster. They had prepared to be looted clean, or even enslaved by the tank. Yet what happened next would utterly subvert their beliefs. Behind them at the river bridge's entrance, a line of battered cars rolled in, all players from Zone C-72. Those travelers passing the terrifying blood-red tank showed no fear. Instead, they rolled down their windows, some grateful, others clasping their hands in prayer, their eyes filled with fervent admiration and awe. That is the attitude reserved for gods. Zone C, 71 players stood utterly dumbfounded. This scene felt wrong. How could a tyrant not plunder them, but seem like their guardian deity? Just as the C-71 players looked blank, ready to tremble and pay protection, the massive Honglang tank moved. In the cockpit, Yuan didn't even glance at the Zone C-71 players. To him, a crowd of bottom dwellers who could be squeezed by Scarred Man would yield little. He quietly pressed a button on the control panel. Boom. The tank's enormous turret rotated a full 180 degrees, its muzzle pointed toward the rear. What is he going to do? It's over. He's going to fire at us. The Zone C-71 players panicked, cowering and closing their eyes as if waiting for death. Yet boom. A massive dark red fireball exploded from the muzzle, and the terrifying shockwave swept across the field in an instant. But the shell did not strike anyone. Instead, it became a devastating reverse thrust. The enormous Honglang tank under the dual boosts of thrust and turbine engine instantly rose from the ground, becoming a red streak. In the blink of an eye, it vanished. Only the ground left behind by panicked players lay in the wind, the scene, leaving them stunned and scattered. This way of driving, firing, while reversing to rush ahead, was not only audacious, but almost abstract. Yet this reckless swagger utterly shattered their mental defenses. In Zone C-71's chat, the mood shifted drastically. He didn't kill us. He didn't even bother to loot our stuff. Is this the boss of Zone C-72? So classy. Wah. I want to transfer to another zone. System, can there be a zone transfer feature? I want to go to Zone C-72 to be the boss's dog. Not only Zone C-71. All players across Zones C-73, C-74, and C-75 who endured the bridge incident were deeply convinced. This cross-zone bridge had become Lu Yuan's personal fan club. Lu Yuan drove the Honglang tank, sparks and lightning flying as he repeatedly overtook, entering the second stage terrain. The dilapidated buildings on either side faded away, giving way to an endless black wasteland. Then through the periscope, Lu Yuan spotted a stylish, heavy-armored motorcycle parked beside the black dunes ahead. The motorcycle's owner seemed to stop there on purpose, not moving forward, as if waiting for someone. When the red steel behemoth roared closer, he looked up. The motorcycle's owner immediately removed his windproof helmet, waved his arms, and bounced around excitedly, as if shouting something. Yet Lu Yuan had no intention of slowing down. Boom. The colossal Honglang tank, roaring through a gust, sped past the motorcycle. The air current was like a Category 12 super typhoon. Big. The motorcyclist's smile froze. The gale hurled him toward the wasteland beside the road, where he rolled 3 times, the red silhouette fading in a flash. He faced the air, crying in silence and shaking his head, a bitter, speechless sigh escaping his lips. Boss. It's me, the wind-chasing wolf. On the highway across the Black Death, Gobi sand swirled through the air. Lin Zihao, dusty and wind-tossed, crawled out from a sandbank distant. Tail a tank shrank to a mere red, his whole body rattled by the wind. He bowed his head to survey his heavily armored motorcycle, toppled by the gusts, then wiped the sand from his face. This boss's driving is truly exhausting. He hastily tapped the system panel and sent a private message. Boss, it's me. In the Honglang tank's cockpit, Lu Yuan was leisurely sipping an ice-cold cola, enjoying the cool air conditioning. Ping. A private chat popped up. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and replied with a single symbol. Boss, the guy who waved wildly by the roadside and was blown away by your throttle. That unlucky fellow was me. Lin Zihao sent the message and added a crying emoji behind it. Lu Yuan recalled that he had indeed sent someone flying just now. A slight tremor of amusement flicked at the corner of his mouth. If you hadn't told me earlier, I would have thought it was one of those scammers trying to hitch a ride. Lin Zihao read the reply on the screen, nearly spitting out blood. Scam. Who would dare to knock the porcelain off a 65-ton tank? Do you think dying is easy or stylish? He muttered, inwardly furious at the implication. You saw it and didn't bother stopping, you cold boss. Of course he would not dare type that. Boss, wait for me ahead. Ooh, I have crucial intel. Lu Yuan tapped the armrest and replied with a single word, okay. 1 minute later, the tank slowed and pulled over to the roadside. Lin Zihao rode up on the scarred heavy motorcycle like a starstruck fan and arrived in a rush. With a sharp clack, the Honglang tank's top hatch slid open. Lu Yuan half leaned out, one hand propping on the edge of the hatch, looking down at Lin Zihao from above. The setting sun stretched his shadow long, carrying an inexplicable sense of oppression. Before Lin Zihao could speak, the tank's side-mounted secondary cannon crackled to life with a mechanical hum. The gun barrel instantly rotated, the dark, gaping muzzle locking onto Lin Zihao's forehead. Lin Zihao stiffened and the word boss died in his throat. He swallowed hard, trembling as he raised his hands. Oh Lord, careful of misfire. This thing looks terrifying. Lu Yuan looked at him with a restrained smile. Relax, this thing is fully automatic lock-on. As long as you don't intend to attack me, you're safe. Lin Zihao wore a pained expression, waving his hands repeatedly. I would never attack you. You're my #1 fan. Oh. Who? I am your #1 fan. Lu Yuan waved his hands, signaling him to stop. Enough of this fluff, get to the point. Lin Zihao stood up straight, tidied his tangled jacket, and his expression turned serious. Boss, my name is Lin Zihao, 19 years old. Before the crossing, I was a student of mechanical dynamics, and I love tinkering with cars. Boss, thanks to you, my motorcycle upgraded and unlocked a hidden accessory called Chaogan Ladashido. He pointed to the ring of green-lit little lamps at the front of the motorcycle. This thing isn't much in combat power, but it's a good hand for gathering supplies, warning of monsters, and probing hidden terrain. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing up the young man. His gaze was clear, a little timid, yet brimming with craftiness. Do you want to form a team with me? Lin Zihao nodded heavily, eyes blazing. Boss, I know you don't need protection, but I can do grunt work. My radar can filter out low-grade supplies and seek the most cost-effective routes. Lu Yuan stroked his chin and pondered. As the highway stretched further into the unknown, the environment grew more and more complex. He drove, scavenged, kept watch, and gathered materials all by himself, indeed a little scattered. If there was a clean, trustworthy ally, it might not be a bad idea. I can consider it, but you must prove your worth, not just freeload and slow me down. Hearing this, the young man's face lit with urgency. He stepped forward half a step, lowering his voice as if afraid others might hear. Boss, you can rest assured. I'm not here to freeload you. I've got something tangible in my hands that I can offer you. He swallowed and spoke even softer. My Chowgon Leda Shitong scanned a special route, and its location is in the area where I just intercepted you. I checked it. That should be the entrance to a military-industrial cave. Hearing the words military-industrial cave, Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened at once. He understood all too well what those 4 characters signified. Although the Honglang tank was invincible, both kinetic armor and its firepower systems required vast quantities of special materials to fill the gaps. Ordinary highway supply crates usually yielded breadwater or basic scrap metal. Only those hidden military-industrial facilities were true treasure troves capable of transforming a war machine. Military-industrial cave. Lu Yuan's lips curled into a wild smile as he patted the cold armor of the tank. This pledge carries real weight. Get in. Lead the way. Lin Zihao beamed with joy, nearly leaping with excitement. All right, boss, you stay close behind me. Heave yourself up, Lin Zihao said, crawling up the scarred, heavy motorcycle, mashing the throttle to the floor. The exhaust belched black smoke as he surged into the yellow sands ahead. Lu Yuan ducked back into the cockpit. The Honglang tank's massive tracks ground the stones into dust, like a waking steel behemoth following close behind. The 2 vehicles, one in front and one behind, quickly left the straight main road and entered a barren, dried riverbed. The terrain was rugged, flanked by towering dark red cliffs with wind and sand howling through the canyon. Lin Zihao's driving was indeed deft, aided by the radar. He dodged left and right, avoiding countless hidden pits. The Honglang tank was rougher and more brutal. When faced with obstacles, they simply crushed through over rocks and through deep pits. The turbo-assisted engine roared to flatten everything beneath the 65-ton chassis. 10-odd minutes later, Lin Zihao stopped at the end of a concealed canyon. He pointed at a cliff that merged with the mountain ahead and shouted, "Boss, here it is. The radar shows the entrance behind this cliff." Lu Yuan halted the tank and surveyed ahead through the panoramic periscope. To the naked eye, it looked like a weathered rock. But switching to the system scan mode, he immediately detected something off. Beneath that rock's disguise lay 2 10-meter-tall alloy blast doors. The door edges were encrusted with rust, sealed for ages past. Lin Zihao ran to the door, knocked on the rock camouflage, and spread his hands in frustration. "Boss, we've found the door, but this is an old generation top-spec blast door. With my little motorcycle, even if I crash it to scrap, I won't scratch a single bit of its paint." Lu Yuan laughed softly, his eyes bright with excitement. "Move aside." Lin Zihao was startled, then realized the danger, and like a frightened rabbit rolled and crawled behind a rock tens of meters away. The Honglang tank roared with deafening engine sound. The heavy turret slowly rotated. The heavily modified, thick cannon bore itself on the sealed giant blast doors. "Can't open the door." "Then blow the door and the mountain together." Lu Yuan pressed the firing button. Boom. A blinding flash of light lit up the canyon. The power of the blazing shock cannon erupted in an instant, a savage flame and force hammering the 10-meter-high alloy blast door. A deafening roar echoed through the canyon. The tremors forced Lin Zihao to grip his motorcycle tightly, barely able to hold on against the gale. As the smoke cleared, that door, lauded as the old era's highest-grade blast door, was ripped open to reveal a hole 4 to 5 meters in diameter. The edge of the thick alloy buckled, dark crimson iron dripping from it. Lu Yuan pulled the lever, and the Red Wolf tank rolled over the rubble, a sovereign of steel steering straight into the shadowy tunnel. Lin Zihao swallowed quickly, mounting his motorcycle and following in the dust. The tank's searchlight cut through the darkness, but the sight before Lu Yuan left him momentarily stunned. Before them lay not a simple prep warehouse, but a broad underground military-industrial artery, seemingly endless. A towering dome rose dozens of meters high with load-bearing columns, more than 3 meters in diameter, on either side. Row upon row of abandoned automated conveyors and rusted transport rails stretched into the depths, the glow of the vehicle lights seeming to be swallowed by the abyss. "This place. It's too big." Lin Zihao studied the abyssal scan on the radar, taking a cold breath. "Stay close, don't fall behind," Lu Yuan warned in a grave tone as the tank began to advance steadily through the vast underground labyrinth. The underground tunnel was a maze of wrecked armored hulls and scattered metal crates. Not far ahead, Lin Zihao's radar began to emit rapid beeps. "Boss, in the abandoned truck to the left front, there are supply crates." Lu Yuan steered the tank, turning. He forcefully smashed the truck cab open, dumping out several dusty military green wooden crates. They secured 50 refined scrap iron, 20 high-grade diesel, and 5 basic armor repair kits. The two pressed on. As they went deeper, the danger of this underground military factory gradually revealed itself. When they entered a scrapyard filled with decommissioned mechs, crimson electronic eyes suddenly lit up in the darkness. A heavy clang of metal announced the arrival of a group of over 2-meter-tall, semi-mechanical mutated guards, their bodies studded with rusted parts. Their hands had been forged into razor-sharp disc saws and heavy guns. Surrounded from all sides, Lu Yuan did not panic. Instead, he licked his lips in excited anticipation. "Perfect. Let's test the hardness of our new armor on you." The Red Wolf tank pressed forward into the tide of monsters as the electric storm closed defense cannon activated, 6 muzzles whirling frantically. Dense hail of bullets became a death-fire whip, mercilessly lashing the mechanical guards. A few unlucky ones swung their saws and hacked at the tank's crimson meteoric iron armor, but only produced faint sparks and left no scratches. Lu Yuan floored the accelerator, the 65-ton body, grinding forward like a colossal press, crushing these mechanical beasts into heaps of scrap. Time ticked away second by second. The oppressive underground atmosphere grew heavier, as if they would never reach the end. An hour passed. 2 hours passed. In that time, they weathered 7 or 8 waves of sporadic monster assaults, with venomous mechanical spiders lurking in ventilation ducts and heavily armored zombies wandering the ruins. But before the Red Wolf's crushing firepower, these obstacles all became Lu Yuan's experience points and piles of loot. Along the way, relying on Lin Ziheo's hypersensitive radar, they swept through a dozen hidden supply caches along the route, like bulldozers. The tank's auxiliary storage was filled with high-grade metal blocks and mechanical parts. For hours of relentless advancement had passed. When Lin Ziheo's voice was almost hoarse, the tunnel ahead finally changed. The space opened up and a massive underground central hub, about half a football field in size, appeared before them. Lu Yuan, we're here. Radar shows a high-energy independent vault at the very front. Lin Ziheo pointed at the thick gate, thrilled, beating his thigh. The Red Wolf tank slowly halted before the heavy doors of the main warehouse. After 4 hours of trek, they finally reached the prize. Lu Yuan, repeating the old trick, blasted the locked electronic door with the recoil from the main cannon. A heavy draft rushed out, and the warehouse's backup power seemed to activate. Yellow lights flickered to life in orderly rows. Seeing what lay inside, even Lu Yuan battle-hardened as he drew a deep breath. Row after row of orderly military moisture-proof supply crates piled high. To the left were dozens of high-explosive armor-piercing projectiles, and to the right lay armor plates emitting a pale blue glow. In the center of the warehouse, behind a ballistic glass dome, floated a rare blueprint glowing with purple light, beside it a subtly pulsating mechanical power core. After 4 hours of darkness, this prize more than justified its hidden rank. Lu Yuan turned to Lin Ziheo, a maniacal smile spreading across his face. Kid, you've achieved a great feat this time. System notifications chimed in rapid succession as rare blueprints glowing with a purple aura and mechanical power cores instantly swept into his system inventory. Beside them, the mountainous piles of high-explosive armor-piercing rounds and military-grade armor plates were also completely cleared out by him. The foundational strength of the Red Wolf tank instantly surged. Just as Lin Ziheo was about to cheer in excitement, a piercing red alarm suddenly echoed frantically throughout the entire underground military factory. Boom! A world-shaking blast resounded from behind. At the entrance of the main passage that had just been blown open, a super-alloy dragon gate, several meters thick, slammed down violently, completely sealing off their path of retreat. Immediately after, the earth began to shake violently, without warning. The discarded metal parts on the ground bounced frantically like crackling beans. Accompanied by a dull mechanical grinding sound, the massive metal wall at the deepest part of the factory slowly slid open to both sides. Lin Ziheo let out a terrified, pitch-breaking shriek. "B-boss, the door is sealed shut. Something huge is coming out." He stared intently at the supersensory radar on the motorcycle. At the dead center of the radar screen, a suffocatingly massive crimson skull-shaped blip was slowly yet inexorably drawing near. Beside the blip, a despair-inducing level info was starkly displayed. LV-10. Accompanied by heavy footsteps like rolling thunder, the billowing dust was violently torn apart. A cyborg mutated behemoth whose size rivaled a 3-story building slowly stepped out of the shadows. It was covered in pale mutated bone armor, with heavy tank armor plates from the old era stitched directly onto its back and arms. Dark red, putrid fluid seeped from the gaps between the bone armor and metal. With every step it took, a deep crater was left in the ground. The stench of blood and engine oil in the air instantly intensified tenfold. This was the ultimate creation of the deepest part of the military factory, the heavy armored stitched tyrant. Looking at the mountain-like level 10 BOSS, Lin Ziheo's legs turned to jelly, and even the strength to flee was completely drained from his body. Its exaggerated size and suffocating pressure made victory seem utterly impossible. Yet inside the cockpit, as Lu Yuan gazed at this stitched behemoth, his eyes instantly grew sharp and fanatical. "Kid, find a pillar and hide well." Lu Yuan's cold voice broadcasted through the external loudspeaker, echoing in the cavernous military factory. "If you get grazed by a stray bullet, I won't be held responsible." Lin Ziheo heard this and instantly jolted awake. While he was useless in a fight, he was a professional at running away. In a flash, he slipped under the chassis of an abandoned armored personnel carrier. "Does being big make you useful, eh?" A wild, arrogant curve hooked the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth as his hands firmly gripped the control levers. "Even if you are a mountain of iron today, I will blow you into smithereens." The heavy turret swung around abruptly. Its dark, gaping barrel instantly locked onto the overbearing level 10 boss in the distance. Fire! Boom! The blazing shockwave cannon unleashed a world-shaking roar. Simultaneously, the electrostorm on the vehicle roof commenced sweeping fire at maximum power. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The dense blue and white net of firepower, like a wild dance of the Grim Reaper, poured frantically onto the behemoth's thick bone armor and armor plates. Immediately after, a bizarre scene unfolded. The tyrant, which had been advancing with heavy menacing steps, suddenly grew rigid in its movements. Its highly raised mechanical claw froze in midair, its descent slowing down dramatically. It felt as though a movie had been forcibly put into slow-motion playback. 10 stacks, 50 stacks, 100 stacks. As bullets poured down like a torrential rain, the paralysis effect of the electrostorm was instantly stacked to its limit. The behemoth's mountain-like colossal body was actually frozen dead in its tracks over 100 meters away from the tank. It struggled desperately only to find that every inch of its muscle and mechanical joint refused to obey, leaving it to tremble violently on the spot, like a comical statue frozen in its charging stance. Run? Why aren't you running anymore? Yuan let out a cold sneer, pressing the main cannon's charge button once again, without a moment's hesitation. Boom. The second lethal blazing shell, carrying a devastating, all-consuming fury, slammed, with absolute precision, onto the tyrant's hideous head. Flames snaked frantically into its body through the armor gaps, relentlessly searing its rotting flesh. However, as the ultimate boss of the hidden military factory, its vitality was far beyond that of the ordinary mobs outside. Accompanied by a deafening roar, a red warning suddenly flashed across the system panel before Yuan's eyes. Ding. The target's electrocuted state has been forcibly removed. Electro resistance has increased significantly. The behemoth abruptly broke free from its paralyzing shackles, moving its thick lower limbs, and taking heavy strides to charge once more, its speed growing faster and faster. Yuan watched the rapidly approaching colossal figure, a trace of excited ferocity flashing in his eyes. Resistance increased. Fine, then I'll just keep stacking it on you. Yuan abruptly pulled the control lever and slammed his foot down on the accelerator. The Red Wolf tank let out a beast-like roar as its tracks frantically kicked up metal debris from the ground, starting a high-speed reverse sprint. In this spacious underground military factory, this 65-ton steel beast actually behaved like an agile cheetah, weaving around the massive load-bearing pillars and effortlessly kiting the mountain-like boss. While kiting by reversing at an alarming speed, it kept its turret locked onto the behemoth. The barrels of the electrostorm turned glowing hot, pouring out a continuous dense torrent of metal. Deceleration, paralysis, burning armor penetration. Under this devastating baptism of firepower, even the level 10 boss, in its frenzied state, could only let out roars of impotent rage. Finally, after a prolonged bombardment, the behemoth's battered and broken body could no longer hold out. Boom. The mountain-like heavy-armored stitched tyrant crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust, completely losing all signs of life. Ding. Successfully achieved the first kill of the level 10 hidden BOSS heavy-armored stitched tyrant. Obtained EXP 100000. Hidden military factory side quest exploration completed. Calculating evaluation. Final rating SSS grade, perfect clearance. Lin Zaheo, hiding under the vehicle chassis, stared at the Red Wolf tank, which hadn't even lost a chip of its paint, his jaw hanging open in sheer disbelief. He looked at the metal debris scattered all over the ground, then at himself, completely unscathed. He felt that while others risked their lives to explore hidden maps, following this powerhouse inside was practically like taking a stroll and picking up scraps. Right at that moment, two wondrous ripples resonated in midair. Two brilliant beams of light materialized out of thin air, landing before Yuan and Lin Zaheo respectively. The orb of light in front of Lin Zaheo emitted a deep and mysterious purple glow. Ding. Detected that player Lin Zaheo has achieved a special assistance achievement and scathed survivor. Obtained S-grade vehicle plug-in God's View radar. Feature once activated projects the surrounding terrain and enemies within a 5-kilometer radius as a 3D hologram. Additional synchronizes data to party members, increasing teammates' long-range fire control accuracy by 20%. Looking at the heaven-defying attributes on the panel, Lin Zaheo trembled all over with excitement. He grabbed the purple orb of light and scrambled over to the tank, eagerly displaying his system panel to Yuan. His beaming face made it look as though he had already become the number 2 figure on this endless highway, second only to one and above all others. After dealing with the boss, Yuan pushed open the heavy ceiling hatch out half his body. The Red Wolf tank's armor still carried a faint scent after. He lowered his head to glance at the system panel Lin Zaheo displayed before him, his gaze sweeping over the S-rank auxiliary module. Not bad. Yuan nodded slightly and offered a measured assessment. This kid's combat power may be lousy, but his support and scouting abilities can indeed save us a great deal of trouble. Hearing the patron's affirmation, Lin Zaheo's expression grew even more smug, his tail almost lashing the sky. That's right, boss, from now on I'll handle all reconnaissance and detection tasks. He held up a thumbs up to himself, then rubbed his hands with eager anticipation, his eyes blazing as he fixed his gaze on the radiant golden glow before Yuan. Boss, hurry and check your rewards. This is the first kill of a hidden boss. It's bound to be a huge haul. Yuan's lips curved into a smile. He reached out to touch the golden orb in midair, as if blazing with the noonday sun. The light shattered in an instant, turning into countless golden rays that streamed into his system panel. A string of blood-red prompts appeared before him. Ding. Congratulations, player Yuan, on achieving an SSS grade first clear reward. The game detected a special achievement: Output Machine Butcher, Beast Slayer, and Scathed Survivor. Golden legendary component obtained: Baojun Kwangnu Tyrant's Fury. When the words Golden Legend popped up, Lu Yuan's breath paused for a moment. He opened the item details. Active skill Baojun Kuangnu. Effect I when activated the next 10 main cannon shots deal 10 times the power. Effect 2 the recoil is converted 20-fold into stored engine power. The tank's recoil energy is stored as engine power. In addition, the tank enters a 30-minute overdrive state, increasing all attributes by 50 with no penalties. Cooldown 1 hour. Looking at the 2 lines of blunt, brutal skill descriptions on the panel, Lu Yuan's eyes burned with uncontainable zeal and excitement. Tenfold main cannon power. The fiery shockwave cannon is already capable of wiping out vast swarms of beasts in an instant. If it were increased by 10 more times, it would be a world-shattering tactical nuclear strike. Even more monstrous is the power conversion effect. The main cannon's recoil alone could push him in reverse to speeds over 200 kilometers per hour. 20-fold recoil converted into engine power storage. What does that imply? That means when the Red Wolf tank activates the skill, not only does it wield the strongest spear that can slay gods, it can also unleash teleport-like mobility with terrifying speed. This is surely a tailor-made ultimate killing card for him. Lu Yuan drew a breath, suppressing the boiling blood, and casually set the skill panel's attributes to display mode. Standing beneath the tank, Lin Zihao craned his neck in curiosity. When he saw the 4 dark gold glowing characters Baojun Kuangnu and the game-breaking attributes beneath, his expression froze. That smug look on his face instantly stiffened, as if a bully had suddenly been throttled. Lin Zihao's eyes bulged, nearly popping out as he stared at the 10-fold power and the 50% all attributes boost. He looked at his prideful S-rank auxiliary radar, then at the boss's earth-shattering Golden Legend, and suddenly felt his own reward looked like junk found by the roadside. The air fell into a deathly silence. Lin Zihao swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing. His lips twitched for a long moment before he managed to utter a sentence. Boss, are we really playing a game? Outside the abandoned military workshop cavern, over the cold, oppressive black desert sky, a large and emotionless mechanical voice suddenly boomed. The voice thundered like rolling thunder across billions of players in Sector C. Alert! 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 Congratulations to Sector C, 72 players Red Wolf and Wolf of the Wind for their successful first clear of the Hidden Realm Abandoned Armament Warehouse. Clear time 6 hours, 18 minutes. Clear rating SSS Legendary Perfection. Since this sanctum was a global first, all players in Sector C, 72 will receive Tyrant's Favor. Rewards: regional vehicles fuel instantly refilled to 100. Regional vehicles gain 10 more power. Effect lasts 24 hours. Silence. After a moment, Sector C-72's public channel collapsed, flooding the screen with a barrage of comments at an unimaginable speed. What the hell? Red Wolf is awesome. Fuel is full. My tank was almost empty just now. I was about to scavenge, and it suddenly filled up. Me too. I'm taking off as well. I'm on a long-haul run. My tank was empty, and this wave added 1500 liters of fuel. Take off. Damn. 1500 liters. Real name, Envy. Red Wolf. Fuel is life. In this apocalyptic world, boss Red Wolf is our lifeblood and guardian. Shouldn't we be focusing on that sanctum? SSS rating. What kind of godlike operation is this? What sanctum even is that? Wah. While we're still racing, the boss has already started studying sanctums. Boss, take me along. 666. Region-wide power boost. The boss is taking us all to take off. Countless Sector C, 72 players hiding in vehicles trembled, their eyes moist as they cheered to the heavens. Yet in this survival of the fittest game, enormous rewards often come with enormous dangers. Meanwhile, in the channels of neighboring zones C, 71, C, 73, C, 74, and C, 75, the atmosphere grew icy and oppressive. Tens of thousands of eyes fixed on that alert, harboring not envy but greed and malice. Fuel is full. And power too. A scarred red name player in C, 75 licked his cracked lips, revealing a cruel smile. These C-72 sheep are walking fuel tanks now. If we intercept just one, we get all the fuel for free. This deal is insanely profitable. Brothers, form up. When you see a C-72 vehicle, kill it on the spot, leave no survivors. Brothers, group up. When you see a C-72 vehicle, kill it, no survivors. After exiting the military cavern, the Red Wolf tank and heavy motorcycle returned to the highway of the Black Death Desert. It had been exactly 6 hours since they entered the secret realm. On the distant horizon, the setting sun had completely sunk beneath the yellow sands, and the sky was gradually darkening. Lu Yuan stretched lazily and pushed open the top hatch. Let's rest here for today. We fought pretty hard. He casually opened the system's loot settlement interface and directly transferred 30% of the massive amount of basic materials dropped in the secret realm to Lin Zihao. Staring at the trade request that popped up before him, Lin Zihao was completely dumbfounded. The sheer magnitude of these supplies was enough to make him rich overnight in the trading market. He waved his hands, frantically shaking his head like a rattle drum. No way, boss, I absolutely cannot accept this. I didn't even fire a single shot during this entire mission. I just stood by and cheered throughout the whole process. To have snagged an S-rank radar module is already more than enough for me. How could I possibly have the face to take so much? Lu Yuan shot him a glance, his tone leaving no room for argument. Take it. I don't need this much. You discovered the secret realm, and you led the way. Without you I wouldn't have been able to claim the first clear reward. Just take it. Stop talking nonsense. Hearing this from the boss, Lin Zihao could only swallow hard and clicked confirm with trembling fingers to accept the transfer. After securing the vehicle defenses, Lu Yuan crawled back into the foldable bedroom inside the tank. He settled comfortably against the soft mattress and began to tally all his gains for the day. His gaze swept over the rows of staggering numbers on the system panel, and even he couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Metal blocks, 25,000 insulation wires, 1,000 circuit boards, 500 diesel, 5,000 liters, gasoline, 2,500 liters, assault rifles, 10 heavy machine guns, 2, various ammunition, 5,000 rounds, purified water, 10,000 liters, basic bread, 6,000 rations, and additionally a large quantity of canned meats along with various instant foods totaling 1,500 crates. Plus 20 blueprints for vehicle modifications and armor upgrades. At the very bottom rested 30 bronze blind boxes quietly emitting a faint glow. Wealth rivaling nations. Those 4 words were the only thing running through Lu Yuan's mind. At this stage, the vast majority of players were still killing each other over a bottle of water or a piece of moldy bread. His supplies, however, were more than enough to sustain a small settlement. Lu Yuan rubbed his hands together, leaned back against the headboard, and directly opened all 30 bronze blind boxes. A flash of light. Uniformly standard materials along with 2 ordinary weapon blueprints. Just as he was about to accept that these were all guaranteed rewards, a blueprint radiating an eerie blue light suddenly emerged, instantly capturing his attention. Foldable space expansion blueprint effect. Expand the existing foldable space of the vehicle by an additional 5 square meters of dimensional space, ignoring physical volume constraints. Cost none. Wonderful. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, and he immediately clicked to use it. A beam of blue light swept through the entire cabin. The foldable bedroom inside the tank, which had previously felt somewhat cramped, instantly expanded outward to 10 square meters. The ceiling height became more spacious, and there was even room to fit a large sofa set. Gazing at the now roomy quarters, Lu Yuan's mind began racing with ideas. He opened the World Trade Channel and started browsing through the massive selection of blueprints. To an ordinary person, this price would mean total ruin. But to Lu Yuan now it was nothing, not even a drop in the ocean. Without hesitating, he clicked to buy instantly. The blueprint dissolved into white light, and a modern shower room with separate dry and wet areas instantly appeared in the corner of the bedroom. Staring at the gleaming metallic showerhead, Lu Yuan's sense of survival comfort hit its peak. Before taking a bath, he needed to treat his stomach first. Lu Yuan dug through the massive supply chests and pulled out a top-grade fresh steak along with a bottle of red wine that had presumably dropped from some monster. He then retrieved a portable induction cooktop blueprint from his blueprints library and crafted it on the spot. He also consumed a few metal blocks to forge a flat iron skillet. Power on, heat up. Lu Yuan poured in a small amount of cooking oil, and once the temperature rose, gently placed the thick steak into the pan. Sizzle, an intoxicating aroma of rendered fat instantly filled the spacious bedroom. The surface of the steak turned a mouth-watering caramelized brown under the high heat. Lu Yuan skillfully flipped the steak and splashed in a small glass of red wine. The moment the wine met the scorching pan, its rich aroma perfectly melded with the savory scent of beef. Finally, he sprinkled a touch of coarse salt and black pepper to enhance the flavor. A perfect glass of red wine, pan-seared steak, crispy outside and tender within, glistening with juices, was ready. He plated it and poured the remaining wine into a glass. Lu Yuan cut off a piece and placed it in his mouth. The tenderness of the beef and the burst of succulent juices exploded across his taste buds. It was an absolute delight for the palate. After eating and drinking his fill, Lu Yuan stepped into the brand new shower room and took a thoroughly satisfying hot shower, washing away the smoke and fatigue from his entire body. Changing into a set of clean, fresh clothes, he lay down early on the soft bed and fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, outside the tank, Lin Zihao was also living quite comfortably. He tore open a packet of high-quality, ready-to-eat chicken breast that he had traded for with supplies and prepared himself a hearty fitness meal. That night, the system did not broadcast any warning of extreme cold arriving. After finishing his meal, he contentedly set up a single-person tent beside the tank's massive treads and climbed inside to sleep peacefully. With the Big Shot's armored vehicle blocking the wind, this was more secure than sleeping in a 5-star hotel. However, the reality on the endless highway at this moment was a stark contrast to these two's carefree demeanor. As night fell, countless players launched brutal battles on the highway to seize limited survival resources. Everywhere echoed with blood-curdling pleas for help, desperate screams, and the sounds of weapons clashing. The entire chat channel had devolved into chaos. Yet Lu Yuan and Lin Zihao, exhausted from the high-intensity 4-star secret realm, slept soundly. One in his spacious and warm dimensional bedroom, the other in a tent brimming with security. This peaceful tranquility stood in sharp contrast to the cruel world outside, which resembled a living hell. All vehicles in the entire server refueled. This miracle-like reward, like a piece of meat radiating fatal temptation, had completely ignited the greed of the red-named thugs in adjacent districts. At this very moment, a bloody hunt targeting the survivors of C-72 district had fully unfolded on the dark highway. And just a few kilometers away from this blood-stained heavy tank, in the pitch-black wasteland, winds howled and sand screamed. A thin, bloodied figure on the verge of mental collapse was stumbling forward following that faint glimmer of light and whisper of meat fragrance in the air. He staggered toward this terrifying beast of steel. Deep night pitch black as ink. The freezing wind sharp as a blade relentlessly sliced through Yuan Zhao's frail body. Along this desolate highway that seemed to stretch on forever, she had been stumbling forward alone for hours. Hunger, cold, exhaustion, and a suffocating dread were slowly consuming her sanity. In this global survival game, besides the standard health and stamina stats, there was another fatal attribute: sanity. With a maximum score of 101, sanity fell below 60, players would begin to hallucinate. Below 25, they would lose their minds entirely, degenerating into monstrous beasts driven solely by the urge to slaughter. Once it reached 0, the whispers of the ancient gods would drive players to commit suicide. Yuan Zhao tremblingly tapped open her system panel. There her sanity stat was flashing a glaring red light, having plummeted to 54. For an 18-year-old high school student, her starting hand was absolute catastrophe. On her first day arriving on the highway, she had drawn a low-speed electric microcar. Before she could even drive 20 kilometers, its battery died. Behind her rolled the lethal red mist, nearly driving her to a dead end. Just when she thought she was doomed, a battered off-road vehicle pulled up in front of her. Behind the wheel was a middle-aged man with a weathered face named Shanhai. "Hop in, kid. I'll give you a lift." In this post-apocalyptic world devoid of moral boundaries, where murder and plunder were as common as daily meals, Yuan Zhao had hesitated for a long time. She feared encountering a psychopath, terrified of escaping the wolf's den only to fall into the tiger's mouth. Yet watching the encroaching red mist draw closer, she finally gritted her teeth, pulled open the door, and climbed inside. As it turned out, her gamble paid off. Uncle Shun was a genuinely good person, the exceptionally rare kind. Throughout their journey, he protected Yuan Zhao, as if she were his own flesh and blood. To this day, Yuan Zhao still remembered Uncle Shun gripping the steering wheel, his face etched with worry as he spoke. "I have a daughter too, about your age. In this wretched apocalyptic survival game, I don't even know which district she was assigned to, or if she's being bullied. Helping you out is my way of earning some good karma for her. If possible, I only hope that when she falls on hard times, some kind soul will lend her a hand too." Over the past few days, Yuan Zhao knew all too well that she was nothing but a defenseless burden. Yet Uncle Shun had never once thought of abandoning her. Whenever zombies pursued them, he would always charge to the front with a rusted iron rod to cover their retreat. During the extreme cold of the previous night, the off-road vehicle was already low on fuel, and its heater was broken. The cabin was as freezing as an ice cellar. Without a moment's hesitation, Uncle Shun wrapped their only thick blanket tightly around her, while he himself shivered violently in the cold. Even when it came to the precious water and food they scavenged, Uncle Shun would always insist on pressing half of it into her hands. Without him, she would have long since become a pile of withered bones. Until a few hours ago, when this nightmare descended. Just as the sun was about to set, the system suddenly broadcasted an exhilarating district-wide announcement. The top player, Red Wolf, had achieved the first clear of a 4-star highway dungeon. As a district-wide reward, the fuel tanks of all surviving players' vehicles in District C, 72 were instantly and automatically filled to the brim. This should have been a miraculous blessing. Uncle Shin's off-road vehicle, whose fuel light had long been glowing red, was instantly revitalized. Yet no one expected that this blessing would instantly turn into a death warrant. For the system's announcement was not hidden from other districts. In the eyes of the red-named bandits from the neighboring District C, 71 and C, 75, every single player in District C, 72 was now a lucrative mobile gas station. Simply by killing the players and looting their vehicles, they could secure a full tank of fuel. While resting by the roadside, they were ambushed by 2 armed modified vehicles. Caught in the frantic pincer movement of the 2 hostile vehicles, the off-road car was utterly powerless to resist. At a sharp bend in the highway, Uncle Shun slammed on the brakes. He forcefully shoved open the passenger door and roared at Yuan Zhao, "Jump. Hide in the sand pit. Their target is this full tank of gas. I'll draw them away. Yuan Zhao, you must survive." Those were the last words she ever heard Uncle Shin say. Carried by the momentum, she tumbled into the sand pit beside the road, bruised and bloodied from the fall. By the time she lifted her head again, she could only watch as Uncle Shin's vehicle was relentlessly pursued by the 2 red-named cars, its taillights gradually fading into the billowing yellow sand. The piercing cold wind violently dragged Yuan Zhao's thoughts back to reality. The sky had turned completely pitch black. She had no idea whether Uncle Shun was alive or dead, nor did she know how much longer she could endure in this desert. Beep. The system emitted a faint warning. Sanity 49. The red light flashed faster and faster. Yuan Zhao's vision began to blur, and strange whispers started to overlap with the howling wind in her ears. She felt her eyelids growing heavier, and her legs felt as heavy as lead, refusing to move. Just then, in the dark wilderness ahead, a faint but warm yellow light suddenly flickered to life. Along with the light, a mouth-watering aroma of food drifted on the wind into her nostrils. Was that the scent of roasted meat? Yuan Zhao rubbed her dry eyes. Within the halo of light at the edge of her vision, she could vaguely make out a cozy kitchen. A familiar figure wearing an apron was busy in front of the stove holding a spatula. "Mom." Yuan Zhao's cracked lips parted slightly, a hot tear slipping from the corner of her eye. Her brain was entirely incapable of thought. The plummeting sanity left her completely unable to distinguish illusion from reality. Like a soulless puppet, she stumbled off the main highway. Step by step she walked toward the glow deep in the wilderness. The warm halo seemed within arm's reach, and the rich aroma of roasted meat was so intense it nearly brought her to tears. Mom, I'm home. Yuan Xiao squeezed out a weak smile, slowly reaching out her bloodstained hand, wanting to push open the warm wooden kitchen door from her memories. However, the very second before her fingertips could touch the wooden door, the illusion vanished. She pitched forward, violently crashing heavily behind a sand dune by the roadside. The rough gravel ruthlessly scraped her palms, and the biting wind laced with ice particles instantly rushed down her collar. The sharp pain and extreme physical cold pierced her groggy mind like an icicle. Yuan Xiao shuddered violently. Her sanity, which had dropped to 49, fluctuated wildly at this moment, sparking a brief surge of clarity. The illusion before her shattered like glass. There was no cozy kitchen, nor any mother wearing an apron. What appeared dozens of meters away in her line of sight was a blood-red steel behemoth crouching in the dark sands like a colossal mountain. The flickering campfire cast a glow on its cold armor, making it look like an Azura demon. Beep. Prompted by the noise of her falling behind the dune, a glaring red light suddenly flashed on the otherwise silent heavy motorcycle, erupting into a sharp electronic alarm. Yet Yuan Xiao could barely hear the piercing sound. The immense disparity and despair following the shattered illusion, coupled with her completely exhausted physical strength, instantly crushed her final thread of consciousness. Uncle, I'm sorry. She closed her eyes in despair, her body going limp as she lost consciousness entirely behind the freezing sand dune. In the dead of night on the Gobi Desert, the temperature plummeted to freezing. Lin Zihao was fast asleep in his tent, snugly wrapped in his sleeping bag. Suddenly, the heavy-duty motorcycle parked outside erupted into a rapid, piercing electronic alarm. Ding. Unidentified individual detected approaching the perimeter. Ding. Target's mental state is critical, though vital signs are rapidly deteriorating. The harsh alarm instantly jolted Lin Zihao from his slumber. He sprang up from his sleeping bag, snatched the iron wrench resting by his pillow, and scrambled out of the tent. Glancing at the S-Class hypersensory radar mounted on his motorcycle, he saw a white blip representing a neutral unit, flashing frantically on the edge of the screen, its light so faint it seemed on the verge of fading away entirely. Frowning, Lin Zihao followed the radar's guidance, shining his flashlight as he ventured into the wilderness beyond the highway. Before long, he discovered a petite figure curled up on the ground behind a sand dune. It was a girl. Covered in blood, her clothes torn in multiple places by the sharp gravel, she had fallen into a profound state of unconsciousness. Her pale lips trembled slightly as she unconsciously murmured, "Mama, what the hell? How is there a living person collapsed out here in the middle of nowhere?" Lin Zihao checked her breath. Her breathing was shallow and weak, and her body was as cold as ice. As an innocent college student, the thought of this being a trap never even crossed his mind. Only one thought occupied his mind: if left here unattended, she would meet her maker in 10 minutes at most. Sighing, he quickly bent down, scooped her up in his arms, and dashed back to the campsite. Lin Zihao carefully laid the girl down inside the tent, wrapping her snugly in his thick sleeping bag. It was clearly inappropriate for an unmarried man and woman to share such a confined space. Rubbing his frozen hands together, he turned and stepped out of the tent. Beside the massive treads of the tank, he kindled a new campfire and huddled near the flames to get through the night. The dancing flames cast a cozy warmth inside the tent. Feeling the long-lost warmth, the unconscious Yuan Xiao finally showed a hint of color on her pale face. Like a startled kitten, she instinctively curled deeper into the sleeping bag, her hands clutching its edges tightly, as if grasping at her final lifeline. The next morning, the piercing sunlight filtered through the gaps in the tent, falling upon Yuan Xiao's face. She snapped her eyes open, bolted upright, and gasped heavily for air. A night of peaceful sleep had slightly restored her mental state, clearing the fog from her mind. She looked around in panic. A soft sleeping bag, a wind-blocking tent, and the crackling of burning firewood echoing from outside. Yuan Xiao was stunned. Her last memory was stumbling toward a bright light deep in the wilderness before completely losing consciousness. She had actually survived. Yuan Xiao carefully unzipped the tent and poked her head out. What met her eyes was a blood-red heavy tank resembling a colossal steel beast. Its exaggerated caliber and menacing auxiliary armor exuded a suffocating pressure in the morning light. Yuan Xiao's pupils contracted sharply, and she couldn't help but gasp in shock. The Red Wolf's tank. In the entire C-72 district, who didn't know that the elusive legendary powerhouse, who single-handedly raised the survival rate of the entire zone, drove a crimson heavy tank? Hearing her gasp, a young man nearby with dark circles under his eyes who was adding wood to the campfire turned around and offered a warm, friendly smile. "You're awake. Don't be afraid, it's safe here. I found you collapsed in a sand dune last night, so I brought you back." Seeing his clear eyes and the warm campfire, Yuan Xiao's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. Thank you for saving me." Lin Zihao waved his hand dismissively. Just as he was about to speak, a heavy sound of metal grinding echoed from above. Clank. The top hatch of the Red Wolf tank was pushed open. Lu Yuan, dressed in clean and casual clothes, stretched lazily as he climbed out of the cockpit. He looked down at the unfamiliar girl by the campfire and raised an eyebrow slightly. "Where did you pick up this girl?" Hearing Lu Yuan's voice, the ease on Lin Zihao's face vanished instantly. He took a few quick steps to the base of the tank, his expression turning unprecedentedly grave. Brother Lu, I rescued this girl by the roadside last night. Something terrible has happened. Lin Zaheo swallowed hard, his voice carrying an irrepressible panic. I've been watching the regional chat channel all night. Last night we cleared the secret realm, and the system rewarded our entire district with full fuel tanks. Now the other 4 neighboring districts have gone completely mad and formed a plunder alliance. They are launching an all-out assault to hunt down the players in our C-72 district. Hearing Lin Zaheo's words, Yuan Xiao, who was standing nearby, felt as if she had been struck by lightning. A reward of full fuel tanks for the entire district. A flash of realization struck her mind, and everything came rushing back in an instant. Thud. Without warning, Yuan Xiao's knees gave way, and she knelt heavily on the hard ground of the Gobi Desert. Tears welled up and poured out like a burst dam. She looked up, her eyes filled with desperate pleading as she stared at Lu Yuan standing high atop the tank. Great Red Wolf, I beg of you, please save Uncle Shun. Hearing the girl's broken sobs and desperate pleas, Lu Yuan's brows furrowed slightly. He did not answer immediately, instead swiping open his system panel to access the regional chat channel of Area C-72. The once bustling communication zone had now descended into a living hell. The entire screen scrolled frantically with blood-red messages of desperate pleas and furious curses. Help. Coordinates 2145. 3 modified vehicles from Area C-71 are chasing me. C-75 bastards. Even as a ghost, I won't let you off. You stole my water and killed my brother. Is anyone nearby? Brothers from C-72 have formed a defensive convoy. Come join us quickly. Lu Yuan glanced up at the area survival statistics in the upper right corner. In just one night, the number of surviving players in Area C-72 had plummeted from 8500 to 800. A full 50,000 souls, all because of greed for a single tank of fuel, had perished brutally on this cold highway. Lu Yuan closed the panel, gazing at Yuan Xiao kneeling on the ground, still saying nothing. The atmosphere grew heavy and oppressive. Lin Zaheo, standing nearby, rubbed his hands and spoke with visible unease. Brother Lu. This. Lu Yuan's tone was calm, betraying not a single trace of emotion. Take her along if you wish. With that, he turned and pulled open the Red Wolf tank's top hatch without hesitation. Boom. The steel beast that had lain silent throughout the night suddenly erupted with a ferocious roar, its exhaust spewing scorching black smoke. Although Lu Yuan had not said a word and his expression had barely changed, Lin Zaheo could faintly sense that this generally easygoing elder brother was angry. Lin Zaheo quickly helped Yuan Xiao up and had her mount his heavy motorcycle, following close behind the tank's tread marks. The convoy re-entered the highway and pushed forward. Bathed in morning light, the Gobi Desert was a sight to chill the bone. Along the way lay burning vehicle wreckage everywhere. Family sedans from Area C-72 and modified pickups painted with skull emblems from other regions. Dark crimson blood trails dragged long across the asphalt. One could easily imagine what manner of monstrous carnage had erupted here during the night. Just as the 2 vehicles rounded a massive rock bend, Yuan Xiao, seated in the back of the motorcycle, suddenly shuddered and let out a heart-rending scream. Uncle Shun. The Red Wolf tank ahead slammed on its brakes and came to a halt. Lin Zaheo also quickly squeezed his brakes and looked in the direction Yuan Xiao was pointing. Slanting in a sandpit at the highway's edge was a battered off-road vehicle. Its entire body was riddled with dense bullet holes, and even the windshield had shattered into a web of ice crack patterns scattered across the ground. Shen Hai lay motionless on the ground beside the driver's seat, drenched in blood. Yuan Xiao tumbled off the motorcycle and scrambled toward him, her tears breaking free as she emitted a wail of utter agony. Lin Zaheo walked over to inspect. The off-road vehicle's trunk had been forcibly pried open, and every scrap of supplies inside had been completely stripped. Most conspicuous was the fuel cap flung wide open on the vehicle's side. There wasn't a single drop of gasoline remaining. Indeed, it had been drained dry. Lin Zaheo looked at Yuan Xiao's trembling, pain-racked back, a flicker of compassion passing through his eyes. He walked over, gently patted the girl's shoulder, then turned and approached the tank. Brother Lu, could you help her get revenge for this? With a soft chime, Lu Yuan's system received the trade request, prominently displaying all the massive supplies Lin Zaheo had obtained from the secret realm the day before. Lu Yuan sat within the command hatch, glanced at the trade bar, and casually sent a private message. What's up? Got eyes on her. Upon receiving the message, Lin Zaheo's face flushed crimson, and he hastily typed a reply. And no, I just think it's utterly unacceptable that other areas are bullying people from our C-72 like this. Ding. The system notified him that the other party had declined the trade request. Before Lin Zaheo could even process it, Lu Yuan's cold voice rang out through the amplifier. Follow. Meanwhile, 600 kilometers away from the Red Wolf tank on the highway, 4 modified vehicles studded with anti-collision steel spikes formed a long serpent column, racing recklessly. When they ambushed Shen Hai the previous night, they had only 2 vehicles. But after savoring the spoils of plundering fully fueled vehicles, they spent the night summoning allies through the regional channel and rendezvoused with 2 more armed pickups, forming a 4-vehicle raid convoy. Inside the cab of the lead pickup, deafening DJ dance music blared. A burly bald man with a face full of cruel features gripped the steering wheel with one hand, a cigarette, an absolute luxury in the apocalypse. clamped between his lips, his expression radiating smug triumph. Seated in the passenger seat was a scrawny monkey-like man eagerly clutching a military duffel bag overflowing with supplies. These two were the gang leaders who had headed the ambush on Shunhai the previous night. Not having slept a wink all night, the two moved like tireless hyenas leading their convoy to pick off lone players from Area C-72. In merely one night, more than a dozen players from Area C-72 had fallen to their guns. Through looted supplies and drained fuel, this bunch had reaped enormous profits, reaching what felt like the pinnacle of their lives. The scrawny man counted his cans while broadcasting arrogantly through the Alliance channel. Brothers, the people of Area C-72 are nothing but weaklings, easy prey. Just corner them and a full tank is yours in no time. Far more satisfying than opening supply crates. Immediately cheers and flattery from other brigands echoed through the channel. Brother Baldy is incredible. You've made so much in one night. Don't forget us when you're rolling in wealth. Save some for me, I'm coming at full speed right now. The scrawny man shut off the channel and glanced at the bald brute, a hint of concern flashing in his eyes. Boss, we're killing like this. What if we provoke that big shot from Area C-72 who first cleared the secret realm? I've heard that guy's tank is terrifying. The bald man exhaled a thick ring of smoke and sneered dismissively. Scared of what? Someone at that leaderboard tier is already 1,000 kilometers ahead of us. Chances are he's currently sleeping in some girl's arms. The bald man patted the steering wheel, his face a mask of arrogance. This is the apocalypse. Survival. Who in their right mind would turn around and rush back for a bunch of bottom feeders? No matter how formidable he thinks he is, he's not going to fall from the sky to punish me. The bald man cranked the stereo to maximum volume, floored the accelerator, and continued hunting for his next victim. He was intoxicated by the thrill of holding others' lives in his hands. Yet he had no idea that death herself was slowly creeping up behind him. On the highway, fierce winds howled. Lin Zaheo's S-Class supersensory radar fully activated. A deep blue beam connected his heavily armored motorcycle to the Red Wolf tank, and radar data synchronized instantly. On the fire control screen before Lu Yuan's eyes, a 3D holographic projection spanning 5 kilometers immediately materialized. 3 kilometers straight ahead, a glaring deep red dot flashed frantically. Beside the dot was marked C-75 along with a crimson skull icon with the number 5 beside it. This meant that this red name vehicle from the C-75 zone had massacred at least 5 players. The holographic image zoomed in. The reinforced steel red name vehicle swerved erratically on the highway, aggressively cutting off a dilapidated C-72 civilian sedan. Black smoke billowed from the sedan's crumpled hood, and its front bumper was already shattered. Inside the cabin, the driver's face was contorted with despair as he gripped the steering wheel with both hands, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He had been toyed with like a cat playing with a mouse for a full 10 minutes. A blown tire or rollover was only a matter of time. Exhausted physically and mentally, the prolonged torment had nearly extinguished his will to survive. But in the next instant, he suddenly felt the entire Gobi Desert floor shaking violently. Then in his rearview mirror, a crimson steel beast towering like a mountain appeared. The sedan driver's eyes widened in shock, his breath catching in his throat. Holy crap. Red. A heavy tank. That legendary Red Wolf Lord. Before he could scream, the electrified storm close-in weapon system on the Red Wolf tank's roof emitted a crisp mechanical hum. ZZZZT. A 30mm electrified armor-piercing shell tore through the sky in an instant. The main cannon wasn't even needed. That arrogant C-75 red name vehicle, unable to so much as evade, was cleanly pierced through the cabin by that terrifying round. The raider in the driver's seat instantly dissolved into a mist of blood. The out-of-control red name vehicle skidded wildly across the highway, veering completely off course before crashing headlong into a massive boulder by the roadside. Boom. The entire vehicle erupted into a colossal fireball, shattering into pieces. Instant kill. The sedan driver watched car parts rain through the air and slammed on the brakes. Wahoo. He pumped his fists in triumph, howling with relief as the Red Wolf tank showed no sign of slowing down. Accompanied by the roar of its furious engine and whipping wind, the 65-ton tank smashed past the sedan and continued thundering into the distance. Lin Zaheo, trailing behind the tank, overtook as well. Passing the sedan, he held the handlebars with one hand and flashed a jaunty salute to the driver. Yuan Shao, seated behind him on the motorcycle, gripped his clothes tightly with both hands. The fierce wind whipped her long hair astray, yet her eyes, which had been filled with despair and emptiness, now clearly reflected that invincible crimson silhouette. That was the flame of vengeance. The sedan driver trembled with excitement. He immediately opened the C-72 zone chat channel and began frantically typing with lightning speed. Holy crap, bros. I just saw the Red Wolf Lord. Right there. The Red Wolf Lord took out a C-75 zone bastard with a single shell. The Lord is now on the 2516 stretch, tearing ahead. This message dropped like a bombshell, sending shockwaves through the once dormant zone channel. The entire zone erupted. Holy crap. I knew the Lord hadn't abandoned us. The Lord is on the 2516 stretch. I'm at 2532. Please hurry, 2 cars are blocking me. For the next dozens of kilometers, the Red Wolf tank became the true reaper of this highway. Relying on the ultra-long-range lock-on of the S-class radar, Yuan didn't even waste words on any red-name vehicles from non-C-72 zones that appeared within detection range. Fire control locked. 30mm electrified armor-piercing shells fired. Boom. Fireballs bloomed along the highway in rapid succession. Those plunderers who had been terrorizing seconds ago were dead before they knew what hit them. Victory reports flooded the zone chat channel. Woo-woo. I was just saved by the Lord. From 2 kilometers away, the red-name car chasing me exploded. Lord, I love you. I want to bear your children. The Red Wolf Lord is our one and only God in the C-72 zone. The C-72 players rescued from despair erupted into unprecedented celebration and worship. Meanwhile, at the distant 3,200 stretch, the situation remained dire. Wang Jian, traveling with his family, gripped the steering wheel with both hands, his eyes bloodshot. Honey, hold on. Li Na watched the messages scrolling frantically on the system panel, her voice trembling with emotion. That Lord is coming from behind. He's clearing out those thugs all the way. Hearing this, Wang Jian's desolate dead eyes instantly ignited with a fierce will to survive. He glanced at the rearview mirror. Less than 500 meters behind their car, 4 heavily armored pickup trucks studded with steel spikes pursued them relentlessly like rabid dogs. It was the plunder convoy led by that bald brute. Wang Jian had relied on his exceptional driving skills to race nonstop all night on this highway, never daring to rest for a single second. But now the fuel gauge on the dashboard was flashing empty, the tank nearly dry. Listening to the increasingly loud engine roars and the thugs' arrogant whistles closing in behind him, Wang Jian gritted his teeth and pressed the already floor-dead accelerator to the metal. Hold on, just a little longer. The Lord will be here any moment. On the highway, the piercing scream of the engine fell abruptly silent. Wang Jian stomped the accelerator to the floor, but the fuel gauge on the dashboard had already dropped to empty. The engine let out a muffled groan. 100 miles per hour. 80. 60. The vehicle's speed plummeted uncontrollably, completely losing power. Screech, boom. A heavy pickup truck aggressively overtook from the side, smashing into the sedan's front bumper and forcing it to a violent halt on the highway. The violent braking and collision sent the cabin shaking wildly. It's over. Wang Jian gripped the steering wheel with both hands, his forehead split open, his face ashen. His wife Li Na sat in the passenger seat, tightly clutching their baby who had been startled awake and was crying out. Screech. The sound of brakes echoed once more. 4 pickup trucks fitted with steel spikes instantly surrounded the stopped sedan. The doors flew open and several armed thugs burst out laughing. The bald brute at the forefront swung an iron hammer, smashing the sedan's already cracked windshield to pieces. Run, he sneered. Why aren't you running anymore? His face twisted into a cruel grin. You had us chasing for 200 kilometers this whole morning, damn it. He glanced at his subordinate and kicked the car door. Drain the fuel, leave not a single drop. Shouho grabbed the fuel hose and rushed to the car's fuel tank, fiddling with it for a moment before his expression darkened. Boss, it's empty. Damn it, not a single drop. Upon hearing this, the bald man's smile vanished instantly, and he brought his hammer down hard on the frame. Damn it. Bad luck. Just a poor wretch. Search everything and take all the supplies. Shouho yanked open the crumpled passenger door and roughly dragged Li Na out. At the sight of Li Na's frightened, yet still beautiful face, a lecherous gleam flashed across Shouho's eyes. Boss, we've got a real prize here. Shouho laughed madly and pounced like a starving wolf, tearing open Li Na's coat and exposing her fair skin. Brothers have been running all night. Time to relieve some tension. Li Na screamed in despair, desperately protecting her chest as she struggled. Wang Jian, his head covered in blood, crawled out of the driver's seat and lunged at Shouho like a man possessed. Let go of my wife. I'll fight you all to the death. Bang. The bald man kicked Wang Jian to the ground with a single strike. Before Wang Jian could rise, 2 burly men with cruel faces rushed over and pinned him to the ground on either side. The bald man walked over, grabbed Wang Jian by the hair, and forced his head up. Watch carefully. This is the price for leading me on a chase on the highway. A sadistic pleasure danced in the bald man's eyes, devoid of any trace of humanity. Listening to his wife's anguished cries and watching the thugs mercilessly tear at her, Wang Jian felt like a complete and utter failure. An incompetent husband who couldn't even protect his own wife and child. Wang Jian's eyes cracked open, his eyes bleeding red with rage. I'm going to kill you all. I'm going to kill you all. Wang Jian howled in utter despair like a mad beast, his fingernails digging deep into the Gobi sand until they bled. The bald man sneered. Can you even manage that, you coward? Huh. Don't worry, brother, we'll take good care of her. Before he could finish, the bald man suddenly felt the ground beneath his feet tremble violently. An intense vibration traveled across the Gobi Desert, sands converging on their location. Boom. A blinding flash of fire erupted at the far end of the distant highway. Then a crimson mountain of steel accompanied by a ferocious roar charged toward them at an impossible, terrifying speed. Backwards. The bald man caught sight of the colossal machine, dropped his iron hammer in sheer terror, and wet himself instantly. A Red Wolf tank. Get in the trucks. Get in now, damn it. All the thugs scrambled like rats toward their pickups. But it was already too late. The Red Wolf tank showed no intention of slowing down. The electrified storm system on its roof hummed like the wailing of death itself. Zzz, tada-tada. A dense web of blue-white firepower crossed hundreds of meters in an instant, dancing like the Grim Reaper's own ballet. Shoho and the other thugs never even had time to scream before their bodies were obliterated into clouds of bursting blood and flesh. As for the bald man at the front, he only felt a sudden chill around his waist. A 30mm armor-piercing shell precisely bisected him at the midpoint. His upper body crashed heavily onto the highway, blood gushing from the clean incision. His eyes widened in sheer terror, and frothy blood poured from his mouth. More air going in than out. He was as good as dead. With immense effort he lifted his head, and a colossal shadow swiftly enveloped him. No. Thud. Like a piece of jelly falling to the ground, the bald man's remaining body was instantly crushed into paste by the Red Wolf tank's heavy treads, merging forever with the Gobi highway. The Red Wolf tank, like a merciless reaper, did not slow for a single moment. Its treads rolled directly over the modified pickup trucks without mercy. The screech of twisting metal echoed through the desert. The heavy pickup, reinforced with steel plates, was flattened into scrap metal by the 65-ton armored behemoth. The tank shrouded in dust, and the stench of blood sped away into the distance. Yuan Shao rode on a passing motorcycle behind it, watching the crushed pickup strewn across the ground. Her enemies were dead. Not even ash remained. She gazed up at the fierce red tank, thundering ahead, tears streaming down her face, her heart finally at peace. Wang Jin, having survived the ordeal, held his wife and child as he knelt on the Gobi Desert, sobbing uncontrollably with emotion. His hands trembled as he opened the regional chat channel and typed a message with all his strength. "Thank you, Red Wolf, for saving our lives. Long live the boss." Attached was a photo of his daughter fast asleep. This was the third time Red Wolf had rescued him. This message was like throwing a spark into a powder keg. The entire C-72 zone chat channel erupted instantly. "Thank you, Red Wolf, for saving our lives. Long live the boss. Thank you, Red Wolf, for saving our lives. Long live the boss." The same message repeated endlessly. Not a single stray comment, remarkably uniform. Dozens of pages of it filling the entire screen. And on the Gobi highway, the Red Wolf tank continued at full speed. The ID above the tank, having eliminated so many hostile targets along the way, had transformed from a deep crimson into an utterly profound pitch black. The sun dipped below the horizon. Its fading glow washed over the desolate Gobi Desert, casting a long-stretched shadow of the Red Wolf tank. The highway ahead lay utterly vacant, devoid of any other player's vehicles. Lu Yuan casually opened the system's mileage leaderboard. Following a full day of relentless high-speed advancement, he had once again left everyone far behind, firmly securing his position as the frontrunner. After a day of frenzied slaughter, a trace of exhaustion crept over him from the prolonged, intense concentration, despite his level having already reached level 20. Lu Yuan stepped on the brakes, halting the tank beside a colossal boulder at the edge of the desert, preparing to rest and regroup on the spot. Outside the tank, Lin Zihao deftly built a campfire and began pitching the tent for the night. Beside him, Yuan Shao, the young woman they had rescued, rolled up her sleeves and quietly lent a hand. Clang. Lu Yuan pushed open the heavy top hatch and climbed out of the driver's cabin. He stretched languidly, his joints popping with a series of crisp cracks. Watching the two busy figures below, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Hey, what's your name?" Lu Yuan looked down at Yuan Shao from his vantage point. "Do you know how to cook?" Suddenly called out by the powerhouse, Yuan Shao stiffened, straightening up like a startled rabbit. Be boss." She stammered nervously, "Why, yes I do. I used to cook a lot at home." Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. He casually opened his system inventory and retrieved 3 generous portions of high-quality fresh beef, along with an assortment of fresh vegetables that were considered absolute luxuries in this world. He tossed them directly onto the empty ground in front of Yuan Shao. "I'll leave this to you." Half an hour later, a mouth-watering aroma wafted around the campfire. Lu Yuan reclined comfortably on a spacious folding lounge chair, the simple wooden table before him laden with a sumptuous feast. Yuan Zhao's culinary skills were surprisingly excellent. The main course was a thick-cut black pepper beef grilled to a perfect char on the outside, while remaining tender inside, sizzling with oil when sliced open, rich juices pooled out. Accompanying it was a refreshing vegetable salad drizzled with a sweet vinaigrette, perfectly cutting through the richness of the grilled meat. In addition, there was a plate of shredded chicken breast, vibrant red, and tossed in a secret recipe chili oil. Finally, a small steaming pot of rich tomato and beef brisket stew completed the meal. In this post-apocalyptic world where human life was cheaper than a dog's, and people would weep with gratitude for a bite of moldy bread, these 4 dishes were nothing short of an imperial luxury. "Boss Red Wolf." Yuan Shao took a deep breath, bent her waist solemnly once more, and bowed deeply. "Thank you for avenging Uncle Shen. And Brother Lin, if it weren't for you, I certainly wouldn't have survived until now." Lin Zihao scratched his head sheepishly. It's nothing." Lu Yuan swallowed the beef in his mouth, took a casual sip of cola, and waved his hand dismissively. "It was just a minor effort, no need to keep bringing it up." Having said that, he gestured toward the opposite side of the table with his chin. "Sit down and eat with us. I can't finish this all by myself." Yuan Shao was taken aback, her eyes welled up slightly, and she nodded vigorously. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, Lu Yuan leaned back on his lounge chair, opened his system interface, and began auditing today's massive harvest. His gaze swept over the ID in the upper right corner, which had turned completely pitch black. Today the red-named vehicles that had perished under his tank's barrel numbered at least 1,000. Staring at the skyrocketing resource figures in his system inventory, Yuan couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Indeed, violence and plunder truly paved the road to riches. However, those he had slaughtered were exclusively the red-named raiders who were launching assaults on District C-72. As for the law-abiding white-named players he encountered along the way, whether from District 71 or District 75, he hadn't spared them a second glance, passing them by without interference. He was no merciful saint, but neither was he a mindless psychopath who slaughtered the innocent. He had his own bottom line. Yuan glanced at today's final plunder settlement list. Metal blocks 15000. Insulated wires 3000. Circuit boards 800. Combined with his prior reserves, his current stockpile of resources had reached a staggering astronomical figure. Buy. Currently there was only one word in Yuan's mind: buy. He directly opened the regional exchange. Weapon enhancement blueprints. Buy. Tank enhancement blueprints. Buy. Following a frenzy of panic buying, every single weapon enhancement blueprint listed on the exchange was bought out by him alone. Unfortunately, at this stage the blueprints dropped by players were all of the basic grade. Still looking at his packed system inventory, Yuan felt only one word describe his state of mind: exhilarating. Just as he closed the interface in satisfaction, Lin Zihao approached, carrying a plate of unfinished chicken breast. Brother Liu. Lin Zihao chuckled, his eyes gleaming with excitement. I've noticed that in several other major districts they've already established quite a few large-scale player guilds. Our District C-72 only has you as our pillar of strength right now. Why don't we also seize the opportunity to form a guild? Without even raising his eyelids, Yuan flatly refused. Not interested. I'm perfectly fine being free and easy on my own. I don't have the time or patience to micromanage other people's lives. Lin Zihao quickly shook his head and leaned in closer, adopting a secretive tone. Brother Liu, you've misunderstood. Creating a guild doesn't mean you have to be a babysitter. I've studied the system's guild mechanics, and the benefits are absolutely insane. For any member who joins the guild warehouse can automatically tax 5% of the basic resources they gather daily. Furthermore, it unlocks a guild-exclusive technology tree and a shared radar network. This is basically a free labor force and an intelligence network. Hearing this, Yuan's movements paused. The Red Wolf tank was a bottomless pit. As its weapons and armor continued to upgrade, its consumption of metal and fuel would undoubtedly become a black hole. If he could automatically collect material commissions from tens of thousands of people, this venture would be highly lucrative. After a brief moment of contemplation, fine, I'll leave this matter for you to handle. Having obtained the powerhouse's authorization, Lin Zihao almost jumped with excitement. He immediately opened his system interface and decisively paid a hefty sum of guild creation materials. 10 minutes later, a striking golden server-wide system announcement was pinned high above the chat channel of District C-72. System announcement: congratulations to player Zhuifeng Delang for successfully creating the guild, Red Wolf Guild. Guild Leader Red Wolf. Guild Vice Leader Zhuifeng Delang. Current recruitment capacity 1000 members. The moment the name Red Wolf appeared in the Guild Leader slot, the entire player base of District C-72, who had been discussing where to camp tonight, erupted into an absolute frenzy. The golden system announcement hung suspended over the C-72 district chat channel for a full 3 minutes. The chat channel, which had grown somewhat quiet with the descent of night, instantly erupted into an unprecedented frenzy. The screen flooded with a torrential tsunami of bullet comments. Holy crap, what am I seeing? Big Boss Hong Lang has founded a guild. Who is Zhuifeng Delang? How did he become the vice president? Is he the boss's real-life lackey? Who cares who he is? The boss is finally willing to carry us. Quick, tell me how to join. I want in. Watching the players descend into madness in the channel, Lin Zihao, sitting atop the tank, smugly cleared his throat. Under the ID Zhuifeng Delang, he pinned and broadcasted his first district-wide message in the channel. Brothers, I am the spokesperson for Big Boss Hong Lang. The guild has just been established. The boss is usually very busy, so I will be handling all daily affairs. To join the Hong Lang Guild, you must abide by the following ironclad rules. With flying fingers, Lin Zihao sent out the guild rules he had drafted one by one. First, infighting is strictly prohibited. We do not seek trouble, but we never fear it. If any brother of our guild is bullied by dogs from other districts, all members within a 50-kilometer radius must head out to reinforce them unconditionally. Anyone who dares to play dead will be immediately expelled from the guild. Second, tax-free trading is enabled within the guild. No one is allowed to pass off substandard goods as quality ones or cheat our own people. Violators will be wanted district-wide. Third, and the most crucial requirement for joining, all guild members' vehicles must be painted entirely in red. This is our battle flag and our symbol. As soon as the rules were announced, the entire district boiled over once more. In particular, the first rule of mandatory reinforcement acted as a reassuring tonic for all the players living in fear during this apocalypse. This was no mere guild, it was practically finding an invincible backer. But immediately after, everyone realized a grim problem. Red paint. Previously on the trading market, vehicle dyes of all colors went completely unnoticed. After all, in an apocalypse where people couldn't even fill their stomachs, who would waste effort on such purely cosmetic useless items? But now the wind had completely shifted. A large stock of cheap red dyes listed on the exchange was swept clean in a single second. Who has red dye? I'll trade 1 liter of purified water for a bottle. You want red paint for just a liter of water? Dream on. I'll offer 2 pieces of roasted meat. Just give me a bottle of red paint. Brothers, stop fighting over it. I've already painted my steering wheel red, let me in quickly. In less than 10 seconds. The initial limit of 1,000 members set by Lin Zihao was instantly filled to capacity. The players who failed to squeeze in let out agonizing, blood-curdling wails in the public channel. Vice President Zhuifeng, please expand. How is 1,000 slots enough for all of us? I went through so much trouble to trade for a bottle of red paint only to find out the slots are full. Let me in. Facing the screen full of pleas, Lin Zihao shook his head with a wry smile. He typed back. Brothers, it's not that I don't want to accept you, but the system has restricted it. Upgrading to a level 2 guild to increase the capacity to 10,000 requires 10,000 metal blocks. I really don't have that many basic materials on hand right now. We'll have to wait until the guild operates for a while before expanding. After this message was sent, the chat channel fell into a brief silence. A level 3 guild with 20,000 slots requires 50,000 metal blocks. A level 4 guild with 50,000 slots requires 100,000 metal blocks. A level 5 guild with 100,000 slots requires a staggering 200,000 metal blocks. What is there to fear? We still have 800,000 living brothers in District C, 72. If everyone chips in 1 metal block, we can smash this guild straight to max level. These words were like a spark, completely igniting everyone's passion. Well said. The boss saved our lives. What do these meager materials even matter? Vice President Zhuifeng, check your mail. I've donated both of my metal blocks from the bottom of my stash. Count me in. Without the boss, I would have died at the hands of the thugs long ago. Ding, ding, ding. Lin Zihao's system inbox began to flash frantically, the notification sounds merging into a sharp continuous buzz. He stared in shock at the material warehouse in the back end. The number of metal blocks was soaring at a terrifying speed. 10,000. System notification expended 10000 metal blocks. Honglang Guild has upgraded to level 2. Capacity increased to 1000 members. 50,000. System notification expended 5000 metal blocks. Honglang Guild has upgraded to level 3. Capacity increased to 2000 members. 100,000. 200,000. In just a single hour, the 800,000 surviving players in the district had, through the raw power of crowdfunding, 1 metal block per person, shoved the Honglang Guild all the way to level 5. System notification: Honglang Guild has upgraded to the current region's maximum level of level 5. Capacity increased to 1000 members. To continue upgrading, please lead guild members to the next region to unlock. The 100,000 slots were instantly snatched up the moment they opened. The remaining 700,000 players who couldn't squeeze in held no grievances whatsoever. They painted their sedans, pickup trucks, and even their dilapidated mobility scooters a striking vibrant red. It doesn't matter if we can't get into the guild. From this day forth, we are the reserve members of the Honglang Guild. As long as the vehicle is red, we are brothers. That night, the entire C-72 district achieved an unprecedented level of unity. At high noon, the blazing sun hung high in the sky. Li Chong, a player from Zone C-72, slammed his foot hard on the accelerator, his forehead drenched in sweat. He possessed incredible luck. His car was originally of vibrant crimson. Last night, the very moment the guild was established, he leveraged this advantage to secure a spot, becoming one of the founding members of the Red Wolf Guild. Yet his luck also seemed to have hit rock bottom. Just moments ago, while traversing a sand dune, the engine of his dilapidated sedan began to malfunction. Now its maximum speed could barely scrape 50 kilometers per hour. On this highway, where every second counted, a speed of 50 kilometers per hour was no different from a turtle's crawl. He had already fallen far behind the main convoy. Li Chong gripped the steering wheel tightly, constantly checking his rearview mirror. Just then, 3 modified off-road vehicles equipped with steel bull bars surged out from a corner, accelerating rapidly. Judging by the markers hovering above them, these 3 vehicles hailed from zones C-71, C-73, A and C-75 respectively. The 3 vehicles quickly formed a pincer movement, repeatedly ramming the rear sides of Li Chong's car with dull metallic thuds. The thugs inside rolled down their windows, whistling insolently, their eyes brimming with mockery and greed. Clearly, in the eyes of these raiders, this isolated red car was nothing but a prime piece of meat waiting to be slaughtered. Damn it, just you wait. A fierce look flashed in Li Chong's eyes. He opened the guild interface and sent his coordinates in the distress channel. Almost the very second the message was sent, the guild channel erupted into utter chaos. Near coordinate 2864, a brother is surrounded. Just 3 kilometers behind me. Hold on. I'm turning back right now. To dare touch someone from our Red Wolf Guild, these bastards must have a death wish. I'm farming wild encounters near 2864. Wait for me, I'm on my way. Brother, hang in there. Don't be afraid, we've got your back. The guild members, who had been advancing on their own paths, did not hesitate for a second. Not a single one chose to stand by and watch. In Li Chong's rearview mirror, the thugs and the 3 off-road vehicles were still ramming him arrogantly. But immediately after, at the edge of the horizon, a violent storm of yellow sand was whipped up. 5 cars, 10 cars, 20 cars, 30 cars. From the front, the rear, the sides. A massive, majestic red convoy, like a pack of rabid dogs catching the scent of blood, charged forward murderously with deafening engine roars. The once arrogant players of Zone C, 71, upon seeing the overwhelming crimson torrent, dropped their machetes with a loud clatter onto the floor of their vehicles. Holy crap! What on earth are these red cars? There was no trash talk and certainly no one-on-one duels. Dozens of red vehicles instantly engulfed the 3 off-road trucks. In less than a minute, the 3 off-road vehicles were reduced to twisted scrap metal. Before the thugs inside could even finish pleading for mercy, they were beaten into a pulp by the clubs of the enraged guild members. The looted resources were divided equally on the spot, without a single dispute. As Li Chong looked at the familiar faces of Zone C, 72 surrounding him, his eyes grew slightly warm with emotion. Thanks, brothers. Just then, a burly man driving a modified van bellowed at the top of his lungs. Don't mention it. We're all family. By the way, while I was farming wild encounters 5 kilometers ahead, I stumbled upon a small zombie stronghold. There are plenty of resources there. Anyone interested in raiding it? Charge. Do you even have to ask? Charge. The convoy assembled once more, marching grandly toward the zombie stronghold. Several hundred hideous zombies didn't even have time to let out a single roar before they were run over by dozens of red vehicles welded with steel spikes. If they possessed minds of their own, these zombies would likely break down in tears, crying, "Please stay away." At this moment, because of Red Wolf and the Red Wolf Guild, the players of Zone C, 72, had completely united as one. In stark contrast, the internal affairs of other zones were in absolute shambles. Some zones had even spawned over a dozen player guilds of various sizes. To recruit members and seize limited resources, these guilds fought tooth and nail against one another. This severe internal friction drastically undermined their overall strength. Yet in Zone C, 72, from beginning to end, there was only one guild, Red Wolf. This exclusivity granted the entire zone an incredibly formidable centripetal force. Those players who failed to secure an official spot in the guild harbored no jealousy or resentment. Instead, they willingly dubbed themselves the Red Wolf Reserve players. In this dog-eat-dog brutal apocalypse, they huddled together for warmth through this most primitive yet passionate method. Gradually, an absolute consensus formed in the minds of players from all other zones. Do not mess with red cars. Never ever mess with the people of Zone C, 72. They are rabid dogs. A pack of lawless savage dogs. And at this moment, leading the very front of the convoy was none other than that blood-red steel behemoth. Lu Yuan intentionally lowered his speed, no longer adopting the wild posture of firing the main cannon backward. The Red Wolf tank resembled a lion king patrolling its territory, followed by an endless, boundless crimson torrent of steel. At dusk, the convoy passed through a colossal mountain tunnel. The instant the Red Wolf tank emerged from the tunnel, the sky transformed into a dazzling gold. The highest level system announcement rang out simultaneously in the ears of all players. Ding! Congratulations to player Red Wolf of Zone C, 72 for leading the convoy to successfully cross the wilderness desert. Current surviving player count in Zone C, 72, 800. Ranking first server-wide. Congratulations to player Red Wolf. Total player kills, 3571. Ranking first in the current road section. Server-wide kill leaderboard, rank 9th. Obtained special completion reward, vehicle enhancement, and modification count 1. Inside the cockpit, Lu Yuan stared at the golden sphere of reward light that popped up before him, but there was not a hint of joy on his face. In the past, obtaining such a reward might have excited him, but now his gaze was locked onto that single number. 9th place. Lu Yuan's fingers turned slightly white as he gripped the control lever, a look of unprecedented solemnity reflecting in his eyes. Fighting his way here, he had blown apart so many raider vehicles that even he had lost count. More than 3,500 lives had vanished under his artillery fire. He considered himself decisive and ruthless in battle, even earning the moniker of the Crimson Death. Yet even so, he was only ranked 9th server-wide. Just how many people did those 8 monsters ranked ahead of him kill in this survival game? The deafening roar of engines, the narrow tunnel. The Red Wolf tank crushed the of darkness and surged out of the tunnel's mouth. The view before him suddenly opened up, and the blinding light caused Lu Yuan to instinctively narrow his eyes. A gray-white mist hung like a thick veil over the space, and the air carried a bone-chilling dampness. What lay before him was a parking lot so vast it pressed upon the senses. Looking around, the cracked concrete floor was crisscrossed with mottled parking lines. The end of his sight line was entirely swallowed by the fog, making distant boundaries impossible to discern. It was hard to grasp its enormity. The dense sea of parking spaces stretched into the tens of thousands of scale, 10 to 20 times larger than the service areas of real-world first-tier cities. Lu Yuan glanced at the radar screen, brows furrowed. The vast red army that trailed behind the tank had thinned in number. Lin Zihao, who had been glued to the tank's rear, had vanished as well. One by one, the surviving war machines rolled into the parking lot. After stopping, many players opened their doors and stepped out. The desolate wind bearing the mist swept by as everyone looked around. You look at me, I look at you, each face etched with bewilderment and unease. At that moment, a cold, mechanical, synthesized voice abruptly rang through the emptiness of the space. Ding! Congratulations to all survivors for completing the Novice Stage Challenge. Current position Cross-Region Hub Service Zone. This area will implement a temporary diversion mechanism. Some players have already been teleported to other parallel camps. Warning: this area is an absolute peace zone. All violence is prohibited in any form. Violators will be erased on the spot. You will have 24 hours of absolute safe rest time. The service area now offers material exchanges and point spending. Good luck to you all. The system's voice gradually faded away and the deathly quiet parking lot finally erupted in post-apocalyptic cheers. Yuan locked the tank and walked alone toward the colossal building at the center of the parking lot. It was a service hall steeped in the aura of years past. The exterior walls wore away in sheets, exposing red bricks dulled to ash gray. The heavy glass doors were smeared with a layer of dusty gray, and the overall style resembled an old 1990s bus terminal. Pushing open the heavy doors, the interior presented a stark sense of rupture. The hall was dilapidated, yet astonishingly vast. Along the walls stood neatly arranged rows of neon-glowing vending machines, and the buffet's warming stations still steamed. From the weapon repair bench to the rest pods, various supplies and facilities were all present. Yet the place was unnervingly quiet. No attendants, no cooks, and no staff at all. In the vast space, only the faint hum of machinery could be heard. It's hard to say what exactly unsettles one, but there is a strange absurdity that makes people feel uneasy. Only when players from Zone C-72 began to filter in behind Yuan did the dead hush of this 90s hall gain a touch of life. Yuan's hands were in his pockets, about to walk toward a supply vending machine. At that moment, the opposite double doors across the hall were slowly pushed open. Yuan's steps paused slightly, and he looked up. In front walked a woman. She wore a sturdy black trench coat, a pure white V-neck blouse underneath, and a tailored black miniskirt. Her attire outlined her breathtakingly seductive figure with a natural cold elegance and hauteur, as if a sovereign empress had risen to rule the world. Beside her stood a colossal mechanical white tiger. The metal claws clicked on the tiles, and the icy blue eyes of the machine glowed with a frightening glare. Behind the woman, a neat retinue of female players followed. In their eyes was unreserved reverence for their leader. Yuan stood at one end of the hall, the woman at the other. Their gazes collided through the open space with a roar of air. The woman's gaze was unusually cold, laced with a chilling indifference. Yuan's gaze, by contrast, was calm as still water, yet sharpened with the edge of someone who had fought his way from mountains of corpses. They almost looked at each other in the same moment and noticed the floating IDs above their heads. The IDs bore a pure black color earned only by killing countless people. C1 by Li, black. C72 Red Wolf, black. The two pure black IDs stood out glaringly in this peace zone. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Yuan watched the mechanical white tiger and the woman's haughty face, while Bai Li's gaze fixed on the composed young man opposite her. Both sets of eyes were sharp and dangerous. In that brief exchange, almost at the same second, a single thought sprang into both minds: this guy is definitely not someone to be trifled with. During that brief clash of gazes, a peculiar ripple stirred in the depths of Bai Li's heart. Ever since descending into this highway survival world, relying on her breathtaking beauty and formidable strength, she had encountered all manner of men. The way those men looked at her was either filled with unconcealed lust, wild possessiveness, or at the very least, bottomless fear and awe. Yet the man before her, bearing the Red Wolf ID, was different. He looked at her face without a hint of awe, his expression entirely unchanged. In fact, from his deep, tranquil eyes, Bai Li could clearly discern a trace of boredom. Yes, it was absolute boredom. It was as if in his eyes the figure and beauty she took such pride in could not even compare to a dilapidated vending machine in the corner of the lobby. This unprecedented feeling of being ignored caused the proud Bai Li, amidst her caution, to experience an unprecedented, indescribable sensation of unease. However, this confrontation lasted for a mere 3 seconds. Almost simultaneously they withdrew their gazes, one turning left and the other right, walking away without a single lingering glance. Yuan strolled with his hands in his pockets, his movements poised and effortless, heading straight toward the supply vending machine on the left side of the lobby. The players of Area C-72 following behind him, however, lacked his composure. Their gazes were entirely captivated by Bai Li, their eyes practically glued to that cold, elegant, and haughty woman. That is, until the massive mechanical white tiger bared its maw of metallic fangs and unleashed a deafening roar. Only then did the group of male players shudder, violently scrambling in terror to catch up with Yuan's pace. Sisterly. Behind Bai Li, a short-haired female player approached and whispered, "It seems that man is the Red Wolf from the region-wide announcement. I heard he is the SSS grade player who speedran the 4-star Secret Realm." Bai Li remained silent. She merely stepped forward with her long, slender legs, walking expressionlessly toward the automatic vending machine on the opposite side. Then she began a frantic shopping spree. Various high-calorie meats and purified water were purchased in bulk without a moment's hesitation. On the other side, Yuan paid absolutely no attention to the female player's movements. His focus was entirely locked onto the item list of the automatic vending machine. Most of the common supplies here could be exchanged for metal blocks. One metal block could be traded for a bottle of iced cola or a cup of instant noodles. A pack of premium cigarettes, however, required a whopping 5 metal blocks. This price was by no means cheap. One must know that in the wilderness, a single metal block could directly restore 10% of a battle vehicle's durability. In this brutal apocalypse, metal blocks were a hard currency, as stable as gasoline diesel batteries and other power sources. If an ordinary player could amass 100 metal blocks, they would already be considered moderately wealthy, and they would never bear to exchange them for a mere bite of food. They were nowhere near as wealthy as Lu Yuan, whose supply of metal blocks was virtually inexhaustible. Lu Yuan quickly scanned the supply vending machine and found no rare materials that he particularly needed. He turned and approached the blueprint exchange machine on the other side. The moment the screen lit up, Lu Yuan's eyes brightened. The list was packed with the very treasures he desperately needed right now. Not only were there basic blueprints here, but even intermediate and advanced blueprints were up for sale. Intermediate weapon modification blueprint price, 2500 hunt points. Advanced weapon modification blueprint price, 1000 hunt points. Lu Yuan glanced at his balance. His current hunt points stood at 3571. Under the brutal rule where killing one person yielded only a single point, these 3,000 plus points represented over 3,000 lives taken by his own hands. Without any hesitation, Lu Yuan locked onto an intermediate weapon modification blueprint and pressed the purchase button. Ding! 2500 hunt points deducted. Intermediate weapon modification blueprint successfully redeemed. The crisp system notification echoed in the silent lobby. Bai Li, who was browsing the common supplies nearby, whipped her head around. She stared intently at the blueprint that had materialized out of thin air in Lu Yuan's hand, radiating a faint blue glow, her gaze instantly turning razor sharp. An intermediate weapon modification blueprint. As a top-tier killer on the server with over 5,000 points, she knew all too well what an intermediate blueprint meant at this stage. It meant that the firepower of the opponent's battle vehicle would undergo a qualitative leap sufficient to pose a fatal threat to her and her mechanical white tiger. Bai Li's icy gaze lingered on Lu Yuan's back for a moment before she slowly withdrew her eyes. Her stunningly beautiful face showed no fear, instead a chilling aura of killing intent emanated from her. It seemed that once they entered the next highway, it would be necessary to eliminate this hidden threat ahead of time. After purchasing the blueprint, Lu Yuan chose not to spend his remaining 1,000 plus points, keeping them as a reserve for now. Aside from this blueprint exchange machine, the other common supplies in the lobby held absolutely no appeal for him. Just as he was about to push open the glass doors and return to his battle vehicle to rest. Boss! Several core players of the Red Wolf Guild approached, their faces flushed with the excitement of surviving a near-death experience. We just exchanged some metal blocks for a good amount of fine wine and meat, and we've reserved the spacious sofa lounge area on the east side of the lobby. We're planning a simple team-building gathering to celebrate our survival up to this point. Would you like to join us for a drink? Not interested. Lu Yuan replied, expressionlessly refusing without a second thought. In this death game fraught with peril, any form of relaxation or celebration was akin to gambling with one's life. Not only did he have zero interest in such pointless socializing, but he also found it somewhat ridiculous. In Lu Yuan's eyes, only one thing mattered most: becoming stronger. Only by constantly climbing higher and continuously upgrading his vehicle's firepower and armor could he seize control of his own destiny in this wretched apocalypse. Dismissing the disappointed guild members, Lu Yuan walked out of the service lobby alone and returned to the Red Wolf tank. Passing through the heavy steel hatch, he stepped back into that warm and comfortable folded space. The noise and cold of the outside world were instantly sealed off. Lu Yuan leaned back comfortably against the soft leather sofa. With a slight nudge of his thoughts, he opened his system inventory. Blueprints radiating an eerie blue glow floated quietly on the translucent panel. Staring at this intermediate blueprint bought at the cost of 2,500 lives, the corners of Lu Yuan's mouth curled slightly into a satisfied smile. Come on, upgrade. Lu Yuan leaned back comfortably against the soft leather sofa, a subtle flicker of his mind initiating the process. The intermediate weapon modification blueprint, which radiated an eerie blue glow, instantly dissolved into countless streams of data and surged into the tank's control panel. Ding! Intermediate weapon modification blueprint detected. Please select the advanced modification path for the Red Wolf tank's main cannon. The moment the system's prompt faded, a holographic projection of options materialized before Lu Yuan's eyes. Path: a rapid-fire cannon. Significantly reduces the main cannon's power in exchange for a terrifying fire rate of 60 rounds per minute. Required materials: metal block X50, O low-grade gunpowder X10. Path B: heavy howitzer. Increases the blast radius of the shells, dealing highly effective damage to unarmored targets. Required materials: metal block X100, high explosive X20. Lu Yuan swept his gaze over these two paths and let out a cold sneer. This was obviously the standard route the system had prepared for ordinary players. After all, in this apocalyptic wasteland where most could barely secure a decent meal, players who could scrape together 100 metal blocks were few and far between. The resource requirements for these two paths were calibrated precisely at the absolute limit of what an average player could afford. Aside from these, the panel listed dozens of other free enhancement paths in dense columns featuring all manner of flashy and convoluted branches. Yet none of these cheap options could catch Lu Yuan's eye. Deigning not to spare them a second glance, he scrolled straight to the very bottom of the list, locking his gaze onto the most expensive, and the only, path that radiated a dark red glow. Path Z: blazing collapse cannon. Description: compresses raging flames and air to a terrifying critical point before unleashing them. Attacks can be charged. Each minute of charging increases attack power by 100 up to a maximum of 5 times. Upon hitting a target, a vacuum black hole will form, forcibly pulling in surrounding enemies before triggering a violent collapsing explosion. Note: the otherworldly flames generated by the explosion bypass conventional laws of physics. Modification cost: metal block X 5000, highly concentrated combustion catalyst X 1000. Beholding this astronomical modification cost, Lu Yuan smacked his lips. 5,000 metal blocks, plus 1,000 units of rare, highly concentrated combustion catalyst. Any ordinary player looking at this would likely curse the system's black-hearted greed in utter despair. But Lu Yuan merely snapped his fingers with calm composure, instantly activating his exclusive god-tier talent. 100-fold cost mitigation activated. All weapon material requirements were instantly and forcefully slashed to a mere 1%. Deduct 50 metal blocks and 10 units of highly concentrated combustion catalyst. Begin modification. With Lu Yuan's command, a blinding burst of fire erupted from the exterior of the Red Wolf tank. The originally rugged cannon barrel began to restructure and extend, its surface rippling with energy lines that glowed with a hazardous crimson light, while the muzzle transformed into a deep abyssal dark red. Ding! Main cannon modification complete. Current main cannon type: blazing collapse cannon. Current base attack power 800 by 5 charged. Current penetration 25. Special effects: black hole pull otherworldly flames, bypassing physical laws. Looking at the staggering base attack power of 800 on the panel, Lu Yuan snapped his fingers in satisfaction. But this was far from enough. Lu Yuan opened his inventory once more, retrieving bundles of low-grade weapon enhancement blueprints. These were all amassed from his previous sweeps of the trading channel, supplemented by the spoils of clearing out red-named convoys. The effect of a low-grade blueprint was straightforward. Each one used would increase a weapon's attack power by 5%. However, this item carried a fatal system restriction. A single weapon could only utilize a maximum of 5 blueprints, meaning the attack power boost was capped at a ceiling of 25%. But who was Lu Yuan? He glanced at his god-tier talent panel. Modified firepower no longer consumes any energy or ammunition, and all weapon power and enhancement limits are removed. The key lay precisely in this: all enhancement limits are removed. While others were restricted to 5 blueprints, he could use them infinitely. A glint of madness flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes as he grabbed the blueprints and began slapping them frantically onto the main cannon's panel. Ding! Enhancement 1 attack power increased to 105. Ding! Enhancement 2 attack power increased to 110. The crisp system notifications spammed frantically within the cabin. Ding! Enhancement 10 attack power increased to 150. Ding! Enhancement 25 attack power increased to 225. Until the final blueprint dissolved into a flash of white light. Ding! Enhancement 30 attack power increased to 250. Current base attack power 2,800 by 250. Staring at the finalized numbers, Lu Yuan drew in a sharp breath, unable to contain a burst of hearty laughter. Absolutely invincible. If on top of this he activated the SSS-grade component skill, Tyrant's Fury, obtained from the secret realm, the power of the first 10 main cannon shots would be multiplied tenfold once more. 10,000 multiplied by 10. The ultimate limit of a single explosive shot would reach a staggering 100,000. The vehicle-mounted machine guns of ordinary players currently dealt mere chip damage of at most dozens of points, whereas a single shot from his cannon would unleash a cataclysmic 100,000 damage. Lu Yuan stood up abruptly, opened the hatch, and leaned half his body out, his eyes burning intensely as he stared at the boundary of the service area, shrouded in thick fog. He felt the blood throughout his entire body boiling. I can't wait. Lu Yuan clenched his fists, a wild, impatient madness gleaming in his eyes. Hurry up and send some blind boss my way so I can test this baby out. Meanwhile, inside the VIP exclusive rest suite of the cross-district hub service area, Bailey reclined lazily on a soft, spacious round leather bed, her massive mechanical white tiger lying docilely by her side. With a subtle flick of her pale fingers, an intermediate weapon modification blueprint radiating a faint blue light appeared out of thin air. This was the very trophy she had spent a whopping 2500 points to redeem from the terminal. Enhanced. Parting her crimson lips slightly, Bailey slapped the blueprint directly onto the mechanical white tiger. A brilliant flash of blue light erupted as the blueprint dissolved into pure streams of data, flooding entirely into the tiger's forelimbs. The white tiger let out a low growl. Its already razor-sharp metal claws instantly transformed, taking on a deep, cold, dark silver sheen. Ding! Mechanical white tiger forelimb enhancement complete. Current part, super alloy tiger claws. Current base attack power 500. Current penetration 50. System evaluation: super alloy tiger claws possessing devastating destructive power. Even the frontal armor of a heavy tank can be easily torn to shreds. Gazing at the luxurious panel that materialized in her field of vision, a cold and confident curve graced Bailey's stunningly beautiful face. a full 500 attack power coupled with a terrifying 50% armor penetration effect. This rule-breaking level of lethality was more than enough for her to run rampant in the current stage of the survival game. Unbidden, the image of the man in the lobby with the ID, Red Wolf, surfaced in her mind. If they reached the next highway, and that man dared to pose any threat to her. Wiley gently stroked the white tiger's head, a dangerous cold glint flashing in the depths of her eyes. She would absolutely not hesitate to command her white tiger to tear that wretched tank and the man inside to pieces, reducing them to a heap of scrap metal. The 24-hour rest period at the cross-region hub passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, undercurrents surged in the plaza outside, with top experts from various regions testing each other, forming alliances, and even engaging in several small-scale altercations. But all of this had nothing to do with Lu Yuan. The thick scarlet meteorite iron armor completely isolated the Red Wolf tank from the clamor of the outside world. In the comfortable folded bedroom, the constant temperature system maintained the most ideal conditions. Lu Yuan slept on the soft large bed until he woke naturally, thoroughly relaxing his nerves that had been tense for days, and his physical condition returned to peak form. He stretched his muscles and bones, rose from bed, and walked to the tank's control console. Through the holographic display, Lu Yuan quietly admired the main cannon newly completed on the roof, the blast flame collapse cannon. The dark red barrel emitted a cold metallic gleam like a slumbering prehistoric beast. That terrifying damage value of 100,000 points gave Lu Yuan an unparalleled sense of confidence and security. He could hardly wait to test the firepower of this mighty cannon. Time flowed onward, and soon it reached exactly 12 o'clock at noon. A cold, emotionless, mechanical, synthetic voice detonated precisely in the minds of all players. Rest period concluded. New map loading in progress. As soon as those words echoed, a dramatic change occurred in the sky outside the hall. The dense gray fog that had shrouded the hub was torn apart instantaneously by invisible giant hands. Then a massive holographic map, so vast it blotted out the sun, glowing with eerie blue light, slowly materialized in the firmament above. It was a magnificent ruined city submerged in the deep ocean. Ancient architectural structures flickered faintly within the profound waves, radiating an suffocatingly eerie abyssal atmosphere. Map, Atlantis. The system's broadcast voice continued to echo across the sky, mercilessly announcing the rules of the new round of survival. All surviving players will be randomly distributed to the outer regions of Atlantis. Fatal ocean waves will rise from the map's edge and engulf the central area at a speed of 25 kilometers per hour. Hundreds of glaring white dots lit up on the colossal light screen map overhead. The locations marked by these dots are evacuation points. Upon reaching any dot, players may choose to activate the teleportation array for evacuation. Those who successfully evacuate will return directly to the service area and wait safely until this round of the game concludes. Warning: all neutral dropped materials acquired by players within Atlantis are contaminated. Contaminated materials cannot be used directly and must be brought back to the service area for purification. Best of luck to all players. With the broadcast finished, a massive blood-red countdown timer appeared in the sky above. Lu Yuan sat in the driver's, listening to the faint commotion and cries from his gaze instantly sharpening as he studied the map etched in the canopy. This system's rules were diabolically cruel to the extreme. The neutral resources shown on the map were all tainted and unusable. That means in Atlantis' high-stakes tug-of-war, players who are injured cannot use meds picked up along the roadside, and a car running out of fuel cannot rely on roadside oil. To survive, everyone must rely on the stock they brought into the game. If the stock isn't enough, what then? Then you must kill. Go and loot those clean, readily usable supplies from other players. This is a game that drives everyone to slaughter one another. As for the blinking evacuation beacon lights at the map's center, Lu Yuan's lips curved into a cold arc. They appear to offer a lifeline to the players, but in truth they are a poison-tipped dagger. Hundreds of evacuation points drive hundreds of millions of players to converge there in a frenzy. When exhausted prey finally escapes the waves and reaches an evacuation point to initiate the teleport, they are met by a densely concentrated hail of fire that had long lain in wait. There it is, not a safe zone, but the perfect slaughterhouse. Interesting. Lu Yuan gripped the tank's controls and slowly pressed the accelerator with his foot. The turbine aggregate engine gave a low, savage roar, as if the Grim Reaper himself had awoken. The blood-red countdown in the heavens had reached its final end. Teleportation beginning. A blinding white light flashed instantly, completely engulfing all the vehicles on the plaza. As the white light dissipated, the overwhelming sensation of weightlessness vanished. When Lu Yuan opened his eyes again, the massive Red Wolf tank had already landed steadily on the edge of the map. He surveyed his surroundings, and what met his eyes was a sprawling cluster of ancient city ruins, dilapidated yet incomparably majestic. Lu Yuan immediately glanced at the global map on the vehicle's radar. At that sight, despite having weathered countless tempestuous storms throughout his life, his eyelid couldn't help but twitch slightly. This ruined city, known as Atlantis, was despairingly immense. A rough estimation of the map's total area put it on par with the entire territory of a major nation from his past life. Furthermore, the route distance displayed on the radar, from the outermost edge where he currently stood to the evacuation point at the dead center of the map, was a straight line distance of a staggering 5,000 kilometers. At the limit of his vision, which marked the boundary of the entire ruined city, a ring of colossal deep-sea waves rising hundreds of meters high was advancing slowly, yet resolutely, toward the central region, resembling a towering black wall that connected heaven and earth. Within those towering, turbulent waters, gargantuan and bizarre dark shadows could be faintly seen thrashing and roaring. Once swept into this monstrous deluge, death would be absolute and inescapable. A grueling 5,000-kilometer highway of death with a life-claiming tsunami relentlessly pursuing from behind at a speed of 25 kilometers per hour. This meant that in the days to follow he would have to maintain a relentless high-intensity sprint through these deep-sea ruins, which were fraught with lethal perils and corruption. Yuan reined in his thoughts and gripped the control levers with both hands, preparing to floor the accelerator and put some distance between himself and the colossal waves. Yet right at that moment the tank's radar suddenly detected a glaring red dot moving at high speed. On the highway roughly 200 meters ahead of the Red Wolf tank, a massive mechanical white tiger, its body gleaming with a cold metallic luster, was bounding forward, sprinting furiously across the dilapidated ruins and stone-paved road. On the broad back of the mechanical white tiger, a tall, cold, and elegant figure crouched low. Like a breathtakingly beautiful goddess of war, she steered the steel behemoth as it charged forward. As if catching the terrifying roar of the engine from behind, the mechanical white tiger's frantic sprint abruptly slowed. Both the rider and the beast turned their heads simultaneously, their gazes piercing through the dilapidated ruins to lock onto this suddenly materialized blood-red tank. District C1 by Li. Yuan narrowed his eyes slightly. To think he had been assigned to the exact same highway of death as this extremely dangerous ice-cold beauty. Within the deep dark blue ruins of the ocean, a furious gale howled. Bai Li lay prone against the broad back of her mechanical white tiger, her breathtakingly beautiful face masked in a layer of icy frost. Exerting immense power through all four limbs, the mechanical white tiger's razor-sharp alloy claws kicked up a trail of sparks against the ruined cobblestone path, hurtling forward in a mad sprint at a speed of 150 kilometers per hour. Pursued by the lethal tsunami, this speed had already surpassed the limits of most players. Yet Bai Li dared not let her guard down even for a fraction of a second. She turned her head slightly, her icy gaze locked onto the crimson tank behind her, which resembled a prehistoric behemoth, her muscles tensed to the absolute limit. She had long been prepared to engage in battle at any moment. In Bai Li's estimation, while a track tank weighing dozens of tons possessed formidable defense, its speed was a fatal flaw. It could never hope to catch up with a mechanical white tiger running at full throttle. The only threat she truly needed to guard against was that dark red main cannon. As long as she kept her eyes glued to the muzzle and performed a tactical evasion the instant it fired, she had absolute confidence in dodging the shell's devastating impact. Just as Bai Li was on high alert, a deafening, terrifying explosion suddenly erupted from behind. The colossal sonic boom, like a sudden clap of thunder, sent a violent jolt through Bai Li's arms as she steered the white tiger. Oh no! Her pupils contracted sharply, her heart leaping into her throat as she instinctively prepared to guide the tiger into an evasive maneuver. Yet a second passed. The anticipated armor-piercing shell tearing through the air did not arrive. Nothing happened. Bai Li looked back in bewilderment, her eyes filled with confusion. The main cannon was actually not pointed forward. Immediately after, she witnessed a scene that completely shattered her common sense. The air behind the Red Wolf tank seemed to be violently blasted open by a tempestuous force, forming a visible massive circular shockwave. Then that mountain of steel weighing dozens of tons actually leveraged the terrifying recoil of the cannon fire to hurtle toward her like a bullet discharged from a barrel, closing the distance at extreme speed. Speeding in reverse. A drop of cold sweat instantly rolled down Bai Li's forehead. What kind of absurd tactic was this? Before she could recover from her shock to execute any counterattack, a second earth-shattering blast erupted. The mountain-like crimson tank achieved a secondary acceleration, the furious roar of its engine intertwining with the screech of tearing air, sending a chill down her spine. Bai Li swept her gaze across the rearview radar on her control interface. A crimson warning light was flashing frantically. The radar clearly indicated that the speed of the approaching tank behind her had soared to an appalling 300 kilometers per hour, and it was far from over. When the third ear-splitting blast resounded, the hull of the Red Wolf tank even dragged a dark red afterimage through the air. In almost an instant, the massive steel behemoth flashed past Bai Li's eyes with an utterly overbearing and unreasonable demeanor. What kind of tempestuous gale would a 65-ton object whip up as it roared past her at nearly 400 kilometers per hour? It was practically a miniature Force 10 hurricane. The mechanical white tiger, which had been sprinting at full speed, instantly lost its balance, its thick mechanical legs buckling violently in the raging wind. Damn it! Bai Li cried out in alarm as she, along with her several hundred-pound mechanical white tiger, was violently flipped to the ground by the tempestuous blast of air. The rider and her tiger rolled awkwardly a couple of times on the gravel-strewn ruins road before barely managing to stabilize themselves. Covered in dust, Bai Li scrambled up from the ground. Her once silky long hair was now a disheveled mess, her cold and elegant allure completely shattered. Gasping heavily for breath, she stared intently at the radar screen. The speed of the red dot on the radar had surpassed 400 kilometers per hour, disappearing off the map ahead at an unbelievable velocity. She admitted that at this moment her composure had completely crumbled. 400 kilometers per hour. Is that a speed a tank can fucking achieve? The ice beauty, always so aloof and proud, could not help but curse, her chest heaving violently. What humiliated and infuriated her even more was Lu Yuan's attitude. Ever since they were in the service area lobby, she had regarded this man with the black ID as her greatest rival, remaining on high alert the entire way, and even preparing to fight to the death at any moment. And the result? From beginning to end, he had not spared her so much as a second glance. Let alone firing a shot to attack. Lu Yuan had simply slammed on the gas, treating her like a mere stone on the roadside or a gust of thin air vanishing before her eyes in a flash. Bailey clenched her pearly teeth, her eyes locked onto the fading red on the radar as an unprecedented fury ignited in her gaze. Red Wolf, is it? Just you wait. Once I catch up, I will tear your trashy tank to pieces. Meanwhile, at this very moment, the culprit who had completely shattered the Ice Beauty's composure was sitting comfortably in the tank's cockpit. The vehicle's sound system was blasting at full volume, deafening heavy metal rock music echoing wildly throughout the cabin. Lu Yuan swayed casually to the heavy beat of the drums while observing the situation behind him through the panoramic periscope. On the periscope screen, the majestic mechanical White Tiger and that aloof black-named female player from Area C. One were being tossed about by the wind whipped up by the tank, and in the blink of an eye, they were left far behind at the edge of his vision, reduced to a tiny red dot on the radar's periphery. Lu Yuan withdrew his gaze, a relaxed curve playing at the corner of his mouth. Placing both hands back onto the control levers, his eyes shone with confidence and wild arrogance. As long as I am fast enough, trouble can't catch up to me. See ya? Accompanied by the furious roar of the engine, the crimson steel behemoth transformed into a bolt of lightning, kicking up dust as it vanished into the depths of Atlantis. After shaking off Bailey, Lu Yuan drove the Red Wolf tank at full speed along the ruined highways of Atlantis. His mind was consumed by a single thought: find some unlucky fool and test the power of his new main cannon. Yet after driving recklessly for half an hour, he hadn't spotted so much as a shadow of any monster. Surrounding him were only shattered deep-sea structures and massive boulders draped in seaweed. Where was all this talk of danger lurking at every turn? Where were the monsters? The boss? Lu Yuan slumped back in his driver's seat and let out a bored yawn. Just as he was beginning to consider this road an absolutely safe passage, a dull explosion echoed from several kilometers ahead. Rolling columns of thick smoke rose into the air, immediately catching Lu Yuan's attention. He pressed the accelerator hard, and the tank's engine roared with a deep growl as he rapidly closed the distance. From a great distance, Lu Yuan could already see that the highway ahead was completely blockaded. A massive fleet of vehicles coated in glaring red paint was tangled together with a motley collection of colorful cars, all jammed into a chaotic mess. The army of red vehicles. That was the distinctive mark of the Red Wolf Guild from Zone C, 72. Lu Yuan frowned. Had his own guild members been ambushed and blocked by forces from another zone? At this thought, the Red Wolf tank surged forward with an oppressive intensity, roaring toward the outer edges of the vehicle cluster. Yet the anticipated firefight never materialized. The crowd among the vehicles heard that familiar thunderous engine roar and turned their heads. When they caught sight of the crimson heavy armor tank, their relief erupted into wild celebration. Holy shit. It's Boss Red Wolf. It really is the guild leader. Brothers, we're saved. Oh God, we're not going to die. Boss is here to rescue us. Dozens of players from Zone C, 72 were trembling with excitement as they sprinted out of their vehicles, waving frantically at the approaching tank. Lu Yuan slowed down and peered through the periscope, finally seeing clearly what was blocking the road. At the very front of the vehicle cluster loomed a mutated deep-sea crab, its size rivaling that of a large shipping container. The creature was encased in impenetrable black-gray barnacle armor, with both massive claws bristling with barbed spines. Right now, one of its claws was crushing a wrecked off-road vehicle, like paper, effortlessly reducing it to a crumpled mess. Meanwhile, the enormous beast was advancing relentlessly toward the convoy on its 8 thick legs, leaving behind trails of nauseating slime. Conventional vehicle-mounted machine guns were useless against its armored hide. Only sparks would fly from the impacts. As he drew nearer, Lu Yuan noticed that among those trapped were not just his guild members, but also a group of white name players bearing the Zone C. 1 prefix, most of them female. At this moment, several rescued C-72 zone guys were proudly dragging over the C-1 zone girls, boasting wildly about their narrow escape. Don't shake anymore, sisters. Our boss is here now, we're completely safe. Exactly. That crab might look huge, but compared to our boss's war machine, it's just another seafood dish. Inside the tank, Lu Yuan picked up these conversations through the external audio pickup and couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. How had these guys gotten so comfortable mixing with the C-1 zone folks in such a short time? And here they were chit-chatting at a moment when life and death hung in the balance. Nevertheless, it was time to get down to business. The Red Wolf tank let out a low, ominous rumble. The crowd ahead quickly realized what was happening and excitedly pushed their vehicles aside, clearing a wide firing lane for the true steel behemoth. Lu Yuan pushed down the control lever. The dark red detonation flame implosion cannon on the turret slowly rotated, precisely targeting the arrogant Crab King ahead. Let's start with a 10,000 shot to hear the sound. Lu Yuan directly activated the main cannon's charge module. As energy poured in frantically, the air around the barrel was instantly compressed to its limit. A terrifying aura of destruction spread outward. Players standing within dozens of meters of the tank suddenly felt their chests tighten. The air around them seemed completely drained, making every breath an effort. Inside the cabin, cold system notification sounds kept ringing out. Ding, charge successful, attack power increased by 1x. Ding, charge successful, attack power increased by 2x. Ding, charge successful. Ding, charge reached maximum limit, attack power increased by 5x. Current attack power 10,000. Fire. Lu Yuan pressed the launch button without hesitation. Boom. A world-shattering explosion erupted, deafening in its intensity. From the Red Wolf tank's barrel erupted a devastating orb of black and white light. The orb moved at incredible speed, carving an eye-searing trail through the air as it tore forward with overwhelming force. At the same moment, the 65-ton tank shuddered violently. Even with Lu Yuan having firmly depressed the brakes in advance, the terrifying recoil still dragged the tank backward dozens of meters along the highway, with the tracks screeching across the pavement and emitting two trails of acrid black smoke. If he hadn't braked, the tank itself might have been launched forward. And ahead, the mutated Crab King, whose body was as massive as a small hill, hadn't even had time to let out a scream. The black and white implosion orb pierced through its proud heavy armor without any resistance, moving with unstoppable force. No thunderous explosion followed. The immense impact drove straight through the Crab King's massive frame, then continued unhindered, transforming into a meteor streaking toward the distant horizon behind them, until it vanished completely beyond everyone's sight. A deathly silence fell over the crowd. All eyes were wide open, watching the terrifying scene unfolding before them. The Crab King that had just moments before appeared invincible was now thoroughly dead. A massive hole penetrating completely through its chest with a diameter of 3 meters marred its form. Strange black and white flames burned quietly along the edges of the cavity. Ding. Killed mutated Crab King X1 EXP 1000. Obtained corrupted alloy machete X1. Watching the system prompts, Lu Yuan frowned. What the hell happened to the explosion, he muttered discontentedly. I was told it would form a vacuum black hole upon hitting the target, right? An implosion explosion. There wasn't even a sound. Just as Lu Yuan was feeling somewhat disappointed by this dud shot, the previously silent system panel suddenly began spamming notifications frantically. Ding. Killed mutated Merman X1 EXP 100. Ding. Killed mutated Merman X1 EXP 100. Ding. Killed elite Merman X1 EXP 500. Ding. Killed elite Mage X1 EXP 500. Ding. Killed Merman Chief X1 EXP 10,000. Dense kill notifications scrolled frantically before Lu Yuan's eyes like a waterfall. Lu Yuan sat in the driver's cabin, staring at the experience bar skyrocketing uncontrollably, completely stunned. He looked at the Crab King that was now nothing more than an empty shell, then at the distant horizon where the shell had disappeared, his face filled with confusion. What the hell is going on here? 80 kilometers away from where Lu Yuan fired his cannon, within a sunken deep-sea basin of ruins, thick smoke billowed and fresh blood stained the shattered stone pathways. Chun Tianyu gripped the steering wheel of the off-road vehicle with a death clutch, his knuckles turning white from the sheer force of his strain. As one of the top 10 experts in Sector C-15, the elite convoy he led had originally ventured deep into this basin solely to search for high-tier supply crates. Who could have anticipated that they would plunge headfirst into a nest of mutated monsters? At this very moment, the basin was completely surrounded by hundreds, if not thousands, of mutated murlocs covered in azure scales. The convoy's ammunition had long been depleted. The communication channel was dead silent, as several of his elite brothers-in-arms who had braved life and death with him had been brutally torn to shreds along with their vehicles by the murlocs. And standing in the center of that dense, swarming horde of murlocs was a terrifying behemoth towering 7 to 8 meters tall. The Murloc Chieftain. It dragged a massive rust-laden anchor in its hand, causing the ground to shudder with a dull, heavy tremor with every step it took. Watching the monster steadily draw closer, a flicker of despair flashed through Chun Tianyu's eyes. Their defensive line had utterly collapsed. Facing such an overwhelming tide of monsters, no matter how superb his driving skills were, escaping was an absolute impossibility. My brothers, I'm sorry. It looks like we're checking out here today. Chun Tianyu gritted his teeth, a fierce ruthlessness gleaming in his eyes as he prepared to initiate the combat vehicle's self-destruct sequence, determined to drag a few of them down to hell with him, even in death. Just as the Murloc Chieftain let out a deafening roar, raising its colossal anchor high into the air to unleash the final slaughter upon its prey, a sudden anomaly erupted in the sky. An ear-ringing shriek echoed from the distant high altitude without any warning. Chun Tianyu instinctively looked up. He saw a sphere of interwoven black and white light hurtling down like a falling meteor, trailing a long, roaring afterimage behind it. Its speed was inconceivably fast, tracing a lethal parabola through the air before crashing, with pinpoint accuracy, right into the absolute center of the Murloc horde, right at the very feet of the Murloc Chieftain. The anticipated deafening explosion did not occur. The moment the sphere of light touched the ground, the entire world seemed to be placed on mute. Every sound, scent, and even the air itself in the surroundings was completely vacuumed out in that single instant. A miniature black hole several meters in diameter abruptly materialized in the midst of the monster crowd. Immediately following that, an unspeakably terrifying gravitational pull erupted violently. Roar! The swarms of mutated murlocs stood absolutely no chance of resisting. Like debris flushed down a toilet, they were dragged screaming toward the center of the black hole. Even the colossal murloc chieftain lost its balance under this horrifying pulling force. Its massive body slid backward uncontrollably, plowing 2 deep trenches into the ground. Holy crap! Chen Tianyu's scalp went numb with terror. To his horror, he discovered that his 5-ton modified off-road vehicle was also sliding backward toward the black hole, completely out of his control. A powerful will to survive instantly conquered his fear. Floor the accelerator. Don't let yourselves get sucked in. Chen Tianyu roared hoarsely into the communication channel, slamming his foot flat against the pedal. The internal combustion engine unleashed a violent, overburdened roar, and the exhaust pipes spewed long tails of flame. The tires of the remaining elite combat vehicles spun frantically, kicking up blinding sparks against the ground as they desperately fought the lethal suction behind them. Just as the vehicles' engines were on the verge of burning out from the overload, the suction behind them suddenly vanished. The vehicles, which had been dragged backward so relentlessly, instantly lost all resistance. Like arrows released from a bow, they surged forward at frantic speeds, propelled by their fully throttled horsepower. And behind them, the black hole collapsed to its absolute limit. Thousands of murlocs and that once overbearing boss had been forcefully compressed into a grotesque sphere of twisted flesh and blood. In the next second, a breathtakingly magnificent burst of black and white flames erupted within the ruined basin. The blinding light illuminated the entire basin in a ghostly pale glow. The terrifying shockwave of the explosion swept outward like a tsunami, flipping the vehicles of Chen Tianyu and his companions just as they escaped the basin. They rolled 7 or 8 times and skidded for dozens of meters before barely coming to a halt. An unknown amount of time passed. Covered in grime, Chen Tianyu kicked open the door and crawled out of the overturned off-road vehicle. He spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva and turned his head to look. From the few battered combat vehicles nearby, his surviving elite teammates were also crawling out one by one in a disheveled state. Though everyone was covered in dirt and nursing injuries they had by some miracle, all managed to survive. Supporting one another, they stumbled toward the edge of the basin and peered down. In an instant, everyone froze in place as if struck by lightning. The army of monsters was gone. The terrifying murloc chieftain was also gone. In the very center of the basin, nothing remained but a terrifying, bottomless crater spanning over 100 meters in diameter. The inner walls of the giant crater had been instantly crystallized by the ultra-high temperature, smooth as a mirror reflecting the eerie blue light of the sky. Along the edges, a few lingering wisps of black and white flames still burned quietly. Hundreds of monsters had been completely vaporized in that black and white explosion, leaving behind not even a speck of ash. Chen Tianyu swallowed hard, his hands trembling as he opened the system's public channel. He uploaded the death-defying escape footage automatically recorded by his tactical terminal. As a high-ranking player, he felt it necessary to share this critical piece of intelligence to warn all players in the sector. Sharing a piece of intelligence for free. If any of you encounter this kind of black and white meteor in the future, don't say a word. Just floor the accelerator and run as fast as you can. Chen Tianyu typed frantically in the public channel. A black hole fell from the sky. A literal black hole. I'm telling you, our convoy was surrounded by thousands of murlocs in the basin. We were almost completely wiped out. And then a black and white meteor dropped straight out of the sky. Holy shit. It turned into a black hole. It sucked in all the monsters and insta-killed them. You'll know how terrifying this thing is once you watch the video. Avi. The moment this first-person live escape video was posted, the public channel, which had been discussing survival pressures, instantly exploded. Screens of question marks and shock flooded the chat, just as everyone was speculating whether this was a trap of Atlantis or some unknown calamity. In the public channel, a player from Sector C, 72, casually clicked on the video, watching the black and white meteor trail in the footage, and then looking at the incredibly familiar interwoven black and white eerie flames lingering at the crater's edge. The player froze for a moment. Suddenly, the world-destroying scene of his own boss firing a cannon flashed vividly in his mind. The color of the flames, the aura of pure destruction. With a sudden stroke of realization, he slapped his thigh, his hands flying across the control panel in excitement. Moments later, a bolded red bullet comment drifted arrogantly across the boiling public channel. What the hell do you mean a black hole fell from the sky? That was a shell our sector's boss Honglong casually fired just a moment ago. What do you mean a black hole descended from the heavens? That was a shell casually fired by our boss Red Wolf from Sector C, 72, just now. As soon as this bolded red bullet comment was sent, the public channel, which had been filled with shock, fell dead silent for a second. Immediately after, an overwhelming deluge of mocking comments flooded the screen like a tsunami. Holy crap, are the people in Sector C, 72 driven mad by the tidal waves? They've started talking nonsense here. A casually fired shell creating a black hole. Is your boss piloting an interstellar dreadnought or a star destroyer? What a ridiculous boast without even drafting it first. Causing gravitational collapse. Why don't you just say your boss instantly vaporized an evil god? Disperse everyone. The guy from Sector C, 72 probably saw Sector C, 15 witnessed a spectacle and got jealous, so he came out to clout chase. Faced with the savage collective mockery from players across all sectors, the players of Sector C, 72 immediately refused to take it lying down. Another Sector C, 72 player instantly retaliated, "I can prove it. Our boss really did it. Just moments ago he effortlessly annihilated a mutated crab king. After the shell pierced right through the crab, it flew completely out of sight." Other Sector C, 72 players who were present immediately stepped up to show their support. "Exactly. I was there too. I saw our boss fire the shot with my own eyes. The recoil almost flipped the tank over, and the shell was definitely black and white." However, with only players from the same sector testifying, players from other sectors refused to buy into it, still convinced they were putting on a collective act. Right then, a few female players with the Sector C, 1 prefix timidly spoke up in the public channel. We're from Sector C1. Although it sounds absurd, it actually seems to be true. The powerhouse Red Wolf from Sector C, 72 indeed fired a shot here, just now. The color of the shell was identical to the one in the video. As soon as these bullet comments appeared, the mocking voices instantly decreased by half. Immediately after, the Sector C, 72 player who had first retaliated posted a high-definition photo directly into the public channel. The photo depicted the mountainous carcass of the mutated Crab King. Most eye-catching of all was a perfectly smooth 3-meter-wide circular hole piercing right through the Crab King's chest. At the edge of this mirror-smooth cut, a few wisps of eerie black and white flames were quietly burning. The form, color, and even the aura of destruction emanating from the flames, which could be felt even through the screen, were cast from the exact same mold as the flames at the edge of the crater that Chun Tianyu had posted earlier. The evidence was ironclad. The entire public channel fell into a deathly silence. A full half-minute passed. Suddenly the screen erupted into a synchronized frenzy of spamming. "Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! Is this for real, eh? A basic attack clearing the map from 80 kilometers away. What kind of god-tier firepower is this? Can the game even be played like this? Boss, come out and say something. Red Wolf. Boss, come out and say something. Red Wolf. Boss, do you still need any sidekicks to carry? Red Wolf." For a moment, the public channel was incredibly unified as millions of players frantically tagged that high and mighty black ID. Yet the culprit behind this massive sensation and worship had not even glanced at the chat channel. Yuan was leaning back comfortably in the driver's seat, listening to energetic heavy metal rock as he piloted his steel behemoth, speeding all the way toward the core region of Atlantis. Half an hour later, Li, who was also rushing down the ruined highway, was crouched on the back of her mechanical white tiger, her cold gaze searching for tank tread marks ahead. She was determined to catch up with that bastard and teach him a harsh lesson. Suddenly, Li raised her hand, signaling the mechanical white tiger to slow down. On the highway several kilometers ahead, dozens of vehicles were parked in a grand assembly. Brightly painted red chariots intermingled with ordinary vehicles of various colors completely gridlocked the entire highway. As a massive firefight broken out, Li instantly grew alert. In Atlantis, where resources were heavily contaminated and the threat of being swallowed by tidal waves loomed at any moment, encounters between players from different sectors would inevitably lead to bloody battles over survival supplies. However, when Li climbed over a massive stone slab and clearly saw the scene ahead, she froze on the spot. The expected river of blood was nowhere to be seen. Neither was there any brutal slaughter or looting. Instead, the massive carcass of a mutated crab lay across the highway ahead. A group of burly men with Sector C-72 above their heads were mingling with a group of female players sporting the Sector C-1 prefix. Everyone was working in full swing. Some holding wrenches, others wielding axes. They were working together to dismantle the crab's carapace, converting and breaking it down into basic materials. What truly shattered Li's worldview was the way these people communicated. A fierce-looking but warm-hearted man from Sector C-72 smashed off a piece of top-grade crab shell with his hammer and handed it with a broad grin to a girl from Sector C-1 nearby. "Here you go, little sister. This piece of crab shell has high defense attributes. I broke it off for you, so it's yours." The girl smiled sweetly. "Thank you, Brother Wong. You're so kind." Another man nearby, dressed in a suit and also driving a red chariot, quickly hurried over and handed her a bottle of clean, purified water. "You must be tired, right? You've been hammering for so long, you must be thirsty. I have some uncontaminated clean water here, have some." The girl took it somewhat touched. "Thank you, Mr. Li. Are all of you from Sector C-72 this gentlemanly? Haha, our guild is all about mutual aid. We don't look for trouble, but we're certainly not afraid of it." Hiding behind the rock and witnessing this harmonious scene, Li's delicate face was filled with massive question marks. What was going on? Did she walk onto the wrong set, or had she entered some massive apocalyptic matchmaking event? What happened to doing whatever it takes to survive? What happened to the collapse of morality, the disappearance of law, and the distortion of human nature? While people from other sectors outside were beating each other's brains out just to fight over a bottle of clean water, what on earth was wrong with this group of Sector C-72 players with their red-painted vehicles? In front of the ruined broken bridge, the harmonious matchmaking atmosphere did not last long. Accompanied by a low rumbling tiger growl, a tall and coldly elegant figure riding a mechanical white tiger slowly emerged from behind a massive stone slab. The deep, pure black ID floating above Bai Li's head appeared exceptionally glaring among this crowd of white-named players. The crowd who had just been enthusiastically smashing crab shells froze in their tracks instantly. The temperature in the air seemed to plummet to the freezing point in an instant. The burly men of Zone C, 72 paled, dramatically drawing their weapons almost reflexively and shielding several girls behind them, as if facing a formidable foe. Oh no, it's a black name player. Girls, hide behind me. However, several female players bearing the Zone C, 1 prefix were momentarily stunned before bursting into ecstatic cheers. Sisterly, you're here. The girls ran forward excitedly, completely ignoring the fierce, intimidating pressure radiating from the mechanical white tiger. Bai Li flipped and leaped down from the tiger's back, her cold gaze sweeping across the warily defensive men of Zone C, 72, before settling on the girls from her own guild. Tell me what is going on. In a place like this you actually mingled with people from another zone. Bai Li's voice carried no warmth, laced with stern reprimand. For clean resources people will betray and plunder each other at any moment. Do you not even know how to spell the word death? Faced with Bai Li's scolding, the girls gathered around like children who had made a mistake, chiming in to explain all at once. Sisterly, you've misunderstood. They aren't bad people. Just now a crab monster as massive as a hill blocked our path, and we were almost wiped out. It was the expert Red Wolf from Zone C, 72 who happened to pass by and effortlessly obliterated this boss with a single shot. The expert thought dismantling the materials took too much time, so he didn't even stop his vehicle and just sped away. Pointing at the crab's remains on the ground, the girl continued, this boss dropped too many materials. The brothers from Zone C, 72 said they couldn't salvage it all on their own, so they suggested we dismantle it together and split the spoils evenly. Hearing this explanation, Bai Li was slightly taken aback. She turned her gaze to the colossal crab carcass, focusing on the massive clean-cut hole, 3 meters in diameter, that pierced completely through its chest. On the edges of the hole, a few faint wisps of black and white flames still lingered. She stared at the opening for a long time. The nameless anger that had been bottled up in her chest had somehow already dissipated by more than half. She withdrew her gaze, not dwelling on the reason. Step aside. The crowd instinctively took a few steps back. With a thought from Bai Li, the mechanical white tiger beside her let out a roar, transforming into a streak of silver lightning as it pounced toward the crab carcass. Swoosh. Sharp alloy tiger claws wove a glaring cold light in the air. Within a few short seconds, that rock-solid mutant crab king was effortlessly and flawlessly dismantled, transformed into evenly sized pieces of high-grade materials neatly piled on the ground. The rider and her beast transformed into a silver stream of light, galloping swiftly in the direction where the Red Wolf tank had vanished. The wild wind howled past her ears. Bai Li crouched on the back of the mechanical white tiger, advancing at full speed along the devastated, ruined highway. Suddenly far off on the distant horizon, a dramatic anomaly erupted. An incredibly thick pillar of light radiating an eerie purple glow tore through the haze above Atlantis, without warning soaring straight into the sky. The next second, a cold system-wide broadcast exploded in the minds of all surviving players. Ding. Server-wide announcement. High-value item detected entering the extraction determination zone. Core extraction point 1 has been activated. Extraction point district Zone C, 72. Extraction point opening countdown 30 minutes. Warning, this player's coordinates have been exposed in real time. Killing this player will guarantee the drop of this epic grade material. The moment the system broadcast ended, Bai Li raised her head, in unprecedented gravity appearing on her stunningly beautiful face. The position of that glaring purple pillar of light was directly ahead on her path. Epic grade material. A burning battle intent ignited in the depths of Bai Li's eyes. In this crisis-ridden post-apocalyptic world, a single epic grade piece of equipment or item was enough to completely shatter the balance of power between zones. No matter who carried the material over the next 30 minutes, extraction point 1 would undoubtedly turn into the most brutal meat grinder in all of Atlantis. Meanwhile, in a canyon of ruins, even further from extraction point 1, boom, heavy treads ruthlessly rolled over the scattered remains of mutated sea pythons. Yuan, driving the Red Wolf tank, had just unilaterally slaughtered a large wild monster stronghold. The glaring purple pillar of light and the server-wide announcement similarly caught his attention. Epic material. Someone actually dropped such a top-tier item right at the start. Yuan looked at the frantically flashing purple skull coordinates on his radar, a predatory arch curving at the corner of his lips. The extraction point was not too far from his location. Originally, he was still worrying about where to find high-level treasures, and now wasn't someone actively delivering it to his doorstep. A 30-minute extraction countdown was more than enough time for him to make a big move. Interesting. Looks like it's worth heading back to make a play. Yuan slammed the control levers with both hands and stepped on the gas pedal to the metal. The Red Wolf tank whipped into a gorgeous drift within the ruined canyon, its heavy treads kicking up a storm of dust. The engine let out a terrifying roar that could shake the deep sea like a vicious wolf catching the scent of blood as it charged madly toward the purple extraction point marked on the map. The scene rewinds half an hour earlier. On the outskirts of Atlantis, in a relatively hidden ruined street, an ordinary van painted with red markings carefully navigated through the debris and collapsed walls. Behind the wheel, Wang Jian was drenched in sweat, his hands tightly gripping the steering wheel. Since entering this new zone, he had felt the true meaning of despair. Monsters lurked everywhere, supplies lay contaminated, and rival players from other zones, marked with red names, could emerge from the shadows at any moment. He was just an ordinary person. The only reason he had survived this long was sheer luck and the lingering protection left behind by the great expert Lu Yuan. Husband, look over there. At the ruins, isn't something glowing down below? His wife Lina, seated in the passenger seat, suddenly pointed toward a tilted stone slab not far away and called out in a hushed voice. Wang Jian followed her gaze, and his heart skipped a beat. Beneath the shadow of the stone slab lay a silver treasure chest, quietly emitting a faint glow. He slammed on the brakes, grabbed a rusty iron crowbar, and slipped out of the vehicle like a thief rushing straight to the chest. After confirming no monsters were nearby, he jammed the crowbar into the seam and pried with all his strength. A sharp click echoed through the air. When the chest lid sprang open, there was no silver light as expected. In fact, a blinding radiance of purple gold erupted outward. The brilliant light shot straight into the sky, bathing the dim street in dazzling illumination. Wang Jian stood frozen, his very breath caught in his throat. At the bottom of the chest rested a crystal core pulsing with a deep purple luminescence. Epic-level vehicle power core corrupted. In this survival game, even opening the rarest golden chests yielded epic-tier items with negligible probability. The chance of finding an epic item in a silver chest was a mere 0.1%. It was like winning the lottery's grand prize. Who? Husband. This is purple. Lina covered her mouth, trembling with excitement, her voice shaking. We're rich. Wife, we've made it. Wang Jian shoved the epic core directly into his system inventory, his eyes burning red. In this cutthroat world, an epic tier item like this, if they could bring it back to a safe zone for purification, the resources from selling it would sustain their family of 3 in comfort for years to come. No more risking their lives for half a bottle of clean water. Let's go. Now, head for the nearest extraction point. Coming back to his senses, Wang Jian grabbed his wife and ran back to the van. He floored the accelerator, the van's engine roaring as they sped toward the closest extraction point marked on the radar. Throughout the journey, Wang Jian's heart hammered against his ribs. His eyes never left the radar, terrified that a monster might ambush them or that hostile players would appear. Please God, let them make it through. Perhaps this inexplicable streak of luck held, because within 10 minutes they encountered no resistance and somehow burst into a vast ancient plaza. At the center of the plaza hovered a soft white shimmer, a glowing exit zone. The moment the van crossed its threshold, a cold system prompt appeared before him. Player detected entering extraction zone. Confirm immediate evacuation. Without hesitation, his trembling finger pressed yes with force. But instead of the anticipated white teleportation, flash, a massive pillar of eerie purple light erupted from the plaza's center, piercing straight into the heavens. A cold system voice sounded again like a death knell from the underworld. Ding. High-value item detected in extraction zone. Evacuation confirmed. Warning, epic-level contaminated resource detected. This item will enter deep binding status. During evacuation, this item cannot be discarded, traded, or destroyed. Current evacuation countdown 30 minutes. With the system warnings echoing in his head, and that towering purple beam exposing them to all of Atlantis, Wang Jian and Lina's expressions of ecstasy froze completely. Their faces fell as though mourning a death. In this world where resources were scarce and players slaughtered each other for survival, standing under a pillar of purple light that announced to everyone, I have an epic tier treasure, while forced to wait 30 minutes in place. This wasn't luck, it was a death warrant. Husband, what do we do? Lina broke down in desperate tears, clutching their sleeping daughter Xiaoya. Wang Jian's face went pale, his hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly his nails drew blood. After a moment, determination flashed in his eyes. He quickly opened the door, pulled his wife and daughter out, and pointed toward a concealed underground entrance at the plaza's edge. Wife, listen to me. We can't get rid of this now. We can't escape. His eyes reddened, his voice hoarse and desperate. Take Xiaoya and hide in that basement immediately. No matter what happens outside, no matter what you hear, do not come out. Do not make a sound. I'm not going. We die together. Lina clung desperately to his sleeve, tears streaming down her face. Bullshit. If you die, what about Xiaoya? Wang Jian roared in anger, then immediately softened his tone, cupping his wife's face with both hands. Wife, please. Consider this my last favor. Please take care of our daughter and survive. Before she could respond, he pushed past her and sprinted back toward the red-painted van. He grabbed an old rifle from the trunk and stood alone at the center of the purple pillar. Taking a deep breath, his trembling fingers opened the private channel for the Red Wolf Guild in Zone C-72. Even if hope was slim, he had to grasp at the last straw. Brothers of the Guild. This is Wang Jian, the guy who found the epic loot at Extraction Point 1. If anyone is nearby and can come rescue me, as long as we survive to purify this item, I'll split all the proceeds equally among you. The moment his message went out, the guild channel, previously discussing the global announcement, exploded with activity. What the hell? That epic tier player with the purple pillar is actually one of ours. Split what? Don't insult us. The Red Wolf Guild looks out for its own. Hold on, Brother Wong. I'm only 5 kilometers from extraction point 1. I'm already flooring it. I'll be there soon. Take it easy. We're coming. All Red Wolf members in the area converge on point 1 at full speed. We won't let outsiders steal what's ours. After sending the message, Wang Jian clenched his teeth and leaned against the back of that dilapidated minivan. His hands gripped an old rifle tightly, his knuckles turning white from the excessive force. His palms were drenched in cold sweat, his heart pounding fiercely against his ribs. Yet he refused to back down, his gaze fixed unyieldingly on the plaza's entrance as he steeled himself for a desperate fight. Even if he could only hold them off for a single second, he would endure until the guild's reinforcements arrived. Time ticked by agonizingly slowly, each passing moment more suffocating than the last. Only 2 minutes had passed. Boom. Suddenly, beyond the deathly silent plaza, a ferocious engine roar erupted. Moments later, several heavily armored off-road vehicles violently crashed through the rubble and flooded into the extraction plaza, completely surrounding Wang Jian at the center of the light pillar. At their forefront were high-level red name players bearing the prefixes of C for district and C-18 district. When these vicious thugs jumped from their vehicles and realized that at the center of the purple light pillar stood only a worn-out van and an ordinary white name player whose legs were trembling with fear, everyone paused for a moment, then erupted into unrestrained laughter. Huh, this is hilarious. I thought some top-tier boss had dropped epic loot, but after all this it's just a stranded nobody. A burly bald man from C-18 district carried a machete over his shoulder, laughing so hard tears streamed down his face. Meanwhile, a tall, gaunt figure from C-4 district toyed with a dagger in his hand, his eyes greedily fixed on Wang Jian. He sneered and turned to the bald man. What's the play, Mad Dog? You're C-18 district planning to steal what's mine? The burly man called Mad Dog spat on the ground. TCH, there's only one prey here. Let's see who can claim it first. Whoever kills him gets the epic loot. Deal it. The lean figure licked his lips, a bloodthirsty glint flashing in his eyes. Agreed. It's a deal. Both sides erupted into cruel laughter. Dozens of high-level red name players raised their weapons and advanced toward Wang Jian at the center of the light pillar with mocking leisurely steps like cats playing with their prey. The shadow of death completely engulfed Wang Jian in an instant. Just at that critical moment, a frenzied chorus of engines erupted from the far end of the ruined street. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound grew closer, violently shattering the silence that had fallen over the plaza. All the red name players' laughter cut off abruptly as they turned sharply toward the source of the noise. From the street corner emerged one vehicle, then 2, then 10. Dozens of war rigs painted in glaring red surged forward without slowing, smashing through the perimeter vehicles like a stampeding herd of wild buffalo and crashing straight into the extraction plaza. The hell? Who the fuck dares to touch our Red Wolf Guild brothers? From the lead red pickup truck, a burly man from C-72 district leaned half out the window, wielding a light machine gun with bloodshot eyes as he let out a thunderous roar. Immediately after, dozens of red war rigs executed simultaneous drifts with a screech of tires, positioning themselves defiantly to form an impenetrable barrier in front of Wang Jian's van. They formed a tense standoff against the 100-plus well-equipped war rigs surrounding them. Seeing these red car players suddenly intervene, the red-name thugs from C-4 and C-18 districts darkened in expression. The C-72 district man at the forefront racked his weapon, aiming directly at the red-name players across from him as he roared, "Our Red Wolf Guild members aren't so easy to bully. We're stepping in today. Either you get the hell out of here right now, or you're staying here permanently." In response to this harsh warning, Mad Dog from C-18 district scoffed derisively. Pathetic idiots who don't know when to die, actually thinking they're saviors. Mad Dog turned to the lean figure from C-4 district with a murderous glare. "Old Viper, let's team up and wipe out these red-haired scum first. Whoever kills the most gets the loot, how about that?" The lean figure known as Old Viper let out a sinister laugh and waved his hand sharply. "No problem. Kill them all." Before he even finished speaking, the opposing side struck suddenly. Bang, bang, bang. Dense streams of heavy machine gun fire poured out like rain, tearing through the night sky in an instant. "Take cover. Counterattack." The people from C-72 district quickly reacted, throwing themselves toward their respective vehicles and using the car bodies as cover, launching an intense firefight against the red name players on the other side. For a moment, the entire extraction plaza erupted in flames and gunfire. "Fire. Shoot them hard. Don't let them get within a step of Brother Wong." The leading man unleashed a furious barrage from his light machine gun, the barrel glowing red hot, as he forced back several players attempting to charge. The other Red Wolf Guild members showed no weakness, hurling grenades and flashbangs at them relentlessly. Old Viper and Mad Dog on the opposite side were stunned by the ferocity of the resistance. They had assumed these were defenseless lambs to be slaughtered, but instead found themselves kicking an impossibly hard iron plate. Damn it, why are these damn Red Wolf Guild members so hard to crack? Mad Dog took cover behind a wrecked car, narrowly dodging a rocket that grazed his scalp as he cursed through gritted teeth. Both sides used damaged vehicles as cover, trading blows without yielding an inch. Dense bullets wove a deadly web in the air as more and more fell wounded, their blood staining the plaza's ruins crimson. The battle was exceptionally brutal, rapidly escalating into a heated stalemate. Relying on their fearless demeanor and dense firepower, the C-72 district forces actually managed to hold these high-level red name players, who had been dancing on the edge of death for years, completely in place. Neither side could gain the upper hand. Just as the deadlock seemed unbreakable and the situation reached an impasse, a terrifying force crashed through the row of ruined walls surrounding the plaza with a deafening crash. A military armored assault vehicle encased in thick reactive armor, like a steel fortress, smashed through two red war rigs blocking its path, and crashed straight into the heart of the battlefield with terrifying momentum. Witnessing the imposing military armored vehicle, the C-4 district red name players who had been struggling suddenly rallied with renewed vigor, cheering excitedly. The boss! It's the boss! The armored assault vehicle's door slowly popped open with a hiss of hydraulic pressure. A towering giant nearly 2 meters tall, his body a mass of coiled muscle, descended from the vehicle, carrying a heavy Gatling gun stained with chunks of flesh, a true harbinger of death. Hovering above his head was a suffocatingly dark IDC for District Butcher, ranked 7th on the kill leaderboard. An overwhelming aura of bloody killing intent swept across the entire extraction plaza in an instant. The Butcher did not waste a single breath. His bloodshot eyes swept across the red convoy, blocking his path as if staring at a pile of rotting meat. In the next split second, he locked his finger down on the trigger of the heavy Gatling gun. The massive barrel erupted into a beastly roar, unleashing blinding tongues of flame into the dark night. The deafening gunfire instantly shattered all other noise in the plaza. A dense hail of armor-piercing rounds wove a seamless web of lethal metal, pouring mercilessly toward the defensive line of District C-72. The fragile modified armor was utterly defenseless before the Gatling gun, proving even flimsier than paper. In an instant, the vehicle frames were riddled with holes as sparks and metal fragments sprayed wildly into the air. Immediately after, a tracer round precisely tore through the fuel tank of a red pickup truck. With an earth-shattering explosion, a billowing fireball surged into the sky. The violent shockwave instantly flipped several surrounding vehicles completely upside down. Before they could even scream, over a dozen brothers of District C-72 hiding behind the barricades were thrown high into the air by the savage force, crashing brutally onto the rubble-strewn ruins. Severed limbs flew through the air as fresh blood instantly stained the plaza red. The few survivors collapsed in pools of blood, clutching wounds so deep that bone was visible, letting out agonized and piercing groans. With heavy strides, the Butcher advanced over the shell casings and severed limbs littering the ground, pushing forward like a relentless human-shaped tank. The Gatling gun in his hands never ceased its fiery spit. It was absolute fire suppression and absolute crushing of combat power. Hiding behind a battered van, Wang Jian covered his ears tightly, his eyes nearly splitting with rage. Watching his guild brothers fall into pools of blood just to save him, he felt as if an invisible hand had gripped his heart in a vice, making it too painful to breathe. They stood no chance. Against a top 10 red-name monster like this, no matter how many ordinary players showed up, it was nothing but suicide. With bloodshot eyes and a tragic smile, Wang Jian racked the bolt of his worn-out rifle, preparing to charge out for one final desperate struggle. Right at this suffocating moment of despair, a sharp, piercing screech suddenly tore through the dim night sky. A brilliant streak of silver light, like lightning ripping through the darkness, shot out from the shadows high up in the ruins, aiming directly for the Butcher's throat. Having spent years surviving on the edge of life and death, the Butcher possessed a terrifyingly sharp instinct. Even amidst his wild shooting, the moment he heard the strange sound, his massive frame recoiled violently backward. The silver streak grazed past the tip of his nose in a hairbreadth miss. Though it failed to slit his throat, it struck with absolute precision, slicing right into the barrel of the roaring heavy Gatling gun. The hardened special alloy barrel was actually sheared clean in two by the silver light. The gunfire ceased instantly as sparks sprayed wildly from the severed end. Cursing in rage, the Butcher hurled away the ruined half of the machine gun and looked up. A savage, soul-shaking beast roar reverberated through the entire area. A massive mechanical white tiger radiating a cold metallic sheen leaped down from a 10-meter-high stone pillar of the ruins, crashing heavily into the center of the plaza. The powerful impact shattered the stone tiles on the ground, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a tall, cold, and elegant figure could be seen sitting atop the broad back of the white tiger. As the night wind blew, the woman's crisp black trench coat rustled. Underneath, a pure white V-neck shirt and a form-fitting black skirt perfectly outlined her breathtakingly stunning curvaceous figure. Her long, slender, snow-white legs draped casually down the sides of the white tiger. In her hand, she held a sophisticated alloy chain in a reverse grip, its end connected to that lethal silver chain blade. Her natural cold elegance and pride made her look like an empress ruling over the world, looking down upon the ants below. In truth, Bailey had only just arrived at the plaza, drawn by the purple light. In this dog-eat-dog post-apocalyptic world, she had originally intended to lurk in the heights like a hidden predator, waiting for the right moment to swoop in and snatch this heaven-defying opportunity. But when she rode the white tiger to the highest vantage point and looked down, clearly recognizing the giant man wildly firing the Gatling gun, all of Bailey's calculations vanished, instantly replaced by an uncontrollable surging intent to kill. The Butcher. When enemies meet, their eyes burn with hatred. Any epic supplies or immense opportunities were instantly cast to the wind. Only one thought remained in her mind: kill him. The butcher was taken aback at first, but once he recognized her face, an unmasked wave of lust and brutality erupted in his eyes. "Well, look who it is," the butcher said, licking his thick lips. His fleshy face quivered as he cracked a sickening, twisted smile. "If it isn't the #1 beauty of District C, one is Sister Bai Li." His bloodshot eyes swept shamelessly across Bai Li's curvaceous body and long legs. In an instant, a hot, wicked fire flared up in the butcher's lower abdomen. "Ever since you fled like a stray dog last time, I've missed you so much my bones have gone soft." The butcher laughed wildly, his laughter laced with a spine-chilling cruelty. "What was the name of that sweet little best friend of yours again?" "TSK. She certainly tasted sweet. A shame she was too fragile. She drew her last breath before I could even fully enjoy myself." Reaching back, the butcher drew a massive, broad-bladed combat knife. His muscles swelled, looking ready to burst through his bulletproof vest. "But you are the one who really gets me going. I was just worrying about where to find you, and here you are delivering yourself right to my door. Hey, then I won't hold back tonight." These words were like a poisoned blade stabbing ruthlessly into the deepest, unhealed wounds of Bai Li's heart. Sitting atop the tiger's back, her breathtakingly beautiful face remained devoid of any emotion. Looking down at the laughing butcher, her pale lips parted slightly, her voice so cold it seemed capable of freezing the surrounding air. "Today you die." There was no hysteria, only an absolute coldness, as if she were merely stating a fact. As her voice fell, her once icy eyes were completely consumed by a tangible, overwhelming intent to kill. With a deft flick of her snow-white fingers, the chain spun. The silver chain blade, dripping with murderous intent, whirled at high speed beside her like the Grim Reaper's scythe, letting out a hair-raising shriek as it tore through the air. Then Bai Li gently patted the mechanical white tiger beneath her, coldly uttering a single word: "Kill." As the chilling word "kill" escaped Bai Li's lips, the mechanical white tiger unleashed a deafening roar. Its massive metallic frame transformed into a streak of silver lightning jaws agape, with razor-sharp fangs, as it lunged straight at the butcher. Confronted by this immensely oppressive beast, the butcher did not shrink back. Instead, a bloodthirsty frenzy erupted in his eyes. As a rare combat-type talented player, rather than cowering inside heavily armored vehicles to fire artillery, he relished the raw thrill of hand-to-hand head-on carnage. "Bring it on," the butcher roared. Gripping his massive, broad-bladed warsaber with both hands, he stood his ground and slashed down fiercely against the charging mechanical white tiger. Clang! Sparks flew in all directions as the deafening screech of metal clashing reverberated through the night sky. The butcher's feet violently plowed 2 deep furrows into the hard stone pavement. With his muscles bulging, he managed to withstand the thunderous onslaught of the steel behemoth through sheer physical strength alone. Perched on the tiger's back, Bai Li's gaze narrowed. Tensing her legs, her slender figure traced a graceful arc through the air, executing a seamless backflip to land steadily on a ruined wall over 10 meters away. With a sharp flick of her wrist, Bai Li's silver chain blade transformed into a venomous serpent, thrusting toward the butcher's throat from an incredibly cunning angle. Man and beast near and far instantly formed a lethal pincer attack. Yet the butcher's close combat prowess was terrifyingly formidable. He brandished his heavy war saber with sweeping, powerful strokes, each slash accompanied by the piercing howl of the wind. Facing Bai Li's fierce offensive and the mechanical white tiger's savage bites, he held his ground completely. Where his blade swept, he even forced the mechanical beast to retreat step by step. Clang! With a heavy, powerful sweep, the butcher's war saber struck the white tiger's alloyed foreclaw, producing a sharp metallic ring. Immediately after, he took a violent step forward, bracing his large blade to lock the tiger's claws in place. Man and beast locked in a savage struggle of strength amidst the ruins. Veins bulged on the butcher's arms as his bones groaned under the immense strain. Gritting his teeth against the tiger's gaping fanged maw, he roared furiously into the tactical microphone on his collar. "Fuck. Are you going to fucking shoot, or what?" Meanwhile, atop a dilapidated bell tower a full kilometer away from the evacuation plaza, a gloomy man with a black ID hovering above his head lay prone at the high vantage point. C5 District top-tier sniper Hawkeye. Through his high-powered scope, he locked onto the mechanical white tiger struggling with the butcher, a cruel sneer playing on his lips. "Patience, the angle is perfect," Hawkeye muttered, resting his finger on the trigger as the crosshairs aligned precisely with the energy core on the white tiger's chest. Without a moment's hesitation, he pulled the trigger. Bang! A muffled, lethal gunshot shattered the silence of the night sky. Standing on the ruined wall, Bai Li felt the hairs on her body stand on end as an unprecedented sense of mortal peril instantly enveloped her. Relying on her peak combat instincts, she did not hesitate for a second, instantly commanding the white tiger to evade. Dodge! The mechanical white tiger, still locked in combat with the butcher, let out a roar and twisted its massive body violently to the side. The supersonic armor-piercing round whistled past, carrying terrifying kinetic energy. Grazing the lethal core, the bullet tore clean through the white tiger's left foreclaw. Sparks and shattered metal fragments sprayed in all directions. At that exact moment, Bai Li, standing on the ruined wall over 10 meters away, felt as if she had been struck by lightning. Ugh! She let out a muffled groan of pain. Though untouched by any physical force, the sleeve of her left arm was instantly stained crimson with blood, as if an invisible bullet had ruthlessly pierced her arm as well. Man and beast, bound as one, shared damage. Clutching her blood-soaked left arm, Bailey gritted her teeth, a cold light flashing in her striking frosty eyes. Damn it. Yet before she could even catch her breath, bang. Another muffled gunshot tore through the night sky. A second lethal armor-piercing round whistled through the air, hurtling directly toward the space between Bailey's brows. Disperse. Enduring the agonizing pain in her left arm, Bailey threw herself backward in a roll, while simultaneously directing the damaged mechanical white tiger to leap frantically to the side. Boom. The bullet missed its mark, pulverizing the boulder Bailey had been standing on into dust. Amidst the flying debris, Bailey crouched in the ruins, her gaze heavy with gravity, as she swept her eyes toward the dilapidated bell tower a kilometer away. Had she been facing the butcher alone, no matter how monstrous his close combat skills were, Bailey had absolute confidence that she and the white tiger could suppress, or even slay him, through their seamless synchronization. But now an elite sniper with viciously precise marksmanship lay hidden in the shadows. A top-tier frontline berserker paired with a sniper constantly taking potshots from the dark. This nearly flawless lethal combination instantly forced Bailey into absolute passivity. Huh, where did all that arrogance go? Come on, show me more. Sensing Bailey's predicament, the butcher advanced step by step, brandishing his broad-bladed war saber, his face contorted in a cruel mocking sneer. He keenly exploited the weakness of the white tiger's injured left foreclaw and impaired movement. Completely ignoring Bailey's chainblade, he swung his great sword, unleashing a tempestuous onslaught upon the mechanical beast. Clang, clang, clang. The dense, rapid clashing of metal echoed continuously across the plaza. Wary of the sniper fire that could strike from the shadows at any moment, Bailey and her white tiger were severely constrained in their movements. Under the butcher's reckless, frantic hacking, they were quickly pushed into a corner. Seizing a fleeting opening, the butcher delivered a devastating downward strike, hacking viciously into the joint of the white tiger's right hind leg. Arg! The severe backlash of the damage instantly surged through their soul bond. Bailey's right leg buckled violently, and she collapsed heavily onto one knee amidst the rubble. Blood trickled down her long, pale thigh, staining the gravel on the ground. The duo, battered and bruised, gasped heavily for air. Though her breathtaking face was covered in cold sweat and dust, Bailey's eyes locked onto the butcher's still burned with chilling defiance and unyielding resolve. "It's over, Ice Queen," the butcher said, resting his dripping war saber on his shoulder. He stepped within a few meters of Bailey, looking down at her with eyes full of lewdness and cruelty. Licking his lips, he spoke in a grim tone. "Once I break your limbs, I'll show you exactly how to serve a man." Just as he raised his blade, poised to sever Bailey's last hope of resistance at this critical juncture, the earth suddenly began to tremble without warning. Rumble, rumble. A low, oppressive roar of an engine, sounding like an ancient behemoth growling in the abyss, gradually approached from the distance. Accompanied by the savage roar of its engine, a crimson steel behemoth boldly charged into the battlefield like a shell fired from a cannon. Butcher felt a sudden flash of red before his eyes. In the next fraction of a second, he was struck head-on, as if by a high-speed train, his body hurled backward uncontrollably. With a deafening crash, Butcher slammed heavily into a pile of abandoned vehicles, his fate unknown. Meanwhile, the perpetrator, Yuan, maneuvered the heavy chariot through a sleek, effortless drift, coming to a steady halt right in front of Bailey. Atop the cannon barrel, monochrome flames gathered and burned, seemingly warping the surrounding space. Inside the cockpit, Yuan scratched his head. Huh, did I just hit something? Whatever, never mind. Muttering to himself, he adjusted the periscope to survey the surroundings, curious to see which unlucky soul had been broadcasted to the entire region as a live target. However, as the surrounding scene came into focus, the casualness on his face vanished, instantly replaced by a cold and stern expression. Strewn across the ground were members of the Red Wolf Guild from District C-72. Some had already turned into cold corpses, while others writhed on the ground, wailing in agony within pools of blood. Not far away, inside the pillar of light of the teleportation array, Wang Jian huddled, clutching his rifle and trembling in fear. Yuan's gaze narrowed. "Well, what do you know? After all this fuss, it's our own district's people being hunted down." At that moment, the members of the Red Wolf Guild recognized the iconic Crimson Chariot, and a wave of ecstatic celebration erupted among them for surviving the ordeal. "It's the boss. Boss Red Wolf is here. Sob. We're saved. Boss, you must avenge us." Yet in stark contrast to the fervor of District C-72, the red-named outlaws from other districts looked utterly devastated, their faces pale to the extreme. Staring at the chariot that radiated a terrifying pressure, their legs trembled uncontrollably. "Damn it, it's Red Wolf. The legendary Red Wolf is here." "What Red Wolf? Make yourself clear. Didn't you fucking check the public channel? It's the fucking Red Wolf who fired a shot that created a black hole and cleared the entire screen from 80 kilometers away." "Fuck, you mean that freak?" Fear spread like a plague among the red-named thugs. Someone raised a cry, and the psychological defense of these desperate outlaws collapsed instantly. "Run, brothers. Run, or we're dead." Inside the cockpit, Yuan's expression turned solemn, a murderous intent surfacing. In truth, since the guild's inception, he had rarely managed its affairs, delegating everything to Lin Zihao. To him, when the Red Wolf Guild was first established, it was merely a convenient tool to reap benefits. Or rather, to put it more diplomatically, it was a strategic resource coordination and sustainable talent incubation base. Yet he was still the guild leader. Seeing his members cut down like dogs by outsiders hovering between life and death, Lu Yuan felt a surge of unnameable fury rush straight to his head. Beating his employees was tantamount to breaking his rice bowl and cutting off his source of wealth. Run! Lu Yuan sneered, his finger pressing the secondary cannon button on the console without the slightest hesitation. Do you honestly think you can escape? The electrostorm atop the vehicle immediately began charging, a cold blue light rapidly illuminating the barrels. The outlaws who hadn't fled far felt the lethal threat at their backs and swallowed hard instinctively. The close-in weapon system radar beeped, urgently automatically locking onto all targets in the area. The 6 barrels began to spin at high speed, spitting tongues of fire. 30mm electro-armor-piercing rounds swept in all directions like a torrential downpour. A completely one-sided metal purge commenced. Before the fleeing outlaws could even utter a scream, they were instantly torn into a mist of blood by the terrifying metal storm. Amidst this frenzied reaping, Bailey, standing outside the vehicle, suddenly sensed something. She whipped her head around and shouted, "Watch out!" 1,000 meters away, a flash of fire erupted from the ruined bell tower. A specialized armor-piercing shell trailing a terrifying sonic boom tore through the air at an extreme velocity. Boom! Massive sparks exploded on the roof of the vehicle. The barrels of the electrostorm jammed instantly, emitting a harsh screech of breaking metal before billowing thick black smoke. The system's crimson warning lights flashed frantically before Lu Yuan's eyes. Warning! Warning! Electrostorm has sustained a high kinetic impact. Current damage 75. Then before Lu Yuan could react further, bang! A muffled sniper shot rang out once more from the distant bell tower. The second specialized armor-piercing shell struck like a striking viper, hitting the crimson armor on the front of the Red Wolf tank with absolute precision. Clang! Accompanied by the crisp sound of a ricochet. That terrifying bullet capable of piercing even a mechanical white tiger in a single shot was actually deflected away, scraping a dazzling trail of sparks in midair. Warning! Crimson armor under attack. Current armor damage 5. Inside the cockpit, Lu Yuan watched the red alert pop up on the panel, the cold sneer on his face gradually fading. The murderous intent that had already been rising due to the slaughter of his guild members now reached its absolute peak, seemingly causing the temperature in the entire cockpit to plunge to freezing point. He slowly turned his head, tracing the trajectory calculated by the radar system. His gaze pierced through the 1,000-meter distance, locking dead onto that abandoned, ruined bell tower. You dare touch my precious secondary cannon. You are fucking dead today. Even Jesus can't save you, I said so. Lu Yuan yanked the control lever with both hands. Accompanied by a deep, grating mechanical screech, the stout barrel of the flame-collapsed cannon on the Red Wolf tank slowly pivoted, locking onto the distant clock tower. As a seasoned tactician, he understood the critical importance of striking first. The flame-collapse cannon required a full 5-minute charge to achieve maximum destructive potential. Therefore, he had begun pre-charging the main cannon 5 minutes earlier. At this very moment, the cannon's charge had already reached its 5-fold upper limit. But that was not all. Without hesitation, Lu Yuan activated the Tyrant's Fury skill on his system panel. Upon activation, the next 10 main cannon shots will have their power forcibly increased by 10 times. 20 times the recoil force will be converted into stored engine power. Buzz! A soul-shaking hum emanated from deep within the cannon barrel. The surging energy caused the entire tank to vibrate violently. Hey, you there, move aside. You'll get crushed. Lu Yuan's voice echoed through the external speakers of the war machine, warning Bailey beside him. Bailey dared not ignore the warning. Her sharp combat instincts were screaming at her. She could clearly feel the apocalyptic, earth-shattering energy compressed within that cannon barrel. Suppressing the tearing agony from her wounds, she clenched her teeth and somersaulted more than 10 meters away, finally slamming into the cover of a massive rubble boulder, hiding completely behind it. A kilometer away atop the clock tower, Eagle Eye the sniper peered through his high-magnification scope at the tank, turning its barrel toward him, and at the blinding black and white glow swirling within the muzzle like a miniature sun. His blood ran cold. An unprecedented wave of mortal terror seized his heart. Run. He had to run. If he didn't, he would die. That single thought dominated Eagle Eye's mind. He didn't even bother grabbing his beloved reinforced heavy sniper rifle, scrambling down the clock tower on hands and feet. But it was already too late. Fire. Lu Yuan slammed the trigger button. Boom. It was as if the heavens and earth had been reduced to nothing but that single world-destroying thunderous roar. A colossal black and white pillar of energy carrying a terrifying damage rating of 1.0 points crossed the kilometer distance instantly, like divine retribution. In the flash of white light, the only thought that flashed through Eagle Eye's mind was, fuck this, butcher. Contract, I should never have taken this job. There was no explosion, only pure annihilation by energy. The ancient clock tower, standing 100 meters tall, couldn't even hold for 1 second under the strike of that black and white beam before being vaporized into nothingness. After destroying the clock tower, the shell retained its devastating momentum, surging skyward with terrifying force before arcing like a shooting star and vanishing into the ocean waves at the edge of the map. Meanwhile, in a junkyard of scrapped vehicles 100 meters away, the butcher-covered face pushed aside the dented car door, crushing him, and stumbled to his feet. He had been planning to ambush and counterattack, but when he looked up and saw the clock tower a kilometer away, reduced to nothing but dust, His pupils contracted sharply, and his blood seemed to freeze in his veins. What the hell kind of monster-level firepower is that? The butcher gritted his teeth, swallowed the bitter taste of blood rising in his throat, and shot a deeply wary glance at the terrifying main gun still emitting superheated white steam. As a top-tier player who had danced on the edge of death for years, he possessed beast-like instincts. Today's match was completely lost. If he continued to overreach, he would end up just like Eagle Eye, reduced to ash before him. Red Wolf is it? I'll remember this blood debt. This game is far from over. We'll see who walks away. The butcher threw out his cold threat, then enduring the excruciating pain of broken ribs vanished into the shadows of the ruins behind him, using the dust and smoke as cover in a hasty retreat. Equally shaken was Bailey, still crouched among the rubble. When she saw the clock tower a kilometer away, utterly flattened into a featureless ruin, those once unfathomable icy-cold beauty eyes trembled violently. What level of weapon is this? One shot vaporized a 100-meter building. No explosive shockwave, only the most absolute pure energy consumption. Even her superalloy tiger claws could never achieve anything close to this. Instinctively, Bailey turned her head to look at the red war machine parked nearby, its cannon barrel still puffing white smoke. She recalled her earlier delusion of finding an opportunity to deal with him. A profound sense of dread and helplessness surged in her heart. This man called Red Wolf could not be judged by any ordinary standards. Meanwhile, Yuan had not noticed any of this. Inside his mind, a series of pleasant notification sounds chimed. Ding. Killed Eagle Eye and C. 5 district gained 1 kill point. Ding. Successfully plundered Eagle Eye supplies. Obtained body enhancement blueprint 1. Obtained metal blocks 500. Obtained gasoline 20 liters obtained. Listening to the crisp notifications ringing in his mind, Yuan stretched his limbs, and a satisfied smile curled his lips once more. Feeling much better. But his smile lasted barely a second. The system panel in the cockpit suddenly flashed in alarming scarlet red. Warning. Warning. Static. Highest level calamity alert. Your attack has provoked the overlord of the deep sea. You have successfully enraged the Leviathan. You have been marked. Good luck. What the hell? What kind of deep sea overlord? Leviathan. Inside the cockpit, Yuan stared at the screen flashing with crimson warnings, completely bewildered. System, explain yourself clearly. I fired at a clock tower tens of thousands of miles away. How could I have provoked it? A video clip appeared on the system panel. The footage showed the endless sea wall located at the far edge of the map. A colossal deep-sea beast too massive to describe in words lurked beneath towering waves. It yawned wide, that abyssal maw leisurely devouring player vehicles swept into the water by the tsunami. Just as the beast was feasting contentedly, a streak of black and white energy shell hurtled through the horizon. This was the main cannon blast Yuan had just fired, still blazing with undiminished fury after shattering the clock tower. Boom! The shell struck the beast's forehead with pinpoint precision. A devastating explosion rippled outward through the water. The creature staggered from the sudden impact. In its pain, it spat out the vehicles it had only half chewed. The footage ended there. Ding! You have successfully dealt 100 points of damage to Leviathan. Evaluation: minimal damage, maximum insult. You are the first player in the entire server to deal substantial physical damage to an abyssal creature. Congratulations, host. You have earned a unique title, Abyss Pedicurist. Equipping this title significantly boosts mental pollution resistance. Yuan watched the title, his lip twitching. What kind of absurd pedicurist is that? What does being marked even mean? Ding! Host has been designated as a lethal target by Leviathan. Yuan. He was rendered completely speechless. Please rest assured, host. As long as you drive fast enough, death will never catch up to you. I'll thank you very much. Yuan's expression darkened as he silently closed the system panel. He then opened the material inventory and consumed 8 metal blocks to begin repairing the damaged turret weapon on the tank roof. Ding! Lightning Storm is being repaired. 1-2. Meanwhile, the smoke on the battlefield gradually cleared. Wang Jian's trembling hands sent a safety message to his wife, who was hiding among the ruins. Soon from behind the distant ruins, his wife, Lina, emerged, clutching their young daughter, stumbling forward. The family of 3 embraced tightly beside the wreckage of the teleportation array, weeping uncontrollably. After venting their emotions of survival, Lina turned around and directly dropped to her knees before Yuan's red tank with a thud. Tears streaming down her face, she forcefully knocked her head against the gravel ground. Seeing this, Yuan called out through the loudspeaker, helpless. Enough, get up already. It was nothing. Quickly help the living wounded into the teleportation array. Let them evacuate with you. As he spoke, Yuan maneuvered the Red Wolf tank, carefully pushing each damaged vehicle into the light column of the teleportation array. Take what you can use. If it's beyond repair, bring it back for decomposing. After completing all of this, Yuan glanced at the map countdown. The evacuation time was nearly over. He opened the trade panel and directly transferred 200 kill points to Wang Jian. After you return, take your brothers to the service area's treatment pods and lie down. As long as they still breathe, the treatment pods can save them. Upon receiving the notification, Wang Jian looked at the massive sum in his account, and his eyes instantly reddened. Boss, but treatment pods cost 10 points per person. We clearly didn't help at all. Instead, we became a burden. 10 points at this stage was absolutely a staggering sum. Killing one person only earned 1 point, which meant Yuan would need to take at least 200 lives to save theirs. Lu Yuan's voice carried a calm certainty. You've already done very well. When they wake up, tell them for me excellent work. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a dazzling purple teleportation light erupted into the sky. Wang Jian and the severely injured guild members were instantly transferred back to the Peace Hub service area. The moment he landed, Wang Jian wiped away his tears and roared at those around him. Quick, help me out, get the brothers into the treatment pods. Having seen off the guild members, Lu Yuan pressed the accelerator and drove the tank to Bai Li's position. He looked down at the woman leaning against the massive boulder, his gaze sweeping over her empty side. Where is your mechanical white tiger? Bai Li raised her pale hand and pointed to the faintly shimmering blue mark on her forehead. It was injured too severely. I've already withdrawn it into my divine sense and put it into slumber. Lu Yuan nodded thoughtfully. Being able to store a physical vehicle within your divine sense. Your ability is quite interesting. Then he abruptly changed the subject. How about it? Can you still walk? Need help? Judging by your appearance, you shouldn't die that easily, right? Bai Li endured the tearing pain in her left shoulder and thigh, her cold and breathtakingly beautiful face showing no trace of weakness. She lifted her head, her gaze calm. It's nothing serious. Just a minor wound. I'll be able to move after resting a bit. Fine. As long as you're not dying, that's enough. Since the other party had said she was fine, there was no need for him to fuss over her. Lu Yuan wasted no more words. He pulled the control lever and the red tank belched a thick cloud of smoke, turning sharply and driving away from the ruins with decisive efficiency. However, the tank had barely traveled a short distance when Lu Yuan inadvertently glanced behind. He saw that the ice-cold beauty who had been sitting upright just moments ago claiming she was unharmed had collapsed straight onto the dusty ground with a thud, completely passing out. Inside the cockpit, Lu Yuan speechlessly rubbed his forehead. What's the point of pretending like that, you silly woman? You stubborn fool. Looking at Bai Li, who lay unconscious and stiff on the sandy ground, Lu Yuan sighed helplessly. He had originally intended to just walk away and ignore her. Yet he stole another glance at the woman's pale face and the wounds that were still continuously oozing blood. What a bloody hassle, Lu Yuan muttered. He leaped down from the chariot, hoisted Bai Li over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, and threw her into the tank's dimensional bedroom. A patch of the soft single bed was instantly stained crimson with blood. Standing by the bedside, Lu Yuan looked at the blood-soaked Bai Li, his brow furrowing deeply. If these wounds were left untreated, even with her superior constitution, she would eventually bleed to death. However, to dress the wounds, he had to strip off her tattered skin-tight combat suit, which was now fused with her blood and flesh. Cough. Let's get one thing straight, I'm doing this to save your life, definitely not to take advantage of you, Lu Yuan said with utmost seriousness to the unconscious Bai Li. No reply. Silence means consent then. With that, he fetched a pair of medical scissors and meticulously snipped away the combat suit on Bai Li's body. As the shredded fabric slid away, a breathtakingly perfect, sultry body was revealed before Lu Yuan's eyes, without reservation. Even before transmigrating, Bai Li had worked out regularly, leaving her with a flawless physique free of any excess fat, her skin as fair and delicate as frost and snow. The striking curves contrasted sharply with her slender, supple waist, delivering a powerful visual impact. Gazing at her voluptuous mountain-like breasts, Lu Yuan felt a sudden rush of heat surge straight to his head, and he subconsciously swallowed hard. A D cup or a G cup. Maybe even an I. Gulp. See no evil, hear no evil. He took a deep breath, forcefully suppressed the stray thoughts in his mind, retrieved the alcohol, hemostatic agents, recovery potions, and bandages, and set to work. He first cleaned the bone-deep lacerations on her shoulders and thighs, then applied medicine to the abrasions on her flat belly and fair back. Throughout the entire process, although Lu Yuan's eyes darted around, unsure of where to look, his hands never faltered. However, his bandaging technique was absolutely atrocious. Every single knot was tied into an incredibly hideous tight lump, looking exactly as if he were binding live crabs. Having finished everything, Lu Yuan rummaged through his things, pulled out an oversized plain white men's t-shirt, and slipped it over her. Surveying his masterpiece, Lu Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow and muttered a complaint. Consider yourself lucky to have met this holy monk. If it were anyone else, you would have been devoured whole by now. Who knows how much time passed? When Bai Li opened her eyes again, what met her gaze was not the cold and dangerous ruins, but the warm glow of a bedroom ceiling light. She jolted awake. Driven by the instinct of a top-tier expert, she subconsciously moved to assume a defensive combat stance. Hiss. The sudden violent movement instantly pulled at the wounds on her arms, causing her to gasp in sharp pain. Only then did she realize that her surroundings were incredibly quiet. A constant temperature air conditioner blew a comfortable warm breeze, and beneath her was a leather mattress so soft that she felt herself sinking into it. Her original combat suit, stained with blood and dirt, was gone. In its place was an oversized men's t-shirt. It felt chilly beneath the shirt. She was wearing absolutely nothing underneath. Bai Li's cold eyes suddenly narrowed. She looked down, noticing that her shoulders, thighs, waist, and back had all been meticulously treated with medicine. Not only that, but her wounds were wrapped in thick layers of white medical bandages. Staring at those hideously tied knots, a rare blush instantly crept onto Bai Li's cheeks. Who changed her clothes? Was she completely seen? Just then an enticing aroma wafted into her nose. On the adjacent wooden desk sat a mini porridge cooker, keeping a full pot of red date porridge warm. The mouth-watering aroma made her stomach growl uncontrollably. Suppressing her emotional turmoil, Bailey slowly stood up. Since she wasn't wearing any pants, the oversized men's t-shirt hung on her like a sexy miniskirt. It barely covered the tops of her thighs, leaving her long, slender, and flawless legs completely exposed to the air. With her bare feet stepping onto the soft carpet, she reached out and grasped the doorknob. Click! The door opened. To her surprise, what appeared before her was the cockpit of a heavy armored vehicle packed with various mechanical instruments and holographic screens. Space folding technology. A rare look of shock emerged in Bailey's eyes, which were usually as calm as still water. Leaning half of her body out, she wanted to get a clear view of the entire cockpit. A somewhat lazy, youthful voice suddenly sounded from the driver's seat ahead. "Oh, you're awake." Yuan, sitting languidly in the driver's seat, turned around. His gaze inevitably swept over Bailey's dazzlingly fair long legs before he cleared his throat and quickly averted his eyes. Bailey pursed her lips, her voice cold yet tinged with a hint of awkwardness. "Did you change my clothes? And the wounds? Did you bandage them too? Duh. Is there anyone else on this vehicle besides me, a ghost?" Yuan leaned back in his seat, speaking as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. Bailey took a deep breath, preparing to say something to break the awkward silence. Instead, she watched as Yuan spun back around and executed a series of smooth, rapid taps on the system's light screen before him. Immediately after, with a crisp ding, a detailed electronic bill popped up directly on the holographic panel. Pointing at the items on the bill, Yuan read them aloud with a straight face. 2 rolls of high-grade hemostatic bandages, 1 bottle each of medical alcohol, special anti-inflammatory medicine, and hemostatic agent, 2 bottles of recovery potion, plus a brand new pure cotton t-shirt. And the labor fee for my personal physical effort of bandaging you for half an hour, plus that pot of red date porridge on the table and the guest room fee. Since you're awake, let's settle the bill. Bailey froze on the spot, her gorgeous face a picture of utter bewilderment. She was the aloof goddess whom countless people in Sector C1 looked up to. No matter where she went, people would line up to offer her supplies just to get her to glance their way. Yet this man before her had seen her completely naked and touched her all over, only to turn around and present her with a bill for money as his very first order of business. Yuan raised an eyebrow at her stunned expression. "Hey, you're not planning to stiff me, are you?" He tapped the holographic screen with mock seriousness. "After all, I am your savior. For a big shot of your stature, asking for 300 to 500 points isn't asking too much, is it?" Hearing Yuan's debt collector-like tone, Bailey gritted her pearly white teeth in fury, her chest heaving violently as her pale cheeks flushed a deep crimson. At this moment, all her gratitude, embarrassment, and complex emotions were completely thrown to the dogs. She glared intently at the man in front of her, squeezing out 3 words through her clenched teeth. "You? Clueless jerk." Bailey took a deep breath, forcing herself to quell the impulse to draw her blade. With a cold expression, she opened the system panel, entered Honglong's ID, and sent a friend request directly. She then tapped the long string of numbers on the transfer screen and hammered the confirm key. Ding. "You have received a transfer from player Bailey, killing points 500. A crisp system notification rang in her mind, and Yuan stood stunned. 500 points. He had thought Bailey was gravely injured, expecting 100 or so would be the ceiling for her nutrition fee. He hadn't expected this woman to act at all, and when she did, it was a full 500. The sliver of calculation in Yuan's eyes vanished in an instant. It was as if an invisible tail sprouted from him, waving wildly behind him. In the blink of an eye, his expression transformed from a debt collector to a gold medal lobby manager. "Oh my boss, you're generous. Boss, please come inside." Yuan stepped forward in a single bound, pulled open the dimensional bedroom door, and bowed with a deferential gesture. "Hurry, boss, lie down on the bed and drink some hot red date kanji to replenish your blood energy. Is the air conditioning temperature comfortable? Should I raise it by a couple of degrees?" Bailey stood in place, watching the man before her, who fussed over her with warm, flattering smiles, and she fell into a momentary silence. This man, can his mood flip any faster? A switch-like personality. One moment he's fretting over the torn bill, the next, upon seeing the points, he'd be eager to worship him as an ancestor. A true money grubber. Bailey sighed helplessly, too lazy to bother with this goof, turning back to the bedroom. But as she turned her back to Yuan, the coldly beautiful face bore a faint upward curve at the corner of her mouth. This man is actually quite interesting. Just as Yuan rubbed his hands ready to press in a few more compliments, a piercing alarm suddenly rang out. The system panel flashed furiously, and urgent messages popped up in the guild channel. "Honglang leader, we are near you. Evacuation node no. 8. We have uncovered an epic grade gear, and also a hero grade core. Several fully staffed squads are roaming outside requesting the leader's support." The red characters on the screen flashed before his eyes, and Yuan's flattering smile vanished at once. In its place was a cold, ruthless stare. Epic grade gear. If it gets intercepted during the evacuation, the loss would be enormous. He quickly typed in the channel, "Establish a defensive line. Here, wait for me to arrive," before ordering the evacuation. After sending the message, Yuan turned toward the bedroom with a wide grin. "Boss, rest easy. I will go fetch a big deal." Boom. The bedroom door closed. Yuan sank into the broad cockpit seat and pulled the control lever. The Honglang tank roared like a beast, its tracks roaring, turning into a red bolt that tore through the ruins of the night toward evacuation point No. 8. 20 minutes later. With a screeching brake, the Honglang tank stopped near a building less than 200 meters from evacuation point No. 8. Lu Yuan looked through the periscope, surveying the surrounding terrain for the best ambush site. A click sounded from behind. The bedroom door opened, and a cool fragrance drifted into the cockpit. Lu Yuan turned his head. Bailey wore that oversized white t-shirt, casually leaning against the doorframe. After resting on the hot porridge, her complexion was noticeably rosier. Why did you come out? Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Not going to lie in bed. Bailey tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and glanced calmly at the ruins beyond the panorama screen. Lying there is too stuffy. Come out to get some air. And I want to see what kind of grand scene this is that even the famed Honglang personally comes out. Facing the woman's teasing, Lu Yuan just let out a light laugh, his hands flashing across the console. The low mechanical hum rose as the tank's massive body slowly backed away, disappearing into the shadow of the ruins. All exterior lights were cut off, and the entire tank lurked like a ghost in the night. After completing the covert work, Lu Yuan opened the guild channel. I have arrived. Evacuation begins now. As soon as the message was sent, the quiet guild channel exploded. The boss is here. The boss is in position. Brothers, evacuate. In the ruins ahead, inside a scarred red car, guild members pressed the evacuation button decisively. Boom. A brilliant green pillar shot into the sky. Immediately afterward, a dazzling purple light, symbolizing epic-grade gear, rose into the night. A server-wide broadcast suddenly rang out, the cold mechanical voice echoing in every player's ears. Ding. Server-wide announcement. High-value items detected entering evacuation judgment zone No. 8. Core evacuation point activated. Evacuation point District C, 72. Evacuation point countdown 30 minutes. Warning: the coordinates of players carrying this item are exposed in real time. Kill this player, and epic-grade gear will surely drop. The piercing purple light illuminated the ruins as if it were daylight. Lu Yuan leaned comfortably in the driver's seat, his cold gaze fixed on the radiant pillar in the night sky, as if shouting to the whole server, come and grab me. The brilliant pillar of light soaring into the sky was nothing short of the most lethal bait in the dark of night. Those out-district players wandering nearby, upon seeing the glow that represented epic and hero-tier supplies, grew so excited that their eyes flushed crimson. Within a mere few minutes, the chaotic roar of engines resounded all around the ruins. Modified vehicles with red names welded with spiked armor, and even mounted with heavy machine guns and rocket launchers, drew near extraction point 8, like hyenas catching the scent of blood. Hurry up! The purple light is right ahead. Move faster. If we seize this haul, we'll strike it rich. This pack of thugs arrogantly clamored in the public channel while slamming on their accelerators to charge into the ruins. However, the moment their reckless convoy crossed into the radar warning perimeter of the Red Wolf tank, Lu Yuan, lurking deep within the shadows of the ruins, curled his lips into a cold smirk. Without a shred of hesitation, he pressed the firing button on the console. Buzz! The electrostorm atop the vehicle instantly finished charging, its 6 barrels spewing lethal, ghostly blue tongues of fire into the night. Lu Yuan had absolutely no fear of accidental friendly fire. Because this extraction point 8 was situated in an extremely remote location completely off the main road, reaching it required deliberately bypassing a vast and complex zone of ruins. Thus, at a time like this, those who rushed over in a frenzy despite the risk of exposure were beyond a shadow of a doubt red-named convoys from other districts looking to plunder. As for his comrades from District C, 72, represented by the green dots blinking on the radar, Lu Yuan did not even bother to turn his barrels, granting them unobstructed passage all the way. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The 30mm electro-armor piercing rounds poured out like a torrential downpour, weaving a seamless net of death under the cover of night. The 2 armed pickup trucks leading the charge did not even have time to react before they were instantly shredded into honeycombs by the terrifying metal barrage. Flames soared into the sky as the shockwave of the explosions flipped the off-road vehicles behind them. Those red-named players were utterly dazed, staring in sheer terror at the shadow spewing fire in the darkness. Damn! Watch out! There's a camper! This firepower is insane! Retreat! The screams cut off abruptly. In a mere dozen seconds, the first squad of thugs who dared to covet the epic supplies was ruthlessly blasted into burning scrap metal, and mangled flesh scattered across the ground. Only then did the players from other districts finally realize something was amiss. In the guild channels of the other districts, just a second ago, players had been excitedly shouting about raiding extraction point 8 to make a fortune. Yet in the next instant, their avatars uniformly turned gray, representing death. Holy crap! Lao Hei's entire squad was vaporized in an instant. There's an ambush at extraction point 8. The firepower is ridiculously intense. Don't go. Everyone stay away from extraction point 8 immediately. Following these bloodstained warnings, the red-named players who were still rushing over slammed on their brakes, turning around to flee in terror. Fewer and fewer people headed toward extraction point 8, until not a single red dot remained on the radar. Meanwhile, the guild members of District C, 72, standing at the center of the pillar of light, trembled with excitement as they looked at the burning wreckage of the out-district players. Holy crap! Boss Red Wolf is way too strong. He literally turned a dead-end situation into a stress-free extraction. Thank you, Boss Red Wolf, for saving our lives. Boss, you've worked hard. Once we get back safely, we'll definitely share a portion of our supplies with you. The guild channel was flooded with gratitude and celebration. Right after new distress messages popped up in the channel. Red Wolf. Boss, I also got green hero tier blueprints here. 3 of them, in fact. We want to extract 2. Could you come and help us, boss? Coordinates extraction point 11. Lu Yuan looked at the screen and casually replied, on my way, wait for me there. The moment he sent the message, a long queue of requests immediately followed. Boss, me too. I looted a piece of orange gear, and there are so many people outside watching me. Coordinates ruins subway station, 21. Boss, help. I'm at extraction point 18, and our squad's backpacks are full of green blueprints. Now we're hiding and don't dare to extract. Looking at the screen full of business requests, Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. This wasn't going to save people. These were clearly mobile cash cows spawning all over the map. For a time, Lu Yuan transformed into an on-demand mercenary, driving his heavy tank to roam the dark corners of various extraction points, frantically carrying out his sneaky camping business. Wave after wave of out-district convoys attempting to plunder ended up as clueless souls under the gun of the Electrostorm. As the death toll mounted, players in the cross-district channel finally noticed something fishy. I fucking finally know why the brothers who went to raid the extraction points never returned. Damn it. The camper hiding in the dark and backstabbing people is Red Wolf from District 72. Holy crap. A brother of mine who narrowly escaped just told me himself that it was indeed that red tank camping and ambushing people. Oh, it's actually that psycho Red Wolf. Then it's no surprise at all. Those bastards. How can the players of District 72 be so insidious? They even hire a booster to extract. The whole of District 72 has no sense of sportsmanship. They're all fucking campers. If we can't beat them, we can avoid them. Listen up, everyone, stay away from District 72's extraction points. Cherish life, stay away from campers. Cherish life, stay away from campers. Within a short half hour, the tide of the cross-district channel had completely shifted. Whenever the world announcement displayed an extraction light pillar from a District 72 player, even if that pillar represented eye-blinding gold legend tier supplies, the out-district players would not take a single step forward. They bought a bloody conclusion with countless lives. Supplies are great, but life is more important. Who knew if a red heavy tank was crouching beside that dazzling pillar of light, ready to sweep the area at any moment? Most of the night passed. Lu Yuan parked his vehicle in an abandoned garage, staring listlessly at the empty radar screen. After guarding 3 extraction points in a row, he hadn't managed to ambush a single out-district player coming to throw away their life. Scrolling through the cross-district channel flooded with messages of cherish life, stay away from District 72 campers, he let out a helpless sigh. These guys are way too vigilant. Is no one taking the bait already? His on-demand mercenary business was officially dead. Lu Yuan scratched his head, his gaze inadvertently drifting to Bailey standing behind him. Bailey was, after all, the top player of District C1, possessing absolute appeal and serving as a walking billboard in the #1 district. A bold and shameless idea instantly took shape in Lu Yuan's mind. He turned his head to look at Bailey, the regret on his face instantly morphing into extremely excited greed. That look was as if he had laid eyes on some rare, priceless treasure. Bailey felt her skin crawl under his naked, intense gaze. She instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around her chest and took 2 steps back. What? What do you want? For the first time, a hint of panic crept into Bailey's cool, aloof voice. I'm warning you, don't come any closer. Lu Yuan chuckled, rubbing his hands together as he stood up from the driver's seat and took 2 steps closer. Don't be nervous, sis. Your big brother here has a lucrative business idea and wants to discuss something with you. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, his tone dripping with temptation. If this works out, the profits. We split 50-50. How about it? Looking at the man before her, whose face was practically written with schemes, Bailey's lips twitched slightly, and she fell completely into a state of profound speechlessness. What are you trying to do? Bailey retreated warily, her eyes filled with intense caution. And Lu Yuan rubbed his hands together, stepping closer with a beaming smile. In your guild, there must be members who are stuck with top-tier supplies, too terrified to evacuate, right? And Bailey stared at Lu Yuan, her mind racing as she pondered. Of course there were. And during the time she had been unconscious from her severe injuries, her private messages had been flooded by the girls in her guild. Each of them had scavenged a mountain of rare supplies, but dared not approach the extraction points, left with no choice but to huddle in the ruins, trembling with fear. And although she had replied to everyone immediately upon waking up, telling them to hide for a day and wait for her support. But given her current injuries, let alone 1 day, even 3 days of recuperation might barely suffice. And Bailey cast a deep look at Lu Yuan, helplessly uttering a single word, yes. And exactly. Lu Yuan slapped his thigh, his eyes gleaming with excitement. And I'll act as your free bodyguard and you arrange for your people's evacuation. How about it? And the more epic grade supplies being evacuated, the better. Only when we set a massive bait will enough fish bite the hook. And Bailey's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she stared at him suspiciously. And are you really this kind-hearted? Or are you just looking for an opportunity to rob them of their epic supplies? And rob? Lu Yuan reacted as if he had suffered a great insult, slapping his chest vigorously. And only beasts would do such a thing. Could a man like me ever stoop so low? Bai Li sneered, mocking him without mercy. You lurk in the shadows acting like a dirty camper. Is that not the behavior of a beast? Lu Yuan rolled his eyes at her and began to argue with a straight face. My dear sister, how is that the same? This is called self-defense. Even the laws before we crossed over stated that killing in self-defense is not a crime. If they didn't let greed get the better of them and come to rob us, would I have killed them? Which normal, ordinary player would skip their sleep in the middle of the night just to loot and plunder at an extraction point? Bai Li parted her lips, wanting to refute his words, only to find herself rendered speechless by Lu Yuan's absurd logic. Upon closer thought, she actually couldn't find any flaws in it. Fine, I agree. Bai Li bit her red lips. But if you dare touch a single hair on any of my guild members, no matter where you run, I will hunt you down and kill you. Facing Bai Li's icy threat, Lu Yuan was entirely unfazed. Hey, am I really that kind of person? He sized her up from head to toe and teased casually. What would I gain from robbing a few dirt poor small fries? Am I after the tiny bit of gasoline they carry? Even if I wanted to farm someone for loot, I'd go after you, the guildmaster, first. Go to hell. Bai Li's lovely face flushed red as she cursed in embarrassment and anger. Though she was scolding Lu Yuan, her hands did not idle. She immediately opened the system panel. She sent a message in the guild channel. Whoever needs to evacuate, send your coordinates. Just seconds after the message was sent, a girl named Su replied with her coordinates instantly. Obtaining the coordinates, Lu Yuan immediately slammed the accelerator to the floor. The massive Red Wolf tank unleashed a thunderous roar, surging toward the target ruins. Hiding in a corner of the ruins, Su was trembling with fear, clutching a backpack that emitted a faint purple glow. The roar of an engine echoed from afar as a crimson heavy tank resembling a colossal steel beast barreled into the ruins at an unbelievable speed. Accompanied by a sharp screech of brakes, the heavily armored tank came to a sudden halt. Its massive tracks carved deep ruts into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust as it stopped with pinpoint accuracy right in front of her. The dark, gaping maw of the thick cannon barrel pointed directly at her forehead. Su's already taut nerves snapped instantly. Her legs gave way in terror, and she collapsed to her knees with a thud, wetting herself in sheer fright. Wah! It's the camper from District 72. Su wept in despair, tears and mucus streaming down her face. Wah! Spare me, boss Red Wolf. I don't want to die. Sitting in the cockpit, Lu Yuan saw the puddle on the ground crystal clear through his monitors. His eye twitched violently as he silently shifted into reverse. Spinning the steering wheel, he backed the tank up several meters. Knees repulsed movements made it look as if he were deathly afraid of touching something filthy. Speechless, Lu Yuan turned his head to look at the person beside him. Hey, do I really look like a bad guy? Bai Li shot him a cold glance. Do you not? Lu Yuan was instantly choked up, completely at a loss for words. He truly wasn't a good person. Too lazy to deal with him, Bai Li pushed open the hatch above her head and poked half her body out. Su, don't be afraid, it's me. Su, who was closing her eyes waiting for death, snapped her tear-stained eyes open upon hearing the familiar voice. And when she clearly saw the ice beauty emerging from the crimson tank, her eyes nearly popped out of her skull. Elegia. Why is it you? How? How did you get mixed up with that cold-blooded camper? Bai Li's face flushed slightly as she quickly interrupted her wild thoughts. Cut the chatter and activate the extraction point quickly. Although Su's mind was in a complete jumble out of absolute trust in Bai Li, she still tremblingly activated the extraction sequence. Ding. Server-wide announcement. High-value item detected in the extraction zone. Extraction point 14 is now active. Extraction point District C1. Extraction point opening countdown 30 minutes. Warning, the coordinates of the player holding the supplies have been exposed in real time. Killing this player will guarantee the drop of epic-grade supplies. A dazzling beam of purple light shot into the sky, completely tearing through the dark heavens. The cross-district chat, the players from other districts who were still wailing in misery instantly erupted with excitement upon seeing this sudden announcement. Holy crap, look at the announcement. Another epic-grade supply is being evacuated. Damn, scared the hell out of me. I thought it was those campers from District 72 again. Look closely, brothers, this time it's from District C1 in District 1. Isn't that just full of delicate female players? Aside from that, Bai Li, the others are incredibly weak. Bai Li, she's nothing special. Can she alone hold off so many of us grown men? Then what are we waiting for? This is practically free epic supplies. What do you say, brothers? Shall we pull off a heist? Let's do it. Men die for wealth, birds die for food. Under the fatal temptation of the epic grade supplies, those red-named outlaws completely threw their previous bitter lessons to the wind. Across the ruins, the chaotic roar of engines sounded like beasts howling. Formidable armed convoys like bloodthirsty predators charged frantically toward extraction point 14. Meanwhile, at extraction point 14, the massive crimson tank slowly backed up, silently vanishing into the deep shadows of the adjacent ruins. Looking at the dense cluster of high-speed red dots lighting up on the radar, Lu Yuan's lips slowly curled into an amused smile. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening roar of engines shattered the dead silence of the ruins. A dozen menacing armed off-road vehicles rushed toward evacuation point 14, like starving wolves scenting blood. The burly man with a red name at the forefront stared intently at the purple light column shooting into the sky, his fat face trembling with excitement. Brothers, charge it. The women of District 1 are notorious for their weakness. Epic supplies are right in front of us. Grab them if you can. The public channel echoed with the thugs' arrogant laughter. To them, this was no robbery. It was an one-sided massacre and plundering without suspense. However, at that exact moment when the convoy surged into the ruins core without a hint of vigilance, the Red Wolf tank lurking in the shadows let out a low growl. The electric storm on the tank's roof charged instantaneously, dark blue lightning arcing wildly across 6 thick cannon barrels. In the next instant, tada-tada-tada, 30mm electromagnetic armor-piercing rounds transformed into a thick whip of dark blue flame, striking the Vanguard armored vehicle with devastating force. There was no suspense whatsoever. That apparently sturdy modified vehicle proved as fragile as a paper toy against this terrifying electromagnetic storm. The thick armor was instantly torn apart, and the bald man inside had no time to even scream before the torrent of fire reduced him to a mist of blood. Boom. The off-road vehicle exploded into a massive fireball. The Red Name thugs trailing behind were completely stunned. They instinctively slammed on their brakes, eyes wide with terror, as they watched the monstrous vehicle unleash deadly fire from the darkness. What the hell? What's going on? Where's this kind of firepower coming from? Is this really District 1's equipment? Could it be Bai Li? Impossible. When did Bai Li's mechanical White Tiger get a Gatling gun installed? Panic spread rapidly through the Red Name convoy. But Lu Yuan didn't give them any chance to react or flee. The cannon swiveled slightly, and a line of dark blue death swept mercilessly across the battlefield. Explosions, screams, and tearing metal wove together into a cruel symphony of death in the ruins. In less than half a minute, the dozen or so Red Name modified cars that had been so arrogant moments ago had all turned into burning scrap metal scattered across the ground. Ding. Killed C. 5 district player gained 1 kill point. Ding. Killed C. 4 district player gained 1 kill point. Ding. Killed C. 18 district player gained 1 kill point. Ding. Successfully looted dead players' supplies. Obtained metal blocks 1000. Obtained diesel blocks 100 liters. Obtained weapon enhancement blueprints 2. Lu Yuan clapped his hands in satisfaction, watching the kill notifications and loot accumulation messages fill his screen, his mood excellent. These fish are really fat. For the next half hour or so, those outer district thugs drawn by the purple light faced nothing but an endless meat grinder. Men die for wealth, birds die for food. The temptation of epic supplies was simply too great. The second and third waves of Red Name convoys charged into the ruins like mindless moths flying into flames. And what awaited them was only that electric storm hidden in darkness, ruthlessly spitting dark blue flames. Finally, with a pillar of white light shooting skyward, Su successfully teleported back to the service area with the epic supplies. That fatal purple decoy light column dissipated as well. Let's go next evacuation point. Lu Yuan skillfully shifted into drive, and the massive heavy tank rolled over the scorched corpses and scrap metal scattered across the ground, heading deeper into the darkness. With the cooperation of Bai Li as District 1's spy, every purple or golden light column that rose attracted a large crowd of greedy outer district thugs. And every time the result was an unhesitating one-sided massacre. The 1st District Guild channel was boiling with excitement. Wah! Sister Lee is amazing. I safely retreated with the orange blueprint. The dozen Red Name players on my end were wiped out instantly. That firepower is simply insane. Sister Lee, your team with Lao Lu gives such a sense of security. Wah, thank you, Sister Lee. A duo of powerhouses. I'm shipping this CP. One private message after another flooded by Lee's inbox. Without exception, they were all expressions of gratitude from the guild girls who had narrowly escaped death. Then the tone in the channel began to shift. Sister Lee, please convey our thanks to Boss Red Wolf. Yes. Thank you, Boss Red Wolf, for saving our lives. Boss Red Wolf is simply an angel for our District 1. Although when he fires he looks like a demon. Watching the screen flood with words of gratitude toward Lu Yuan. Bai Li's mouth twitched slightly, and she looked at the man beside her with a complex expression, one leg crossed over the other, greedily counting supplies. An angel? What the hell kind of angel is that? He was clearly a cunning opportunist, greedy, shameless, and full of schemes. Right, and lecherous too. But Bai Li glanced down at her bandaged body, then thought of the sisters who had safely returned with supplies, and a subtle gratitude flickered in her eyes. At this moment, in stark contrast to the celebration in District 1's guild channel, the cross-district public channel had completely exploded. Countless Red Name players' avatars had turned gray, and those who survived fell into deep fear and despair. What the hell? There's an ambush at evacuation point 14. We sent a small squad, and not even a whole corpse remained. Evacuation point 24 is the same. We were wiped out the moment we got close. Not a single survivor. Damn it. What's going on with District 1? When did they produce such a terrifying camper? Wait, this firepower is even fiercer than that camper from District 72 before. Shit. This game is unplayable. Campers are everywhere. The outer district thugs roared in anger, yet could do nothing about it. They had thought District 1 was a fragrant piece of fat meat, who knew there was a deadly steel blade hidden inside. Just as everyone was filled with suspicion and uncertainty, a red name player's message suddenly popped up in the cross-district channel. The sender was a red name convoy captain who had barely escaped from evacuation point 30. Damn it. Brothers don't go to District 1's evacuation points. I saw the silhouette of that ambush vehicle in the explosion's flash. Blood red paint job. Heavy tank chassis. 6-barrel machine gun. The person's words seemed to radiate endless despair and terror. The camper at District 1's evacuation point is also that damn red wolf. With this message released, the once noisy cross-district channel, like an ignited powder keg, completely exploded. Damn it. I knew the firepower seemed familiar. One person wiped out our elite convoys across 5 districts, and you think nobody can handle you. Shit. If Red Wolf keeps killing so recklessly, won't all those white name patsies have to make million evacuation retreats? Can you guys stand for this? We can't stand it at all. Angry roars and unwillingness flooded the cross-district channel. Just then a player with a black ID quietly sent a message. Brothers, it's always this damn Red Wolf hiding in the dark ambushing us. Since he loves being a camper so much, why don't we team up and take him down? This cold remark instantly woke up all the red name thugs whose heads had been clouded by anger. Isn't his firepower strong? Then let's gather all the elites from 5 districts and declare war on him directly. His ammo must be limited, right? With such fierce firepower, how long can his ammunition last? That's right. In the face of absolute numbers, even the fiercest firepower is useless. Agreed. If Red Wolf doesn't die, how can we survive in the future? Until Red Wolf dies, we will never give up. Until Red Wolf dies, we will never give up. Because of Lu Yuan's madman-like camping tactics, the red name players from these 5 districts who had been fighting separately and selfishly actually showed unprecedented unity at this moment. An epic hunt targeting Red Wolf officially began. Lu Yuan steered the colossal blood red, a building that had collapsed for most of its structure, completely his figure. After turning on turret's automatic defense radar, he leaned back in the wide, stretching with a long yawn and exhaling a heavy breath. Exhausted though he was, half a night of frenzied looting had thrilled him to the bone. He could hardly wait to open the system panel and tally the spoils of this old 6 fishing expedition. The hunting points had surged past 3500. Basic metal blocks had climbed to a staggering more than 2000 units. Diesel reserves exceeded 4000 liters, and premium gasoline reached 8000 liters. As for all sorts of miscellaneous living supplies, high-calorie foods, and drinking water, there were so many that it was impossible to count, nearly filling the system backpack to the brim. Lu Yuan casually opened the trade panel, drew 0 units worth of metal blocks along with several boxes of premium self-heating hot pots and medical sprays and transferred them to Bai Li. Bai Li, currently lying in the space bedroom, stared in astonishment at the enormous material trade prompt popping up on the panel before her. She had thought Lu Yuan's earlier 50-50 split was just a hollow promise. After all, in the end-of-the-world, backstabbing is the norm, not to mention this man is a rule breaker to begin with. Unexpectedly, this rogue man actually meant what he said. Bai Li didn't refuse, as she knew well that in this brutal endgame, power comes from resources, and surviving even more so requires resources. Pretense would only kill her faster. She accepted the goods burrowed under the soft bedding and sent Lu Yuan 2 words, "Thank you." Thanks. In the cockpit, Lu Yuan, having divided the loot, rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming as he opened the system enhancement panel. Besides the vast stock of basic supplies, the blueprints were the real highlight. His backpack was already teeming with dozens of blueprints. 5 basic weapon modification schematics. 1 intermediate weapon modification schematic. 20 basic weapon enhancement schematics. 10 basic armor enhancement schematics. This was an epic harvest of the highest order. System enhance. Lu Yuan first pulled out the 5 basic weapon modification schematics, aiming straight at the tank's main cannon. Under normal game rules, a single weapon can have only 1 modification. Yet Lu Yuan's firepower editing talent carried an almost perverse confidence. Unlock the weapon modification ceiling. This means that as long as the blueprints are enough, he can stack the main cannon's various attributes without limit. Opening the basic modification panel, rows of options sprang up. Enhancing high explosive armor, piercing rounds, cloudburst, incendiaries, and shrapnel fragmentation. Watching these ordinary conventional upgrade paths, Lu Yuan had no interest and simply skimmed past. Until his gaze swept over a special modification entry, he suddenly froze. Effect weapon charging time is reduced by 10%. Lu Yuan drew a deep breath. Although his main cannon now boasted earth-shattering power, its greatest flaw was that full power charging required more than 5 minutes. If he could hide in the shadows and store a shot for a preemptive strike, that would be divine. But what if on this ever-changing battlefield his strike missed? The next shot would take 5 minutes to maximize its power, which was clearly unacceptable. It's you. Lu Yuan had no hesitation, decisively slamming all 5 basic weapon modification schematics into it. All blueprints chose the charging time shortening option. As 5 streams of light merged into the main cannon, the system's crisp notification rang out. Ding! Modification successful. Current main cannon charging time reduced by 50%. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up, a note of satisfaction blooming in his heart. The charging time have directly meaning his tolerance for error and sustained bursting capability had undergone a qualitative leap. Now the real show began. Lu Yuan carefully produced that precious mid-level weapon modification schematic. Facing the dense mesh of high-level modification routes, he pondered for a long while. In the end, Lu Yuan's gaze hardened, choosing a path that could be described as God-defying extreme enhancement. Si Shen Bao Yin Tan Su Pao. This was a weapon form born purely for slaughter. There is only one core ability after killing a target 1% of the target's level is permanently converted into additional attack power for the main cannon. And there is no cap, no limit whatsoever. The only price is that if the main cannon is completely damaged, all accumulated enhancements vanish instantly. Seeing this overbearing attribute, Lu Yuan's heartbeat couldn't help but quicken. Isn't this the killing book from LOL? And this killing book doesn't restrict killing people or monsters, only as long as you kill enough along this endless end of days road. The main cannon would sooner or later grow into an invincible artifact capable of smashing planets in a single blow. Enhance. Lu Yuan willed, and the mid-level weapon modification schematic turned into a meteor shower instantly pouring into the grim heavy cannon atop the roof. Ding! Main cannon modification complete. The system's blue light screen unfolded before Lu Yuan. Current main cannon type, Si Shun Bao Yin Tan Su Pao. Current base attack power 1000 soul extraction, O charge multiplier x5. Current penetration, 25. Effects black hole traction world-defying flames soul extraction. Next, Lu Yuan did not hesitate to pour in 20 basic weapon enhancement schematics. Ding! Basic weapon enhancement schematics used up. Ding! Enhancement 50 attack power increased to 350. Current base attack power 3500 1000 by 350. Staring at the astronomical numbers on the panel, Lu Yuan felt elated and utterly relaxed. Night had grown late, and sleepiness rolled in like a tide. He yawned, dulling his senses as he pushed open the door to the Dimension dormitory. It was only when one foot stepped inside and he saw the soft, inviting bed that he finally reacted. In his private domain, there was now a stunning beauty lying on the bed. Bailey reclined on her side, the soft silk quilt only covering to her lower abdomen. Those legs that had once driven countless male players wild in cross-zone chats lay exposed in the air, their curves perfect, almost dangerously seductive. Hearing the hatch open, Bailey woke with a start. Earlier she had been reveling in the joy of 50,000 resources, now she stiffened like a hedgehog, all thorns and caution. She clutched her ample chest with both hands, her long legs drawing back under the covers, a cold face etched with wary wolfish defense. She stood in a posture that said, "If you come closer, I'll die with you." Seeing her like this, Lu Yuan rolled his eyes in exasperation. He didn't bother to spare another glance. He turned to the system store, casually spending a few dozen metal blocks to buy the simplest single-fold bed. With a click, Lu Yuan set up the bed in the farthest corner from Bailey. He bought a fresh set of bedding and laid it out. After all this, Lu Yuan lay down on the bed in his clothes, pulled the blanket over his head, and with a soft crack, he switched off the bedroom's ceiling light. The whole process flowed like water. No wasted words, no superfluous movements, not even a single unnecessary glance toward the Ice Queen on the bed. In the dark, Bailey, who had sworn to defend her purity to the death, sat on the big bed in a daze. Lu Yuan's unorthodox sequence had completely befuddled her. She felt a tightness in her chest, as if punched by cotton. What was this man really up to? Facing such a stunning beauty, why would he rather sleep on that shabby folding bed? Is he a man? Or does he secretly prefer men? Damn it. Or is it that I look unattractive and simply can't draw him in? At this moment, 100 big questions swarmed in the mind of the aloof Zone C, one female war goddess. Perhaps a temptation she should try once. The next day, Lu Yuan slept in. When he woke, he saw Bailey sitting corner, quietly operating her. Lu Yuan stretched lazily, morning. Bailey cast a resentful glance at him and replied coldly, morning. Then she turned away, not looking at him again. Lu Yuan shrugged in silence. In the moment their eyes met, he noticed a thick ring of dark circles around Bailey's eyes. That look told me she hadn't slept a wink all night. Indeed, a beautiful woman is precious. Even in the end times, she would still claim a bed. Lu Yuan quickly freshened up, sat back in the driver's seat, and began today's old 6 run. However, today's situation carried an air of strangeness. All red name players across the district seemed to vanish into thin air. Whether at evac points in District C, 72, or District 1, not a single soul came to loot, even as golden legend-grade resource pillars rose into the sky. Lu Yuan leaned back in his seat and clicked his tongue. Did I kill them all? He drove the tank toward evacuation point 35. This was a large convoy of more than a dozen vehicles belonging to District C-72's Honglang Guild. Each member's system backpack bulged with gear. Clearly they had all struck it rich. Upon Lu Yuan's arrival, he immediately ordered the crowd to initiate evacuation. 2 golden pillars, 3 blue pillars, and 6 or 7 purple pillars shot up into the sky. Lu Yuan cocked an eyebrow and said, "Well, you folks have really hit the jackpot." Guild members chuckled, all thanks to the boss. However, just then a sudden change occurred. Every vehicle's radar barked with a piercing, frenzied alarm. On the radar screens, countless red dots swarmed toward them like a tide. Danger in ambush. Another member looked at the radar, his voice shaking. Damn the red dots. The numbers must be in the thousands. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, watching the dust billow across the horizon. So they all waited here for me. Before him, a massive convoy rolled forward, the dust blotting out the sky. If that's the case, the death flame collapse cannon atop the Honglang tank slowly rotated, its cold muzzle aimed precisely at the western road. The enemy vehicle sped along. From a distance, the lead red-name thug saw the thick barrel locking onto them. A bead of cold sweat ran down his forehead, but he clenched his teeth and roared into the channel, "Don't be afraid, brothers. Charge. He only has one shell. Damn the cowardly, die the bold. If you die, it's bad luck if you live." His words hadn't had a chance to finish when a black and white beam, as if the Grim Reaper himself had arrived, swept across the street. The beam ripped through the street in a single instant. Lu Yuan held nothing back and opened with a massive strike. Tyrant's Fury activated. 5-fold charge complete. 3500 base attack x5, charged x10 fury damage. An astonishing 175000 attack power. Whoosh. A blinding white light flashed, and the ground on the hard surface was carved by the energy into a deep trench. The shell's kinetic energy showed no sign of waning. After traveling for hundreds of kilometers, it slammed into a colossal building, triggering a world-shaking collapse and explosion. And that Western Route army didn't even have time to utter a word, melting into ash in the wind. System prompts began to flood the screen. Ding killed zone 4 player, earned 1 kill point. Main cannon extraction increases attack bonus by 0.04. Ding killed zone 5 player, earned 1 kill point. Wood. Ding killed zone 5 player, earned 1 kill point. Main cannon extraction increases attack bonus by 0.08. Ding killed zone 18 player, earned 1 kill point. Main cannon extraction. Over 200 red name players averaging around level 5. This earth-shattering sweep cleared them out, sending main cannon extraction to 10 attack points. Though the per-target gains were modest, the multitude still yields a substantial harvest. Watching the kill prompts flicker across the screen, Lu Yuan grinned with excitement. Damn it. Come on. Do it again. He deftly operated the console, aiming the cannon toward the north road, beginning a new charge. Meanwhile, the cross-zone enemy barrage channel was a mess. My heavens, what kind of firepower is this? Don't panic. This kind of weapon eats up energy. He can't keep using it continuously. Yeah, brothers. Take advantage of his reload vacuum and charge. Avenge the Western Route brothers. Avenge the dead brothers. For the brothers. Kill Honglang. Kill. Yet after a mere 30 seconds, the North Route convoy roared up to the front of the Honglang tank. Watching the Honglang tank linger unmoved for a long moment, the lead thug's face twisted into a feral grin. See, he truly has no ammo. Boom. A earth-shattering white light flashed again. This time only 2-fold charge, but the main cannon's base damage was high, amplified by the first 10 shots of Tyrant's Fury. 35 attack x2 charge x10 fury damage. A total of 70700 terrifying attack power. The raging energy beam instantly swallowed the North Route army. The kill prompts flashed across the screen again. Ding. Main cannon attack 10. Seeing this, the red name convoy blew up in an instant. When Lu Yuan's main cannon barrel slowly aimed at the East Route convoy, those red name thugs who had reached the front stared at the muzzle, glowing with an eerie light and frozen fear. Panic screams ripped through the channel. Move. Scatter now. Damn it, this guy cheats. Infinite firepower. Damn. The East Route convoy's red name raiders, grim resolve, charged up 2 of the Red Wolf tank. Gazing at that coal-black hulking barrel, everyone's hearts sank to the fear seizing their souls. Terrified screams tore through the channel, echoing piercingly. Lu Yuan sat in the cockpit watching the foe so close and grinning. They had arrived, and the tension surged. A taunting line promised an electric storm. The 6-barrel turret on the roof suddenly opened fire. Infinite firepower poured forth. Azure armor-piercing rounds swept the street like a raging downpour. The East Route raiders had utterly lost their last shred of fighting spirit. They hammered the steering wheel in a frenzy, trying to turn and flee. The once formidable convoy collapsed into chaos, a brutal multi-car pileup ensuing. Flames lit the sky and kill notifications flooded Lu Yuan's system panel once more. The main cannon's output surged upward at a terrifying rate. The remaining South Route army were the initiators of the 5-district alliance. The alliance leader watched in horror as the 3 fronts vanished within 2 minutes, so frightened he wet himself on the spot. Without hesitation, he ordered his troops to scatter and flee. He even activated the vehicle's ultimate acceleration, leaving behind all underlings and careening outward like a man possessed. Wanna run? Lu Yuan's eyes were cold as he watched the radar dot scatter. Old 6 fishing phase was over. Now, it was the Berserker's merciless call. Lu Yuan floored the accelerator. This time speed came without firing. The Tyrant Fury skill unleashed a 20-fold kinetic energy surge. The 65-ton Crimson heavy tank seemed to grow wings, roaring like thunder, then became a red bolt that ruthlessly crashed into the dissolving enemy formations. Those armored red name modified cars, praised for their sturdiness, were ground to pieces beneath the Red Wolf tank's death charge like crushed eggs. There could be no pause in the tank's charge. Lu Yuan drove furiously while the main cannon charged, ready to deliver a deadly blow at any moment. The camera shifts to Bai Li beside Lu Yuan. She stands by his side, her beautiful eyes fixed on the radar screen. Those once dominant red name bosses of District 5 and cross-region channels were now fleeing like chased wild dogs. One after another, they became gray death icons. Watching Lu Yuan's flowing masterful killing and looting this District 1 battle goddess, Bai Li saw her worldview shattered. What kind of apocalypse survival game is this? It is clearly Lu Yuan mowing down everything by himself. Bailey watched his excited profile, her mood tangled to the extreme. People might call him a perverse killer, yet he has protected unarmed white name players along the way directly and indirectly. Whether in District 72, District 1, or other regions, as long as he meets someone who can help, he helps. But if you call him a good man who would slaughter thousands in 5 minutes while laughing so happily. The pursuit quickly drew to a close, accompanied by a bone-chilling sound of twisted metal. The South Route leader, trying to escape, did not utter a scream as he and his vehicle were crushed beneath the broad tracks. The ground was littered with rare blueprints and vast amounts of loot from the 5 district elites. Lu Yuan's haul was truly bountiful. Just as he was about to tally the spoils, the system flashed a series of glaring notices. All server announcement: District C72's Red Wolf has killed a large number of players in a short time. Then another alert lit up: exclusive title psychopathic killer. A crimson warning flashed in the server: all server bounty posted by the Abyssal Lord Leviathan. Target: kill Red Wolf. Rewards: legendary vehicle component X1, a legendary vehicle blueprint X1, a legendary player gear X2. Lu Yuan stared at the screen, a line of black humor crossing his brow. This is targeted indeed. The system confirms it, and Bailey could not help but smile faintly. The bounty on Lu Yuan looked incredibly generous, but now across the server, even with 10 times their courage, no one would dare take this deathly bounty. As for the system-proclaimed psychopathic killer title, Bailey nodded in quiet acknowledgement. The system had tailored it perfectly, not a single fault. Lu Yuan looked at the title just issued on the system panel and fell into a calm silence. Psychopathic killer quality, epic title trait, wearing it cannot be hidden. The ID above the head turns a dripping dark crimson. Effect: after killing a player, loot effects increase by 20, and a fear aura spreads to all nearby hostile units with all attributes reduced by 10. Seeing these blunt, brutal dual bonuses, even a second of hesitation would be a loss. Lu Yuan acts without hesitation and presses the wear button. Beside him, Bailey stares in stunned silence as the dripping crimson letters above Lu Yuan's head suddenly flowed into view. She had thought Lu Yuan might feel awkward at such a title despised by the entire server, but the guy wore it without blinking. Bailey's eyes widened, her beautiful eyes flashing, her lips twitching. The words ring in her head: this guy is a real pervert, and clearly he loves this title. From this battle on, the external district's red name players were almost wiped from history. In the cross-region channels, the gratitude parade for ordinary white name players began in full swing. Wailing voices erupt: thank you, Red Wolf, for erasing a menace from our district. Yes, the highwayman who extorted tolls along the first highway is dead now. Divine retribution. So satisfying. Red Wolf is mighty. From now on, District 72 will be our sacred ground. The channel fills with cheers and boasts. What is this perverse killer anyway? The system knows nothing. This is our guardian. The cross-region channels dare not speak the word revenge again. The Red Wolf ID becomes the server's truly awe-inspiring faceless death. Meanwhile, a purple-red glow blooms on Lu Yuan's system panel as a hidden task window appears. Ding! The Atlantis King issues a hidden task to the map's strongest player. Difficulty level SSS. Reward: legendary talent 1. Prerequisite: reach the Atlantis core region. Seeing the words SSS and legendary talent on the panel, Lu Yuan's mood brightens. Lu Yuan had just been downcast by the system's targeting, but all trace of that mood vanished in an instant. He stroked his chin and thought for a moment. Hidden task. Reach the core region 2. Fortune favors the bold. To survive this wasteland and go far, one must not shrink back. Though risky, this is also a chance. Accept it. Lu Yuan taps the accept button without hesitation. Then a huge crimson tank roars, crushing the wreckage on the ground, and charges into the endless darkness toward Atlantis. The massive blood-red heavy tank hurtled down the dilapidated highway. The Tyrant engine let out a low guttural roar, its speedometer needle pinned firmly at the 400-kilometer mark. The sheer scale of the Atlantis map far exceeded Lu Yuan's wildest imagination. He had initially thought that with the Red Wolf tank's terrifying mobility, it would take half a day at most to traverse the entire map. Yet this drive had lasted for 2 full days. As they forged deeper into the abyssal ruins, the surrounding environment underwent a cataclysmic transformation. Initially, a few scattered white-name players could still be spotted on the radar. Now not a single soul remained. In their stead, monsters roamed both sides of the highway, their levels growing increasingly absurd. Soaring from just over level 10 at the start, they gradually climbed to level 20 and even level 30. Those deep-sea mutants, covered in hard scales and towering like small mountains, would undoubtedly spell certain death for any ordinary player who crossed their path. Yet before the steel tracks and devastating main cannon of the Red Wolf tank, they were destined only to be ruthlessly crushed. Finally, after 2 days of relentless speeding, a massive energy barrier radiating a faint blue glow emerged at the heart of Atlantis. The moment the tank breached the barrier, a glaring red system announcement flashed frantically before the eyes of every surviving player across the server. Server announcement: player Red Wolf from District C72 has successfully reached the core zone of Atlantis. Warning: as a player has entered the core zone, the current map exploration progress has surged dramatically. The current game difficulty will be significantly increased. Calamity alert: the advanced speed of the death tsunami has been increased to 200 km/h. All players please prepare for evacuation. The moment these announcements flashed, The ordinary players who were still lingering in the outer and middle zones of the map, happily farming monsters and gathering resources, were instantly scared out of their wits. The cross-district channel instantly erupted into a chorus of wails. Holy crap! Boss Red Wolf, why are you running so fast? Are you insane? Reaching the core zone in just 2 days? Is that a speed a carbon-based organism can achieve? We're doomed. Even with my modified pickups accelerator floored, I can only hit 100 kilometers per hour. My piece of trash minivan can't even reach 80. With the tsunami moving at 200 kilometers per hour, isn't this going to freaking kill me? Stop scavenging. Run. The ocean is catching up. Panic spread like a plague among the player base. Countless people frantically abandoned monsters they had barely brought down to half health, scrambling into their vehicles and slamming their accelerators to the floor to race toward the nearest evacuation point. If they didn't run, the towering black wall of water connecting the sea and sky behind them would swallow them whole. Meanwhile, the culprit behind it all, Yuan, had absolutely no time to pay attention to the wails and howls in the chat channel. After passing through the barrier, a deep descending tunnel stretching for dozens of kilometers materialized ahead of the tank. Without slowing down, Yuan sped straight down the tunnel. The moment the tank finally burst out of the tunnel, he slammed on the brakes, staring at the scene before him in sheer awe. Stretched out in front of him was a colossal mechanical metropolis sleeping at the bottom of the deep sea. A transparent glass dome kept the seawater at bay. Countless towering metal pillars supported the ceiling high above. The surfaces of the buildings were weathered with the mottled marks of time, yet they still gleamed with a cold metallic luster. Interlocking gears, colossal robotic arms, and glowing conduits sprawling across the city floor like veins formed a magnificent tapestry where myth and cyberpunk seamlessly intertwined. Bailey, who had remained aloof in the command cabin, could not help but lean closer to the observation screen. The brilliant neon lights reflected in her beautiful eyes, which were filled with an unmistakable sense of wonder. What an absurd place, Yuan muttered, glancing at the mesmerized ice beauty beside him. He pushed the joystick forward, driving the tank along the wide metallic main thoroughfare. Before long, a magnificent and colossal metal fortress appeared at the end of the road, as if sensing the arrival of the Red Wolf tank. The heavy mechanical gates in front of the fortress, towering dozens of meters high, slowly parted with a dull grinding screech of metal. Immediately after, aisles of fluorescent green guiding arrows lit up on the ground. These arrows blinked in the dim mechanical corridor as if actively inviting Yuan inside. Let's go and meet this king who issued the distress quest. Bold and fearless in his power, Yuan followed the green arrows and drove the tank straight into the deep recesses of the fortress. Passing through a long corridor, the vehicle finally came to a halt in the center of an incredibly vast circular hall. The perimeter of the hall was packed with dense racks of servers and blinking indicator lights. Yet in this place where a throne should have stood, Yuan saw no crown-wearing human, nor did he see any towering mechanical frame. In the dead center of the hall, there was only a 10-meter-tall, transparent, cylindrical glass nutrient vat, filled with a pale blue life support fluid. And suspended right in the middle of the fluid was a colossal human brain, its surface covered in countless folds and neurons. Hundreds of metal tubes of varying thicknesses extended from the top of the glass that firmly plugged into the cortex of this brain. The brain pulsed faintly alongside the bubbles in the liquid. Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly as he took in this eerie and shocking sight. This is the freaking king of Atlantis. A brain in a vat, literally preserved in a jar. Just as Yuan was silently lampooning the situation, a dull mechanical synthesized electronic voice suddenly echoed through the hall. As if bypassing the tank's heavy armor entirely, the voice reverberated directly in the depths of Yuan and Bailee's minds. Welcome. I have waited for you for a long time. Supreme Powerhouse, Red Wolf. Within the vast, empty mechanical hall, a deathly silence reigned. Yuan gazed at the colossal human brain inside the glass vat, his brow arching slightly. Are you the king of Atlantis? To be precise, I am the supreme command aggregate of the Atlantis civilization. The dull synthesized electronic voice resonated in his mind, once more devoid of any emotional fluctuation, yet carrying a profound sense of vicissitude that transcended the ages. You may call me King Mother or the Superbrain. Immediately after, the glass vat in the center of the hall emitted a spectral blue glow. Countless holographic projections unfolded around Yuan, and Bailee displaying grand epic tapestries of history within the images. Since the very dawn of human civilization, we have been engaged in an endless war against the abyssal creatures. Atlantis was once the absolute leader and the beacon of hope for the entire human resistance. Within the holographic images, magnificent technological cities of the sea rose one after another as countless human warriors clad in exoskeleton armor charged relentlessly into the dark abyss. I am the strongest artificial intelligence co-designed by generations of top scientists. I was responsible for calculating technological progress, enacting absolutely impartial laws, and managing the livelihoods and resource distribution of tens of billions of people. Aided by my absolute rationality, the humans of Atlantis had no need to worry about trivial matters. They poured all their energy and resources into a single purpose: combating the abyss. The Superbrain's voice paused, and the holographic images suddenly turned a dark crimson. However, the evolution rate of the abyss exceeded all computational models. The abyssal lord Leviathan awakened. Leading an endless horde of the abyss, it tore through our steel defense lines, devoured our outer cities, and slaughtered its way to the core sector of Atlantis. In the projection, a terrifying behemoth of indescribable scale swallowed half a city in a single bite. An aura of despair seemed to seep through the hologram, tangibly permeating the hall. At the final moment before our civilization's extinction, our top scientists finally completed the development of an apocalyptic weapon. Activating it would be enough to completely obliterate the abyssal Lord Leviathan. But by the same token, the entire core sector of Atlantis would also be reduced to ashes in the wake of the explosion. Hearing this, Bailey could not help but gasp. The superbrain's voice remained flat, as if recounting a matter entirely unrelated to itself. To preserve the final embers of human civilization, I, as the supreme administrator, stripped everyone of their voting rights. I resolutely pressed the activation button. The holographic projection froze completely in a blinding white light, then dissolved into countless specks of light. In the timeline that belonged to us, the Atlantis civilization had already perished long ago. The current me and this deep-sea ruin are nothing more than fabricated data projected by the mighty power of higher-dimensional beings. We are merely pre-programmed NPCs in this ridiculous game called Highway Survival. The entire hall fell into a prolonged silence. Even the usually light-hearted Yuan could not help but grow solemn as he stared at the brain soaking in the nutrient fluid. This game of the evil god has cycled through countless reincarnations. This is absolutely not the first time, nor will it be the last. The superbrain's electronic voice suddenly pitched higher. But you are the sole anomaly in this cycle. Across countless reincarnations, you are the only human who managed to damage Leviathan's actual body using merely the shockwave of a conventional weapon. I have analyzed your combat data using my maximum computing capacity. From you I have detected the spark known as hope. Therefore, a purplish red light flashed frantically on Yuan's system panel. Ding. Hidden main quest triggered. Quest objective: slay the abyssal Lord Leviathan. Yuan's eyes widened instantly as he stared at the quest that popped up on his panel. Without a second thought, he shook his head like a toy rattle. Are you kidding me, buddy? You want me to slay Leviathan? That thing is larger than an entire city. I can't take this. There is absolutely no way I'm taking this job. Yuan waved his hand with a look of utter disgust. My previous shot was just a fluke, a blind cat running into a dead rat. I barely trimmed its toenails. If we were to face it head on, I wouldn't even be able to scratch its skin. Time to bail. Let's get out of here. Without hesitation, Yuan threw the tank into reverse, making a move to slip away. Wait. The superbrain's voice rang out once more. This time as its voice fell, a holographic orb radiating a brilliant golden light slowly materialized above the glass nutrient vat. The interior of the orb seemed to contain a collapsing supernova, emitting terrifying heart-palpitating fluctuations. This is the core remnant of that apocalyptic weapon from back then, the soul annihilation bomb. Within the superbrain's mechanical voice, there was actually a hint of temptation. To abyssal creatures, it possesses absolute, soul-killing lethality that completely bypasses physical defense. As long as you are willing to accept this quest, I will harness the remaining energy in the core sector to perform a final modification on your main cannon, enabling you to fire it. You only need to fire this soul annihilation bomb precisely into Leviathan's mouth. The sheer force of the explosion will be enough to conceptually obliterate this abyssal behemoth. Yuan's hand on the control lever froze instantly. He stared at the golden glowing orb, then glanced at the SSS rank quest reward on his system panel, which promised a legendary talent. His eyes flickered intensely. Yuan stroked his chin and fell into a brief silence. The risk was indeed immense. Yet the survival rule of the apocalyptic highway had always been to seek fortune amidst peril. As long as his cheats were powerful enough, he would dare to drag even a deity down from their pedestal. I'll take it. Yuan slapped his thigh hard, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. Though it's risky, this deal is worth the gamble. The moment the words left his mouth, a crisp system notification chimed in succession like a death knell war drum, echoing in the ears of Yuan and Bai Li. Ding. Player Red Wolf of Sector C, 72 has accepted the hidden main quest. It is detected that player Bai Li of Sector C, 1 shares the same vehicle as the quest acceptor, determined to be in a party state. Ding. The main quest has been shared. Ultimate objective: slay the abyssal Lord Leviathan. Warning: until the quest is completed, this party cannot be disbanded, and all extraction points on the current map are permanently closed to this party. Upon the death of Leviathan or the annihilation of the Superbrain faction, surviving party members will be automatically teleported back to the service area. Ding. The current coordinates of the abyssal Lord Leviathan have been synchronized to your radar interface in real time. Good luck to you. Listening to the continuous stream of system notifications ringing in his ears, Bai Li sitting beside him felt as if she had been struck by lightning. She stared blankly at Yuan, then at the blood-red words, "cannot disband party," and "extraction points closed," on her own panel, completely dumbfounded. She had originally only tagged along to watch the spectacle and perhaps enjoy the safety of a safe zone. Who could have known that this lunatic Red Wolf would act on a whim and accept such a suicidal god-slaying quest? And worst of all, the system had actually bound her to it by force. This wasn't just boarding a pirate ship. This was clearly boarding a ghost ship heading straight to hell. Red Wolf, you absolute lunatic. Bailey cast a resentful glare at Lu Yuan, her eyes filled with the sheer despair of having boarded a rogue ship. Lu Yuan shrugged, helplessly, looking utterly innocent. See, I told you to evacuate earlier, but you insisted on staying to watch the show. Now look at us. We can't even leave. Seeing Bailey's puffed up angry face, a smirk tugged at the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth. Calm down, sister. Since we're already here, might as well enjoy it, right? Lu Yuan offered a heartless word of comfort before eagerly opening his weapon panel. He wanted to see just how overpowered the cheat provided by the super brain actually was. Reaper's Blazing Annihilation Cannon temporarily modified version. Available ammunition for this match: Soul Annihilation Shells X10. Ammunition attribute concept level efficacy against abyssal creatures possessing immense power and capable of inflicting irreversible soul trauma. Looking at this simple and brutal description, Lu Yuan muttered to himself, wondering just how absurdly powerful this thing would be once fired. Now all that was left was to wait for the Abyss Lord to arrive and take a blast. He casually opened the system map to check the current situation. The massive red dot representing the Abyss Lord Leviathan was currently about 2,000 kilometers away from them. If the death wave advanced at its speed of 200 kilometers per hour, it would take at least 10 hours for the seawater to submerge this area and for Leviathan to appear. He turned his head to look at Bailey. Let's use these 10 hours to rest up properly, get our energy back, and prepare for tomorrow's tough battle. Bailey nodded silently, having no objections to this arrangement. The two of them found a relatively intact abandoned mechanical plaza in the core zone to serve as their temporary camp for the night. Bailey skillfully built a campfire, set up an iron pot she had obtained from a supply crate, and began to simmer a pot of steaming hot meat soup. Before long, the rich aroma of meat drifted through the empty ruins. The two sat huddled around the campfire, enjoying this final moment of tranquility before the grand battle. Bailey pulled 2 bottles of chilled beer from her backpack and looked at Lu Yuan, who was resting on the tank treads. Want a drink? Lu Yuan reached out his hand. Bailey casually tossed the beer over. With a sharp slap, Lu Yuan caught it, steadily popped the cap off with one hand, and threw his head back to take a massive gulp. Gulp, gulp. How refreshing. As the icy liquid cascaded down his throat, Lu Yuan let out a comfortable sigh of relief. Holding the other bottle of beer, Bailey sat down not far from him. The dancing firelight illuminated her cold, breathtaking profile, melting away her usual icy demeanor and adding a rare touch of softness. She tilted her snowy white neck to take a sip of her drink, then suddenly turned her head. Let me introduce myself formally. Xiali. Sector C1, Baisho Guild. Xia as in summer, and Li as in departure. Lu Yuan froze for a moment, his hand holding the beer bottle, pausing slightly. Then he also smiled and responded earnestly. Lu Yuan. Sector C, 72, Red Wolf Guild. Lu, as in Lu Yuan, and Yuan, as in Lu Yuan. Xiali remained silent, merely staring at him quietly. Lu Yuan felt a bit creeped out by her gaze and shrugged awkwardly. I thought your name was actually Bailey. Xiali rolled her eyes at him in annoyance. Who would be foolish enough to use their real name as an in-game ID? Lu Yuan nodded solemnly. Fair point. The night wind blew past, carrying the distinct icy scent of the deep sea. Xiali hugged her knees, staring at the dancing flames, her eyes flickering with shifting thoughts. After a long silence, she suddenly spoke in a soft voice. Lu Yuan, thank you. Lu Yuan popped a piece of stewed meat into his mouth and cast a puzzled glance at her. Thank me for what? For forcing you onto this rogue ship. Not that. Xiali shook her head, a complex emotion flashing deep in her eyes. Thank you for saving me earlier. If you hadn't arrived in time, I would probably be dead by now. Hearing the rare vulnerability in her tone, Lu Yuan waved his hand and smiled dismissively. Don't think too much about it, I didn't save you for free. Didn't you pay an astronomical medical fee of 500 points? We call this a fair trade, honest business for all. Seeing Lu Yuan's money-grubbing attitude, where everything was reduced to transactions, Xiali couldn't help but laugh out of sheer exasperation. Aside from deals and points, did this man have any sense of romance or mood in his head at all? In a fit of pique, she raised her beer can, threw her head back, and chugged the remaining half of the beer in one go. With a sharp clack, she crushed the empty can and tossed it aside. Immediately after, she grabbed a second can from the side, popped the tab without hesitation, and began chugging it greedily. Watching her drown her sorrows like this, Lu Yuan's eyelid twitched, and he was about to say a few words of caution. However, he never could have imagined that this normally high and mighty, decisive, and ruthless female war goddess would have such an absurdly low tolerance for alcohol. As the second can of beer hit the bottom, an alluring rosy flush crept onto Xiali's cheeks. Even her cold eyes grew watery and hazy with intoxication. Under the catalyst of alcohol, the emotions Xiali had been suppressing deep in her heart began to surge. Looking at the man before her, who was heartily eating meat, a sudden, inexplicable sense of frustration welled up inside her. To think that she's Xiali, the proud frontrunner of the first sector and the untouchable ice goddess in the hearts of countless male players, was always treated like a star wherever she went. Yet in front of this particular man, the face and figure she took so much pride in seemed to have completely lost their appeal. He either treated her as bait for a sting operation or ruthlessly tossed her into the bedroom while he went to sleep on a broken folding bed. The way he looked at her was always cold or filled with the calculating gaze of a miser. Why? Fueled by the alcohol, this intense sense of disparity was instantly magnified countless times. Xiali suddenly shifted her body, pressing closer and closer to Lu Yuan. A faint, elegant fragrance mingled with the scent of alcohol wafting directly into Lu Yuan's nose. Xiali tilted her head slightly, her mesmerizing eyes, which seemed capable of stealing one's soul, now practically melting with emotion as she stared intently at Lu Yuan's face. "Look at me." Xiali's voice was soft and gentle, tinged with a hint of petulance and resentment. Lu Yuan's eyelid twitched violently, and he instinctively averted his gaze, executing a tactical evasion. "Cough. You're drunk. Go to sleep early." "I'm not drunk. Look at me." Xiali pressed closer relentlessly, her breath sweet and warm. She bit her rosy lips, a touch of stubbornness in her eyes. "Lu Yuan, am I not beautiful?" Lu Yuan. Seeing Lu Yuan remaining as silent as a log, and even avoiding her gaze, the small temper in Xiali's heart flared up completely. She let out a soft huff and reached out with her slender fair hand. Click. With a sudden tug, she actually unbuttoned the top 2 buttons of her shirt. A vast expanse of snowy white skin and a deep, alluring cleavage were instantly laid bare under the dancing light of the campfire. The mouthful of beer Lu Yuan had just taken was sprayed out in an utterly ungraceful manner. He scrambled back half a step in a flurry, his face turning bright red. "Hey lady, how much did you even drink to get this drunk?" Yet Xiali completely ignored his panic. Seeing Lu Yuan finally lose his composure, she let out a triumphant soft chuckle. Immediately after, her body went limp, and she leaned forward, falling heavily into Lu Yuan's embrace. Her hot breath brushed against Lu Yuan's neck. Her slender arms naturally wrapped tightly around his neck. Her red lips parted slightly, and right before she lost consciousness completely, she whispered a slurred, seductive murmur into Lu Yuan's ear. "Coward." Feeling the astonishing sensation of the soft, fragrant beauty in his arms, even a steel-straight man like Lu Yuan couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. He sighed helplessly and shook his head. Scooping up the unconscious beauty in his arms, Lu Yuan strode back to the tank's dimensional bedroom and gently laid her down on the soft bed. He casually pulled the blanket over her to cover her up. Just as he turned to leave, a soft, warm hand suddenly reached out from under the covers, tightly grasping the corner of his shirt. Xiali's eyes were tightly shut, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, as if she had grabbed onto her only lifeline in a nightmare. "Don't go." Her red lips parted slightly, letting out a soft murmur that was almost pure instinct. Lu Yuan's body stiffened slightly. Looking down at the breathtaking face on the bed, stripped of all its icy disguise, leaving only vulnerability and helplessness, his breathing slowed down a fraction. The usually decisive and swift Red Wolf actually paused for a second in this moment, as if possessed. However, in this brief romantic pause of a mere second, beep. Warning. Maximum level calamity warning. A dazzling blood-red server-wide announcement suddenly popped up on the system panel, tearing through the silence of the bedroom like the shriek of the Grim Reaper. Ding. Detected that the remaining number of players is less than 10%. The advancement speed of the Abyss Lord Leviathan has been significantly increased. It is estimated to completely descend upon the core zone in 1 hour. A glaring blood-red system alarm flashed frantically in his field of vision. Lu Yuan shuddered violently. The brief second of romantic and exquisite thoughts in his mind vanished instantly in the face of an absolute threat to his life. To hell with ice queens and tender fragrant beauties. This dense, unyielding man threw all of it to the back of his mind. Damn, how did it get here so fast? Lu Yuan cursed loudly as he scrambled out of the dimensional bedroom. A wave of lingering fear washed over him, and he secretly thanked his high alcohol tolerance. Fortunately, he hadn't drunk himself into a stupor like Bai Li. If he had truly fallen unconscious in that gentle, intoxicating paradise, he wouldn't even know how he died. Lu Yuan lunged into the cockpit, his hands turning into a blur of after images as they swept frantically across the control console. System. Full power activation. V-100 engine pushed to the limit. Along with Lu Yuan's roar, a low rumble, like the awakening of an ancient beast, erupted from within the Red Wolf tank. The tracks ground furiously against the earth as the armored vehicle transformed into a streak of red lightning charging straight out of the underground bunker. Passing through a massive mechanical tunnel, the Red Wolf tank charged all the way to the outermost edge of the core area in one breath. The moment they burst out of the tunnel, the sight before him made Lu Yuan gasp in shock. What met his eyes were towering black tidal waves on all sides. The seawater, corrupted by the abyss, was surging frantically toward the core area at a terrifying speed that defied the laws of physics. In the pitch-black night, the towering waves resembled a continuous range of black mountains bearing down with an all-destroying pressure. Even for Lu Yuan, who was well accustomed to life-and-death situations, the sight sent goosebumps all over his skin. I can't let this damn thing get close. Lu Yuan stared intently at the massive purplish-red blip on the radar. He yanked the control stick, and the turret atop the vehicle spun rapidly, locking onto the colossal abyssal source behind the giant waves. Soul Annihilation shell loaded. Target locked. Main cannon initiating charge. 30 seconds. Main cannon attack power multiplier x1. 60 seconds. Main cannon attack power multiplier x2. Main cannon attack power multiplier x5. Charge has reached its limit. Tyrant's Fury activate. With bloodshot eyes, Lu Yuan slammed down on the red button adorned with a skull icon. A tenfold fury damage stacked instantly. Terrifying energy condensed at the tip of the gun barrel, forming an extremely unstable black hole. Watching the black mountain draw closer, the radar's locking beeps rang out incessantly. Lu Yuan let out a fierce roar. Eat this. Boom. Intertwining beams of black and white mixed with the crimson violent energy of the soul annihilation shell erupted instantly. The instant the shell left the barrel, a crimson system warning box popped up abruptly. Warning. Mental value decreased by 30%. Lu Yuan felt as though his brain had been struck violently by a heavy sledgehammer, and a wave of dizzying vertigo washed over him. His vision went black for a moment, and a trickle of blood even seeped from his nose. So this was the price of using a soul weapon. He shook his head violently, biting his tongue to force himself awake, and squinted forward. A hit. From the dark, deep sea in the distance, a painful sky-rending roar suddenly erupted. The sound seemed to strike the soul directly, shaking the entire seabed violently, and causing countless ancient mechanical structures to collapse. The abyssal behemoth, having taken a direct hit from the soul annihilation shell, thrashed frantically amidst the waves. Yet the heavy blow did not make it retreat. Instead, the excruciating pain completely unleashed its primal ferocity. Its movement speed surged once more. Lu Yuan wiped away his nosebleed, a ruthless glint in his eyes, as the main cannon began charging again. Within a few short minutes, the behemoth rushed to the edge of the core area like a demon possessed. Rumble. The violent black waves carrying destructive force crashed heavily against the blue energy barrier on the periphery of the core area. Through the violently shaking, crack-laden barrier, Lu Yuan witnessed a scene that made his breath catch in his throat. Emerging from the abyss, this behemoth was like the mythical giant Yuan that could swallow heaven and earth, its colossal form completely blotting out the pitch-black sea beyond the dome. It resembled a continuous living mountain range, its broad back covered in pitch-black barbed scales. Massive fins that blotted out the sky thrashed frantically in the water. The resulting vortex alone was enough to tear apart the sturdiest steel aircraft carriers, sending wave after wave of destructive undercurrents. What made his skin crawl the most was its dark gold slit pupil eye pressed tightly against the barrier. That single eye alone was as massive as half a city. That eye was filled with chaos, rage, and endless sorrow. The massive monster began to violently ram and tear at the blue energy barrier, each strike causing all of Atlantis to shake to its foundations. The cracks in the barrier grew wider, with total collapse only a breath away. Beep. Charge complete. Lu Yuan stared at the behemoth's bloody gaping maw as it tore at the barrier. An expression of ultimate madness flashed in his eyes. Swallow this. He pressed the fire button once more. Warning. Mental value decreased by 30% again. The intense sensation of detachment blurred Lu Yuan's vision completely, and he gripped the control console with all his might to keep from passing out. And that soul annihilation shell, carrying their final hope of a decisive strike, turned into an incredibly brilliant meteor, accurately tracing the cracks in the barrier to strike deep into the monster's mouth. There was no sound, but in the next second, an indescribable conceptual explosion erupted violently within the abyssal behemoth. A blinding crimson light illuminated almost the entire pitch-black surface of the sea. Thud. Along with an extremely muffled, heavy sound of something falling to the ground. The once invincible, sky-blotting abyssal behemoth, as if drained of all its life force, crashed heavily onto the seabed ruins outside the barrier. Sand and silt filled the water, turning the sea into a turbid mess. Lu Yuan, fighting off the intense weakness threatening to make him faint, took a deep breath. He pushed the control stick forward, driving the massive crimson tank over the debris scattered across the ground, slowly heading toward the edge of the barrier. The colossal abyssal behemoth lay collapsed in the silt, its dark gold slit pupil as massive as half a city, weakly half open. I'll finish you off while you're weak. The main cannon on the roof made a grinding mechanical sound as it turned. The pitch-black barrel locked dead onto Leviathan's massive eye. The Reaper's blazing annihilation cannon began its ruthless charge once more. 30 seconds. 60 seconds. Destructive energy condensed wildly at the muzzle. With just a press of the fire button, this ultimate boss would fall completely, and a legendary talent would be within his grasp. Yet at the very instant Lu Yuan's finger was about to press the button, he suddenly froze. Lu Yuan stared intently at the behemoth's eye right in front of him on the holographic screen, his brow furrowing deeply. Something was wrong. An indescribable, intense sense of discord crawled up his spine like a venomous snake. This abyssal behemoth, described by the superbrain as having lost all reason and capable only of devouring, did not have a trace of brutality or madness in its gaze as it looked at him now. Within that dark gold slit pupil there was clearly an expression of profound, desperate sorrow. Moreover, the direction it was gazing was not at the Red Wolf tank at all. Instead, it looked past the tank, staring intently deep into the core area, at the mechanical fortress housing the superbrain. In Lu Yuan's mind, the system quest's completion conditions suddenly flashed. Leviathan's death or the annihilation of the superbrain faction. Damn! Lu Yuan gasped. Veins bulged on the back of his hand, gripping the fire button, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. That brain in a vat, old geezer. Is he using me to do his dirty work? Lu Yuan fixed his gaze on the holographic screen, panting heavily. His eyes began to redden, and the once lucid gaze grew somewhat unfocused. On his system panel, the spiritual energy indicator flashed with a blinding red 40%. In the silent cockpit, an eerie whisper began to echo from somewhere. That voice seemed to rasp directly against Lu Yuan's brain cortex, brimming with irresistible temptation. Open fire. If you kill him, the SSS-level mission will be completed. The legendary talent is right before your eyes. That is your only chance to ascend to the apex in this apocalypse. Think about it, that's the Abyss Lord himself. Inside it lies the world's core treasure. With one shot, the loot would be so abundant you couldn't count it. Greed is humanity's deadliest weakness. And this eerie voice magnifies Lu Yuan's longing for wealth and power with pinpoint precision. Lu Yuan's breath grew increasingly ragged, his eyes losing focus and becoming glazed. His hand out of control slowly descended and pressed the red launch button of annihilation. If you press it, everything will be over. The whisper grew sharp and furious, urging him to press this fatal blow. At the final 0.1 seconds before his finger would move, Lu Yuan seemed to drift. Lu Yuan. A soft call from Xiali rang in his ear, snapping him from that eerie descent. Lu Yuan trembled all over, instinctively turning his head. Behind him the space was empty. The hatch to the dimensional bedroom was tightly closed, and in the cockpit there was no one else but him. Hallucination. Yet that non-existent call sent a chill up Lu Yuan's scalp, a cold sweat breaking out all over his back. Deep in his mind, like a bolt of lightning, a long-forgotten rule of survival suddenly leaped to the forefront. When a player's spiritual energy drops below 60, intense hallucinations begin. If spiritual energy falls below 25, the player will go utterly mad, becoming a monster that only knows how to kill. Once it reaches 0, the whispers of the old gods will take over the brain, driving the player to commit suicide in madness. Lu Yuan's pupils shrank abruptly. He now had only 40% of his spiritual energy. If this soul obliteration shell is fired, the system would forcibly deduct another 30%. Then his spiritual energy would plummet to a miserable 10%. Even if he truly blew Leviathan away and obtained a legendary talent. He is no longer human, but an abyssal monster. Damn. Lu Yuan shivered, cold sweat soaking his back. At this moment, all talk of legendary talent and god-tier gear was tossed aside. If he died, what use was money? Without hesitation, he opened the title panel and tore off the twisted killer title that had fed his bloodlust. Then he decisively switched to that previously embarrassing oddball title. Abyssal Pedicurist. Talent description: wearing this title, resistance to spiritual contamination is greatly boosted. The moment the title changed, a cold, piercing current swept through Lu Yuan's body. That haze and seduction tightening feel on the brain cortex vanished, as if snow meeting the blazing sun, disappearing without a trace. Lu Yuan coughed violently twice, his eyes fully regaining absolute clarity. Damn it. I almost fell for your trick. Lu Yuan abruptly turned, his gaze passing over the Leviathan lying on the ground and fixating on the direction behind him. He finally understood where that overpowering sense of dissonance had come from. To preserve the last spark of human civilization, as the Supreme Administrator, I deprived everyone of the right to vote. I pressed the launch button. That sentence spoken by the superbrain earlier now haunted Lu Yuan's mind like a thunderbolt wandering crazily. The old thing's so-called absolute rationality was nothing but extreme cold-blooded ruthlessness to achieve its ends. Back then, it could sacrifice the entire Atlantis core region's 100 billion humans without hesitation to eliminate the Abyss. Now how could it possibly care about the life or death of a mere player? If Lu Yuan fires this shot, his spiritual energy would plunge below the critical threshold, turning him into a killer madman, even driven to commit suicide on the spot. But the superbrain doesn't care. From start to finish, it cares only about using Lu Yuan's hand to wipe out Leviathan completely. Damn, Lao Deng. Do you take me for a gun, eh? Having seen through it all, Lu Yuan's gaze turned utterly cold. He swept his gaze to the glowing in gold soul obliteration shell on the weapon panel. This thing is not a weapon capable of slaying gods. Each time it fires, the spiritual energy deduction is not the price paid by the weapon. Rather, it is a trap that will plunge him into an endless abyss. He yanks the control lever with all his might. The colossal Red Wolf tank roars through the ruins, pulling off a sharp drift to turn around. The turret's pitch-black main cannon abandoned the dying Leviathan below. Lu Yuan floored the accelerator, driving the war machine. Retracing the way, he came racing toward the tens of kilometers-long shadowy tunnel. It seemed to sense Lu Yuan's movement. The hall's once sacred electronic hum vanished in an instant. Instead, a panicked, even garbled mechanical roar exploded in Lu Yuan's mind. What are you doing? Foolish human. You're going the wrong way. Turn around immediately. Open fire to kill Leviathan. This is your only lifeline. Do not defy the supreme directive. Lu Yuan listened to the frantic electronic voice in his mind, a sardonic cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. Are you teaching me how to act? I'm the kind of person who thrives on rebellion. My path to survival, I choose it myself. The Red Wolf tank's engine roared to a deafening roar, its speed surging again as it barreled toward the tunnel mouth. The superbrain finally panicked completely. Warning. Target completely out of control. Initiate the highest defense protocol. Boom. The chasm ahead trembled violently. At the mouth of the deep tunnel, thick ultra-alloy mechanical iron doors descended from above with a resounding metallic grind. In just a few seconds the road to the core fortress was completely sealed. Staring at the despairing steel wall ahead, he realized there was no turning back. Lu Yuan did not slow, his gaze grew colder and more feral. He moved swiftly across the weapon panel. A crisp click rang out. The soul obliteration shell in the barrel was forcibly discharged. You want to shut me out? I'll blaze a path out for myself. Boom. The Red Wolf tank, like a rampaging primordial behemoth, brutally shattered the battered steel defensive line at the end of the tunnel. The moment it burst out of the tunnel, that colossal and abyssal mechanical fortress was completely exposed beneath the muzzle of Lu Yuan's cannon. Warning. Lethal threat detected approaching. The core zone's final defense protocol has been activated. The cold mechanical alarm echoed across the entire undersea ruins. The metal plaza in front of the fortress trembled violently. Accompanied by a dull rumbling roar, 4 giant mechanical guards standing 30 meters tall slowly rose from the underground elevator platform. They were completely encased in thick superalloy armor, their arms consisting of massive high-energy laser cannons, while their crimson electronic eyes locked onto the intruding scarlet chariot with a death grip. You think this pile of scrap metal can stop me, eh? Lu Yuan sneered, his hands blurring across the control console. Electrostorm suppressed them. The 6-barreled autocannon atop the vehicle erupted instantly. A storm of deep blue metal like a torrential downpour swept relentlessly across the armor of the mechanical guards, bursting into clusters of blinding sparks. The accompanying potent paralyzing effect instantly caused the movements of these 4 behemoths to become sluggish and stuttering. Reaper's pyro collapse cannon fire. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Yuan had no intention of employing any tactics against them. His approach was one of absolute, overwhelming firepower. The main cannon, amplified tenfold by the tyrant's wrath, was now a literal god-slaying spear. The violent black and white beams pierced through the chest cores of the mechanical guards one after another. After several earth-shattering explosions, the 4 once mighty mechanical titans were reduced to a heap of burning scrap metal. Without a moment's pause, Lu Yuan slammed the accelerator all the way down. The Red Wolf tank crushed the mechanical debris scattered across the ground, charging straight toward the fortress's superalloy gate, which stood dozens of meters high. Break! Boom! An earth-shattering shell blasted outward. The ultimate defensive gate, reputed to withstand a nuclear strike, was as fragile as glass under the onslaught of the Reaper's main cannon, instantly shattering into pieces. Amidst a flurry of flying metal shards, the Red Wolf tank aggressively breached the core hall. In the center of the hall, within a 10-meter-tall glass nutrient vat, a massive brain in a vat was flashing a blinding red light frantically. The boiling nutrient solution churned, manifesting the utter panic within this super artificial intelligence. Lu Yuan slammed on the brakes. The heavy treads left 2 deep charred tracks on the metal floor. The pitch-black barrel of the main cannon rose slowly, pressing coldly and mercilessly against the massive glass vat. At this moment, Lu Yuan glanced at his weapon panel. After a continuous path of wanton bombardment, the 10 enhanced firing charges granted by the tyrant's wrath skill were now down to this final shot. Human, cease your mad actions. The superbrain's dull synthesized electronic voice boomed in Lu Yuan's mind once more. Only this time the voice no longer held its previous condescension, but was instead laden with unconcealable fear and anxiety. You cannot kill me. The dome energy shield of this undersea city is deeply bound to my life core. Once I die, the shield will collapse instantly. Billions of tons of seawater will crush this place entirely. You too will be ground to dust. We can make a duh. The superbrain's frantic negotiation was cut off halfway. To hell with your deal. Lu Yuan, expressionless, directly slammed down on the large red fire button. Villains always die from talking too much. And Lu Yuan never listened to nonsense. Boom. The final pyro collapse shell carrying tenfold wrath detonated violently less than 5 meters from the glass vat. Without any suspense, the indestructible life support glass vaporized instantly. That massive superbrain, which deemed itself a deity, did not even have the chance to let out a shriek before it was utterly annihilated into nothingness within the brilliant destructive beam. The fiercely violent shockwave did not stop there. It tore through the roof of the fortress, turning into a pillar of light that soared into the sky and slammed heavily against the transparent glass dome of the undersea city. Crack! An incredibly crisp sound of fracturing echoed through the deep sea. Spiderweb-like cracks instantly crawled across the entire protective shield. In the next second, the dome of the entire Atlantis core zone shattered with a bang. Billions of tons of pitch-black, freezing seawater, like a collapsed heavenly river, surged downward frantically with terrifying crushing pressure. Space began to warp violently. Under the impact of the seawater, the surrounding mechanical ruins instantly collapsed and disintegrated. Looking up at the black ocean pressing down on him, veins bulged on Lu Yuan's forehead. Without a shred of hesitation, his hands gripped the control levers tightly as he slammed the accelerator to the floor. Charge! The tyrant engine let out a throat-tearing, furious roar. The 65-ton scarlet chariot turned into a red blur amidst the collapsing mechanical ruins, hurtling outward like mad. Just a second before the world-ending torrent of seawater could engulf the Red Wolf tank, the Azure system notification chime rang in Lu Yuan's ears like heavenly music. Ding! Evaluation conditions met. The Superbrain faction has been annihilated. The spark of the Atlantis civilization has been completely extinguished. Special evaluation conditions satisfied. Hidden main quest for settlement. Completing evacuation. A blinding white teleportation light instantly enveloped the massive scarlet chariot. A thousandth of a second later, the Red Wolf tank vanished into thin air amidst the surging seawater. When Lu Yuan opened his eyes once more, the deafening roar of rushing seawater and explosions around him had completely vanished. In their place was the familiar soft lighting of the peace service area along with the faint scent of gasoline in the air. Phew. Lu Yuan slumped into the driver's seat, as if completely drained of strength, panting heavily. Just a fraction of a second later, and he would have been buried alongside that old bastard. That was so damn thrilling. Before he could even catch his breath, a series of dark gold server-wide announcements capable of shattering the entire game world began to flash frantically across his retina. Supreme server-wide announcement. Congratulations to player Red Wolf from Sector C, 72 for achieving the unique mythic grade achievement God Defire. This player has successfully destroyed the Atlantis core and severely wounded the Abyss Lord Leviathan. Quest evaluation SSS grade. Ultimate rewards distributed legendary talent chest X1. Legendary vehicle component X1. Hunt points X10000. At this moment, all the surviving players staying in various peace hubs stared dumbfounded at the dark gold characters in the sky. The entire world fell into a dead silence that lasted for half a minute. Then a wild uproar erupted enough to overturn the heavens. Are you insane? A legendary talent. One person soloed a hidden civilization and even severely wounded an Abyss boss. Meanwhile, inside the Red Wolf tank, the hatch door leading to the dimensional bedroom creaked open. Xiali, wearing Lu Yuan's oversized, ill-fitting men's shirt, walked out in a daze, rubbing her sleepy eyes and barefoot. A faint flush from the alcohol still lingered on her fair cheeks. Seeing Lu Yuan panting heavily in the driver's seat, Xiali tilted her head in an adorable, dazed manner. Lu Yuan. How long did I sleep? How much longer until Leviathan arrives? At the doorway of the dimensional bedroom inside the Red Wolf tank, Xiali stood wearing an oversized and ill-fitting men's shirt, her bare feet patting softly against the floor as she rubbed her sleepy eyes. She tilted her head innocently, gazing at Lu Yuan, who was drenched in sweat. Lu Yuan. How long was I asleep? How much longer until Leviathan arrives? Staring at the drowsy Xiali before him, Lu Yuan cast a lingering glance. Memories of their perilous encounter in Atlantis flashed unbidden through his mind. When his spiritual resistance was on the verge of collapsing, and the superbrain's whispers threatened to completely assimilate his consciousness, it was that ethereal voice calling his name that had pulled him back from the abyss. Recalling this, a subtle softness flickered in Lu Yuan's eyes, though he maintained his usual teasing demeanor. Lazybones, who cares about Leviathan? It's all over. Xiali froze at his words. Huh. She rubbed her confused head and instinctively opened the system panel. Good heavens. A blinding golden notification instantly popped up. Congratulations, player Bailey, on achieving the unique myth-tier accomplishment Sleeping Beauty. You simply took a nap and completed a myth-tier quest. Should we say you're exceedingly lucky, or that your support is remarkably solid? Mission rating S-tier. Ultimate rewards distributed Epic tier talent chest X1. Epic tier vehicle component X1. Hunt points 2,500. Staring at the string of unbelievable notifications, Xiali staggered and nearly lost her balance. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock and bewilderment. Huh. What's going on? Lu Yuan rose from the driver's seat and strode over to her. He raised his finger in a flicking gesture and casually gave her smooth forehead a light snap. The situation is I handled it. Lu Yuan let out a massive yawn and waved dismissively. I'm exhausted. I'm going to sleep. Your call. With that, he walked straight to the collapsible bed in the corner and collapsed onto it. Within 10 seconds, his steady breathing filled the air. This wasn't an act. After consecutive high-intensity battles and severe spiritual fluctuations, his physical and mental energy had been completely drained. Xiali covered her slightly reddened forehead where he had flicked her. She stood frozen, watching the man sprawled across the folding bed. No one had ever dared to flick her forehead like that before, yet she couldn't bring herself to be angry, because she finally saw the golden server-wide announcement pinned at the top of the system channel. Red Wolf has achieved the unique myth-tier accomplishment God Defire. Destroyed the Atlantis core, critically wounded the Abyss Lord Leviathan. Xiali's breathing instantly quickened. Though just a few lines of text, she could completely envision what apocalyptic battle this man had endured during her unconscious hours. He alone bore the weight of the world's malice, and not only that, he had carried her along to claim an S-tier myth accomplishment through sheer proximity. Yet she hadn't been able to help at all. Xiali bit her lower lip. She crept softly to the bedside, gazing at the exhaustion etched beneath Lu Yuan's eyes. The glacier in her heart, frozen for millennia, seemed to crack and melt in that very moment. Without a word, she retrieved a soft blanket from nearby and gently draped it over him. Thank you. And you've worked hard. After placing the blanket, Xiali sat on the soft bed. Rather than rushing to open her epic tier chest, she rested her chin in her palm and quietly observed Lu Yuan's profile. When an overwhelming wave of drowsiness finally overtook her, she leaned back and fell into a deep slumber. 10 hours later, Lu Yuan finally emerged from his deep sleep. His spiritual value had automatically recovered to a safe threshold above 80 points. The moment his eyes opened, a rich aroma of cooking meat assailed his nostrils. Lu Yuan inhaled deeply and followed the fragrance. There stood Xia Li in a fresh set of loungewear, confidently managing several sizzling premium steaks on a portable induction cooktop. At the sound of Lu Yuan stirring, Xia Li turned. Her breathtaking features lit up with a gentle smile capable of making all flowers fade. Awake. Go wash your face. Dinner's almost ready. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow at the first district's female warrior, now embodying the perfect homemaker. That's quite a transformation, Sleeping Beauty. The moment those words left his lips, Xia Li's cheeks flushed as she shot him a playful glare. Eat your meat already. Can't seem to shut you up. After a satisfying meal restored both their vitality and condition to peak levels, Lu Yuan wiped his mouth, and his gaze finally grew intense. All right, fed and watered. Time to get down to business. Xia Li set down her utensils, a flicker of anticipation crossing her eyes. She knew the real event was about to begin. Lu Yuan accessed his system inventory, his eyes fixed intently on the two myth-tier blind boxes radiating 7-colored divine light. A legendary talent chest. A legendary vehicle component. Which one should we open first? Lu Yuan rubbed his hands together, a rare display of nervousness. Let's start with the component, Xia Li suggested. Sounds good. With a mental command, Lu Yuan activated the legendary vehicle component blind box. Boom. A blinding 7-colored radiance instantly illuminated the entire interior of the tank. As the light faded, a hexagram core with an unusual metallic luster hovered silently in midair. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining the legendary vehicle component Void Leap Engine. Attributes: ignores terrain obstacles and physical laws. Effect: once charged, forcibly tears space to execute an instantaneous teleportation with a maximum range of 500 kilometers. Cooldown 24 hours. Studying the specifications, Lu Yuan drew in a sharp breath. Spatial teleportation. This was easily the most overpowered survival and mobility skill in the apocalypse. With this, even if 100 corpse kings surrounded him, he could instantaneously escape the battlefield. We hit the jackpot, truly hit the jackpot. Lu Yuan swallowed hard, suppressing his exhilaration. His gaze then shifted to the even more brilliant legendary talent chest. If the component was this formidable, just how absurd would the talent prove to be? Lu Yuan took a deep breath and firmly pressed the activation button. Open. Crack. 7-colored divine light erupted like a volcanic eruption. Even the peaceful service area outside was bathed in this sacred radiance. Ding. The legendary talent chest has been successfully opened. Congratulations, player Red Wolf, on awakening the server's only legendary talent. The moment he read those lines on the panel, Lu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. Even with his iron constitution, he couldn't help but curse aloud. What the hell? This actually works. Seeing Lu Yuan's expression, which looked as if he had seen a ghost, Xia Li, who was standing beside him, could no longer suppress her curiosity. Leaning half her body over, she cast her gaze onto the holographic screen. When she clearly saw those few lines of talent attributes on the panel radiating with 7-colored divine light, this well-traveled female war god of District 1 was petrified on the spot. Legendary talent: spiritual leader. Effect: the number of guild members determines your strength limit. Characteristic: 10% of the number of official guild members will be permanently converted into the vehicle's base attack power. 5% will be permanently converted into the vehicle's base defense power. Note this attribute bonus is rule grade with no limit on the number of people. Silence. The entire dimensional bedroom fell into a deathly silence. Only the sound of their gradually heavy breathing could be heard. Is this a legendary talent? Xia Li's crimson lips parted slightly, her voice trembling uncontrollably. Others might not know how massive the Red Wolf Guild was, but she knew it all too well. Ever since Lu Yuan initiated his sweeping rampage on the highway, almost all survivors in the entire C-72 district had regarded the Red Wolf Guild as their sole safe haven. Lu Yuan swallowed hard, his hands trembling as he tapped open his guild management panel. Red Wolf Guild LV. 5. Current official members 10000, 10000. Looking at that long string of digits. 100,000 people. This meant that as long as he equipped this talent, the Red Wolf tank would not need to consume any blueprints, nor would it require any complex modifications. It could instantly out of thin air skyrocket by 10,000 points of base attack power, plus 5,000 points of base defense power. One must know that he had previously expended a massive amount of blueprints, breaking through system limits in a frenzy of reinforcement. The base attack power of the Reaper main cannon had barely reached 3500 points. Now it was directly increased by nearly 3 times the base attack. If the tenfold critical strike of Tyrant's Rage were triggered again, the true damage converted from this base attack of over 10,000 points would be simply inestimable. And the most absurd part was that this talent also provided an extremely high defense rating. Over 5,000 points of base defense stacked onto the hull armor. This was fucking nothing short of a mobile steel fortress. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and without the slightest hesitation clicked to equip the talent. The massive hull of the Red Wolf tank shuddered violently. A visible intangible ripple instantly rippled outward with the chariot as its epicenter. Upon the already ferocious and heavy crimson armor, a faint dark golden divine glow subtly circulated. That sense of power so brimming that it was on the verge of overflowing made Lu Yuan comfortably narrow his eyes. He casually brought up the latest attribute panel of the main cannon. A deep blue light screen unfolded in front of the two. Current main cannon type Reaper's Burst Flame Collapse Cannon. Current base attack power 1000, 500 soul extraction, 1000 talent bonus. Enhancement bonus 350. Current penetration 25. Special effects Black Hole Attraction, Otherworldly Flame, Defying Laws of Physics, Soul Extraction. Looking at the row of figures on the light screen that was absurd enough to make one dizzy. Xiaoli swallowed hard with great difficulty. A base attack of 11500 points multiplied by a 350 enhancement bonus, plus a 5x charge, and finally stacked with the 10x final amplification of Tyrant's Rage. Over 2 million base attack. This firepower could practically blast even a god into dregs. She stared at Lu Yuan as if looking at a monster, her beautiful eyes filled with deep shock and wariness. As the frontrunner of District 1, her current White Tiger's attack power, even with bonuses included, was barely under 1000 points. You really are a monster. Xiaoli took a deep breath, her tone carrying a rare trace of relief. If I had a choice, I would never want to be your enemy in this lifetime. Lu Yuan grinned casually, closing the light screen, and turned to look at her. Alright, I'm done opening mine. What about yours? Xiaoli swallowed hard, once more forcing herself to snap out of that shock. She opened her 2 epic grade blind boxes. As a flash of light passed, the attributes of the 2 items floated in midair. Epic Talent Sleeping Beauty. Effect: for every hour of sleep, the player's basic physical fitness will permanently increase by 1 point with no upper limit. Epic Vehicle Component Beastification. Effect: the player can deeply fuse with the vehicle, the mechanical White Tiger, drastically leaping all combat capabilities. Restriction: duration 10 minutes, cooldown 60 minutes, upgradable. Looking at these vastly different attributes, Lu Yuan rubbed his chin, his gaze turning somewhat peculiar. Good grief, getting stronger just by sleeping. Lu Yuan looked at her teasingly. Shouldn't this talent of yours be called Peppa Pig instead? Xiaoli, who was originally a bit excited about drawing good items, immediately darkened her pretty face upon hearing this. Lu Yuan, are you looking for a beating? Gritting her silver teeth, she swung her delicate fist and punched toward Lu Yuan's shoulder in annoyance. Lu Yuan laughed heartily, slipping his body to the side to deftly dodge the featherlight punch. Instead of reining it in, he intensified his teasing. Isn't it? An ordinary person only gains 10 attribute points per level, but you add 10 points just by taking a nap. Lu Yuan rubbed his chin, sizing her up from head to toe before nodding with mock seriousness. I think you shouldn't be called the female war god of District 1 anymore. Why don't you just change your name to the god of sleep? You're still talking. Xiaoli glared at him in shame and anger, swinging her fist once more. This time Lu Yuan did not dodge. He suddenly raised his hand and precisely caught Xiaoli's slender wrist. The sudden physical contact caused both of their movements to freeze simultaneously. Lu Yuan hurriedly released her wrist. Xiaoli glared at the man in front of her in annoyance, striking back without showing any weakness. Getting stronger by sleeping is still better than a black-hearted boss like you who relies on charging head taxes. Look at that talent of yours, it's clearly a pyramid scheme leader. Hearing the title Pyramid Scheme Leader, Lu Yuan not only didn't get angry, but instead laughed shamelessly. So what? Maybe one day when the districts merge you'll become a member of my pyramid scheme too. Who wants to join your crappy organization? In the cramped cockpit, the air that had been tense after the great battle finally relaxed completely at this moment. Lu Yuan looked at her rare feminine demeanor and knew when to stop. Alright, no more joking. Lu Yuan glanced at the system time and stretched. Let's go. While we still have the last bit of the peace period, let's head to the lobby to purify our supplies and exchange our points. Xiaoli nodded, tidied her clothes slightly, and followed Lu Yuan as he pushed open the cabin door. Side by side, the two walked into the lobby of the peace service area. At this moment, the lobby was bustling with noise and excitement. After experiencing the previous battles side by side and mutual rescues, the players of C-72 District and C-1 District had completely let down their guard. Everyone was gathering together using pieced-together ingredients to hold a grand feast. The aroma of meat and the sound of laughter and chatter filled the entire service area. Just then, someone sharp-eyed spotted the two walking out of the passage. Lu Yuan had his hands in his pockets, his lips curled into his usual casual smile. And the ice-cold beauty beside him, Xiaoli, who usually seemed frozen for 10,000 years, was actually smiling at this moment, turning her head as she chatted and laughed with Lu Yuan. The atmosphere between them was surprisingly harmonious and natural. The noisy lobby seemed to have its pause button pressed, instantly falling silent. Everyone stopped what they were doing in unison. Immediately after, with a swift whoosh, thousands of players stood up in perfect unison like soldiers being reviewed. Hello, boss. Hello, sisterly. The deafening greetings echoed beneath the dome. On the surface, everyone was respectful, but in their private group channels, it had already completely exploded. Holy crap. Sisterly smiled. A live one. I didn't see wrong, did I, eh? It's over, my iceberg goddess has gone abducted by that wolf, Red Wolf. This is fucking coming to fruition. Marriage. There must be a marriage. We'll be one family from now on. Countless gossiping eyes swept over the two of them like searchlights. Feeling everyone's eyes filled with a certain special meaning, Xiaoli's pretty face flushed slightly. She awkwardly averted her gaze and subconsciously took half a step closer to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, however, was thick-skinned. He waved his hand indifferently in response. He walked straight to the supply purification and exchange terminal in the center of the lobby. He swiped up the high-grade supplies brought back from Atlantis, preparing for the final purification settlement. However, at the very instant he logged in with his personal identity information, the originally deep blue terminal screen suddenly flashed wildly, as if short-circuiting. In the next second, the entire screen turned into a deep, eerie dark gold. Ding. Mythical achievement detected from the player. Maximum authorization has been verified and passed. Hidden shop deity black market has been exceptionally opened for you. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes looking at the single solitary item displayed on the shelf. Mythical item divinity shard 15. Selling price 9999000 hunt points. Item description. Unique mythic grade item divinity fragment 15. Lu Yuan stared intently at the few lines of text on the screen, his eyes widening like brass bells. He rubbed his eyes and leaned closer to carefully count the long string of digits following the price tag. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s. An entire sequence of 8 nines. An astronomical price of nearly 100 million hunt points. What the hell is this thing? He couldn't help but curse, pointing at the irregularly shaped crystal on the screen that radiated a dark golden glow, his face filled with disbelief. There isn't even an item description, just a bunch of question marks, and they dare to sell it for nearly 100 million points. Is this black market specifically designed to rob people? To make matters worse, in this wretched game, killing ordinary monsters didn't grant any points at all. Only by killing players or completing mythic grade hidden quests, like severely wounding the Leviathan, would the system award points. He had just fought tooth and nail in Atlantis, slaughtering thousands of red-named thugs, and even fought above his level to crush the Abyss Lord and the Superbrain, yet all his points combined amounted to just over 20,000. Yet this thing actually cost 100 million. Lu Yuan's mind raced. 100 million points. If calculated solely by hunting players, at 1 point per kill, it meant he would have to slaughter a staggering 100 million living human beings. In fact, the entire server combined probably didn't even have 100 million survivors left for him to kill. Furthermore, although Lu Yuan was decisive in killing and never showed mercy to his enemies, he was still human at his core, not some insane, bloodthirsty psychopath who killed everyone on sight. He could never bring himself to wipe out all the ordinary white-named players on the server just to hoard points. Watching Lu Yuan's face fluctuate through a storm of emotions, Xia Li curiously leaned in to take a look. When she saw that astronomical figure, she likewise gasped, her beautiful face filled with shock. Divinity fragment. Xia Li softly murmured the name, her delicate brows furrowing slightly. Though she had no idea what it was used for, the fact that it appeared in a black market unlocked only by mythic achievements and carried such a despair-inducing price tag meant it was absolutely extraordinary. Her gaze fell on the progress bar suffix, and she analyzed softly. 1/5. It seems we need to gather 5 fragments. Moreover, the name of this item is Divinity Fragment. Xia Li's breathing suddenly quickened, a look of disbelief flashing in her beautiful eyes as a realization dawned on her. Divinity. Could it be that after gathering 5, one can become a god? Become a god? Lu Yuan was taken aback, then suddenly let out a cold laugh, his laughter carrying a chilling frost that made one shudder. If becoming a god requires me to personally slaughter 100 million of my own kind, then the moment I ascend the divine throne, what difference is there between me and those murderous demons? He stared intently at the crystal radiating the dark golden glow on the screen, his eyes growing incredibly deep and terrifying. Or perhaps, the so-called becoming a god in this wretched game is designed from the start to make us kill each other, paving the way with the flesh and blood of our own kind, only to ultimately transform into those high and mighty evil gods who treat humanity as playthings. Hearing Lu Yuan's analysis, Xia Li trembled all over. She felt a sudden chill rush from the soles of her feet straight to her crown, her breathing coming to a complete halt. This was the deepest, darkest malice of this survival game. Silence hung like a massive boulder, weighing heavily on them both. A full 3 seconds passed. Suddenly, a deafening system air raid siren blared from the dome of the service area lobby. Ding. The server-wide 24-hour peaceful respite is about to end. The safe service area will close permanently in 1 hour. The new stage, Endless Bloody Wilderness, is about to officially begin. System announcement: to accelerate game progress, the upcoming stage will initiate the permanent mega merge mode. 20 adjacent districts will be permanently merged into one super district. The barriers of the original districts are completely shattered. The original districts C1 to C20 are officially merged into super district C1. The original districts C61 to C80 are officially merged into super district C4. We wish you all the best of luck. A glaring 1-hour countdown materialized in midair as the giant metal gate leading to the new highway slowly ground upward. Lu Yuan and Xia Li exchanged a look. C1 and C72 were too far apart. This meant that once the new stage began in an hour, they would be completely teleported to 2 entirely unrelated super districts. Xia Li bit her red lip, a trace of reluctance flashing in her eyes. Although they hadn't known each other for long, the life and death moments they had shared had already left an indelible mark of this man in her heart. We are going to be separated, Xia Li said softly, her voice carrying a rare hint of dejection. Will we ever meet again? Looking at the female war god in front of him who had shed her icy facade, Lu Yuan smiled faintly. We definitely will. In an unprecedented gesture he reached out and gently ruffled Xia Li's soft hair. Survive. Feeling the warmth on her head, Xia Li was momentarily stunned. Then she burst into a radiant smile and nodded firmly. Yeah, you too. But as soon as the words left her mouth, Xia Li shook her head in amusement. Actually, never mind. A freak and absolute schemer like you, how could you possibly die? Lu Yuan burst into laughter. Without saying another word, he turned and strode toward the Red Wolf tank. With his back to Xia Li, he casually raised his hand and waved goodbye. Xia Li stood silently in place watching the man's broad back. Her heart skipped a beat at that moment. She knew that her heart frozen for 20 years had completely fallen. An hour later. Rumble. The countdown hit 0, and the gates of the service area swung wide open. Thousands of armored vehicles like beasts released from their cages roared onto the brand-new endless highway. Lu Yuan drove his massive crimson heavy tank entering the wilderness map belonging to Super District C4. Before he could even observe his surroundings. Good grief, dozens of unread messages, all from Lin Zihao. The latest message was sent just 10 seconds ago, every line dripping with deep anxiety. Boss, you're finally online. Lu Yuan frowned and immediately replied. I just left the safe zone. Are you guys alright? It seems we were in different special dimensions earlier, so messages couldn't go through. Not even 2 seconds after the message was sent, Lin Zihao's voice call request popped up urgently. As soon as the call connected, Lin Zihao's hoarse voice, filled with anticipation and anxiety, rang out. Boss, have you entered the new stage yet? Are you in Super District C4? Leaning back in his seat, Lu Yuan replied calmly. Just entered Super District C4. What's wrong? Hearing Lu Yuan confirm they were in the same district, the heavy weight in Lin Zihao's heart seemed to lift halfway, but his voice immediately carried a sob. Thank goodness. Boss, something terrible has happened. We're being targeted. As soon as this new stage began, the other 19 districts in our Super District C4 joined forces to establish a super guild called the Wolf Hunting Alliance. They've gathered tens of thousands of armored battle vehicles blockading all resource points and intersections. Lin Zihao's voice was trembling. Their sole objective is to carry out an indiscriminate slaughter of players from our District C-72. Hearing this, Lu Yuan's gaze instantly turned cold. At this moment, the blood-scented title, Psychopathic Murderer, hovering above his head seemed to glow an even more dazzling crimson red. Wolf Hunting Alliance. Targeting District C-72. Lu Yuan relied on his spacious leather seat, and instead of showing any panic, a cruel cold smile slowly curled on his lips. He was just wondering where he was going to gather those 9999999 hunt points. And look at that. Weren't these fresh green shies voluntarily washing their necks and delivering themselves right to his doorstep? The 2,200-kilometer sector of the endless bloody wilderness. Within the rocky canyon, thick gunpowder smoke mingled with the pungent stench of blood, choking everyone to the point of suffocation. Lin Zihao leaned against a charred boulder blasted black by explosions, panting heavily. Just a few days ago, they had been forcibly assigned to the racing track by the system. In that instant's dungeon, devoid of the overwhelming fire support of the powerhouse Red Wolf, the players of District C-72 became prime targets in the eyes of all outer district thugs. Despite exhausting his every effort, Lin Zihao could only watch helplessly as his brothers fell one by one. In that moment, he finally recognized a brutal reality with absolute clarity. Without Lu Yuan, and without that world-ending red heavy tank, he, the so-called vice chairman of a 100,000-member guild, was absolutely nothing. At this very moment, Lin Zihao's combat suit was already thoroughly drenched in blood. He gripped an assault rifle tightly in his hand, ejecting the magazine to take a quick glance. Of the brass-colored bullets, only a pitiful half-clip remained. Behind him stood several hundred players of District C-72, all driven into a desperate corner. Tragic, unprecedentedly tragic. Some had lost limbs while others had their abdomens pierced by shrapnel, lying on the ground and letting out suppressed groans of agony. Yun Zhao's beautiful face was deathly pale. Clutching the last 2 remaining rolls of medical bandages, she frantically tried to stem the bleeding of her grievously wounded comrades. In everyone's eyes there was a profound sense of exhaustion and despair. On the outskirts of the canyon, the roar of engines rumbled like low thunder, making the ground tremble. Over 1,000 armed vehicles welded with menacing spikes and mounted with heavy machine guns completely blocked the narrow canyon exit. The blinding beams of searchlights like intersecting swords ruthlessly tore through the darkness of the canyon. That was the Wolf Hunting Alliance, composed of 19 major districts. Absolute numerical dominance, absolute fire blockade. Boom. A rocket slammed into the rocky wall at the canyon entrance, sending stone fragments flying. Immediately after, a fierce-faced alliance leader leapt onto the roof of a heavy armored vehicle. Holding a megaphone, he looked down into the canyon and burst into a wild, arrogant laugh. You District 72 trash inside. Why have you stopped firing? Out of ammo, aren't you? The leader's voice echoed wantonly across the wilderness, filled with the playful cruelty of a cat playing with a mouse. Wind-chasing wolf. Weren't you boasting about being the vice chairman of some 100,000-member super guild? Where is that heavily hyped Red Wolf boss of yours? It's been almost a day now, and as he watches you get slaughtered like stray dogs, he hasn't even dared to breathe a word. Hearing the mockery from outside the District C, 72 players inside the canyon grit their teeth in fury, their eyes filled with humiliation and resentment. The Alliance leader spat his insults, becoming increasingly arrogant. Let me tell you, Red Wolf is nothing but a cowardly bully. He was terrified out of his wits long ago by our wolf-hunting Alliance's army of tens of thousands. Right now he's probably shivering in some filthy ditch. If you know what's good for you, drop your weapons and crawl out to meet your doom. Hand over all your supplies and women, and if I'm in a good mood, I might even leave you with intact corpses. The arrogant mockery, accompanied by the raucous laughter of hundreds of thugs outside, pierced the hearts of every District 72 player like sharp blades. A few hundred people against over 1,000 armed vehicles. This was a hopeless situation with absolutely no suspense. Even if they grew wings at this very moment, they could never escape this hell, which was utterly sealed off by heavy weaponry. Confronted by this suffocating pressure, some clenched their fists so hard that their nails dug deep into their flesh, drawing blood. A blood-soaked guild brother gave a tragic laugh, raising a pistol that held only a single remaining bullet. Vice Chairman, let's fight these bastards to the end. Damn it, even if we die, we'll take some of them down with us. However, in the face of the endless provocative insults and the hopeless situation outside, Lin Zaheo showed no panic at all. He lowered his head, his shoulders suddenly twitching violently. Ha. He actually laughed. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Lin Zaheo had just hung up the faint blue system voice call on his wrist. Just 10 seconds ago, he had sent the coordinates to that man. Lin Zaheo stood up abruptly, his eyes bloodshot and terrifying from intense excitement and fanaticism. All the frustration, anger, and humiliation were utterly crushed by a manic fighting spirit the moment he received Lu Yuan's reply. He wiped the blood from his face, raised the rifle that held only half a clip of ammunition, and turned to face all the surviving guild brothers. Exhausting the last of his strength, he let out a frantic roar that tore through the night sky. Brothers, the boss is coming. Hold on. Everyone fucking hold on. No one is allowed to give up. When the boss arrives, I will make these bastards pay in blood. Lu Yuan hung up the voice call, his eyes turning ice cold. In the past, he would have never bothered to meddle in others' affairs. In this ruthless apocalypse game, he always acted alone, advocating absolute freedom. How players from other zones fought to the death was none of his business. But now everything had changed completely. Because of that newly equipped legendary talent, Spiritual Leader. These ordinary C-72 zone players were now his most valuable stat points. For every member lost from the guild, his base attack and defense dropped by a point. Was the Hunt Wolf Alliance targeting C-72 zone players? They were clearly attacking his lifeline. Touch my guild, and you touch my stats. Lu Yuan sneered. If you're seeking death, I'll oblige. The coordinates sent by Lin Zaheo pointed to a stretch 2,200 kilometers away. Glancing at the system map, he realized he'd been randomly teleported to the 568-kilometer stretch after leaving the peace zone. That was a gap of over 1,600 kilometers. Time was critical. He couldn't let these freshly gathered leaks be stolen by someone else. Returning to the cockpit, his hands danced across the control panel. Main cannon adjust to 45-degree elevation directly aft. A heavy mechanical groan echoed as the thick black barrel swiveled, sharply aiming straight into the night sky ahead. Tyrant Fury activate. Familiar chaotic energy swirled violently within the cannon chamber. Lu Yuan gripped the control stick tightly, shouting fire. Boom. A pillar of black and white energy erupted skyward, tearing through the darkness above the wasteland in an instant. With the earth-shattering recoil, the Tyrant Fury's 20-fold kinetic conversion activated immediately. The 65-ton Crimson heavy tank let out a deafening roar on the spot. Like an iron cannonball launched from a barrel, it shot forward with terrifying speed. The thick tracks ground furiously against the dry highway, sending showers of blinding sparks flying. Within just 3 seconds, the speedometer needle exploded past the limit, skyrocketing to 600 kilometers per hour. Lu Yuan felt an overwhelming force pin him into the wide driver's seat. His lungs nearly emptied as the crushing pressure forced the air from his chest. If he hadn't already reached level 40 with physical attributes far beyond ordinary players, this terrifying instantaneous acceleration alone could have caused brain hypoxia or even suffocation for a normal player. Not fast enough. One more. Boom. The second main cannon fired again. The Red Wolf tank's massive body shuddered violently, its speed surging once more with terrifying force. 800 kilometers per hour. Howling winds battered the windows as ruins on both sides became blurred streaks racing backward. Boom. 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 Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and unleashed all 10 enhanced firing opportunities from the Tyrant Fury in rapid succession. 10 consecutive bursts of extreme thrust transformed the Crimson War Machine into a red lightning bolt tearing through the bloody wasteland. As the 10th shell fired and the explosive force gradually faded, the Tyrant engine's relentless roar continued. The Red Wolf tank maintained a terrifying speed of 400 kilometers per hour, skimming just above the ground. 1 hour later, Lu Yuan had already left far behind those other players who, like him, had been randomly teleported from Atlantis and were crawling along the highway. The road ahead gradually widened. Just then, the vehicle radar screen suddenly flickered with a dense cluster of red dots. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes, gazing at the center of the road ahead. At the horizon's end, dozens of armored modified vehicles covered in welded spikes lay scattered across the path. Barbed wire and heavy roadblocks stretched across the surface. This was the first death blockade line set by the Hunt Wolf Alliance at the perimeter. At the blockade checkpoint, the C-64 Zone's elite red-named thug Wild Boar leaned comfortably against the hood of a heavy armored off-road vehicle. Beneath his feet lay the corpse of a player wearing a C-72 Zone identification tag. Wild Boar chugged a mouthful of cheap liquor, then recklessly smashed the bottle against the corpse's head. Several underlings eagerly carried supply crates from burning wrecked vehicles. "Boss, these 72 Zone fat sheep are absolutely rolling in wealth." One underling hugged a handful of metal blocks and food, his voice trembling with excitement. "We only intercepted 5 waves of survivors today, and the supplies we've gathered are 10 times more than what we fought desperately for over the past week." Wild Boar spat and erupted in triumphant laughter. "Huh, of course, all thanks to that fool Red Wolf. He started some bullshit Red Wolf Mutual Aid Association, uniting everyone to save lives, turning them all into walking gold mines." Another underling approached, wiping his blood-stained machete while flattering him. "Exactly. That 100,000-member super guild is nothing but weaklings without Red Wolf leading them. Boss, have they already successfully hunted down that motorcycle kid with the main force?" Wild Boar lit a cigar, snorting disdainfully. "Need I say, with thousands of heavily armed tanks against a few hundred soldiers without ammunition, spitting on them would drown them. That fucking vice president is probably already crushed into meat paste by now." The underling chuckled, greed flashing in his eyes. "Boss, what if that damn Red Wolf actually dares to come rescue them?" "Come." Wild Boar erupted in laughter, as if hearing the funniest joke, jumping off the hood. Pointing at the 19 Zone's coalition flag behind him, he scoffed. "I'm hoping he comes. Does he really think clearing the first completion and finishing a story quest makes him invincible across the entire server?" Wild Boar's eyes turned vicious as he addressed the dozens of thugs beneath him. "Brothers, the alliance of our 19 major zones represents absolute power. Over 100,000 people. The inner circle not only has over a dozen anti-tank landmines buried, but also 5 heavy rocket artillery pieces deployed. Forget about his battered tank. Even if he showed up in a spaceship today, the firepower of the 19 zones would obliterate him in an instant." The thugs grew fiercely excited, raising their weapons and cheering wildly. "Long live the boss. The Hunt Wolf Alliance is invincible. If Red Wolf dares to show his face, we'll flay him alive and trade his skin for the Abyss Lord's legendary bounty." Wild Boar took a proud puff of his cigar and kicked the corpse beneath his feet with contempt. "In my opinion, that Red Wolf is just a cowardly tortoise hiding in his shell right now. Watching his own men slaughtered like pigs and dogs, he wouldn't even dare to make a sound. If he dared appear before me, I would." Wild Boar's words were cut short. A violent tremor surged through the dry, hard highway surface beneath his feet. Several loose stones near the roadblock began bouncing wildly like popcorn. Rumble. A deep, oppressive roar from a mad engine, as if it could tear one's soul apart, was approaching at an utterly unrealistic, terrifying speed from the horizon's edge. Fierce winds rose, whipping up clouds of yellow dust. One of the underlings who had been shouting moments ago heard the commotion and turned to look down the highway into the distance. The next moment, the smile froze on his face as his heavy machine gun clattered to the ground. His pupils contracted violently, his face draining of all color. "B-boss." His legs gave way and he collapsed onto the ground, his trembling finger pointing frantically at the bloody silhouette tearing through the storm of sand ahead, his voice filled with boundless terror and despair. Look at that. What the hell is that thing?" "Boss, what the hell is that?" The lackey collapsed to the ground, pointing toward the end of the highway, his voice completely distorted with terror. Yizhu whipped his head around. In his line of sight, a blood-red steel behemoth massive as a small mountain was hurtling toward them at a terrifying speed that utterly defied the laws of physics. The howling wind whipped up a storm of dust, and the heavy, suffocating pressure made it hard to breathe. Yizhu paled in shock, his eyes nearly popping out of his skull. "Holy shit, that's the Red Wolf. Everyone prepare for bat." Before he could even finish the word battle, the Red Wolf tank, like a blood-red meteor, slammed right into their faces. Crash. The barricades and barbed wire blockades set up in the middle of the highway to stop ordinary vehicles were absolutely nothing in the face of the 65-ton Red Wolf tank. The heavy armored off-road vehicle that Yizhu had been leaning against just moments ago was struck head-on by the tank. The multi-ton vehicle was sent flying like a kicked soda can, flipping over a dozen times in midair before crashing heavily into the ruins, instantly flattened into a scrap metal pancake. Debris and sparks rained down everywhere. Blown off his feet by the violent shockwave of disheveled, Yizhu scrambled back up. Staring at the crushed vehicle, his heart pounded frantically. He felt incredibly lucky that he had jumped off the hood earlier, just to show off, otherwise he would have been reduced to a pile of mush by now. However, Yizhu's relief did not even last 5 seconds. Boom. A shell glowing with black and white light landed casually just a dozen meters in front of him. The few lackeys who had been moving supplies didn't even have time to scream before they were vaporized into a mist of blood. The terrifying shockwave slammed into Yizhu's chest like a sledgehammer, sending him flying dozens of meters away. Yizhu crashed heavily into the sand, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Yet he struggled to his feet. Watching the receding silhouette of the tank, he burst into a crazed laughter. So what if you're the Red Wolf? I'm still alive. Huh. Keep charging forward. We have an army of tens of thousands waiting for you ahead. When the time comes, the ground will be covered in anti-tank mines and rocket launchers. You'll get more than your fill. Huh. Ugh. Yi Zhu's wild laughter cut off abruptly. He suddenly clutched his throat, his face turning a bruised purple. He suddenly found it incredibly difficult to breathe, as if all the air around him had been completely sucked dry in an instant. Immediately after, an utterly irresistible, terrifying suction force erupted from the epicenter of the shell's explosion. Explosive collapse. That black and white shell, after a brief moment of charging, had actually formed a dark, deep miniature black hole on the spot. Yi Zhu's feet instantly left the ground as his entire body flew uncontrollably toward the center of the black hole. No. True despair finally surfaced on Yi Zhu's fleshy face. He flailed his limbs wildly, trying to grab onto the rocks on the ground. But the black hole's gravitational pull tore at his flesh, snapping his bones inch by inch. Pulled. Torn apart. Bang dash. After one final muffled explosion, that once arrogant high-level red-named outlaw, along with all the debris within dozens of meters, was swallowed completely by the black hole. Not even a single drop of blood remained. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, sitting in the cockpit, didn't even spare a glance at the rearview mirror. Real men never look back at explosions. After casually clearing the blockade with a single shot from the main cannon, his gaze locked onto the coordinate distance on the radar. Current road segment, 1700 kilometers. Distance to the target canyon, a whopping 500 kilometers. Even at the Red Wolf tank's current breakneck speed, it would still take over an hour to arrive. Too slow. Lin Zihao and the others would never hold out that long. Lu Yuan's gaze turned razor-sharp, and without hesitation, he pressed the multicolored button on the control console. Legendary component. Void warp activate. A profound spatial fluctuation instantly enveloped the entire Red Wolf tank. The space ahead warped violently like the surface of water before abruptly tearing open a massive void rift. The colossal war machine did not slow down in the slightest, plunging headfirst into the endless void. Meanwhile, in the Boulder Canyon of Super Zone C4, the battle had reached its most brutal final stage. The defensive line at the canyon entrance had completely collapsed. The armed vehicles of the Wolf Hunting Alliance surged in like a tide, squeezing the surviving players of Zone C-72 into a tiny final pocket of open ground. Smoke filled the air and blood stained every rock. We can't hold. Emptying his last bullet, a player from Zone C-72 closed his eyes in despair. In the next second, he was sent flying by a charging off-road vehicle, collapsing into a pool of blood never to rise again. One by one, teammates fell. Lin Zihao was covered in blood, the motorcycle in front of him riddled with bullet holes and reduced to a wreck. His left arm hung limply at his side as he gasped heavily for air. Behind him, Yuan Xiao tightly clutched a rusted dagger. Her slender frame trembled in the cold wind, yet her eyes burned with an unyielding, stubborn resolve. On the perimeter, hundreds of red-named outlaws leaped down from their vehicles. With guns raised and cruel, mocking smiles on their faces, they tightened the perimeter step by step. They were like a pack of wolves enjoying the death throes of their prey. Vice President Lin, run. Why aren't you running anymore? A high-ranking leader of the alliance stepped forward with a cold sneer, pointing his gun barrel at Lin Zihao's head. Where is your so-called guardian angel? Why isn't he here to save you? Lin Zihao gritted his teeth hard, remaining silent. He knew that in all likelihood his life would end here today. It was just a pity that he wouldn't get to see the day the Red Wolf Guild dominated the entire server. Boss, I'm sorry. Lin Zihao closed his eyes, preparing to welcome his demise. However, at the exact moment the leader prepared to pull the trigger, crack. In the air above the canyon, a sharp crack suddenly rang out, as if the sky itself was being torn apart. Everyone looked up instinctively. Before them, the empty void was actually ripped open by force like a piece of tattered cloth. Immediately after, accompanied by an ear-splitting sonic boom, a colossal entity clad in crimson heavy armor resembling an ancient behemoth leaped fiercely out of the void rift. Rumble. The 65-ton steel body, like a falling meteor, slammed heavily right into the center of the Wolf Hunting Alliance's formation. The violent shockwave instantly flipped dozens of surrounding armed vehicles. Amidst the swirling dust, the massive chassis of the Red Wolf tank shuddered slightly. Its turret rotated slowly, the pitch-black main cannon coldly sweeping across the field. Next, a harsh static hiss crackled from the tank's external loudspeaker. Lu Yuan's voice, casual and nonchalant, yet dripping with immense pressure, instantly echoed throughout the canyon. I hear you formed some wolf hunting alliance. What gave you the illusion that you are worthy of jumping around in my presence? Lu Yuan's cold, arrogant voice echoed above the canyon. This massive steel behemoth descending from the heavens, coupled with a terrifying pressure that threatened to crush anyone in its path, sent a violent shiver through the high-ranking alliance leader, who had been incredibly arrogant just moments before. Yet he quickly recovered from his shock. No matter how powerful the Red Wolf was, it was but a single vehicle, whereas they had nearly 10,000 men waiting outside. The leader suddenly choked Lin Zihao by the neck, pressing the cold muzzle of his gun firmly against Lin Zihao's head, and roared frantically at the tank, masking his inner terror with outward bravado. Red Wolf, stop playing your fucking mind games. If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of that tank. Otherwise I'll kill him right now. Sitting in the cockpit, Lu Yuan looked at the hostage-taking clown on the screen, too disdainful to utter a single word of nonsense. He directly pressed the red button on the console. Buzz. The electrostorm on the vehicle's roof instantly completed its smart radar lock. The next second, rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A terrifying rate of fire reaching up to 500 rounds per second erupted instantly. The eerie blue whip of metallic fire resembling the Grim Reaper's scythe swept fiercely past, brushing against the scalps of Lin Zihao and Yun Xiao. Yun Xiao felt only a scorching gust of wind graze her scalp. Screaming in terror, she instinctively curled up on the ground, covering her head. Meanwhile, the Alliance leader, who had been screaming frantically just a moment ago, did not even get the chance to pull the trigger. His right arm holding the gun along with his entire upper body was instantly shredded into a mist of blood by the ferocious armor-piercing rounds. The dense hail of bullets completely ignored the fragile cover of the modified vehicles, initiating a merciless dead zone-free sweeping mode right through the enemy ranks. Dozens of thugs in the front row were instantly riddled with bullets, collapsing in heaps like wheat before a scythe. Holy shit, where the hell are the rocket launchers? Behind them, a minor leader who had fortunately hidden behind a boulder was scared out of his wits, screaming at the top of his lungs. Blow him to pieces now. Driven into a corner, over a dozen Alliance lackeys immediately retrieved individual anti-tank rocket launchers from the back of their armed off-road vehicles. Aiming, they pulled the triggers. Bang, bang, bang. More than a dozen anti-tank rockets, trailing plumes of fire, slammed with pinpoint accuracy into the front armor of the Red Wolf tank. Rumble. A violent chain of explosions instantly engulfed the massive blood-colored chariot as thick black smoke billowed into the sky. We hit it. Huh. No matter how badass that tank is, taking over a dozen rockets will turn it into scrap metal. The minor leader hiding behind the boulder shrieked in ecstatic delight. However, his laughter had barely lasted 2 seconds before it was abruptly cut short, as if choked by an invisible giant hand. The smoke dissipated with the wind. The massive blood-colored steel behemoth stood quietly in place, like a towering, unshakable black mountain. Far from being reduced to scrap metal. Not even the slightest scratch was left upon its thick armor, which gleamed with a mysterious dark gold luster. A dead silence fell over the entire field. All the red-named thugs stared with wide eyes as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight, their legs trembling uncontrollably. How could this be possible? Sitting in the cockpit, Lu Yuan curled his lips into a mocking sneer. A standard individual anti-tank rocket launcher possessed, at most, a base attack power of 250 points. Yet his current Red Wolf tank, backed by 100,000 guild members under the buff of his spiritual leader talent, boasted a base defense of a staggering 5500 points. An attack of just over 250 against a steel plate with 5500 defense. This wouldn't even force a single point of durability deduction. It was pure negligible scratching damage. Realizing this, the mob of thugs fell into deep despair. Accompanied by the dull hum of mechanical friction, the thick barrel of the Red Wolf tank's Reaper main cannon slowly rotated its muzzles. The dark, gaping barrel aimed with pinpoint accuracy at the lackey who was still holding the rocket launcher. The moment he was locked on by the main cannon. Gulp. The lackey froze, swallowing hard in despair. Boom. A shot from the Reaper blazing collapse cannon was violently unleashed. The moment the raging, intertwined black and white energy made contact with the lackey, it completely vaporized his entire body along with the launcher in his hands. The shell slammed heavily into the very center of the densest crowd of thugs. Instead of exploding immediately, it charged briefly before instantly forming a deep, dark miniature black hole. A terrifying gravitational pull erupted. Hundreds of surrounding red-named thugs along with their armed combat vehicles were instantly dragged into a single mass by the irresistible tearing force of the black hole. Following that, a cataclysmic explosion capable of overturning the entire canyon burst forth. Blinding fire and a violent shockwave swept across the entire battlefield. In just this single encounter, with one shot of the main cannon and a brief sweep of the electrostorm, over 1,000 aggressive Alliance elites were directly reduced to ashes in the sea of fire. Ding. Successfully killed a large number of hostile players. Soul extraction successful. Main cannon attack power permanently increased by 60 points. Current total soul extraction bonus, 560 points. Hearing the crisp system notification in his ear, Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. Meanwhile, the remaining lackeys of the wolf-hunting Alliance stared at the mangled corpses littering the ground and the blood-colored chariot that was utterly impenetrable. Their psychological defenses collapsed completely. We can't win. We can't win at all. Run. Wah. We can't even break his defense. How the hell do we fight this? Brothers. Every man for himself. Retreat. Are you kidding me, bro? This Red Wolf guy is clearly breaking the game's balance. Is no one going to do anything about this? Wails and howls echoed through the canyon. Those thugs who just a second ago were clamoring to massacre Sector C-72 now wished they had been born with extra legs. Abandoning their armor and weapons, they scrambled into their vehicles, scattering like startled beasts. The dense cluster of red dots on the radar vanished completely within a mere 2 minutes. The once boisterous canyon was left with nothing but burning wreckage and corpses strewn across the ground. Lu Yuan was in no hurry to pursue. He drove the tank slowly, pulling up beside the blood-drenched Lin Zihao. With a sharp click, the heavy hatch on the vehicle's roof swung open. Lu Yuan emerged halfway, resting his hands casually on the edge of the hatch, looking down at the two people on the ground. Are you alright? Still breathing? Lin Zihao, having just escaped death, froze for 2 seconds. Then, like a child who had suffered a tremendous grievance, he lunged forward, desperately hugging the thick treads of the Red Wolf tank, weeping hysterically, without a care for his image. Wah, boss, I missed you so much. Looking at his tear and snot-stained face, Lu Yuan waved his hand in disgust. Alright, stop wailing. Clean yourself up. Once we finish resupplying, follow me back to slaughter them. Lu Yuan's gaze gradually turned incredibly dangerous, his tone carrying an unquestionable domineering authority. Anyone who touches the members of my Red Wolf Guild, today not a single one of them shall escape. Hearing Lu Yuan's dominant and protective declaration, Lin Zihao, who was still crying while clutching the tank treads, suddenly froze. He raised his head, looking up at the high and mighty boss Red Wolf in utter disbelief. Huh, has the boss had a change of heart? In the past, didn't he only care about collecting resources and taking a cut of the profits, not giving a damn about the guild's survival? A thankless, troublesome task like hunting down tens of thousands of people would have been something the old boss wouldn't have bothered to spare a second glance. Why had he suddenly become so responsible and gone to such lengths to protect everyone today? Looking at Lin Zihao's utterly dazed expression, Lu Yuan knitted his brows in annoyance. Why are you spacing out? With a casual wave of his hand, Lu Yuan retrieved a vast quantity of high-grade medical sprays and basic metal blocks from his system inventory, showering them down before Lin Zihao like rain. Take these quickly to tend to the brothers' wounds and get the vehicles repaired while you're at it. I have no time to stand around shivering in the cold wind with you. Hurry up and get it done. I still have debts to collect. This blunt, almost disdainful tone fell upon Lin Zihao's ears at this moment, like divine music. Lin Zihao's eyes welled with tears. He understood. The boss was someone who was cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. The boss was the ultimate tsundere. Though his words dripped with disdain and truth, to protect this group of bottom-tier players, he had not hesitated to single-handedly challenge the elite alliance of 19 major districts. Yes, boss, I'm on it. Lin Zihao wiped away his tears, eagerly gathered the supplies from the ground, and spun around to distribute them. Watching his retreating figure, which seemed as if it had been injected with adrenaline, Lu Yuan curled his lip in bewilderment. How could he possibly know what wild fantasies Lin Zihao was cooking up in his head? He only knew that these dozen or so survivors were all his precious attribute points. Losing even one would break his heart. As the fires of battle subsided, the rocky canyon was shrouded in the pungent stench of gunpowder and the heavy aroma of blood. Equipped with the high-grade supplies provided by Lu Yuan, the surviving players of District C-72 finally caught their breath, supporting one another as they tended to their wounds. Lin Zihao sat upon a boulder, allowing Yun Xiao to carefully treat the bone-deep laceration on his shoulder with the medical spray. Yun Xiao's hands trembled slightly. Yet Lin Zihao remained utterly silent, as though he could not feel the pain at all. His bloodshot eyes stared intently at his guild brothers around him. Some missing limbs, their faces once filled with despair, but now rekindled with hope because of Lu Yuan's arrival. In his mind, the boss's words from earlier echoed repeatedly, "Touch the people of my Honglang guild, and not a single one of you will escape." Lin Zihao's fists clenched so hard his knuckles popped. The boss was willing to risk his life for them. But could they really just remain dead weight for the rest of their lives, forever cowering behind the tracks of the boss's tank, just to survive? No, absolutely not. Lin Zihao took a deep breath, abruptly stood up, and pushed away Yun Xiao's hand mid-bandage. He strode to the base of the Honglang tank, looked up, his expression turning more solemn than ever before. "Boss, while the brothers are busy repairing the vehicles, I have an extremely important matter I'd like to discuss with you." Lu Yuan leaned against the hatch, looking down at him with an indifferent gaze. "Speak." With a fanatical gleam in his eyes, Lin Zihao laid out the grand blueprint he had been contemplating in his mind for a long time. "After this incident, I've finally seen things clearly. Although our Honglang guild has safety in numbers in the eyes of outsiders, we are nothing but a flock of weaklings, a piece of fat meat ready to be bitten into at any moment. In order to prevent you from fighting a lonely battle all by yourself, boss, I want to completely restructure the entire guild. My idea is to establish a brand new survival order based on contribution points." Lu Yuan nodded, gesturing for him to continue. "First and foremost, our core rule is simple. We absolutely will not abandon a single soul. Even if it's a frail, elderly person with no strength to lift a finger, as long as they join us, we will give them a path to survival. However, absolute egalitarianism will only breed freeloaders. What we need to create is a closed-loop internal economy where rewards are proportional to labor." Lin Zihao grew increasingly excited as he spoke, gesturing animatedly in the air. "I plan to split the guild into 4 core departments. First, the Heavenly Eye Division, composed of the most agile players responsible for scouting ahead and marking the coordinates of monsters and high-value supply blind boxes in advance. Second, the Logistics Division, allowing the elderly, the weak, women, and children who lack combat capabilities to join, responsible for cooking, medical treatment, and basic maintenance of the armored vehicles. Third, the Gathering Division, specifically recruiting talents with gathering bonus talents who will follow behind the secured routes, sweeping clean all basic resources along the way like a swarm of locusts. All outputs from these 3 departments will be evaluated by the system and converted into guild contribution points. At this point Lin Zhao clenched his fists tightly. And we will place all the good things, blueprints, high-tier weapons, into the guild shop. Even if you are just a cooking auntie in the logistics division, as long as you accumulate enough contribution points, you can still exchange them for top-tier weapon blueprints and arm yourself to the teeth. Finally, and most importantly, the fourth department, the Sharp Blade Division. Composed of the strongest combatants in the entire guild, they will receive guild subsidies and be solely responsible for external conflicts, purging monsters, and protecting the gathering routes. In this way, ordinary members will have a path forward and something to strive for, while the combat division will have robust logistical support without having to worry about healing, vehicle repairs, or cooking. Once resources begin to circulate, the entire population will be militarized. One day we might even see a logistics Annie driving a heavy armored vehicle to the front lines to deliver meals. When that time comes, we will be an invincible crimson torrent. The canyon fell silent. Only the howling of the wind sweeping through the scattered rocks remained. Yun Xiao and the surrounding guild players who were repairing the vehicles all stopped what they were doing. Their blood boiled as they listened, and the flames of ambition rekindled in their eyes. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, standing high above, fell into silence. On the surface, he remained completely calm and unperturbed. In reality, however, a tempest was raging in his heart, and he had to try his absolute best to keep from bursting into laughter on the spot. Genius. This is a fucking stroke of genius. Lin Zhao believed he was helping the guild establish its defenses and lightening the boss's burden. But he had absolutely no idea that this plan was practically a tailor-made ultimate schemer's open strategy designed specifically for Lu Yuan. Upon hearing Lin Zhao's plan, Lu Yuan inwardly acclaimed it as sheer genius. At this moment, he could hardly resist the urge to retrieve a scrap sheet of iron and weld a banner of commendation on the spot to present to him. This kid was practically the most considerate confidant an evil capitalist could ever ask for. Currently, Lu Yuan held a colossal, chaotic assortment of blueprints in his hands. He had absolutely no use for these items himself, and trading them at the exchange for ordinary materials would be a devastating loss. After all, he was currently swimming in wealth and had no shortage of basic resources whatsoever. Yet ordinary players desperately craved them. If this guild contribution point system were to launch, he could easily dump all these blueprints into the guild shop to serve as irresistible bait. Upon seeing these high-grade blueprints capable of preserving their lives and elevating their strength, the low-tier players would undoubtedly look on with burning eyes, striving desperately, as if injected with adrenaline, to amass contribution points. Once the labor force of the entire guild was fully mobilized, the guild's overall output would inevitably become incredibly abundant. When that time came, whether it was a mountain of basic materials or an array of bizarre top-tier blueprints and special items, everything would flow incessantly into the guild warehouse. And as the guild master with supreme authority, holding unlimited contribution points, whatever top-tier blueprint he desired, he could simply retrieve it directly from the warehouse. This move was simply a perfect mutual endeavor, a win-win. Most importantly, it would frantically attract solo players from across the entire server to join the Red Wolf Guild. The current guild level was LV5, accommodating up to 1000 members. Once the guild upgraded, what if 200, or even 100 people joined? His basic attack power would skyrocket by 100 out of thin air. He could make money effortlessly while being revered as a savior by players across the entire server. Clap, clap, clap. Lu Yuan slowly raised his hands and applauded vigorously. The crisp sound of applause echoed through the canyon. Very good. A satisfied wild grin curled on the corner of Lu Yuan's mouth as he declared loudly, Lin Zhao, hear my command. Lin Zhao trembled, instinctively straightening his posture. Present. From this day forth, you are the chief executive officer of the Red Wolf Guild. This plan is fully entrusted to you to implement. Lu Yuan patted the cold, heavy red armor beneath him, his gaze exuding a domineering aura that looked down upon the world. I want everyone on this bloody wasteland to know. Red represents not only slaughter, but also an iron torrent sweeping across the entire wasteland. Hearing Lu Yuan's declaration, which was equivalent to supreme authorization, the players of District C-72 in the area erupted into deafening cheers. Lin Zhao trembled with excitement, roaring loudly, yes, boss, I guarantee I will complete the mission. Having said that, without any hesitation, he opened the guild vice president's management panel. As the architect of this system, Lin Zhao already had a complete exchange ratio in mind. His fingers danced rapidly across the holographic virtual screen, inputting detailed rules into the system one by one. Handing in basic metal blocks exchange for 1 contribution point. Pure water per liter exchange for 2 contribution points. Gasoline per liter exchange for 5 contribution points. Sky Eye Group providing valid coordinates, reward 10 points. Logistics Group, healing an injured person, reward 10 points. Sharp Blade Group, killing a level 10 monster, reward 100 points. Ding. The Red Wolf Guild's new contribution point rules have been entered and are effective immediately. After doing all this, Lin Zhao let out a long sigh of relief. But soon as he stared at the completely empty shelves of the guild shop on the panel, the excitement on his face gradually faded, replaced by deep helplessness. He scratched his hair in embarrassment and looked up at Lu Yuan. Boss, now that we have the rules and the framework is set up. But if we want these players to risk their lives to earn contribution points, our shop must have high-grade goods that will make them burn with envy. To get this whole operation off the ground, we still lack a massive amount of startup capital. Startup capital. Lu Yuan seemed to hear a colossal joke, his lips curving into a meaningful arc. He didn't even bother to utter a single word of nonsense, directly calling up his system inventory, which was so full it was about to overflow. His fingers swiped rapidly across the holographic screen. Clatter. Like dumping garbage, Lu Yuan directly swiped out a massive batch of resources from his inventory that he himself found to be taking up too much space. Hundreds of green, blue, and purple quality vehicle modification blueprints that he had absolutely no use for. 100,000 basic metal blocks. 5,000 liters of pure water. Mountains of self-heating hot pots, fresh beast meat, and high-grade medical sprays. In an instant, all of them were ruthlessly dumped by Lu Yuan onto the empty shelves of the guild shop. Ding. Materials successfully handed in. The guild shop has been officially activated. The system is assessing the total value of the materials. Ding. Congratulations to Guild Master Red Wolf for successfully exchanging 358,600 guild contribution points. Looking at the shocking 6-digit number projected on Lu Yuan's panel, Lin Zihao felt his legs go weak, almost kneeling directly on the ground. Oh my goodness. 350,000 contribution points. Based on the market price, even a top-tier purple blueprint that would make anyone drool only costs 2,000 points. This is called lacking startup capital. The spare change slipping through the boss's fingers could probably buy out the entire Super District C4. Meanwhile, with the sudden activation of the guild shop and the listing of a massive quantity of materials, the entire Red Wolf guild chat channel, after a brief 3 seconds of dead silence, erupted into a nuclear-level frenzy. Holy shit. Am I seeing things? Is the system bugged? What's going on with this guild shop? I must be blind. Why is the shelf filled with water and roasted meat? Holy shit. Look at the blueprint section. A purple vehicle-mounted rocket launcher blueprint. And it only costs 2,000 contribution points. This is insane. And this blue kinetic sniper rifle blueprint is only 500 contribution points. Wah. Help, big boss. Red Wolf, what on earth are these contribution points? How do we earn them? Waiting online. Urgent, urgent. My broadsword is already thirsting for blood. As long as I can save up 2,000 points to get that purple blueprint, I'll be invincible. Quickly tell me how to earn contribution points. I want to fight 10 of them. Looking at the tens of thousands of low-level players barking like mad dogs in the guild channel. A cold, murderous intent flashed in the depths of Lu Yuan's eyes. He climbed back into the tank cockpit and heavily pulled down the engine start lever. Rumble. The Tyrant engine let out an earth-shattering roar, and the 65-ton chariot spewed out a terrifying tail flame. Lu Yuan's voice, filled with tyranny and demagoguery, exploded in the ears of every Red Wolf member through the guild's supreme authority all-frequency broadcast. Want to know how to earn contribution points? Simple. Aren't those bastards from the Wolf Hunting Alliance claiming to have 19 districts joined together and being filthy rich? Let's go. Follow behind me. Go skin them and smash their cars. Their heads, blueprints, and materials will be your first pot of gold to exchange for god-tier gear. One of the high-ranking chieftains of the Wolf Hunting Alliance, a man codenamed Crocodile, sat in the passenger seat of a heavy-armed pickup truck, frantically urging his subordinate to floor the gas pedal. After the encirclement and suppression campaign in the Rocky Canyon ended in utter failure, he did not flee with the main force toward the Alliance headquarters at the 2,400-kilometer mark like the other brainless chieftains. Instead, leading a convoy of over 100 armed combat vehicles, he made a sharp U-turn, retreating in the opposite direction along the highway toward the 2,100-kilometer mark. Crocodile sneered, lighting a cheap low-grade cigarette. Don't fucking panic. That guy called Red Wolf might have insane firepower, but he only has a single vehicle. Since the main force all fled forward, he will definitely chase them in that direction. There's absolutely no way he'd double back. Crocodile exhaled a ring of smoke, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes. This is what we call hiding in plain sight. If luck is on our side, we might even run into a few stranded rookies from Zone C, 72 in the rear. Killing a few to plunder their supplies means we won't return empty-handed. Just as he was calculating his odds, a cloud of dust billowed faintly at the far end of the highway ahead. It appeared that several vehicles were driving toward them. Crocodile's eyes lit up. He immediately snatched the binoculars hanging from his chest and peered through them. In his line of sight, several battered modified off-road vehicles were driving along, and hovering above their roofs were the white player IDs of Zone C, 72. Huh. Talk about a godsend when you're desperate. Overjoyed, Crocodile flicked his cigarette but out the window and let out a savage laugh. Brothers, prepare for battle. There are a few fat sheep ahead. Kill them all, leave no survivors. In the convoy behind, over 100 red-named outlaws excitedly racked their bolts, eager to welcome a one-sided slaughter. However, right at that moment, the lackey in the driver's seat suddenly began to tremble, his voice sounding as if he had seen a ghost. Boss. We seem to be surrounded. Crocodile frowned, slapping the back of the lackey's head with a backhand. What the hell are you talking about? There are only a few trashy cars ahead. Who is surrounding whom? Cursing under his breath, he turned his head and followed his lackey's terrified gaze toward the rearview mirror. In the next split second, the blood in Crocodile's veins seemed to freeze. Behind them on the highway they had just fled from several massive plumes of black smoke erupted violently, the shockwaves from the thunderous explosions sending loose gravel on the ground bouncing into the air. Crocodile's eyes nearly popped out of his skull, his voice cracking in sheer terror as he shrieked, "Holy shit. Those are our own anti-tank mines. That lunatic Red Wolf didn't pursue the main force. He's coming for us. Retreat fast. Floor the gas pedal through the damn floorboard." The fleeing convoy of over 100 combat vehicles instantly fell into utter chaos, desperately trying to accelerate. But it was far too late. 5 kilometers behind them, Lin Zhao sat astride his modified reconnaissance motorcycle, a cold blue light flickering in the depths of his eyes. He activated his vehicle skill without hesitation. God's perspective activate. Trait activated. Terrain and enemies within a 5-kilometer radius have been projected as a 3D hologram. Additional effect triggered synchronizing data with party members. Teammates' long-range fire control accuracy increased by 20. Inside the cockpit of the distant Red Wolf tank, Lu Yuan stared at the radar screen. The holographic projection had instantly become incredibly clear, even highlighting the weak points in the enemy vehicle's armor. A grim, death-like smirk curled at the corner of his mouth. Target lock. With his slender fingers, he pressed down hard on the fire button of the control console. Atop the vehicle, the barrels of the Electrostorm began to spin furiously. Buzz. Empowered by Lin Zhao's 20% accuracy boost, the raging metallic whip of fire imbued with lightning attributes transformed into an unavoidable beam of death sweeping across a distance of several kilometers. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Terrifying armor-piercing rounds instantly tore through the heavy pickup truck Crocodile was in. Up. Crocodile felt a sudden agonizing pain in his waist as a blue high-explosive round pierced straight through his body. Blood sprayed violently. The roof of the heavy pickup truck was ripped away by the bullets. He was torn clean in half by the terrifying kinetic energy, his upper torso crashing heavily onto the highway and dragging a long crimson trail of blood. The other vehicles in the convoy fared no better. Under the precise beyond visual range harvesting of the Electrostorm, they erupted into fireballs one after another. Clearly beyond saving, Crocodile crawled on the ground, with his remaining upper body chunks of internal organs continuously spilling from his mouth. Within his fading vision, the swirling dust in the distance finally drew near. He had originally expected to see that blood-colored heavy tank looking like the Grim Reaper itself rolling over to crush them. But he was wrong. Emerging from the dust was not the Red Wolf tank at all. Instead, it was hundreds upon thousands of densely packed white-named players from Zone C-72. These low-level players, whom they usually regarded as mere prey, now had bloodshot eyes, their gazes flashing with a spine-chilling fanatical light. They were like a pack of wolves starving for 800 years, catching sight of a massive, sizzling piece of fat meat. Charge, brothers. Salvage their vehicles. Holy shit. The armor plating on this pickup is still usable. Quick, strip it off. I'll siphon the fuel. The tank is full. We're rich. I'll take the wheels. Don't fight over it. This tire can be traded for 2 contribution points. I'll dismantle the engine. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Charge, brothers. Earn contribution points to exchange for purple blueprints. Deafening roars echoed through the sky. The final sight before Crocodile drew his last breath was 3 civilian middle-aged women clutching wrenches and pipe tongs, lunging toward the wreckage of his shattered pickup truck with faces full of sheer excitement. Within a mere 5 minutes, the entire highway was packed tight by members of the Red Wolf Guild. Thousands of white-named vehicles of various models completely surrounded the wreckage of Crocodile's 100-plus cars, leaving not a single gap. Sparks flew everywhere as the deafening sound of dismantling shook the air. It was like a plague of locusts sweeping through. Once the fanatical crowd dispersed, the scene of the once gruesome crash was left cleaner than if it had been licked by a dog. Let alone a metal plate, not even half a screw or a wheel was left on the ground. Even the engine oil spilled on the asphalt had been painstakingly soaked up with sponges. Only Crocodile's half-body corpse remained, eyes wide in death, lying solitary on the barren asphalt, a silent testament to the inhumane plundering that had just transpired. Yet this terrifying convoy of thousands, akin to a swarm of locusts, did not advance further after clearing the battlefield. Under Lin Zhao's command, they parked their vehicles in neat rows right at the checkpoint of the 2,000-kilometer mark. Row upon row of vehicles lined up horizontally, completely blocking off the entire main thoroughfare. They began to barricade the road, for their guild leader of Red Wolf had spoken. Today not a single soul from the Wolf-hunting alliance would escape. The retaliation has officially begun. At the 2,100-kilometer marker, wild winds whipped up a sky full of yellow sand, yet they could not disperse the suffocating aura of slaughter hanging over the highway. One modified chariot after another, coated in striking red paint, lined up bumper to bumper, stretching out in a single file. Upon this sprawling, endless highway they erected an unbroken great wall of red steel. Every vehicle attempting to pass through this intersection was resolutely blocked. Positioned at the rear inside a heavy command vehicle, Lin Zhao utilized his supreme guild administrator privileges to mention everyone in the channel. Everyone. Starting today, all guild members must travel in tight groups. Every 1,000-man cohort must maintain mutual support, and the distance between them must absolutely not exceed 50 kilometers. No sooner had the message been dispatched than the guild channel, which had been somewhat tranquil, was instantly inundated by a uniform wave of responses. Understood. Understood. 1st Battalion copies. 9th Battalion copies. My blade is already thirsting for blood. Understood. With the orders broadcasted, the massive army of the Red Wolf Guild began to assemble at the 2,100-kilometer marker in an orderly and systematic fashion. Furthermore, the white name players of Zone C-72, who had not yet joined the Red Wolf Guild due to membership caps, all voluntarily started up their chariots at this moment. Like streams converging into the sea, they followed closely behind the Red Wolf Guild's convoy, spontaneously drawing nearer to the assembly point. As far as the eye could see, behind the barricades on both sides of the highway, and atop the commanding heights of the ruins, hidden troops lay in dense, tightly packed clusters. Just then a suggestion popped up in the guild channel. Vice President, since we've already blocked the road, why don't we just go all out and pull off something big? Regardless of whether they are red names or white names, as long as they are passing players from other zones, let's extort a toll fee and rob them all. This provocative proposal immediately garnered support from numerous radical players. But in the next second, it was ruthlessly vetoed on the spot by Lin Zihao. Nonsense. Inside the command vehicle, Lin Zihao sneered as he read the comments in the channel. This was an absolute rule that he and Lu Yuan had established before the operation. With the zones merged, players from 20 different sectors were now crammed together. Among them, the red name bandits were a minority after all. The vast majority were still ordinary white name players struggling to survive. If they pushed the white name players of the other 19 zones into a corner under the banner of revenge, a desperate fight to the death by over 1 million people would undoubtedly result in an absolute catastrophe. This was by no means the outcome Lu Yuan wished to see. In Lu Yuan's own words, those million-plus white name players from other zones might seem like outsiders for now. But as long as the allure of the guild shop remained, all of these white name players would eventually become the prime crops ripe for harvesting by the Red Wolf Guild. Kill the crops. That would be killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Pass down the boss's orders. Kill only the red names. Target only those from the Wolf Hunting Alliance. If you encounter white name players from other zones, let them all pass. Anyone who dares to use this opportunity to rob civilians will be immediately expelled from the guild and treated as an enemy. Once this ironclad rule was handed down, no one in the guild channel dared to raise any further objections. Once all 100,000 members of the Red Wolf Guild had finished assembling, Lin Zihao gave the order, and the massive army set out with a thunderous roar. 100,000 red-painted chariots roared to life, simultaneously, the collective rumble of their engines so deafening that it dispersed the very clouds in the sky. Car after car of the Red Fleet sped down the highway at full throttle. Viewed from high above, it was no mere convoy, but rather a crimson tidal wave capable of swallowing everything in its path, sweeping forward with majestic momentum. Meanwhile, at the 2,400-kilometer marker, 10 kilometers away from the main highway, lay the hidden ruins of a crimson sanitarium. This place had originally been a perilous monster stronghold, but it had now been forcibly cleared out by the main forces of the Wolf Hunting Alliance. Heavily armored off-road vehicles parked along the perimeter of the sanitarium. Deep within the dark subterranean meeting room of the sanitarium, the high-ranking members of the Wolf Hunting Alliance, who had fled in utter disgrace from the encirclement at the craggy canyon, were now gathered together. Every person bore the charred soot of gunpowder, and the suffocating atmosphere in the meeting room was heavy enough to choke. We can't fight them. It's utterly impossible to fight. A bald-headed leader slammed his hand onto the table, deep terror laced in his voice, as even his hand holding the water cup trembled. You guys didn't see the firepower of that tank. A single shot blasted a black hole. My men fired anti-tank rockets at it, and we didn't even break a single tread. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? Another leader clutched his hair in frustration, his face pale as death. Ayu's side is finished too. I just checked the team panel. Ayu was leading over 100 vehicles in a retreat in the opposite direction, and now all of their avatars have gone completely dark. It seems they were caught by Red Wolf. The subordinates instantly erupted into a chaotic clamor as panic spread like wildfire. The Red Wolf's tank is too powerful. Its damage is insane, and we can't even penetrate its armor. Even if tens of thousands of us charge, we'd just be sending ourselves to our deaths. Should we send someone to apologize and compensate them with more supplies? Bullshit. You slaughtered hundreds of their people, and now you want to apologize. Do you think Red Wolf would ever spare you? Then what do? We can't just sit here and wait for death. Why don't we run for it toward the 3,000-kilometer marker? We can't run. What about all these supplies? No matter how strong Red Wolf is, he only has one vehicle. The arguments grew louder and louder, turning the entire meeting room into a chaotic, noisy marketplace. Shut the hell up, all of you. At the head of the table, the founder of the Wolf Hunting Alliance, a man codenamed Shuya, violently smashed the wine glass in his hand. The harsh sound of shattering glass instantly brought silence to the room. Shuya stood up, his sinister triangular eyes scanning the crowd, his gaze dripping with a chilling malice. Run. With our main force here, do you honestly think we can outrun that heavy tank? He sneered, leaning his hands on the table like a venomous serpent flicking its tongue. You've all been utterly terrified by Red Wolf's firepower. He is indeed at the absolute ceiling of combat power, and none of us can breach his defense. But no matter how powerful he is ultimately just one man, one vehicle. Shuya pointed sharply at the holographic map on the table, letting out a cruel sneer. The battle at Craggy Canyon, though Red Wolf arrived to save the day, indirectly proved that the people of Zone 72 are nothing but a bunch of useless cowards. Without Red Wolf, they are absolutely nothing. Therefore, everyone, we must shift our strategy, disperse our forces, and defeat them one by one. Even if Red Wolf grew wings, could he possibly save over 100,000 people scattered across hundreds of kilometers at the same time? Hearing this, the gathered leaders were all stunned, a glimmer of hope seemingly igniting within their despairing eyes. Indeed, Red Wolf had only one vehicle. He could not clone himself. Shuya's eyes flashed with a frenzied, killing intent. Starting now, we will no longer engage in concentrated positional warfare. Everyone disperse. Break into smaller units. Since Red Wolf is so protective of his people, we will wage guerrilla warfare. Form squads of 5 vehicles, cast a wide net across the wilderness, and specifically target and slaughter those isolated white-named civilians. Shuya slammed his fist hard onto the coordinates on the map, his sinister laughter echoing through the meeting room. For the brothers going out for guerrilla strikes, if you're unlucky enough to die, consider it bad luck. But as long as you survive, every bit of supplies and blueprints you plunder will be entirely yours. I won't take a single dime. We will wear them down. Let's see if Red Wolf can put out fires faster than our brothers can slaughter. The fear in the leader's eyes was instantly replaced by greed and brutality. They seemed to already envision the wonderful scenes of isolated civilians begging for mercy on their knees as their supplies were plundered at will. Elated, everyone rushed out of the meeting room, rallying their subordinates to disperse and strike. However, these thugs, blinded by greed, had absolutely no idea that what awaited them on the highway ahead was by no means shivering isolated sheep ripe for the slaughter, but rather a horde of crimson locusts driven into absolute madness for the sake of contribution points. The retaliation of the Wolf Hunting Alliance had begun. Following the guerrilla tactics ordered by Blood Crow, tens of thousands of red-named thugs dispersed into smaller units. Some sped along the main highways, others drove straight into the wilderness, while some set up ambushes in the corners of ruins. A dense swarm of red-named vehicles spread out like a net, ready to hunt down the isolated prey of District C-72. Hui Lingyong, the frontrunner of District C-68 and a top-tier expert, ranked 20th on the server-wide kill leaderboard. His vehicle was a heavily armored Suzuki motorcycle extensively modified for firepower. His team's lineup was nothing short of luxurious, a full 100 members, all riding highly mobile off-road motorcycles. This 100-man cavalry unit possessed absurdly high mobility. In the previous siege at the Rocky Canyon, the main forces of other districts had suffered casualties to varying degrees. Yet his convoy alone managed to survive entirely unscathed. Their core philosophy was simple: if things look bad, run. They were peerless at this kind of guerrilla sniping warfare. Straddling his speeding motorcycle, Hui Lingyang's lips curled into a cruel sneer. Their tactics were flawless. If they encountered the Red Wolf tank, they would simply twist the throttle to the max and flee. Once allies from other districts drew the aggro of that lumbering tank, they would pounce like a pack of wolves, tearing the isolated white-named players of District C-72 to pieces. A perfect plan. At the thought of this, anticipation burned hot in Hui Lingyang's chest. Leading his 100-man motorcycle brigade, he pushed his speed to the absolute limit on the highway, roaring forward. Just as the convoy cleared a cluster of ruined buildings, the view ahead suddenly opened up. However, what appeared before Hui Lingyang made him slam on the brakes, even doubting his own eyes. The horizon ahead was completely dyed in a blinding shade of red. Billowing dust blotted out the sun. Row after row of red-painted combat vehicles were lined up horizontally, advancing like a moving great wall of steel. 100, 1,000, or a freaking 10,000. They were simply uncountable. In the brief moment Hui Lingyang stood dazed, his vehicle's radar alarm began to flash frantically. The piercing buzz nearly shattered his eardrums. Warning! Warning! A massive number of hostile targets detected approaching at rapid speed. Run! Hui Lingyang's mind went completely blank. In an instant, survival instinct left him with only that single thought. Before he could even issue an order, a blinding flash of eerie blue light suddenly erupted across the distant red horizon. Immediately after, a dense torrent of electrified armor-piercing shells poured down like a torrential rain, blotting out the sky. Oh no! Enemy attack! Retreat! Before Hui Lingyang's roar could escape his throat, a violent line of metallic fires swept mercilessly through his convoy. Hui Lingyang felt a heart-wrenching pain shoot from his right arm. An armor-piercing round tore straight through his arm, the terrifying kinetic energy ripping his entire forearm clean off on the spot. Blood sprayed wildly. He let out a tragic shriek, nearly tumbling off his speeding motorcycle. Meanwhile, the highly mobile teammates he was so proud of suffered catastrophic casualties under this round of carpet fire. Motorcycles exploded into fireballs one after another, tearing both riders and machines to shreds. The surviving lackeys were scared out of their wits, wailing and screaming in panic. This is bad. It's the Red Wolf Guild. Run! Enduring the agonizing pain of his severed arm, Hui Lingyang gripped the handlebar tightly with one hand and executed a frantic drift turn. Run! Run! We can't fight them. Those bastards aren't isolated at all. They've grouped up. Leaving behind a field of corpses and wrecked motorcycles, Hui Lingyang fled frantically like a stray dog with his remaining dozen-odd defeated soldiers. 2 minutes later, The massive Red Wolf army rolled over the ruins, arriving at the spot where Hui Lingyang had just been ambushed. The vanguard of the army continued forward at full speed. Immediately after, a group of green-eyed logistics team members branched off from the main force like a tide, pouncing directly toward the fallen motorcycles. Oh ho! This Suzuki motorcycle is actually completely intact. A burly man holding a wrench shouted excitedly. Where's that brother who was riding the bicycle? Do you want to switch vehicles? From the back of the crowd, a player who had been sweating profusely while pedaling a bicycle was so excited that he threw his bike away on the spot. Yes. Thank you, brother. I finally don't have to pedal with my own 2 legs. Others were not about to be left behind. This engine is busted, we can't drive it. Scrap it directly. Hey. Brother, scrap the steel plates if you must, but leave a wheel for me. I need to exchange it for contribution points. Don't grab. Move faster. There are dozens more ahead. There's still half a tank of gas left, bring a hose to siphon it. The sounds of chainsaws and clanking wrenches blended into a noisy symphony. With a clear division of labor, the thousands of logistics players worked with a proficiency that was mind-boggling. In just 2 short minutes, dozens of highly modified off-road motorcycles were stripped completely bare by this group of red-eyed players. Not even a single suspension spring was left behind. Report. The battlefield has been cleared. The logistics squad leader in charge of this sector bellowed excitedly in the guild channel. Subsequently, the logistics team quickly returned to their respective vehicles. This terrifying torrent of red steel did not pause for even a single second, continuing its grand advance forward. Meanwhile, at the 2400-kilometer marker, the Crimson Sanatorium. In the dim underground meeting room, Blood Crow was holding a glass of red wine, leisurely waiting for his subordinates to deliver the good news of the civilian massacre. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The door of the meeting room was violently kicked open. Several Alliance lackeys responsible for outer scouting rushed in, rolling and crawling, their faces filled with thick horror and despair. This is bad. Boss, retreat. The Red Wolf army is charging over. Frowning, Blood Crow slammed his wine glass onto the table and barked sharply. What are you panicking for? If they are charging over, then disperse. Didn't I tell you to play guerrilla? Defeat them one by one. And no, that's not it, boss. His legs turning to jelly from fear, the lackey fell to his knees with a thud and began to cry in a total breakdown. They've grouped up. Over 100,000 people. Led by Red Wolf, they are pressing forward in a grand sweeping wave like a giant wall. The brothers we send out for guerrilla warfare were completely run over. The casualties are countless. Clinging desperately to Blood Crow's trouser leg, the lackey wailed at the top of his lungs. Boss, the defensive line has completely collapsed. Retreat now? If we don't run, it'll be too late. Hearing these words, Blood Crow, who had previously sat calmly with a look of disdain, was struck as if by lightning, freezing in place. He violently grabbed the lackey's collar, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets, as he let out an unbelievable voice-cracking roar. What the fuck did you say? Madmen. They are all fucking madmen. Inside a heavy-duty bulletproof off-road vehicle speeding at full throttle, Shui, the leader of the Liling Alliance, gripped the handrail tightly and roared frantically into the Alliance channel. What kind of skill is it for that bastard Hong Lang to bully others just because he has a piece of shit tank? If you have the guts, get out of the vehicle and fight me one-on-one. He's not acting like a fucking human at all. Shui trembled with rage, his eyes bloodshot. The guerrilla tactics he had meticulously planned were nothing short of a joke before the Hong Lang Guild's unscrupulous steel torrent of 100,000. They didn't bother with tactics at all, simply pushing forward with 100,000 people holding hands. Wherever they passed, let alone the brothers fighting guerrilla warfare, even the stray dogs by the roadside would get slapped twice. Boss, where are we going now? The driver, a low-ranking lackey, was drenched in sweat, his voice trembling. Shui gritted his teeth and glanced back at the Shuesa Sanatorium stronghold, which had already been left far behind. Retreat toward the 3,000-kilometer stretch. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not worry about firewood. Once we reach the region ahead, I will gather my men again. Sooner or later, I will flay Hong Lang alive. Leaving behind this harsh threat, Shui fled with his remaining few hundred core subordinates, vanishing down the end of the highway like a pack of stray dogs. 5 minutes later, the massive red convoy, kicking up clouds of dust, completely took over the area. The colossal frame of the Hong Lang tank ground to a steady halt outside the ruined gates of the Shuesa Sanatorium. Lin Zihao rode his reconnaissance motorcycle, quickly circling the perimeter of the entire sanatorium. Boss, this was originally a large-scale monster stronghold, but the monsters inside have already been cleared out in advance by the Liling Alliance. Reporting in the public channel, Lin Zihao's voice suddenly paused. Wait. His eyes locked onto the radar screen on his motorcycle's dashboard. Under the 3D holographic scanning of his God's perspective talent, the towering model of the sanatorium building before him was being stripped of its outer structure layer by layer. Lin Zihao gasped, his voice instantly rising an octave. Boss, guess what I scanned? The load-bearing walls of this building don't use ordinary steel rebars. That mesh-like structural framework is entirely made of high-density superalloy. Hearing the word superalloy, Lu Yuan, sitting in the driver's cabin, raised an eyebrow. Superalloy was an essential scarce material for crafting advanced armor and top-tier weapons in the later stages, always highly sought after, but virtually impossible to find in the trading house. Lu Yuan's lips curled into a smirk. So you're saying we destroy these walls and extract the steel rebars inside? Lin Zihao nodded frantically in excitement. Exactly. This is a treasure handed to us on a silver platter. It has immense salvage value. It's just that the concrete on the outside of these walls is too thick and hard. If the brothers used pickaxes, it would probably take them over a month to break through. The red mist will arrive here in 75 hours. We don't have that much time. Understood. Lu Yuan leaned back lazily against his leather seat, casually pulling the fire control joystick in front of the console. His slightly playful voice echoed across the all-channel broadcast. Everyone fall back 100 meters. The moment those words were spoken, the guild players surrounding the sanatorium did not hesitate for a second, quickly starting their vehicles and reversing. After clearing a vast open space. Atop the Honglang tank, the Electrostorm slowly raised its 6 thick metal barrels. Buzz dash. Deep blue electrical arcs crackled and leaped wildly at the muzzles. The next second, rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The deafening roar of the autocannon reverberated through the skies. To avoid melting the steel rebars inside the walls, the Electrostorm was used to sweep the entire area without leaving a single blind spot. A dense hail of armor-piercing shells slammed mercilessly into the sanatorium's walls like a torrential downpour. Debris flew everywhere and dust filled the air. The strafing continued for a full 10 minutes. Only when the outer concrete of more than half the building was completely riddled with holes exposing the dull, gleaming superalloy framework within did Lu Yuan finally release the fire button. Wisps of white smoke drifted from the scorching hot barrels. After enduring this relentless bombardment, the walls of the entire sanatorium had become precariously unstable and incredibly fragile. The rest is up to you guys, Lu Yuan said calmly, clapping his hands. All right, boss. Leave it to me. Lin Zihao roared excitedly, instantly taking command of the scene. All members hear my command. Establish a temporary stronghold centered on the sanatorium. Tianyin Division fan out 10 kilometers ahead to scout and secure the perimeter. Logistics Division set up campfires and cook. Prepare supplies. Lin Zihao suddenly pointed toward the riddled building, a fanatical gleam in his eyes. Brothers of the Liren and Shihuang divisions. Bring your gear. Tear it down for me. The moment his words fell, tens of thousands of green-eyed guild players surged forward like a tidal wave from all directions. Coming. Leave it to me, boss. 80 for a big hammer, 40 for a small hammer. For the contribution points. Brothers. Charge. Groups of Liren division elites who were originally responsible for slaying monsters in the wilderness now cast their weapons aside. They pulled sledgehammers taller than themselves, crowbars, and cutting machines out of their trunks, howling as they lunged at the battered walls. Bang, bang, bang. The earth-shaking sound of walls being smashed echoed across the wilderness. What did it mean for tens of thousands of people to work on a construction site at the same time? Under the players' frenzied destruction, those walls, which were normally incredibly solid, disintegrated at a speed visible to the eye. The players of the Shihuang division followed closely behind, like industrious ants, frantically pulling the exposed superalloy rebars from the ruins. As materials were continuously turned in to the guild warehouse, crisp system notifications frantically spammed the players' ears. Ding. You have obtained superalloy metal block 1. Converted to guild contribution points. Ding. You have obtained superalloy metal block 2. Converted to guild contribution points. Ding. You have obtained waste wire 1. Converted to guild contribution points. I earned another 10 points. Purple blueprint, here I come. This is way better than killing monsters. Move aside, I claim this wall. The entire Shuesa sanatorium instantly transformed into a bustling, massive demolition site. Meanwhile, on a concealed hill a few kilometers away from the sanatorium, the naturally cautious Shui Yi did not just mindlessly flee for his life. Lying flat in the grass, he held up a high-powered pair of binoculars, intending to look back and observe the marching route and pursuit speed of the Honglang army. As it turned out, they hadn't pursued him at all, seemingly completely uninterested in him. But when Shui Yi looked back toward the Shuesa sanatorium, a scene unfolded before his eyes that he would never forget. What the fuck? What are these madmen doing? Shui Yi's brain completely froze. He watched the fortified stronghold that he had fought so hard to conquer, which was meant to serve as the Alliance's temporary base, being systematically smashed to the ground inch by those tens of thousands of white-named players wielding hammers and large pickaxes. Not even a single whole brick was fucking left. Holy shit. Shui Yi swallowed hard, his voice trembling. What the fuck are they dismantling our stronghold? Wait. Are they pulling the steel rebars out of the walls? Watching the crowd of players fighting enthusiastically with fanatical faces, just for a few steel rebars, Shui Yi felt his scalp go numb. His entire worldview completely shattered at this moment. This is a fucking brutal survival game. Can this game even be fucking played like this? Shui Yi swore, gripping his telescope, that he had truly only looked for 5 minutes. It was merely during those 5 minutes. That once towering, impregnable, blood-red asylum building was gnawed to nothing by tens of thousands, as if gnawing bones. Even the very last steel bar in the foundation was ripped out by force. A breeze brushed by. Ahead lay emptiness, and the view suddenly opened up, as if that place had always been a flat, barren wasteland. Shui Yi's worldview was struck with unprecedented brutal force. He stood there dumbfounded, lowering the telescope, his lips trembling. So this is what gathering supplies means in this survival game. This bone-digging, feather-plucking ruthlessness is more monstrous than the monsters in the abyss. Shuai drew a deep breath, forcing down his fear, glaring ruthlessly at the distant Red Wolf Army's camp. He ground his teeth and forced out a word through his teeth. Retreat. The underlings, as if pardoned, hurriedly started the vehicles. Shuai sat in the car, glanced back once, forcing himself to justify his own escape. Find and let this bunch of fools kill themselves gathering supplies. The more they collect, the more we'll grab later. At that moment, it will all be making wedding dresses for us. Shuai's eyes rekindled a sinister, killing intent as he issued orders to the alliance members. Brothers, move forward. Go ahead and find a canyon or ruin with a good view to use as an ambush point. If we can't beat the main force, can't we at least kill a few isolated fat sheep? At the right time, kill a few more. They have so many that they won't react in time. The radio crackled with the obsequious chorus of his underlings. Boss is wise. Let them store the supplies for us first. Meanwhile, at the Honglang Guild's temporary outpost, the scene was already a blaze of activity. The logistics team began cooking on the open ground. One must admit, Area C-72's players were now truly flush with wealth. Their average assets had long reached the server's top, especially on the Atlantis map, thanks to Lu Yuan's notorious fishing tactic. Thousands of core players evacuated with top-tier blueprints and vast stocks worth millions. They were not skilled in combat, but in depth they were a genuine plutocrat faction. And now, as Lin Zihao rolled out the guild contribution point system in full, the rules for exchanging supplies clearly stated that not only submitting to the guild could earn contribution points. Members shared food and offered logistics support, and the system rewarded these acts with contribution points as well. Thus, in the apocalypse, the most extraordinary scene of unity appeared. Brothers, let me cook my beef noodles together with your pot of rice. The broth mixed with the rice would taste better. The replying players lit up with eyes of anticipation, nodding repeatedly. No problem, brother. You handle the cooking, I'll bring the rice. We can even add another mouth at mealtime. I have 2 fresh eggs here, add them in. Move aside, move aside. Count me in. Brother, I've got fresh whole wheat bread for dessert after the meal. 10,000. A full 100,000 people crowded this wasteland to feast together. It was a spectacular sight. Countless large iron pots hung over the bonfires, the broth bubbling, the oil gleaming. The rich aroma of the meals converged, carried by the fierce wind for miles clear, even from 10 li away. On the highway, a convoy of roaming players fleeing from the former C-67 zone was carefully passing by near the blood-red asylum ruins. From the window crack drifted a thick, domineering scent of meat. The lone driver slammed on the brakes, his stomach roared in protest. He sniffed hard, tears nearly falling with longing. Wah, boss, it smells amazing. I can smell braised pork. He pointed to the glow a few kilometers away, his voice trembling. Boss, look, that's the Red Wolf Army's camp. What are they doing? Damn, they're actually cooking a huge pot of stew out in the wilderness. The roaming boss in the back swallowed hard, forcibly pulling his gaze away from the firelight. He rubbed his stomach, fatigue turning to despair, and sighed deeply. Don't look now, that's the Honglang Guild, the wealthiest bunch on the server. We can't afford to mess with them or aspire to their level. The boss drew out a half-stale piece of bread from his pocket, reluctantly tearing off a small piece and handing it to the frontline member. Hey, stop dreaming. I still have half a loaf here, use it to get by tonight. The junior accepted the bread hard as stone with both hands. He bit down hard, tears spilling as he chewed. They too are players, eat others feast while they ration a moldy piece of bread. Yet more deadly to the soul lay ahead. The Honglang Guild's utterly unrestrained players, after feasting, grew bored. They began flooding the Super C4 district's global chat with images displaying their superiority. This was the server's first large-scale cyber midnight taunt since the survival game began. Image: sizzling, oily grilled meat with a touch of cumin. Caption: tonight's barbecue tastes superb. Sister Lina's cooking definitely deserves praise. Brothers, thumbs up. Image: a giant hot pot roiling with red oil filled with beef. Caption: hey, this hot pot set is more than enough for 5 people. It only cost 10 contribution points. Absolutely worth it. Image: a plate of egg fried rice sprinkled with scallions. Caption: a simple midnight snack. This damn apocalypse, I've gained 2 pounds, it's so annoying. In that instant, the entire Super C4 district's main channel exploded. Those players hunted by their own district's red name players, hiding in shadowy corners with nothing to eat. Watching these Ultra HD food pictures, their eyes turned green, with envy, wishing they could crawl along the network cable to swallow those scoundrels alive. Wah! Stop posting, please be a human. Honored gentlemen of the Honglang Guild, please stop using your powers. The child hasn't eaten in a day. Please let the child drink some soup. Seeing the channel's wails, the Honglang Guild players didn't retreat. They posted more, and the screen was filled with joyous laughter. Yet these joyful sounds only belonged to Area C-72. After feasting, Lu Yuan leaned back on the leather seat of the battle vehicle, looking at today's guild data on the system panel and nodding in satisfaction. In this perfect loop of contribution points, he would always take the biggest share. Whether it was long-range artillery support or tearing down the entire asylum, he did the most and earned the most. And the other ordinary guild players, by dismantling cars, pulling out rebar, and scavenging the supply boxes along the way, also earned their first contribution points. This round was truly a win-win. At that moment, Lin Zihao's all-hands broadcast popped up in the guild channel. After a full day of post-battle data collection, the chief administrator began to allocate the supplies. All members, brothers, today we achieved a great victory. But we can't rely on the Honglang boss to lead us forever. We need to make the guild's blade team, as their name suggests, truly the sharpest blade of our Honglang guild. Lin Ziheo's voice became exceedingly solemn and formal. After my and the boss's deliberation, we have decided. Before the blade team can stand on their own, the guild will allocate 50% of exclusive materials to all blade team members. Upon these words, the guild channel fell silent at first, then utterly boiled over. Countless battle-ready players' eyes reddened with excitement. But Lin Ziheo immediately poured a bucket of cold water. Don't celebrate too soon. Receiving these materials means you sign a death oath willing to give your life for the guild at any moment. The ugly truth is spoken up front. If one day anyone betrays the guild, no matter where you hide, Honglong the boss will chase you with a tank to the ends of the earth. We'll blast you and your vehicles to ashes. The channel fell silent for 2 seconds. Then a wave of ferocious replies burst forth. Never betray the guild. Never betray the guild. Born Red Wolf Guild people, oh die Red Wolf, guild's dead. Never betray the guild. The fanatical faith was ignited at this moment. That night the Honglang Guild's camp was brightly lit. Over 10,000 core elites selected for the blade team, armed with vast blueprints and high-grade materials, began an unprecedented all-hands vehicle upgrade. A truly armed-to-the-teeth terror army was quietly taking shape in the night. The next day, at the 2800-kilometer mark, howling winds whipped up a tempest of yellow sand where a treacherous natural canyon flanked by towering cliffs lay directly across the highway. This was the only passage leading to the 3000-kilometer mark. Concealed behind a jagged rock at the canyon's summit, Shui lay prone in the freezing sand, his eyes bloodshot with a terrifying crimson glare. His lips were cracked and peeling, and his stomach rumbled in protest like rolling thunder. The moment he closed his eyes, his mind was flooded with the photos the Honglang Guild had posted in the public chat channel the night before. Sizzling succulent slices of roasted meat, a boiling crimson spicy hot pot, egg-fried rice garnished with fresh green onions. Those photos were like a seductive poison, relentlessly tormenting the nerves of him and his men. Shui swallowed hard, his gaze turning incredibly greedy and fierce. He was now absolutely certain that even the ordinary low-level players of the Honglang Guild were filthy rich. Perhaps even the middle-aged women cooking for their squad had trunks packed with purified water and high-grade blueprints. Boss, are we really going to do this? Beside him, a lackey whose eyes were green with hunger asked, his voice trembling slightly as he stared down at the wide highway. That's Honglang's convoy. What the hell are you afraid of? Shui backhanded the lackey across the head, growling fiercely in a low, menacing voice. Resources are scarce and millions of people are fighting over them. If we don't snatch some food now, we'll starve to death before Honglang even lifts a finger. Shui pointed down at the deep canyon, his eyes gleaming with a sinister, calculating light. This terrain is a natural ambush zone. Although Honglang's tank is invincible, he is only one man. Once his tank and main army pass through, we'll target the isolated vehicles lagging at the very rear of the convoy. Shui licked his cracked lips and issued a final absolute command to his hundreds of death warriors. Listen up, all of you. When we strike, we must be lightning fast. Before they can send out a distress signal, use heavy firepower to obliterate and secure those trailing vehicles. Once we seize the supplies and food, we turn around and flee immediately. We take everything and leave no trace. Hearing of food and supplies, the hundreds of starving red-named thugs instantly gleamed with a predatory green light in their eyes. They chambered rounds into their heavy machine guns and sniper rifles. Meanwhile, on the highway behind them, the massive army of the Honglang Guild had set out in a grand sweeping march. Accompanied by the earth-shaking roar of its engine, the colossal Honglang tank took the lead, rolling steadily at the absolute forefront of the procession. Under the orchestration of Lin Ziheo, the chief executive officer, the massive convoy of 100,000 people demonstrated astonishing order. These 100,000 individuals were precisely divided into 100 fully equipped brigades. Each brigade consisted of exactly 1,000 people. Meanwhile, the 10,000 core members of the Sharp Blade Group, who had received massive amounts of supplies last night and upgraded their combat vehicles overnight, were perfectly distributed among these 100 brigades. Each 1,000-man squad was assigned 100 members of the Sharp Blade Group. 50 heavily armed Sharp Blade combat vehicles cleared the way at the front of the column, while another 50 Sharp Blade vehicles brought up the rear to provide escort and protection, tightly shielding the civilian players in the middle who were responsible for logistics and scavenging. As the army surged forward, they swept through the land like a swarm of locusts, encountering roaming monsters. There was absolutely no need for Lu Yuan to fire a shot. The brothers of the Sharp Blade Group simply stepped on the gas and crushed them into mincemeat. Spotting blind supply boxes by the roadside, the quick-witted women of the scavenging team would dig up the boxes along with the surrounding soil to hand over to the guild. Occasionally, in the corners of the ruins, they would encounter a few stragglers from the Wolf Hunters Alliance who had failed to escape in time. The army did not even pause. They casually unleashed a barrage of hundreds of bullets, sending them straight to meet their maker. The entire Honglang Guild operated like a precision-engineered doomsday war machine, rolling forward with unstoppable momentum. A few hours later, the Grand Crimson Convoy finally entered the ambush site at the 2800-kilometer mark. Above the canyon, Shui lay flat behind the rock, watching the Crimson tank, resembling an ancient behemoth, slowly roll into the gorge below. His muscles were tense to the absolute limit, and he dared not even breathe loudly. With a thunderous rumble, the massive hull of the Honglang tank crushed the gravel, passing safely along the highway below them with a terrifying aura of dread. Following closely behind was the endless crimson convoy stretching out like a massive dragon. 10 minutes later, Shuya remained patiently in ambush until the roaring of the tank's engine in the canyon began to fade. Shuya licked his dry, cracked lips, a greedy and murderous light erupting in his eyes. Just as he was about to issue the final order for everyone to circle to the rear and ambush the isolated off-road vehicles, suddenly the lackey beside him, who had been on lookout, began to tremble as if he had seen a ghost. "B-boss." We seemed to have been spotted. Shuya frowned, following the terrified gaze of his lackey. As he looked, the blood in his veins instantly ran ice cold. Several Honglang Guild members riding dirt bikes with C-72 floating above their heads were visible. From a vast distance, they looked down upon them, watching silently. Their gaze did not resemble that of looking at ambushing enemies at all. Instead, it was as if they were eyeing a pile of glittering gold coins. A piercing chill instantly surged from the soles of Shuya's feet straight to his skull. "Oh no! Retreat quick!" Upon realizing that Shuya and his men had noticed them, the distant motorcycle scouts revved their engines in unison and sped away in a cloud of dust. Immediately afterward, the Honglang Guild's chat channel erupted in excitement. "Report. Enemy ambush detected above the canyon at the 2800 kilometer mark. Target count is over 100. Heavy firepower estimated." These brief lines of text were like throwing a ladle of cold water into a vat of boiling oil. The entire guild channel boiled with excitement. 1st Brigade copy. 7th Brigade copy. Holy shit. A heavy firepower convoy of over 100 people. These are all massive contribution points. Brothers, charge. The contribution points are here. Kill them and seize the cars. Nobody steal my kills. Flank them. Don't let these walking contribution points escape. Charge. Above the canyon, Shuya scrambled onto his combat vehicle along with his hundreds of thugs, frantically trying to ignite the engine and escape. But in his wildest dreams, he could never have imagined that at this very moment he was already completely surrounded from both ends of the canyon by the players of the Honglang Guild, who had gone utterly feral for contribution points. At the exit of the canyon along the 2800 kilometer stretch, Shuya slammed on the brakes in a frenzy, his tires dragging 2 long black scorch marks across the rugged mountain path. To his despair, he found himself cornered. On the highway ahead, dozens of modified off-road vehicles painted in crimson were parked haphazardly, completely sealing off the wide road. Behind him, other convoys from the Red Wolf Guild were rapidly closing the encirclement. Shuya's palms gripping the steering wheel were slick with cold sweat, his heart hammering wildly. Yet squinting hard, he stared intently at the dozens of red chariots blocking the front. There was no terrifying pitch-black cannon barrel, nor was there that suffocatingly massive chassis. The Red Wolf heavy tank, which resembled the Grim Reaper itself, was nowhere to be seen. Once he saw the true nature of the blockade, Shuya froze for a moment, then suddenly burst into a fit of wild, sinister laughter. "Ha ha ha. Heaven never seals off all exits. Without that monster Red Wolf here, you think a ragtag mob cobbled together at the last minute can block my path?" In Shuya's mind, aside from Yuan, who represented the absolute ceiling of combat power, the rest of the Red Wolf Guild was merely a flock of commoners only fit for scavenging trash in the wilderness. Even if they had the numbers, their vehicles' armor and firepower could never match those of red-named outlaws like themselves who lived on the edge of a blade year-round. "Brothers, open fire. Smash through these arrogant fools and break out." With a ferocious glint in his eyes, Shuya thrust half his body out of the sunroof. Hoisting the heavy machine gun mounted on the roof, he aimed at the leading red off-road vehicle directly ahead and ruthlessly pulled the trigger. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Muzzle flashes erupted as large-caliber machine gun rounds poured out like a torrential downpour. With a distorted, hideous expression, Shuya was already prepared to see the opposing vehicle riddled with holes and blood splattering everywhere. However, as the dense hail of bullets struck the steel plating of the red off-road vehicle, a metallic clatter echoed. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by a shower of blinding sparks, those armor-piercing rounds capable of tearing through standard armor were actually deflected outright. Not even a single visible dent was left behind. The wild laughter on Shuya's face instantly froze, leaving him utterly thunderstruck. His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he shrieked in disbelief. "Holy shit. Tier 3 alloy armor. Isn't this something that can only be crafted with a blue blueprint? How the hell are these bastards so rich?" Shuya was completely dumbfounded. Refusing to believe his eyes, he violently swung the muzzle and unleashed another frantic volley at another red off-road vehicle beside it. Clang, clang, clang. Once again, the same scene of deflecting bullets and flying sparks unfolded. The madness in the depths of Shuya's eyes was instantly replaced by sheer terror. Fuck, that one has tier 3 armor too. He had no idea that just last night tens of thousands of members from the Red Wolf Guild's Sharpblade division had conducted an insanely massive guild-wide upgrade using a colossal amount of extra resources. In the face of Shuya's shock, the members of the Red Wolf Guild's Sharpblade division gave him absolutely no opportunity for regret. Rumble, rumble. The engines roared in unison. The red chariots on both the left and right sides showed no intention of evading or yielding. Like ruthless steel crushers, they charged fiercely toward Shueya's convoy with an aura of defying death itself. Boom. A heavy collision resounded at the canyon exit. The massive kinetic energy instantly overturned several vehicles on the outermost edge of Shueya's convoy, sending sparks flying as metal twisted and deformed. Immediately after, inside the Red Chariot's, players of the Red Wolf Guild leaned halfway out of their driver's side windows. They held submachine guns, modified pistols, and even automatic rifles. Not a single shred of cowardice or mercy lingered in their eyes. For the Guild. For Guild contribution points. Fire. Kill them. A dense hail of gunfire instantly blanketed the entire battlefield. This time it was the outlaws of the Wolf Hunters Alliance's turn to experience true despair. Those red-named players who usually held themselves in high regard were now like rats trapped in an iron barrel. Screams of agony and pleas for mercy echoed throughout the canyon. Don't kill me. I surrender. Take all the supplies. Lord Red Wolf, spare my life. I was forced into this. Yet the members of the Red Wolf Guild showed no mercy whatsoever. Before the operation, Yuan had issued a strict order consisting of just 4 words: leave none alive. 10 minutes later, the smoke gradually dissipated, and the gunfire fell completely silent. Shueya, along with the hundreds of outlaws under his command, lay in pools of blood, their bodies riddled with bullets. The members of the combat group indifferently put away their weapons. Without so much as a backward glance at the corpses on the ground, they started their vehicles with military discipline, rejoined their respective units, and prepared to head to the next clearing zone. Throughout the entire fierce clash, the Sharp Blade Division suffered only 3 unfortunate casualties whose arms were grazed by stray bullets during the exchange of fire. The logistics group at the rear of the convoy immediately rushed forward. Several players clad in white coats swiftly pulled the wounded into modified ambulances and began administering professional first aid. Meanwhile, their damaged vehicles were quickly towed away by the logistics team, using tow ropes bound for major repairs. Everything was orderly and efficient, resembling a regular army. Once the combat personnel and the wounded had withdrawn, a dense crowd of players from the salvage group at the rear of the canyon finally charged forward impatiently. Quick, quick, quick. Dismantle them while they're hot. This vehicle is mine. Don't touch it. Holy crap. As expected of Shueya, scrapping this car will yield a ton of materials. Middle-aged and elderly players brandishing heavy wrenches, fire axes, and cutting machines had eyes that gleamed with a fanatical desire for guild contribution points. Like a plague of locusts sweeping through, electrical sparks flew everywhere, and the deafening clanging of metal filled the air. Within just a few minutes, the remains of Shueya and those hundreds of red-named chariots were stripped so clean that not a single intact piece of sheet metal remained. The barren highway was cleaner than if a dog had licked it. Meanwhile, at this very moment, the cross-region public chat channel had already erupted into complete chaos. It wasn't just the 2800-kilometer stretch. Across the entire Super C4 zone, members of the Wolf Hunters Alliance on other routes were also subjected to ruthless, indiscriminate plundering by the Red Wolf Guild. Confronted by a million-strong Red Army armed to the teeth and traveling in packs like rabid dogs, the Wolf Hunters Alliance's so-called numerical advantage became an absolute joke. Despair spread like wildfire through the cross-region channel. Eventually, some red-named outlaws could no longer withstand the inhumane pressure and completely broke down in the chat. Fuck you and your ancestors, Shueya. Why the hell did you establish that garbage Wolf Hunters Alliance? Why did you have to provoke that schemer? Look what you've done now. You've unleashed 100,000 suicidal madmen. We can't pierce their armor, and we can't match their firepower. My 100-man convoy was crushed in a single charge by them. These people from the C-72 zone aren't even players. They're fucking locusts. Following the angry curses, the screen was instantly flooded with incredibly humble pleas for mercy. Sob, I surrender. I'm quitting the Wolf Hunters Alliance. Please, Boss Red Wolf, spare my life. I'll hand over all my blueprints and supplies. I'll even give you my car. Just let me go. I have elderly parents and young children to feed. Shueya forced me to shoot just now. I've already painted my car red. Can I apply to join the guild? Stop dismantling it. Big brother, I'm still inside the car. Why did you even take my steering wheel? On this day, the entire Super C4 zone was completely reshuffled. Meanwhile, in the canyon along the 2800-kilometer stretch, Wang Jin, the leader of Salvage Group 1, was categorizing and uploading the acquired resources. Suddenly, at the bottom of a pile of battered metal parts, he spotted a blueprint emitting a dazzling purple glow. Wang Jin froze for a moment and casually clicked to view the blueprint's information. When he clearly read the text on the blueprint, his eyes nearly popped out of his head, and his breathing came to a complete halt. Rare item: Guild Upgrade Blueprint. Effect upgrades a level 5 guild to level 6. Member capacity limit unlocked to 200 players. Trembling with excitement, Wang Jin immediately tagged Yuan frantically in the channel. Boss, we hit the jackpot. Those bastards under Shueya actually dropped a massive loot. A guild upgrade blueprint. Our guild can recruit another 100,000 members. Seeing the purple blueprint screenshot that Wang Jin posted on the channel, the Honglang Guild, indeed the entire Super Sector C4, fell into a frenzy. Yuan, seated in the cockpit, suddenly sprang up from the leather seat. Guild items like this do not require contribution points to use. With hardly any hesitation, he activated this purple glowing top-tier blueprint from the guild's warehouse, wielding the guild leader's highest authority. System: upgrade the guild immediately. Congratulations to guild leader Honglang. The Hongling Guild has successfully upgraded to level 6. The guild's member capacity has been raised to 2,000. Almost the moment the upgrade completed, the guild's application list before Lu Yuan froze. The Hongling Guild's chat channel exploded with a barrage of messages cascading like snowflakes across the screen. Arg. The Hongling Guild has upgraded. Brothers charge in. Wah. Let me in first. My car's already painted red. I'm a pureblood Hongling Guild reserve member. Let me into work for the big shot. I've been single for 20 years today. I'll fight with all my might to get in. Watching the back-end application flood to hundreds of thousands, the chief executive Lin Zihao drew in a cold breath. He wouldn't tolerate a moment's delay. With a sweep of his hand, he immediately altered the guild's automatic verification rules in the back-end. First, original C-72 region players have priority to join. Second, vehicles must have red livery. Third, white-named players who have never killed anyone are prioritized. Fourth, absolute obedience to the Hongling Guild's contribution point economy rules. With those 4 iron laws in place, the guild began screening furiously. 10,000 players joined the guild. 50,000 players joined the guild. And even with such stringent thresholds, only a minute had passed. Those newly expanded 10,000 open slots were filled in an instant once more. The new 100,000 entrants were all survivors from the original C-72 region. Players from other zones, no matter how fast their fingers or how favorable their conditions, couldn't even seize a single slot. Before them stood more than 600,000 white name players from the C-72 region. Their eyes reddened as they waited in line to join the Hongling Guild. Across the cross-zone public channel, countless players from outside regions watched the numbers surge and broke down in despair. The slots are gone in a second. There's no way I can get in. This is 100 times more ridiculous than snatching concert tickets in the old world. Brothers, let's learn from C-72 district. Please, everyone, stop fighting among yourselves. They won't kill white name players, and now the guild has jumped straight to level 6. How our group of unfortunate fools hasn't even cobbled together a single level 3 guild yet. And with a crisp notification, everything was settled. Hongling Guild level 6. Current official members, 200,000. These newly joined 100,000 newbies had originally sought a safe haven. But once they joined and trembled as they opened the legendary guild shop, their awe overwhelmed them. The entire channel was struck by another earth-shaking reveal. What the heck is this on the shelf? Purple vehicle-mounted rocket launcher blueprint. Only 2,000 contribution points. Crazy. Self-heating hot pot. Fresh mutated beast roast. Is this doomsday or paradise? Oh heavens. Do we only need to mine scrap iron and turn it into exchange for divine equipment? Brothers, don't block me. Ooh, I will go fight for the guild. I want to earn contribution points. To live, I belong to the Hongling Guild. Ooh, to die, I become a ghost of the Hongling Guild. The frenzy and zeal of 100,000 people coalesced into an unimaginably terrifying faith. Lu Yuan heard the chimes in his ear, felt the invisible power surge around him, and a smile split his face. 200,000. Unable to wait any longer, he opened his main cannon information panel. A cerulean glow screen unfolded before his eyes. Current main cannon type, Death God Explosive Collapse Cannon. Current base attack 1,550, soul extraction 20,000, talent bonus. Enhancement bonus 350. Current penetration 25. Effects black hole, pull, reality defying, otherworldly flames, soul extraction. 20,000 points of talent bonus. A total base attack power of 21550. Even counting the 350 enhancement of 5-fold charge and Tyrant's Fury's 10-fold damage, the absurd statistics looked capable of blasting a mountainside with a single shot. Lu Yuan felt a surge of blood boiling, his fists itching. He could hardly wait to find some unsuspecting target to test the power with a single shot. At that moment, Lin Zihao's private chat message popped up, a rare gravity in his voice. Boss, the situation has changed. Just ahead, 20 kilometers along the highway, a vast monster stronghold has appeared. It's a mutated insect nest spanning the entire highway's main thoroughfare. Lin Zihao swallowed his tone, laced with fear. The Wolf Alliance remnants we cornered have gathered more than 2,000 vehicles trying to rush through. In the end, fewer than 200 made it through alive. The highway is now littered with their vehicle wreckage. My radar scans show they're all high-tier mutations with at least 2 level 40 boss monsters inside. Boss, the front is completely blocked. Should we take a detour or push through? A level 40 boss monster. Could we wipe out a 2,000 vehicle external zone convoy? Lu Yuan in the cockpit felt no fear at all. His eyes glittered and he broke into a grin. It was as if sleep itself had sent him a pillow. He had been worrying just now about where to find a worthy target to test his power. Dieter. Lu Yuan sneered, yanking the throttle to the max. The Tyrant engine roared with a deafening, earth-shaking cry. In my dictionary, there is no word for deter. His voice, brimming with brutality and excitement, boomed across the guild's all-frequency broadcast to all 200,000 members. Sound the order, the army advances at full speed. Today, I will dedicate a level 40 boss to the heavens. All 200,000 red-painted armored war vehicles roared in unison, engines thundering. The ground trembled, and the desert sands were torn asunder. A torrent of red steel powerful enough to crush all rolled toward the terrifying mutated insect nest with unstoppable momentum. 200,000 crimson-painted armored war chariots kicked up a billowing trail of dust stretching for kilometers across the boundless wilderness. The earth trembled beneath them. As this terrifying crimson torrent of steel advanced to within 2 kilometers of the mutated insect nest, Lu Yuan issued the combat directive through the guild channel. All members hear my command. Deploy our formation right here along the 2-kilometer perimeter. Scout and blade units disperse immediately and form a circular blockade, looking at the repulsive insect nest ahead, which lay across the center of the highway like a colossal mountain of flesh. Lu Yuan's lips curled into a cruel sneer. Today not a single monster emerging from this nest shall escape. I want them all cornered and slaughtered within this 2-kilometer boundary. Upon hearing their leader's command, the blood of the 200,000 guild players instantly boiled. Understood. We won't let even a single fly slip through. Disperse, brothers. Cast the net and start the hunt. The army of 200,000 rapidly established an impenetrable steel blockade around the perimeter of the nest. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, driving the Red Wolf heavy tank alone, unleashed an earth-shattering roar from the engine as he continued to crush his way forward. A single chariot charging the formation. As the war machine drew closer, the mutated insect nest ahead seemed to sense a colossal provocation. The repulsive tumors on its surface began to squirm violently. Roar! Accompanied by 2 ear-piercing shrieked howls, 2 mutated giant centipedes, their massive bodies comparable to heavy trucks and covered in dark green rigid carapaces, abruptly burst out from the depths of the nest. Level 40 Lord monsters. Abyssal poison-armored centipedes. These 2 behemoths brandished hundreds of sickle-like claws, opening their gaping maws, dripping with highly acidic mucus as they lunged directly toward the Red Wolf tank. Staring at the 2 massive purplish-red blips on the radar, in the past encountering such level 40 Lord monsters would have required him to charge his attack for at least a few minutes to guarantee a one-hit kill. But now, Lu Yuan glanced at the absurdly high base attack power of 21550 points on his status panel. To deal with you 2 bugs, I still need to charge my attack. That would be an absolute insult to my 200,000 guild brothers. Without even touching the charge button, Lu Yuan locked onto his targets and slammed down the fire key. Tyrant's Fury. Boom. There was no lengthy convergence of energy, only the purest, most ultimate outpouring of violence. The Reaper's explosive flame collapse cannon erupted with a world-destroying monochrome black and white beam. A base attack of 21550 points amplified by a 350 reinforcement bonus, and further multiplied by the 10-fold damage boost of Tyrant's Fury. Even a mere basic attack unleashed a heaven-defying 75450 points of damage. Those 2 level 40 Lord monsters, which had been brandishing their claws so arrogantly just a moment ago, did not even have time to make a dodging motion. Sizzle. It was like snowflakes falling onto a red-hot iron plate. The moment they made contact with the Reaper's beam, the massive abyssal poison-armored centipedes, along with the rigid carapaces they took such pride in, were instantly vaporized on the spot. Their remaining severed halves crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, utterly dead. An instant kill. Pure numerical dominance. Ding. Defeated level 40 Lord monsters, X2, above your level. Obtained massive experience. Obtained high-tier metal chests, X4. Listening to the crisp system prompts, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow in satisfaction. Although the 2 gatekeeper bosses had been instantly vaporized, the colossal main body of the insect nest remained completely intact. Thousands of low-level mutated insects around level 10 were surging frantically out of the nest cavities like a tide. Don't let these small fry dirty my main cannon. Lu Yuan's hands blurred across the control console. Electrostorm carpet bombing mode. Instantly, the 6-barrel rotary cannon atop the vehicle began to spin frantically. The eerie blue metallic whip of fire swept through the insect tide like the Reaper's scythe. Violent electrical currents exploded within the swarm, while hundreds of minor monsters were torn to shreds under the barrage of armor-piercing rounds, splashing green bodily fluids all over the ground. In just 2 short minutes, a massive vacuum zone was completely cleared on the highway in front of the nest. Lu Yuan retracted the cannon barrel and blew a whistle in the guild channel. All clear. Boys, get in there and sweep the battlefield. These words were like opening the floodgates of hell. Charge. For contribution points. The 200,000 Red Wolf players who had been waiting on the perimeter instantly descended into absolute madness. With bloodshot eyes, they brandished wrenches, chainsaws, fire axes, and butcher knives, charging into the ruins of the insect nest like maniacs. Holy crap. Brothers, look. This bug's carapace can actually be salvaged for high-tier alloys. A burly man from the combat engineer unit wielding a sledgehammer shouted in excitement. For real, damn. This poison gland can refine into biofuel. 1 liter of fuel can be traded for 5 contribution points. We're rich. We're rich. Holy cow, don't crush this giant grub. The system says its inner flesh can be refined into high-protein food. Damn. Today we're definitely having an insect meat barbecue. The massive mutated insect nest instantly transformed into a giant self-service processing plant for 200,000 fanatical players. The roar of chainsaws, the clanging of hammers, and the shouting matches over the carcass of a single bug echoed across the entire wilderness. It was like a plague of locusts, leaving absolutely nothing behind. In the darkest corners of the deep ruins, a few small mutated bugs that had luckily survived the cannon sweep and hadn't had time to crawl out of the nest huddled together, shivering uncontrollably. They watched the crowd of humans outside, whose eyes glowed with a green frenzy. They watched their kin being skillfully disemboweled, skinned, and drained of fuel by these humans who had even set up barbecue grills on the spot. Though the intelligence of these low-level bugs was minimal at this moment, they felt an unprecedented, deep-seated terror. They were scared out of their wits, leaving a trail of green fluids shivering onto the ground. Who exactly was the cold-blooded, brutal insect race here? These humans clearly resembled the insect swarm far more than they did. Meanwhile, at this very moment, on a wilderness high ground 5 kilometers away from the nest, over 100 battered armored off-road vehicles were parked. This remnant force had barely escaped with their lives from the pursuit of the Red Wolf Guild and the jaws of the insects. The minor alliance leader who had luckily survived gasped heavily for air, turning back to pick up his binoculars. He wanted to see how those 200,000 Red Wolf players were being completely engulfed and devoured by the sea of insects. After all, that was a death line even they could not cross. However, when he looked through the binoculars and saw clearly what was happening over at the nest, this outlaw who had lived his life on the edge felt a chill rise from the depths of his soul, instantly freezing the blood in his veins. He saw the 2 invincible lord monsters vaporized in an instant by a single beam of light. He saw the insect nest breached. Worse still, he saw those 200,000 players wielding all kinds of tools, frantically dissecting the terrifying insects as if performing live vivisections. Some were even grilling insect meat while pointing in the direction of their escape, as if staring at another walking platter of contribution points. Clang! The binoculars slipped from his trembling hands, crashing heavily onto the floor of the vehicle. The minor leader's legs gave out, and he broke down in tears on the spot. They're crazy. They are all freaking lunatics. Scrambling frantically toward the driver's seat, he slammed his foot onto the accelerator and let out a heart-wrenching shriek into the walkie-talkie. Run, drive. Don't let those perverted lunatics behind us catch up. They are 10,000 times more terrifying than the insects. Beside the ruins of the mutated insect nest at the 2,820-kilometer mark of the highway, the level 40 Lord Monster, the abyssal poison-armored centipede, whose massive body resembled a towering mountain, now lay miserably sprawled across the road. Its upper body, once shielded by a rigid carapace, had been completely obliterated into nothingness by Yuan's devastating blast. The remaining half of its mangled carcass lay collapsed on the ground, its oozing green blood corroding the asphalt below. Players from the Blade unit were wielding wrenches and axes, enthusiastically dismantling the high-grade alloy carapace. Meanwhile, a player named Ma Qingsong from the logistics unit stood staring blankly at the snow-white centipede meat. Ma Qingsong, nicknamed Lao Ma, was a top-tier state banquet chef before transmigrating, and his awakened talent was related to god-tier cooking. He squatted down and pressed his finger against the snow-white tender meat. Suddenly, a golden notification popped up on his system panel. Ding. Lord-tier biological tissue detected. The blood of this creature is highly toxic, but its residual toxins have become inactive and will completely decompose at temperatures above 100 degrees Celsius. The meat will become completely non-toxic and contain extremely high energy. Lao Ma's eyes instantly lit up with astonishing brilliance. This is good stuff, absolute top-tier stuff. Without another word, he drew a gleaming butcher knife from his back. With a swift and precise strike, he carved a wash-basin-sized chunk of white meat from the centipede's abdomen. Setting up a charcoal fire and a wire grill, Lao Ma sliced the meat into thin, even pieces and placed them onto the glowing red-hot iron mesh. Sizzle, accompanied by the delightful crackle of rendering fat, and aroma so rich and dominant that it was almost overbearing, burst forth in an instant. Lao Ma stared at the meat slices as they gradually turned golden brown and slightly charred his atoms, apple bobbing heavily. He picked up a slice with his chopsticks and carefully placed it into his mouth. In an instant, Lao Ma froze on the spot, as if struck by lightning. His eyes widened in shock. An unprecedented savory umami danced wildly across the tip of his tongue. The meat was springy and firm. The moment he bit down, it felt as though an infinite amount of flavorful juice exploded inside his mouth. Holy crap! Lao Ma slapped his thigh hard, his voice trembling with sheer ecstasy. This flavor. It's actually more delicious than the finest deep-sea lobster. No, comparing this to lobster is an insult to Lord-tier meat. I've been cooking for 30 years, and I have never tasted meat this delicious. He turned around and waved frantically at the brothers who were still dismantling the carapace nearby. Brothers, delicacy. This is an absolute delicacy. Trust me, as long as this meat is heated to 100 degrees A, the toxins are completely gone. The texture is simply unbeatable. Help me carve more meat quickly, we're having a feast tonight. Coming, brother. Without a second thought, dozens of nearby players rushed forward with a roar. The boss gave the word, everyone gets a share. Quick, quick, quick. This white meat is mine. Careful with the blood. Bleed it first, then cut it. In an instant, the entire 2,800-kilometer stretch of the highway transformed into a massive open-air barbecue. Bonfires blazed, and the rich lobster-like aroma drifted across a 10-mile radius on the wild winds of the wilderness. My attributes. A member of the Blade unit who was greedily devouring the roasted meat suddenly shrieked, nearly dropping the chunk of meat in his hands. My strength attribute has increased by a full 5 points. Me too. My attack power increased by 6 points. A permanent increase. Who would have thought that eating Lord-tier meat could actually boost our attributes? Word spread like wildfire, and the entire Red Wolf Guild erupted into a frenzy. At this moment, all 200,000 members fell into a wild celebration, with everyone frantically carving and roasting meat. This was not just a feast, but a massive guild-wide attribute upgrade. Meanwhile, a convoy of independent players fleeing from Sector C-67 passed by on the highway. Screech. The driver and independent lackey slammed on the brakes and leaned over the steering while sniffing the air desperately. Boss, do you smell that? Holy crap, where is that lobster aroma coming from? He pointed toward the brightly lit guild camp ahead, his voice trembling. Damn it, look. It's those bastards from the Red Wolf Guild. They're having another open-air barbecue. Damn it, this time it actually smells like lobster. The independent boss in the back seat swallowed hard. He watched the Sector C-72 players not far away laughing loudly with grease dripping from their mouths, and then looked down at the hard, moldy black bread in his own hand, something that in the past even dogs wouldn't eat. A bitter wave of despair washed over his heart. Don't look. I want to eat it too. With a trembling hand, the boss broke off a small piece of the moldy bread and handed it to his lackey. Eat it. Keep it in your mouth without chewing, it'll help you last a bit longer. The lackey took the bread, his eyes burning red. Meanwhile, the 100,000 newly joined rookies had been eating their dry rations very sparingly just yesterday. Yet by noon today they had eaten until they were stuffed, and by evening they were feasting directly on Lord-tier meat. In the regional Super Channel high-definition photos of the lobster steaks began flooding the chat. Join the guild at noon, of feasting by evening. Follow Boss Red Wolf and live the good life. This lobster flavor is so authentic. Image sizzling tender white Lord-tier steak image system notification screenshot showing increased attribute points. Seeing these posts, the netizens in the world channel instantly lost their minds. Please, I beg you, upgrade the guild quickly. I want to join and eat lobster too. Stop posting. I'm chewing on tree bark right now. If you keep posting, I'm going to kill myself. A cold wind swept across a small hill 200 kilometers away. Over 100 battered off-road vehicles were speeding down the dark highway like headless flies. They were the sole surviving remnants of the wolf hunting alliance. Screech. Suddenly the lead-armed pickup truck let out a harsh engine sputter, spewing a cloud of black smoke before completely breaking down. Following closely behind was a series of sudden screeches as 3 or 4 more vehicles died by the roadside, completely out of fuel. Boss, we're out of gas. The blonde driver was drenched in sweat, desperately pounding on the dashboard. Sitting in the passenger seat, Ego, the leader of the remnants, had eyes webbed with crimson blood vessels, standing on the very brink of a mental breakdown. He glanced at the fuel gauge, then back at the dozens of vehicles trailing behind. In their current situation, the remaining fuel was far from enough to escape. Ego turned his head toward the back seat. Lying there was a blood-soaked man, his cousin, who was currently burning with a high fever from an infected wound, continuously muttering for water. Brother. Thirsty. Give me. Water. Ego stared intently at the remaining half bottle of murky, dirty water at his waist. This half bottle of water was his own hope of survival. Ego's gaze turned incredibly ruthless in an instant. Ignoring his cousin, he pulled out the pistol from his waist. Bang! A dull gunshot rang out. He ended his own cousin's life without a shred of hesitation. If we carry the severely wounded, everyone dies. Ego coldly pushed open the car door and bellowed at the few vehicles behind that still had their engines running. Kill all engines. Siphon all the remaining fuel and concentrate it into these 10 bulletproof vehicles. The moment those words left his mouth, the already tense convoy of remnants instantly erupted. By what right? That's my car. Are you trying to abandon your brothers to die? Ego's response was a wild spray of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. Several players who had led the protest instantly collapsed into pools of blood. Whoever holds the gun is the boss. Resources are scarce right now. If you can't survive, then just go and die. On the desolate wasteland, former brothers began to slaughter one another. To fight over the last few liters of gasoline, to snatch half a piece of moldy bread, this pack of stray dogs fell completely into a frenzy of mutual destruction. Once the gunfire ceased, Ego, having robbed his teammates, curled up exhaustedly in his car. Gulp gulp. He downed a half bottle of murky water in one go. Ego opened his system panel. Countless messages popped up in the public channel. Staring at the screen filled with photos of tender, succulent white meat, and then looking down at the dried biscuit in his hand, he gnashed his teeth in bitter hatred. The Red Wolf Guild. We really cannot afford to offend these maniacs anymore. Ego coldly shut down the screen and turned to look at his men beside him. Since we can't rob Red Wolf, we will hunt down all players outside of Sector C-72. Who told them to be so easy to bully? Who told them to have no boss protecting them? In this cruel wilderness, weakness itself is the ultimate sin. The merger of Super Zone C4 did not bring about the anticipated integration of civilizations. Instead, it transformed this barren wilderness into a literal Azura field. With people from 20 major zones crammed together, resources remained stagnant. Except for the fiercely united Zone C-72, where everyone feasted in luxury, the other zones were currently enduring their darkest hours since the advent of the survival game. Along the 2,750-kilometer stretch, dust billowed across the highway. A battered Jeep hurtled frantically down the road, its engine roaring under an unbearable strain. Surrounding the Jeep, over a dozen red-named bandits rode roaring motorcycles clinging to their tail like bone-deep venom. Accelerating closer, they swung iron chains and steel pipes, slamming them heavily against the Jeep's chassis with dull, resounding thuds. Stop! Pull the hell over right now. The leading red-named brute roared at the vehicle with a sadistic grin, twisting his throttle to the limit. Hand over the supplies and that woman, and I'll let you live. Keep running, and we'll ram you and your car right off the cliff. Inside the Jeep, the driver's face was deathly pale. His hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly that his knuckles had turned white from the sheer tension. Brother, we can't stop. If we stop, we're finished. In the back seat, a young girl cowered in the corner, clutching a metal safe tightly to her chest. That safe held all the possessions they had risked their lives to salvage from the ruins, including a blue armor blueprint they had just acquired. Tears streamed down the girl's face, her eyes wide with terror. Brother, they're catching up, the glass is about to shatter. The male player leading them sat in the passenger seat and glanced back. The side windows were already webbed with dense cracks from the steel pipes, and the bandits were trying to hook their axles with grappling chains. Damn it, we can't shake these beasts. The male player's voice was hoarse. He knew all too well that the mercy promised by these red-named bandits was utter lies. The moment they stopped, the men would be slaughtered on the spot, while the woman and the supplies would be ruthlessly plundered. Yet under this high-intensity pursuit, they were rapidly approaching their limits. Meanwhile, in the world, channel players from Zone C, 72 were still cheerfully flaunting their wealth. Pictures of plump, tender Lord-tier centipede meat alongside steaming hot broths continuously flooded the screen. Seeing these messages, the male player's eyes suddenly lit up. He sharply noticed the coordinate trail of the posting player. It was at the 2,820-kilometer mark, and his current position was at the 2,750-kilometer mark. The distance between them was a mere 70 kilometers. This meant the main force of the Red Wolf Guild was nearby. Like a drowning man grasping at a straw, he decided to take a gamble. Rapidly scrolling through the guild list, he found Lin Zaheo at the very top, and sent a trembling plea for help. Vice President Lin, help. Coordinates 2750, we are being hunted by over a dozen motorcycles. I have supplies. I'm willing to hand over all the metal blocks in my inventory, as well as this blue armor blueprint I just opened. I beg of you. As long as we survive, everything is yours. At that moment, sitting in the command vehicle, Lin Zaheo was scrolling through his screen. He received thousands of desperate, distressed PMs like this every day. These solo players, cornered and desperate, offered increasingly exorbitant prices. As Lin Zaheo stared at the messages, his furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He keenly sensed a massive business opportunity hidden behind these pleas for help. Lin Zaheo walked briskly toward the Red Wolf tank and tapped on its heavy armor. Boss, I have a guaranteed highly lucrative business proposal I'd like to discuss with you. Yuan pushed open the hatchet, toothpick dangling from his mouth, looking perfectly relaxed. Speak. Lin Zaheo displayed the cluttered distress messages on the holographic screen. Boss, look, the outside world is in absolute chaos right now. These solo players are targeted by the Wolf Hunting Alliance or other bandits. They can't run, and they can't win a fight. The offers they're making are incredibly tempting. Some are even willing to surrender their entire fortunes just to stay alive. Yuan raised an eyebrow. So you're saying we should play savior? No, we're doing business. A shrewd light gleamed in Lin Zaheo's eyes. Our guild has expanded to 200,000 members, half of whom are raw recruits who just joined. Even though we upgraded their vehicles last night, many of them completely lack actual combat experience, and their coordination is still clumsy. I was thinking we could establish a dedicated external service, specifically taking on bodyguarding or mercenary hit jobs. Yuan caught the drift and gestured for him to continue. Lin Zaheo grew increasingly excited as he spoke. As long as a player offers reasonable compensation, we dispatch the nearest Blade Squad to lead a team over and wipe out the bandits cornering them. This way we can legitimately claim the supplies offered by the distress callers and simultaneously harvest loot drops from those bandits. Most importantly, it will hone the coordination and combat effectiveness of our 200,000-strong army. This kind of live-fire training is infinitely faster for boosting stats than sitting around here eating barbecue. Hearing this, Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. He patted Lin Zaheo on the shoulder. Zaheo, you are a born businessman. I've already thought of a name for this service. Let's call it DD Strike. In less than 3 minutes, a pinned announcement released by the Red Wolf Guild instantly set the entire Super Zone channel ablaze. Official announcement from Red Wolf Guild: starting today, the DD Strike service is officially open. We accept red name elimination, monster clearing, supply escorts, vengeance seeking, and all other forms of violent services. As long as the compensation is fair, send your coordinates, and the Red Wolf chariots will arrive at the battlefield in the shortest time possible to physically purge all targets for you. Red Wolf product. Guaranteed quality. DD Strike. Mission accomplished. The moment this message was posted, the distress callers across the entire zone went absolutely wild. Order placed. I've placed my order. Coordinates 2560, I'm offering 200 metal blocks. Someone get over here quick. I've placed an order too. I'll give 2 bottles of high-grade lubricant. Help me. Meanwhile, on the highway, the red-named brute was just about to swing his hook to snag the Jeep's rear wheel. He suddenly saw the male player, whose face had been filled with utter despair moments ago, turn around and flash him a bizarre ecstatic grin. What the hell are you laughing at? Lost your mind, the brute mocked loudly. The male player wiped the smear of blood from his face, a fierce look of impending vengeance gleaming in his eyes. I'm laughing because you beasts are about to die. I just placed an order on DD Strike. Boom. On the distant horizon, 10 crimson silhouettes of war chariots accompanied by the roaring fury of their engines kicked up billowing trails of smoke across the wilderness as they hurtled madly in this direction. The battered jeep had been driven to the very edge of the road, its paintwork sparking as steel pipes and chains rained blows upon it. The red-named brute's face twisted into a ferocious grimace as he twisted the motorcycle throttle with mad intensity. He had already raised his modified crossbow cannon poised to deliver the final blow to this fat sheep. Boom. At that moment, 10 towering plumes of dust erupted from an earthen ridge on the flank of the wilderness. The earth trembled and the roar of engines drew near, drowning out the motorcycle's din in the blink of an eye. The red-named thugs turned in astonishment. 10 heavy off-road vehicles coated in blinding red paint and armored with third-tier heavy plating emerged, like crimson war gods charging from the depths of hell, crashing into the battlefield with ferocious determination. Blade Team's 17th Squad dispatched to the scene. The voice emanating from the vehicle's loudspeaker was cold and utterly devoid of emotion. I don't care who the hell you are. Die if you block the way, the red-named brute roared, instinctively spinning his motorcycle around to use its agility to dodge aside. But he had clearly underestimated the murderous intent of this crimson convoy. The rooftop machine guns on those 10 red war vehicles swiftly acquired their targets, unleashing a relentless barrage that immediately swept across the fan-shaped zone ahead. Rat-tat-tat-tat. The thunderous gunfire echoed across the wilderness, a display of pure unbridled firepower suppression. The motorcycles at the forefront, upon contact with the hail of bullets, shattered like porcelain vases struck by a heavy hammer. Along with their riders, they were torn apart into flying fragments of metal and crimson mist. 3 minutes. That was all it took. Within a kilometer of highway, every red-named combatant lay dead save for the trembling white jeep. The dozen or so motorcycles that had been so arrogant mere moments ago were now nothing but twisted, smoking wreckage scattered across the highway. Click. The door of the lead red war vehicle swung open, and a man clad in red combat gear, bearing the Crimson Wolf Guild insignia embroidered on his chest, stepped down with practiced efficiency. He strode directly to the jeep and tapped his knuckles against the cracked glass. Mission complete. Payment please. The female player seated in the back, her face drained of color, extended the metal lockbox with trembling hands. Inside lay 200 metal ingots and a blue-tier armor schematic. The Blade Team captain accepted the materials and tapped "Order complete" on the system panel. Pleasure doing business. Place your next order anytime. With that, he flipped back into the vehicle. The 10 war vehicles didn't even bother with farewells. Their engines roared to life once more as they sped toward the next coordinate without pause. All 3 occupants of the jeep watched dazed as the crimson convoy receded into the distance, taking several moments to fully register what had just transpired, before they could even exhale in relief. From behind, several weathered but powerfully engineered trucks rolled slowly into view. With a clatter, the doors swung open. Over a dozen middle-aged men and women hopped down from the trucks, each wielding oversized wrenches, crowbars, and cutting torches, chatting casually about what to eat for dinner. "Oh, the suspension on this motorcycle is shot. What a waste. Let's move quickly. We've got several more cleanup jobs waiting ahead. Scrap it." Under the horrified gaze of the 3 jeep occupants, these middle-aged workers displayed a level of professionalism that surpassed even the combat teams. A crowbar wedged and a wrench turned. 5 minutes. That was all it took. Within 5 minutes, the wreckage of those dozen motorcycles was stripped down until not a single screw remained. The once brutal battlefield was left spotless. The jeep driver swallowed hard, his voice raspy with awe. "I always wondered how the Crimson Wolf Guild grew so massive. So this is how the game is actually played. I couldn't pull that off. Seriously, I couldn't." That night, similar scenes of carnage unfolded across the entire Super C4 zone. 5 red-named off-road vehicles, their bodies studded with steel spikes, were funneling a refugee convoy into a dead end at the cliff's edge. The red-named thugs had barely raised their machetes before their threats could leave their lips. From the dunes ahead, 8 heavily armored vehicles painted red launched straight into the air. Trails of sapphire blue fire tore through the night sky. 3 minutes of bombardment, sending souls to the afterlife by force. 5 minutes for the logistics team to move and stripping both men and vehicles down to raw parts. 3,000 kilometers of ruins. Wild Dog, leader of the surviving remnants of the Wolf Hunt Alliance, along with a dozen or so of his remaining men, had a lone van surrounded. His eyes bloodshot, he sneered as he raised the pistol stained with his own cousin's blood, eager to indulge in another massacre. But before he could pull the trigger, from the darkness flanking the position, 3 blinding red headlights snapped on. Rattling gunfire shattered the silent night. Thick armor-piercing rounds swept over Wild Dog's off-road vehicle like a reaper's scythe. Boom. The vehicle detonated into a towering fireball amid the hail of bullets. This gang leader, who had only recently preyed on his own allies, never even managed to scream before reducing to a charred heap of flesh among the rubble. Dee-dee-da-da, mission accomplished. Through the night, countless desperate white-named players witnessed what true dimensional superiority looked like. As long as the supplies were paid, the Red War vehicles would arrive as promised. They watched with their own eyes as those once arrogant bandits were mercilessly reaped like weeds in a field by the Crimson Wolf Guild. Eliminate, dismantle, clean up. This seamless, no-hassle full-service operation completely shattered everyone's understanding of the Super C4 zone. Those red-named thugs who had once terrorized the area could never have dreamed. With the DD Data service fully rolling out, they had fallen from hunters commanding life and death into nothing more than mobile vaults and bonus point packages in the eyes of the Crimson Wolf Guild. At midnight, as the last contingent of Blade Team War vehicles completed their DD Data assignments and slowly returned to base, the bloody wilderness loud throughout the night finally found a moment's respite. Inside, the Crimson Wolf Guild's encampment lights burned bright. Tens of thousands of guild members gathered around campfires, their faces glowing with unmistakable joy and flush. They were tallying the evening's spoils. This job tonight netted me 300 metal ingots straight. That's nothing. Our crew just scrapped a red-named heavy truck, and high-grade engine parts alone went for 200 contribution points. Following Boss Red Wolf was the smartest move I ever made. We used to be lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Now we're the scythes doing the reaping. Amid this jubilant atmosphere filled with the clinking of counted supplies, a cold, monumental mechanical voice suddenly echoed from the sky. Ding. Congratulations to all players, surviving another day. Now tallying survival rates and remaining populations across all zones. Super C1 Zone 100 surviving players. Super C2 Zone 100 surviving players. Super C3 Zone 800 surviving players. Super C4 Zone 200 surviving players. Inside the Crimson Wolf Tank's command center, Yuan was reviewing scrolling supply data when the announcement reached him. His hand froze mid-motion. Super C1 Zone. Only 100 survivors. How did so many perish? Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. He thought of the woman named Xia Li, recalling the sleeping beauty who had once fought alongside him. Proud, tsundere, and fiercely competitive. That woman Xia Li. What in the world is she up to? Yuan frowned, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. With her capabilities, surely nothing would go wrong, right? Super C1 Zone, the 2,000-kilometer stretch. The sky was gloomy to the extreme, with howling winds carrying freezing rain that relentlessly washed over the devastated ruins. Unlike the C72 Zone, where everyone was progressing and living in abundance, the Super C1 Zone at this moment had completely transformed into a meat grinder of flesh and blood. An ordinary man's innocence is no shield when he possesses a treasure. In the Atlantis map, under the cover of Yuan, the girls of the Baisho Guild had successfully evacuated a massive amount of epic and even legendary top-tier resources. This incident drove all the players from other areas in the entire Super Zone completely mad with envy. The moment the zones merged, a joint campaign to encircle and suppress the Baisho Guild erupted with a roar. A total of 19 top-tier red-named guilds from various zones formed a terrifying allied army numbering over 300,000. And the mastermind behind it all was none other than the top bully of the C4 Zone, the Butcher. He was the one who had been sent flying by the Red Wolf tank in Atlantis, but had somehow managed to survive. This malicious psychopath used the wealth of the Baisho Guild as bait, successfully igniting the boundless greed of the 19 zones. In just 2 short days, the defenses of the Baisho Guild were breached, and their defensive lines collapsed entirely. The massive guild, which originally boasted 10,000 members, suffered devastating casualties under the onslaught of 300,000 red-named thugs. Now fewer than 100 survivors remained, struggling to hold on. Deep within the ruins, inside a hidden and damp natural cave, the air was thick with the heavy scent of blood and the pungent odor of burnt engine oil. Xia Li leaned against the cold, damp rock wall, panting heavily. The sexy white shirt she wore had long been stained a shocking dark crimson by fresh blood. Her breathtakingly beautiful face was covered in dust and blood, and her dry, cracked lips bled slightly. Beside her, the mechanical white tiger that had once been so majestic was now also covered in wounds. Large patches of the white tiger's alloy armor had fallen off, exposing its intricate internal wiring. Short-circuiting electrical sparks flickered intermittently, accompanied by its weak, low whimpers. Guild leader. A core guild officer named Chun Li limped over to Xia Li's side. She held out half a cup of turbid rainwater and offered it to her. Have some water. You haven't closed your eyes for 2 whole days and nights. Xia Li did not take the cup. She shook her head wearily and tried to force herself to stand, but her legs suddenly gave way, and she collapsed heavily back onto the rock. She was utterly exhausted. 48 consecutive hours of high-intensity breakthroughs and slaughter had completely drained her physical strength and energy. Although her sleeping beauty talent was heaven-defying, allowing her to permanently increase her attributes simply by sleeping. The most fatal weakness of this talent lay in the fact that it required her to enter a state of deep sleep to take effect. Yet in this desperate situation, surrounded on all sides and hunted like rabid dogs by 300,000 players, if she dared to close her eyes for more than 10 minutes, the thugs outside would slaughter all the sisters under her command. She simply did not dare to sleep. Xia Li glanced at her system panel. Her vision was already growing blurry. On the panel, the mental value column was flashing a dangerous red light frantically. Current mental value, 35. Warning, mental value is too low. The player is currently in a state of mild hallucination. Please rest immediately. It felt as though countless steel needles were churning wildly deep inside her mind. The intense migraine made Xia Li gasp in pain. She could even hear from time to time the agonizing screams of the guild sisters who had perished during their escape. Have we still not established contact with the other scattered teams? Xiaoli bit the tip of her tongue, using the sharp pain to force herself to stay conscious. Chun-Li lowered her head, her eyes flickering slightly as she spoke in a hoarse voice. No, the external communications have been completely jammed by the butcher's men. They are searching the ruins one by one. In 30 minutes at most they will find this cave. Hearing the name, the butcher, a chilling killing intent instantly erupted from Xia Li's bloodshot beautiful eyes. That disgusting beast. If she hadn't been trying to cover the retreat of her sisters, she would have had no trouble escaping on her own. With trembling fingertips, Xia Li tapped open the vehicle component interface. Beastification cooling down. Remaining time 20 minutes. Staring at the slowly ticking countdown, Xia Li took a deep breath, her expression cold and resolute. Beside her, Chun-Li noticed Xia Li's expression. Seeming to guess what she was thinking, she advised with worry. But guild leader, your mental value is too low. If you force the activation of beastification, you risk completely losing your sanity. I don't care about that anymore. Xia Li clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms until they bled. She would rather turn into a mindless beast than let herself and her sisters fall into the hands of a psychopath like the butcher. That would be a hell 10,000 times more terrifying than death. Chun-Li. Xia Li leaned weakly against the rock wall, her voice so faint it seemed as if it would drift away with the wind at any moment. Take a few uninjured sisters and guard the cave entrance. I must seize these last 20 minutes to close my eyes and take a brief nap to recover a bit of my mental value. As soon as the cooldown for beastification is over, I will personally draw the butcher away. You all must take that chance to run toward the 3,000-kilometer stretch. Chun-Li nodded and obediently stepped back. Don't worry, guild leader. Leave the entrance to me. Xia Li could finally hold on no longer, and she slowly closed her heavy eyes. The moment her consciousness drifted into darkness. By some strange trick of the mind, the image of that man driving a blood-red tank with a money-grubbing smile flashed across her thoughts. Lu Yuan. If only you were here. These useless trash wouldn't even be able to withstand a single shot from your main cannon. A bitter self-deprecating smile touched the corner of Xia Li's lips. Unfortunately, that man was currently far away in the Super C4 zone. Distant water could not put out a nearby fire. And at the exact moment Xia Li fell completely asleep. Chun-Li, who had been walking toward the cave entrance with her head lowered, suddenly stopped in her tracks. She turned back to look at the defenseless Xia Li leaning against the rock wall. A chilling cold, and even somewhat frenzied, eerie smile slowly curled upon Chun-Li's lips. She silently drew a dagger coated in a deep green lethal poison from her bosom, as well as a military signal transmitter that was currently flashing with a faint light. Inside the dark cavern, only the faint sound of Xia Li's weak breathing echoed. This brief, 20-minute deep sleep was her absolute last saving grace. Yet the nightmare did not end simply because she closed her eyes. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy tread of combat boots on damp rocks slowly echoed from the entrance of the cave. Her guild sisters, who should have been guarding the entrance, made no sound of alarm. There were only the muffled squelches of blades tearing into flesh, followed by the heavy thuds of falling bodies. Xia Li's long eyelashes trembled violently. An instinct honed by years of walking the razor's edge between life and death forced her eyes wide open despite her utter exhaustion. Who was there? Xia Li bolted upright, her right hand instinctively reaching for the chain blade at her waist. But in the very next second, an agonizing pain violently erupted from her lower back. Sucking in a sharp breath, Xia Li collapsed helplessly onto the ground. She turned her head with immense difficulty. There stood Chun-Li, whom she had always trusted as her confidant, holding a reverse-gripped, eerie green dagger. The blade of the dagger had plunged entirely into Xia Li's lower back. The eerie green toxin surged furiously through the wound into her bloodstream, causing her already near-collapsed sanity to plummet once more. Warning: severe toxin corrosion detected. Sanity -10. Current sanity 25. Warning: you have entered a state of severe debility. All attributes reduced by 25. Chun-Li. Why? Xia Li clawed desperately at the ground, her fingernails scraping against the stone and leaving jarring streaks of blood. Her eyes were filled with disbelief, carrying a bone-chilling coldness born of betrayal by someone she held dear. Chun-Li's once innocent face now appeared incredibly cold under the dim firelight. She casually tossed aside the blood-stained dagger and let out a cold sneer. Why? Finally, I just want to survive. Those who understand the times are wise. What kind of life have we lived following you these past 3 days? Hiding and fleeing every day like stray dogs, unable to even get a clean drop of water. I have had enough of this life. Chun-Li pointed outside the cave, a pathological sanity gleaming in her eyes. I don't want to die here with you. Lord Butcher said that if I hand you over, not only will I get 10,000 metal blocks, but I will also become a core administrator of the new coalition. If you know what's good for you, don't move. This poison will prevent you from lifting even a single finger for the next hour. Just then, well done. A burst of utterly arrogant laughter echoed from outside the cave. Immediately after, a muscular giant nearly 2 meters tall, the butcher, walked into the cavern with a sinister grin. His bloodshot eyes instantly erupted with sickening greed and lust upon seeing Xia Li collapsed on the ground. Missed by we meet again. The butcher licked his thick lips and plunged his massive cleaver into the ground with a backhand motion. He strode up to Xia Li, extending a filthy, calloused hand to violently grab her fair chin. In Atlantis, weren't you incredibly proud? Didn't that man driving the tank protect you fiercely, eh? With a violent fling from the butcher, Xia Li's fragile body crashed against the rock wall, letting out a muffled groan. And the result? Aren't you still kneeling before me, panting like a dog? The butcher threw his arms wide and roared at the red-named players flooding the cave entrance behind him. Brothers, look, this is the once insufferable president of the Baisho Guild. I'll take her first blood today and taste the flavor of this #1 beauty. The butcher let out a grating wicked laugh as he unbuckled his belt. We still have so many brothers here who have worked hard for days. Tonight, everyone gets a share. The surrounding red-named players burst into waves of coarse laughter and whistling. Thank you, boss. Haha, we've been dreaming of tasting President Bai's flavor. Don't kill her yet, the brothers are still waiting in line. Filthy words filled the entire cavern. Xia Li leaned helplessly against the rock wall, her vision starting to blur. The severe poison ran rampant through her body. The agony of her consciousness being forcibly stripped away combined with the clamor of the scumbags before her filled her with an unprecedented sense of disgust and rage. She could accept death, but she could never accept being defiled by such beasts. Beasts? Xia Li gritted her teeth, squeezing the words out from between them. Oh, still have the strength to curse. The butcher chuckled, his large hand reaching straight for Xia Li's collar. I love stubborn ones like you the most. Let's see if your voice sounds just as sweet when you beg for mercy later. At this moment, the oppression reached its absolute peak. Despair, humiliation, agony. Xia Li's eyes, once as brilliant as the stars, were completely replaced by a flash of frenzied crimson. Rather than being defiled by such scum, rather than dying in such humiliation, she would rather become a machine that knew nothing but slaughter. System. Deep within her mind, Xia Li let out one last piercing shriek. Activate. Beastification. Ding. System detected. Player sanity is currently at 25 points, falling below the safe red line. Forcibly activating beastification in the current state. Risk assessment extremely high. Warning: forcible activation will result in complete loss of consciousness. The player will degenerate into an uncontrollable slaughter monster. Confirm activation. Looking at the butcher's putrid stench-emitting face so close to her own, a resolute and tragically beautiful smile played on the corner of Xia Li's lips. Confirm. Boom. In the next second, a terrifying, malevolent aura powerful enough to tear the very air apart violently erupted from this fragile woman's body. Boom. An indescribable violent aura of malice swept madly in all directions with Xia Li at the center. The stalactites at the top of the cave were shattered by this shockwave, breaking off and smashing into fine powder upon the ground. The butcher, who had been grinning lewdly and preparing to reach out, was forced back 5 or 6 steps by this terrifying power, the flesh on his face trembling violently. What's going on? Where did this bitch get such strength? The butcher roared in shock and disbelief. He was answered by an incredibly dull, grinding sound of bones rubbing together. Under the terrified gazes of everyone present, the mechanical white tiger that had been lying nearby let out one final piercing roar. Its metallic chassis disintegrated in an instant, transforming into countless silver-gleaming nanocomponents that surged frantically towards Xia Li. Ding. Detected that the player's mental value is currently at 15 points. Sanity is about to reach 0. Warning. Beastification mode has entered an uncontrollable berserk state. Beastification limit released. Killing instinct is taking over the brain. Xia Li's body contorted violently in midair. A silver metallic shell rapidly spread along her limbs, finally sprouting a row of chilling bone spikes along her spine. Those eyes, which had once been clear and cold, had now turned completely blood-red, devoid of any human emotion. Kill. A hoarse, low voice, sounding as if it came from the depths of hell, squeezed out of Xia Li's throat. Playing the devil. I'll cleave you in half. Staring into those blood-red eyes made the butcher's scalp tingle with fear. He roared wildly, swinging his massive, broad-bladed cleaver and hacking down viciously towards Xia Li's head. This strike was incredibly heavy and powerful enough to split a light armored vehicle. However, Xia Li merely raised her right hand slightly. Clang. A crisp ring echoed. The massive warblade was caught and held dead in midair by Xia Li's fingers, which were covered in silver scales. The butcher exerted all his strength only to find the cleaver completely motionless, as if welded to an anvil. This is fucking impossible. The butcher's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Xia Li tilted her head, her crimson gaze landing on Chun Li nearby. By this time, Chun Li had long since collapsed to the ground in terror. The promised bounty of 10,000 metal blocks seemed incredibly ironic at this moment. Gu, guild leader. Chun Li stammered, trembling. Without a moment's hesitation, the chain blade in Xia Li's left hand shot out instantly. Without any flashy movements, there was only a flash of cold light. Chun Li's terror-filled head flew high into the air and blood sprayed like a geyser onto the rocky walls of the cave. Until the moment she died, Chun Li never received the reward she had dreamed of. Kill. Xia Li turned her head and looked at the butcher. Fuck. Brothers charged together. Kill this monster. The butcher was completely panicked. He shoved the lackey beside him towards Xia Li, then scrambled and crawled toward the cave exit. The hundreds of red-named outlaws guarding the cave entrance raised their guns and fired. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. The dense rain of bullets struck Xia Li's silver scales, kicking up only sporadic sparks without leaving even a single white mark. Xia Li's figure vanished from the spot instantly. In the next second, she appeared right in the middle of the outlaws. F. The screams instantly tore through the dark night. Xiali transformed into a streak of bloody light. With every flash, several outlaws were brutally torn to shreds. 5 minutes. Merely 5 minutes. The more than 300 coalition elites at the entrance of the cavern had all been reduced to minced meat scattered across the ground. Xiali stood in the center of the pile of corpses drenched in blood, her breathtakingly beautiful face filled with a morbid madness. Ding. Current mental value 10. Sanity has completely snapped. Target identification system locked all moving life forms. Xiali suddenly snapped her head up, her crimson gaze piercing through layers of thick mist, locking dead onto the butcher, who was already fleeing frantically several kilometers away. Kill. Pushing off hard with her legs, the rock beneath her feet instantly shattered. Xiali's figure like a fired cannonball charged straight onto the pitch-black highway. This chase lasted for a full 1500 kilometers. From the 2000 kilometer mark to the 3500 kilometer mark, a suffocating bloody battle royale unfolded along this highway. The butcher sat inside the heavy armored vehicle, his eyes bloodshot and webbed with terrifying red veins. He had been driving for an entire night, without sleep, his right hand virtually welded to the steering wheel, while his left hand continuously poured high-concentration energy elixirs into his mouth. Under the extreme overload, the engine let out a mournful wail, and the cabin filled with a burnt smell, but he didn't dare to stop at all. He didn't even dare to slow down for a second. Because at the edge of the radar, dozens of kilometers behind him, that blackish-red mark of the Grim Reaper followed him like a shadow. That was Xiali. Over this journey of more than 1,000 kilometers, Xiali had completely transformed into an emotionless killing machine. She needed no sleep and required no supplies. Any vehicle that appeared in her line of sight, whether it was a coalition convoy or a passing solo player, was reduced to scrap metal beneath her silver chain blades. Along the way, Xiali tore through the defensive lines of over a dozen guilds. Like clearing weeds, she effortlessly disposed of batch after batch of players along the road, then continued to accelerate, biting hard on the butcher's heels. The distance between the two of them always remained at around dozens of kilometers. No matter how frantically the butcher accelerated or how he used obstacles to shake her off, that would always catch up in no time. The terror of death creeping closer inch by inch was driving the butcher insane. Damn it. What kind of monster is this bitch? The butcher roared as he stared at the nearly empty fuel tank. Just as he was on the verge of despair, a massive translucent light barrier that seemed to connect heaven and earth suddenly appeared at the end of the dark highway ahead. When the butcher drove into the light barrier, a prompt suddenly popped up on his system panel. Ding. Do you wish to enter the cross-zone racing track? Yes, no. The butcher froze for a moment, then, as if grasping at a lifesaver, a look of wild ecstasy erupted in his eyes. Confirm entry. Ha. I'm not meant to die today. Bye-bye, bitch. The space vibrated violently. The butcher, along with his vehicle, instantly vanished from the highway of the physical dimension. And behind him, that bloody streak of light carrying a sky-piercing murderous intent violently tore through the darkness. That night blood stained thousands of miles. The cross-district racing track. This was a unique stretch of road suspended in the void. The broad asphalt surface stretched to the very edge of the horizon, flanked on both sides by shimmering neon light curtains. Normally this place should have been filled with the roar of engines and frenzied speedsters. But now it was eerily quiet. Whoosh. The space warped violently as Tofu, along with his vehicle, slammed heavily onto the starting line. He slammed on the brakes, panting heavily. After confirming that the crimson figure behind him had not immediately followed his frayed nerves, finally eased slightly. Tofu instantly leaped out of the vehicle. He pulled a spare fuel canister from his system inventory and refueled the armored vehicle without a moment's pause. Having finished, he stood by the car door and stretched lazily. The bones across his body emitted a series of loud cracks. Ha ha ha. Tofu turned around, looking at the empty starting line behind him, a look of supreme arrogance spreading across his face. You crazy bitch. Keep acting wild. Keep chasing me. I dare you to cross dimensions and bite me. Having vented his terror, he climbed back into the driver's cabin, started the engine, and floored the accelerator. The armored vehicle tore down the track. Although this was a cross-district racing track where players from other regions should theoretically abound, Tofu drove for over 100 kilometers without seeing a single soul. Let alone racing opponents, not even a ghostly shadow was in sight. Not a single vehicle. Yet at this moment his mind was entirely consumed by the relief of survival, leaving him no room to ponder the abnormality of it all. Just as he let his guard down completely, and even fished out a crumpled cigarette preparing to light it, a sudden, blinding reflection flashed before his eyes. The abrupt glare stung his eyes intensely. Tofu slammed on the brakes and squinted forward. With just a single glance, Tofu was instantly drenched in cold sweat. Ahead lay a vast ocean of red. It stretched endlessly, blocking the wide track entirely. At a glance, this crimson expanse stretched for at least several kilometers. Damn it. What the hell is this? Damn it, could it be a special monster unique to this track? Tofu cursed loudly, his heart pounding furiously. But as he rubbed his eyes and looked closer once more, his brain short-circuited. What ocean of red? That wasn't water at all. It was a sea of vehicles painted in blinding crimson. All kinds of vehicles. Motorcycles, sedans, sports cars, off-road pickups, heavy trucks. At the very edge of the convoy there were even a few elderly mobility scooters painted red. Everything was red. This boundless expanse of crimson made Tofu's scalp tingle with dread. But what truly terrified him to his core was what lay at the end of that red ocean. A crimson tank massive as a hill stood squarely in the center of the track. Its dark, gaping main barrel was aimed dead on at him. The oppressive sensation, as if locked on by the grim Reaper himself, froze the blood in his veins. The Red Wolf Guild. These 3 words exploded in his mind. Right at that moment, something occurred that plunged him into absolute despair. From the space behind him, a wild, savage, beastly roar suddenly erupted. Rip! The space at the track's entrance was violently torn open. Biley, covered in silver scales with eyes of crimson, had actually pursued him all the way here. Damn it! Go to hell! Fuck! Tofu slammed his hands against the steering wheel, screaming in utter breakdown. Ahead, the tank army of the Red Wolf Guild blocked his path. Behind, a completely rampaging monster was hot on his heels. After a brief moment of despair, Tofu gritted his teeth. Compared to that mindless monster Biley, who would tear him to shreds, he would rather face the Red Wolf Guild ahead. At least those on the other side were players, and perhaps he could still kneel and beg for a way out. Steeling himself, he pressed down on the accelerator again and sped toward the crimson convoy. As the distance closed, the scene before him made his hair stand on end, a chill rushing straight to the crown of his head. The red vehicles were parked along the roadside, and thousands of players wearing red vests stood there in small groups. With half smiles on their faces, these people stared fanatically at the slowly approaching armored vehicle. Everyone held heavy weapons in their hands. Some carried large wrenches, others logging axes, and some crowbars. Not a single person spoke. They merely stared coldly at Tofu, weapons in their right hands, rhythmically tapping them against their left palms over and over. Clap, clap, clap. Innumerable dull thuds of metal striking flesh coalesced into a single sound. The thick, suffocating aura of ruthless gangsters was utterly overwhelming. Looking at these thugs who seemed ready to tear him apart and swallow him alive at any moment, Tofu's hands trembled violently on the steering wheel. He swallowed hard, his voice shaking. These guys. What? What the fuck do they want? On the cross-district racing track, the atmosphere grew eerie to the absolute extreme. Sitting inside his battered, heavy armored vehicle, Butcher stared at the endless sea of red vehicles stretching for kilometers ahead, cold sweat instantly drenching his back. Especially that blood-red heavy tank looming like a small mountain. The pitch-black barrel of its auxiliary cannon slowly and precisely adjusted, locked onto his vehicle's every movement. If he dared to make any sudden move, he would undoubtedly be blown into microscopic dust in an instant. Butcher swallowed hard, pushed the vehicle door open with trembling hands, raised them high, and forced himself to step out. Squeezing out a sycophantic smile that looked worse than weeping, he hunched his back and approached like a dog begging for mercy. Brothers. Just passing through. I'm only a bystander. At the very front of the Red Wolf faction, Lin Zaheo sat atop a command vehicle. He looked coldly at Butcher, whose username above his head was shrouded in a pitch-black murderous aura. A mocking sneer curled upon his lips as he jumped straight down from the vehicle. Oh, a black-named outlaw. Lin Zaheo weighed a heavy, oversized wrench in his hand, walking step by step toward Butcher. Just passing through. Are you going to preserve your own dignity and hand over your valuables, or should we let our tens of thousands of brothers help you preserve it? Faced with Lin Zaheo's overbearing aggression, Butcher's legs trembled violently. He was, after all, the prestigious 7th-rank powerhouse on the entire server's kill leaderboard. Yet in front of this crowd of red-eyed madmen whose minds were entirely consumed with dismantling vehicles for contribution points, he lacked even the courage to draw his gun. Brother, let's talk this over. Butcher raised his hands even higher, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile. Right at that moment, an extremely furious roar erupted from within the crowd of the Red Wolf Guild. It's you. Standing amidst the crowd, Wang Jian, with bloodshot eyes, frantically pushed his way through the throng and rushed out. He was none other than the unfortunate soul who was the first to experience an epic extraction in the Atlantis map. Wang Jian pointed at Butcher's scarred, fleshy face, trembling with rage as his teeth gritted audibly. Vice Guild Master. His name is Butcher. It's this bastard. Back at Extraction Point 1, he was the one who wielded a Gatling gun, slaughtering dozens of our guild brothers who risked their lives to cover me. I would recognize him even if he turned to ash. The moment those words were uttered, the gazes of the Red Wolf Guild members who had merely been spectating shifted instantly. If they had only wanted to dismantle his vehicle for contribution points moments ago, now a terrifying, tangible killing intent erupted from those tens of thousands of eyes. Hearing Wang Jian's words, cold sweat poured down Butcher's face, leaving him as pale as a sheet. He knew that today he had completely fallen into a hornet's nest of his enemies. Brother, it's a misunderstanding. Butcher forced himself to calm down, his mind racing as he desperately searched for an excuse to buy time. If he could just delay them for a single minute until Biley, the mindless god of slaughter behind him, caught up, he would surely have a chance to slip away amidst the ensuing chaos. Materials. I have materials. Butcher fell to his knees with a thud, pointing at his system inventory and shouting incoherently. I have top-tier blueprints. I have tons of metal ingots. I'll give them to you. I'll give them all to you. Wang Jian glared at him and spat coldly. If we kill you, those materials will still be ours. Butcher shuddered violently in fear and hastily fabricated an excuse. No, that won't work, brothers. My top-tier materials are locked inside a high-grade spatial ring. If I am forcefully killed, the ring will self-destruct and explode. Butcher pleaded with utmost sincerity. Give me 5 minutes. No, just 60 seconds. I will unbind it immediately and hand over all the good stuff with both hands. I absolutely won't play any tricks. As he spoke, he strained his ears, anxiously listening to any sounds coming from the track behind him. Hurry up. Why hasn't that crazy woman caught up yet? However, he was not even given the chance to finish fabricating his 60-second excuse. Thud. A dull sound of metal impact suddenly erupted behind Butcher's head. A burly guild member wearing a red tank top and wielding an oversized pipe wrench had somehow slipped behind him. Swinging his arm in a wide arc, he slammed the pipe wrench directly onto the back of Butcher's head. Up. Butcher let out a piercing shriek, clutching his instantly bleeding head as he collapsed onto the ground in agony. He turned back, roaring in utter disbelief. Who the hell ambushed me? Crack. Before he could finish his roar, another thick crowbar swung, with a whistling wind violently striking his shin bone. With a sickening snap, the bone fractured. Misunderstanding. Go to hell. The player wielding the crowbar spat fiercely on the ground, his eyes bloodshot. Anyone who dares harm our Red Wolf Guild brothers pays with their life. These words acted like a fuse, completely detonating the fury of all the players present. Brothers, kill this son of a bitch. Avenge our fallen brothers. Charge. In an instant, the dense crowd surged forward like a tidal wave. Even though Butcher was a top-tier red-named player from a super district and the 7th-ranked expert on the server's kill leaderboard, in the face of such unreasonable human wave tactics and chaotic punches, the combat power and physical constitution he took pride in became an absolute joke. Hundreds of heavy wrenches, fire axes, and iron hammers rained down frantically. Brother, I was wrong. Stop hitting me. Roll my ass. You only say that because you know you're going to die. Beat him. The miserable Butcher did not even have the chance to draw his weapon to fight back. Before the furious demolition crew of the Red Wolf Guild, he was like a piece of rag pinned to the ground and brutally thrashed by hundreds of people. Even in death, he could not comprehend why, despite his incredibly humble attitude and his well-fabricated excuse, these guys wouldn't even spare him a single minute. What kind of lunatics were these people? Within mere dozens of seconds, the screams subsided completely. The once overbearing, bloody-hand Butcher of the wilderness was thus beaten into a puddle of minced meat on the highway by chaotic fists and hammers. Upon Butcher's death, with a clattering sound, a pile of dazzling loot burst forth from his corpse. Not only was there a massive quantity of basic metal blocks, but there were also 2 golden pillars of light soaring into the sky. Holy crap. The players, who were just red-eyed with vengeance, were instantly blinded by the dazzling light. This guy actually dropped gold. Damn. Is this a legendary gold-grade armor component? He is loaded. We hit the jackpot. We're rich. The crowd instantly erupted. The grief and anger of their revenge vanished, replaced by an absolute frenzy for resources. Brothers, don't just look at the gear. This heavy armored vehicle is also a treasure. Quick, strip it down. This bulletproof glass is mine. Save a wheel for me. Don't damage the engine, take it off, and hand it over to the guild. Just as tens of thousands of guild members were immersed in the immense joy of looting divine gear and dismantling the vehicle, and the entire track was filled with a jovial atmosphere. Roar. From the dark space behind the track, a non-human beastly roar filled with endless rage and bloodlust suddenly echoed. Immediately after, a streak of light clad in silver armor with blood-red eyes charged forward, dragging a suffocating and terrifying aura of malice. Like a bolt of lightning tearing through the darkness, it charged fearlessly toward the defensive lines of the Red Wolf army. Warning. The current player's mental value has dropped to 5. Warning. Mental value is critically dangerous. Please cease all combat behavior immediately. At that moment, Xia Li's system panel was frantically flashing blinding crimson warnings, with dense pop-up windows almost completely obscuring her vision. Yet she remained utterly blind to it all. Deep within her mind, the final thread of sanity had completely snapped. Her eyes were bloodshot, as if 2 eternal flames of karma burned within them. The world reflected in her pupils appeared as a sickly, nauseating gray and white. Only the massive vehicle ahead, glowing a deep crimson, radiated an intoxicating scent of blood. Kill. Slaughter everything within sight. Driven to the brink of madness, the frenzy granted her unprecedented savagery. A silver streak traced long afterimages across the track, her terrifying explosive power shattering the asphalt beneath her feet. Xia Li's gaze locked dead onto the tallest red tank. It was the battlefield's greatest threat and the most fitting target to satiate her killing urge. Rawr. A beast's guttural roar escaped her throat as her entire body became a silver comet hurtling straight toward the Red Wolf tank. Meanwhile, inside the Red Wolf tank's cabin, Yuan was idly spinning a golden component in his hand, humming cheerfully. That last wave of kills had been incredibly lucrative. If they could intercept more black-named players like Tu Fu, their Red Wolf Guild would truly take off. Suddenly, the vehicle's radar emitted a series of urgent beeps. Yuan glanced at the screen from the corner of his eye and saw the familiar friend avatar, representing Xia Li, approaching at an absurdly exaggerated speed. Oh, isn't that Sister Xia Li? Yuan stroked his chin, and a skyscreen announcement from the previous day surfaced in his mind. Super Zone C, 100,000 survivors remain, ranking dead last in survival rate across all zones. I told you, with this girl's strength, she'd definitely be fine. I wonder how many good items she actually earned during that zone-wide bloodbath. Thinking of this, Lu Yuan was already scheming in his mind about how to fleece Xiaoli. After all, she was his #1 cash cow, or major client. However, the radar system inopportunately flashed a giant red exclamation mark. Warning. An extremely high danger target is rapidly approaching. Target's current attack power assessment, 5,500. Target's current status beast transformation mode. System recommendation: immediately activate lightning storm auto fire and load main cannon for interception. Glancing at the enable automatic defense prompt that popped up on the screen, Lu Yuan sneered and dismissively clicked reject. Intercept. Intercept my ass. Lu Yuan muttered to himself with a look of utter disgust. What kind of dangerous target is that? Is your system glitching out? That's my important business partner. If I actually hit her with this shot, who's going to transfer me points later? Who's going to be my cash cow? In his view, Xiaoli had merely activated a beast transformation skill. Dangerous. How could she possibly be dangerous? His Red Wolf tank had over 10,000 defense points. He wouldn't be caught off guard even if there was real danger. Lu Yuan rolled his eyes, slouching carelessly back into his leather seat. He casually grabbed a bottle of cola from the storage compartment nearby and took a nonchalant sip. However, the moment he swallowed that sip of cola, bang! Bai Li's figure became a meteor, crashing forcefully into the Red Wolf heavy tank's impossibly thick frontal armor. A profoundly dull metallic clang echoed across the wasteland. The massive Red Wolf heavy tank actually swayed slightly from this brutal force. But that was all it did, just a slight wobble. Ding. Vehicle impact detected. Current armor damage 0. 5. Holy shit. An ambush. The deafening noise startled Lu Yuan so badly that the bottle slipped from his grasp, spilling most of its brown liquid directly onto his crotch. Lu Yuan scrambled to his feet in a panic, frantically wiping at his pants while looking up at the main screen. However, force is reciprocal. In her berserk state, Bai Li felt as though she'd collided head-on with a solid mountain of refined steel. A terrifying shockwave of rebound energy surged back through the crimson meteorite armor, completely reflected right back at her. Huh. For a brief moment, clarity flickered in Bai Li's crimson eyes. It was merely an instinctive response born from sheer bewilderment. Then the backlash erupted, as Lu Yuan stared in dumbfounded disbelief. Spew. A huge plume of bloody mist gushed from Xiaoli's mouth, instantly staining the air ahead crimson. Then under this horrific force, her petite frame was sent flying backward like a severed kite, completely out of control. Bang! Xiaoli slammed heavily onto the hard pavement several meters away, rolling multiple times before coming to a stop. That once impenetrable silver-white battle armor could no longer withstand this devastating counterattack. With a series of sharp cracking sounds, the armor shattered piece by piece, splintering into countless fragments that scattered across the ground like scrap metal. An eerie silence fell over the scene. The tens of thousands of guild members nearby who had been enthusiastically dismantling vehicles all froze and placed wrenches and pry bars in hand, utterly dumbfounded. Lu Yuan glanced at the 0.5-inch damage reading on his screen, then looked over at the motionless silver figure lying on the ground in the distance, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. Wait. What the hell is going on here? You don't throw yourself at a car like this just to scam compensation. You bump into my car and get launched into the air yourself. Sis, are you specifically coming over here to perform a suicide act? The racetrack fell deathly silent. Lu Yuan pushed open the cabin door and jumped down, gazing at the nearly lifeless, blood-soaked figure on the ground, his lips twitching. Acting injured. This is clearly a trap, he muttered curses while deftly lifting the severely wounded and unconscious Xiaoli into his arms, striding swiftly toward the tank's dimensional bedroom. With a loud slam, the cabin door closed shut. Outside, tens of thousands of guild brothers armed with wrenches and crowbars exchanged bewildered glances. Inside the bedroom, Lu Yuan laid Xiaoli flat on the plush bed. Xiaoli's condition was 10 times more dire than her previous encounter in Atlantis. The silver metallic scales across her body had completely shattered, embedding deeply into her flesh and muscle. Her once pristine white shirt had been reduced to tattered rags, and her entire body was marred by gruesome wounds, with blood continuing to seep steadily from each injury. Even more alarming was her sanity value, which had plummeted to a perilous single-digit figure, teetering on the brink of permanent brain death. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and rubbed his hands together. Listen, miss, I'll be straightforward. This is purely emergency medical treatment, nothing more, he said solemnly to the unconscious Xiaoli. To properly treat these wounds, I'll need to remove all these tattered rags from your body. I'm counting to 3. If you don't object, I'll take that as your consent. 3, 2, 1. Excellent, consent confirmed. Lu Yuan announced the unilateral agreement with complete composure. He then transformed into a ruthless emergency machine, cutting away the blood-soaked fabric clinging to her skin and cleansing the wounds with premium saline solution. With meticulous care, he extracted each metal fragment embedded in her flesh, using tweezers, applied medication, threaded the needle, and sutured her wounds. Every movement flowed seamlessly, so swift that afterimages seemed to trail his hands. He labored tirelessly for over 4 hours. Only when drenched in sweat did Lu Yuan finally set down his tools, exhaling deeply as he surveyed his handiwork on the bed with satisfaction. Xiaoli was now completely wrapped layer upon layer in premium white bandages, transformed into an exquisitely curved mummy. To stabilize her critical sanity levels, Lu Yuan reluctantly administered several bottles of expensive high-tier sanity restoration potions. Watching her breathing gradually steady, he wiped the perspiration from his forehead. Meanwhile, outside the Red Wolf tank, the guild members who had been lying in ambush along the racing track gathered together, wildly speculating. Hey, do you think our boss and Chairman Bai Li from District 1 have something going on? A subordinate clutching a pipe wrench leaned in his face, brimming with curiosity. Obviously. Do I need to ask? The man beside him rolled his eyes, wearing an expression of someone who saw right through everything. Are you blind? Didn't you see how panicked our boss looked just now? When has he ever lost his composure over anything? And the speed at which he leaped out of the tank and carried Chairman Bai Li, it was faster than firing a shell. Exactly. Chairman Bai Li is so beautiful. If she could become our boss's wife, the Red Wolf Guild would truly dominate the entire server. Just as their gossip grew more animated, Lin Zihao approached, carrying a massive wrench, and kicked the ringleader harshly. What gossip are you lot indulging in? Don't you want those contribution points? Lin Zihao glared at them, pointing furiously at the radar screen. Cut the chatter. The radar shows dozens of red name vehicles approaching ahead. Brothers, grab your weapons and prepare for combat. Yes, Vice Chairman. Tens of thousands of thugs immediately snapped into action, raising their wrenches and crowbars as they charged, roaring toward the distant convoy. Days slipped by rapidly. 3 days later, nurtured by the warm and comfortable dimensional bedroom and various premium potions, Xia Li finally managed to open her eyes, pulling herself out of an endless nightmare of slaughter. Her vision gradually sharpened from blurry to clear. Before her lay soft silk blankets and a chandelier emitting a gentle glow overhead. She froze. Feeling the dull ache from her wounds, Xia Li's mind went completely blank. Am I still alive? This is the Red Wolf tank. How did I end up here? She convinced herself she was still trapped in the hallucinations of a broken mind. Just then, with a soft click, the bedroom door was gently pushed open. The casually dressed man with his ever-present crooked smile walked in, carrying a cup of warm water. Gazing at Lu Yuan's profoundly reassuring face, Xia Li's eyes grew misty, and the last layer of ice around her heart melted completely. Moved, she opened her slightly hoarse lips, ready to whisper a thank you. But the very next moment, that detestable man suddenly produced a palm-sized black calculator from his pocket. Tap, 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 tap. Lu Yuan's fingers flew across the calculator, producing a crisp rhythm of clicks. He approached the bedside, looking down at Xia Li with the ingratiating smile of a shameless merchant. Well, miss, you're finally awake. Good, now let's settle the account. Lu Yuan held the calculator screen right in front of Xia Li and began reciting his expenses with a straight face. Saving you cost me quite a bit of my most precious reserves. Just the highest tier sanity recovery potions alone. I poured 5 entire bottles down your throat. Plus, dozens of rolls of premium bandages, top-grade sutures, anti-inflammatory drugs. Lu Yuan slapped his thigh emphatically. How do you plan to pay me back? Gazing at that infuriating face, the profound gratitude in Xia Li's heart instantly curdled into fury. Lu Yuan, she growled through gritted teeth, glaring at him with puffed cheeks. After nearly losing her life for so many days, this guy barely saved her, yet the moment she opened her eyes, not a single word of concern. Only money. Observing Lu Yuan's calculating, penny-pinching demeanor, a cunning gleam flickered in Xia Li's eyes and mischief surged within her. Pay you back. She laboriously shifted her mummy-wrapped body, slowly inching closer to Lu Yuan. Those beautiful eyes now seemed clouded with a watery haze, as if tears might spill at any moment. Her long eyelashes trembled faintly, her gaze flowing with an indescribable charm and allure. She breathed softly, her voice lowered to a whisper laced with tenderness and seduction. I've spent everything I own and have no money left. How about this? I sleep with you, how does that sound? Lu Yuan, who had been feverishly crunching numbers on his calculator, froze mid-motion. His eyes widened as he stared at the breathtaking beauty wrapped like a silkworm cocoon before him. Huh. Hearing Xia Li's teasing words, instead of blushing and retreating like an innocent boy, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow with intrigued amusement. Oh, paying with your body. Lu Yuan casually tossed aside the calculator. With a sharp thud, he propped his hands on the bedboard right beside Xia Li's ears, looming over her like a hunting leopard. The cramped space of the folding bed instantly grew suffocatingly narrow. A potent wave of masculine hormones washed over her as Lu Yuan's scorching breath blew unimpeded against her sensitive ear and the crook of her neck. Xia Li, who had merely intended to playfully tease Lu Yuan, instantly lost her composure. Gazed upon by Lu Yuan's deep, arresting eyes, her entire body went weak, and her usual decisive, iron-willed aura of a battle goddess vanished completely. Like a startled rabbit, she scrambled backward in panic. Lu Yuan did not yield an inch, his knee pressing against the edge of the bed as he closed in relentlessly. Only when her back hit the cold metal wall with a dull thud did Xia Li realize she was completely trapped between him and the wall. With no way to retreat, she stared at his face close at hand. Sharp brows, striking eyes, a high-bridged nose boasting a wild, roguish charm beneath his cold demeanor. Xia Li's heart pounded against her chest like a wild drum. This guy, though greedy and frustrating, undeniably possessed a powerful, raw masculinity. At this moment, their bodies were almost pressed together. She could even feel the heat radiating from Lu Yuan's chest. An unprecedented warmth surged from her lower abdomen, instantly sweeping through her entire body. In this precarious post-apocalyptic world, reserve and aloofness seemed utterly inconsequential. If she had to find a man to release the suffocating weight of the apocalypse, this powerful, mysterious figure before her, who had saved her life time and again, was practically the perfect standard. She wanted to sleep with him. Once this absurd, bold thought emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. That primal instinct to be conquered made her secretly anticipate whatever rough actions Lu Yuan might take next. To hell with it. She would treat this as a reward for herself. Xia Li's long eyelashes trembled violently. Steeling her resolve, she submissively closed her eyes. She slightly tilted her long snow-white neck like a gentle swan waiting to be caressed, presenting an alluring invitation. She could feel Lu Yuan's face drawing closer. His scorching breath brushed against her lips. Xia Li's entire body tensed, her toes curling in anticipation of the impending storm-like passion. 1 second, 2 seconds. Just when she thought Lu Yuan's lips were about to press against hers, Lu Yuan slowly extended his right hand, firmly pinning his middle finger with his thumb to gather force, and took aim. Thwack! A crisp, loud flick of his finger landed squarely on Xia Li's smooth forehead. Ow! All her romantic illusions shattered in an instant. Wincing in pain, Xia Li snapped her eyes open, clutching her reddened forehead, as tears of sheer pain welled in the corners of her eyes. She stared at the man in front of her in utter disbelief. Lu Yuan had already pulled back and stood up, straight, arms crossed, looking at her with an air of righteous solemnity, as if the predatory man from a moment ago had never existed. Well, Xia Li, I kindly saved your life, and you're actually after my body. Lu Yuan accused with righteous indignation. Trying to seduce me like this? No way. Let me tell you, beauty is but a passing cloud. Beautiful women will only slow down the speed of my blade. Lu Yuan felt more and more justified as he spoke, even stroking his chin and sizing Xia Li up with a highly defensive gaze. Be honest, are you trying to use this method to maliciously settle the bill? I'm warning you, this kind of freeloading is absolutely forbidden in our Red Wolf Guild. Clutching her reddened forehead, Xia Li was completely dumbfounded by this shockingly dense straight guy speech. Shame, anger, and disappointment intertwined within her. Pouting angrily, her chest heaving violently, she squeezed out 3 words through gritted teeth. You insufferable straight guy. You deserve to be single for the rest of your life. Lu Yuan shrugged indifferently, picking up the calculator that had fallen onto the bed. Scold me all you want, but business is business. Though. Lu Yuan's lips curved into a mischievous smirk as he drawled intentionally. You want to sleep with me? It's not out of the question. As long as the points are right and the price is high enough, you can sleep with me however you want. Lu will definitely cooperate. Xia Li rolled her eyes dramatically, utterly unwilling to pay any more attention to this money-grubbing bastard. It's just points. Do you think I'm short on that pocket change? Although breaking out of the ambush this time had consumed a massive amount of the guild's resources. But before she lost consciousness, she had at least killed quite a few red-name pursuers, so she definitely had a few thousand points to cover the medical bills. She, annoyed, pulled up her system panel, intending to throw the points right in this money-grubber's face. Show me your payment code. Before Xia Li could finish her sentence, her voice came to a screeching halt. She stared dead at the numbers on her system panel, her pupils contracting sharply, her face looking as if she had seen a ghost. How is this possible? Xia Li's breath hitched. Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat when he saw her ghost-stricken expression. Holy crap, you didn't actually go bankrupt, did you? He hurriedly leaned in, craning his neck to peer at Xia Li's system panel. With one look, the calculator in Lu Yuan's hand clattered directly to the floor. The two stared at each other, and the entire bedroom fell into a dead silence. Lu Yuan pointed a trembling finger at the numbers on the screen, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Oh, holy crap. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s. 500,000. Just how much of a bloodbath did you cause on the highway? 500,000. That obscenely large score gleamed vividly on Xia Li's system panel. An utter, deathly silence pervaded the entire dimensional bedroom. Lu Yuan swallowed hard, his voice parched. Sis, how many people have you actually killed? Those words struck Xia Li's heart like a crushing hammer blow. Xia Li remained speechless. She simply stared at that string of numbers, her face, which had borne traces of shame, indignation, and anger, draining of all color in an instant, turning as pale as paper. On the system panel, it might have appeared as nothing more than a cold, lifeless number. But Xia Li knew better than anyone that under the current system rules, hunt points could only be obtained by eliminating other players. 500,000 points. This meant that during that single day and night, 500,000 living, breathing souls had met their end at her hands. Xia Li and Lu Yuan shared something in common. Both possessed a bottom line. When it came to dispatching those crimson-named marauders, plunder-happy, irredeemable thugs, Xia Li could do so without batting an eyelash, blade falling swift and sure. But among those 500,000, how many were innocent, ordinary players? How many were defenseless, white-named civilians who merely sought to scrape by and survive in this apocalypse? She dared not dwell on it. Yet vague, shattered fragments of memory began surging through her mind like a riptide. She saw herself transformed into an unthinking monster, tearing apart car after car of desperate refugees. She witnessed the despair and terror in their eyes, heard those heart-rending pleas and blood-curdling screams. And she, like an emotionless meat grinder, shredded every moving life within her field of vision into pulp. Xia Li's voice trembled violently. She clutched her own shoulders tightly, curling herself into a small trembling ball. Those long, elegant hands that habitually wielded chain blades to slaughter countless monsters were now shaking uncontrollably. I didn't know. I truly didn't know. The coalition of 19 major districts. 300,000 troops cornered us in the ruins for a roundup. I watched helplessly as my guild sisters fell one by one into pools of blood. And Chun-Li, my most trusted confidant, she betrayed me. Xia Li choked out, her voice laced with heart-wrenching despair and helplessness. I forcibly activated my beast transformation. But after that I can't remember anything. I couldn't control myself, my reason was completely gone. My mind was consumed by slaughter alone. Great tears welled from her eyes and streamed down instantly, soaking the bandages on her face. This ice-cold female warrior who commanded untold authority across the Super C1 district and inspired awe in countless others saw her inner defenses completely crumble. The weight of 500,000 lives was enough to drive any emotionally normal human being to madness. I'm a monster. I killed them all. I didn't even spare the ordinary ones. Xia Li agonizingly tore at her own hair, sobbing hopelessly, her entire being teetering on the edge of extreme self-condemnation and collapse. Looking at the person before him consumed by painful self-reproach for slaughtering so many innocent players, Lu Yuan shed every trace of his former cynical mercenary expression. Not hesitating for a moment, he stepped forward and enveloped the shivering woman curled in the corner within his powerful arms. This was an embrace entirely free of carnal desire, yet radiating absolute strength and security. Xia Li went rigid. Lu Yuan's large hand pressed against the back of her head, pulling her tear-streaked face forcefully against his broad, warm chest. The gesture was domineering, yet carried an undeniable tenderness. Stop thinking about it. Lu Yuan's deep voice resonated above Xia Li's head, reaching her ears with crystalline clarity. Let me go. I'm a murderess. I told you to stop thinking. Lu Yuan's arms tightened, instantaneously clamping around her as he held firm despite her struggles. Before 500,000 lives, any lengthy reasoning seemed utterly powerless. Lu Yuan merely drew a deep breath and silently tightened his embrace, holding the shattered woman in his arms even closer. Feeling this silent yet steadfast support, Xia Li's struggles gradually subsided. She buried her face firmly against Lu Yuan's chest, only muffled suppressed wails escaping. Lu Yuan gently patted her back as though soothing an injured young beast, letting her tears soak through his shirt. But those white names. Xia Li gripped the corner of Lu Yuan's clothes, her voice overflowing with utter desolation. I killed so many innocent people. Lu Yuan lowered his head, his gaze growing profound and chilling. Amidst an avalanche, no single snowflake is innocent. The system's forced zone merger was designed to push everyone toward mutual destruction from the very beginning. Do you know? The number of surviving players in your Zone 1 has dropped to merely 100,000. What does that mean? It means approximately 1 million players were slaughtered by the red-named thugs from your district. Lu Yuan gently rested his chin atop Xia Li's head. Perhaps every single one of those 500,000 players you eliminated were red-named brigands. You only wanted to survive to protect your sisters under your command. In this man-eating apocalypse, any struggle made to stay alive will never constitute a sin. Do not punish yourself with the twisted logic of this merciless world. Lu Yuan's words fell like bolts of lightning, cleaving through darkness, shattering the psychological chain Xia Li had been ruthlessly binding herself with. Indeed, had she not unleashed her berserk state, abandoned all rationality, she would long ago have become little more than a plaything for those thugs to satisfy their depraved desires upon. She bore the weight of slaughtered souls, yet she endured. In this hellish game, mere survival itself was the highest form of justice. Feeling the steady heartbeat of the man in her arms and that reassuring warmth, Xia Li finally could no longer hold back. She wrapped her arms tightly around Lu Yuan's waist and buried her face into his embrace, weeping openly like a lost child who had at last found their way home. She wept out every grievance, every fear, every ounce of exhaustion accumulated throughout this entire ordeal. Lu Yuan said nothing further. He simply stood there quietly, allowing this district's most formidable female warrior to lower all her defenses and drop every pretense within his embrace. With his body heat, he gradually melted away the last remnants of ice in her heart. An eternity seemed to pass. Only when Xia Li's weeping slowly subsided did she lift her head slightly from Lu Yuan's embrace. Those once cold and piercing eyes were now slightly reddened from crying, resembling a wronged little cat that had finally found its safe harbor. She looked up at Lu Yuan with pleading eyes. Gently tugging at his clothing, her voice grew particularly frail and carried an unconscious note of coquettishness rarely heard before. Lu Yuan, I'm hungry. Hearing that soft, tender voice, Lu Yuan's heart involuntarily softened, a doting smile playing at the corners of his lips. He gently patted Xia Li's back, helping her lean against the soft headboard, then rose to his feet. Then you've come at the perfect time. You're in for a real treat. Lu Yuan turned and strode toward the portable kitchen nestled in the bedroom's corner, rolling up his sleeves with effortless grace. Stay put and rest. Today I'll let you savor one of the finest meals this wasteland has to offer. An enticing aroma of sizzling fat filled the dimensional bedroom. Lu Yuan stood before the portable induction cooker, his spatula flipping and tossing in a blur, turning what should have been a grim wasteland survival into a world-class culinary competition. On the cutting board lay a large chunk of premium white meat harvested from a level 40 Lord-tier venom-armored centipede. Though it came from a centipede once sliced open, it was crystal clear with a texture resembling that of the finest deep-sea lobster. With swift and precise knife work, Lu Yuan divided the meat into 3 portions. The first portion was thinly sliced, coated in starch, and pan-fried in hot oil until both sides turned a perfect golden brown. The second portion was cut into thick chunks, seasoned with an array of expensive spices, and braised in a rich savory soy sauce, creating a pot of glistening deep red braised meat that exuded a mouth-watering fragrance. To preserve the purest natural sweetness of the Lord-tier meat, the third portion was simply sliced and steamed, finished with a splash of scalding hot oil. Sizzle! The aroma of green onions merged with the intense sweetness of seafood, instantly exploding into the air. Pan-fried, braised, and steamed. 3 steaming hot Lord-tier lobster delicacies were brought by Lu Yuan to the small tray table beside the bed. Sitting on the bed, Xia Li inhaled the overpowering aroma and couldn't help but swallow hard. The gluttonous cravings in her stomach had already been thoroughly aroused. To complement this feast, Xia Li opened her system inventory with a face full of anticipation, pulling out 2 cans of ice-cold beer she had been hoarding for a special occasion. Just as she was about to pull the tab, a warm, large hand suddenly reached over and snatched the beers from her grasp. Without a shred of politeness, Lu Yuan tossed both cans onto the sofa. "What are you doing?" Xia Li protested, growing anxious. "What am I doing?" Lu Yuan looked down at her, rolling his eyes in exasperation. "With your notoriously terrible tolerance, those 2 cans would probably have you acting wild again. And besides, you're covered in wounds right now, wrapped up like a mummy, and you still dare to drink. Do you have a death wish?" Xia Li was left utterly speechless by his retort. Knowing she was in the wrong, she could only pout petulantly, sitting on the bed and sulking like an aggrieved young wife. Just then an object traced a graceful arc through the air. With a soft thud, a cold, sweating can of iced cola landed securely in her lap. "Drink this." Lu Yuan pulled up a chair, sat down, and handed her a pair of chopsticks. "Heat up quickly. Once it gets cold, it'll taste fishy." Xia Li let out a soft huff, popped open the cola with one hand to take a small sip, and then picked up a piece of the braised meat and popped it into her mouth. In that instant, Xia Li froze. Her beautiful eyes instantly lit up as if countless tiny stars were sparkling within them. The meat was incredibly springy and firm. With one bite, the rich sauce and the ultimate fresh sweetness exploded across her tongue. It was absolutely delicious. She had never tasted meat this delicious in her entire life. "Lu Yuan," Xia Li mumbled as she chewed, her face filled with sheer disbelief. "Do you usually eat like this out in the wilderness?" This wasn't apocalyptic survival at all. It was practically a vacation. Seeing her shocked expression, Lu Yuan picked up a piece of steamed meat and shook his head nonchalantly. "Oh, it's not just me who usually eats this." Xia Li let out a sigh of relief, thinking that made much more sense. But Lu Yuan's next words shattered her composure completely. "Actually, our entire Red Wolf Guild just held an outdoor barbecue a few nights ago. Hundreds of thousands of us ate this together." Xia Li froze completely, nearly dropping the piece of meat from her chopsticks. Comparing oneself to others really was infuriating. Just thinking about the past few days, her sisters from the Baisho Guild had been hunted down like dogs by hundreds of thousands of enemies. They were dead or wounded, hiding in dark, damp caves without even a sip of clean water to drink. Meanwhile, these guys from Red Wolf, not only did they swagger through the wilderness as they pleased, but they also feasted on such world-class delicacies every single day. It was simply outrageous. The stark contrast filled Xia Li with indignation, and she glared fiercely at the 3 plates of meat on the table. "No way, I have to eat more to make up for it." "Nom." Xia Li opened her rosy mouth and took a massive bite, stuffing in a piece of pan-fried shrimp that was larger than her fist. Because her mouth was stuffed full, her fair cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel's, twitching as she chewed with all her might. Combined with the bandages wrapped all over her body, her indignant food-shoveling appearance was a sight to behold. Watching her from across the table, Lu Yuan's gaze gradually grew dazed. He felt his heart betray him, skipping a beat in a thoroughly uncalled-for manner. This female war deity of District 1, who was always cold and decisive in her killing. To think her current state of furiously stuffing her face was actually kind of damn cute. Half an hour later, having swept through the 3 large plates of meat like a whirlwind, Xia Li let out a satisfied burp. The immense energy contained within the Lord-tier meat began to take effect in her body, which combined with the post-meal drowsiness. Xia Li's eyelids began to flutter heavily. "I'm going to sleep for a bit." Yawn. She let out a yawn, her body tilting as she collapsed softly onto the plush bed. Looking at her instant slumber, Lu Yuan shook his head helplessly, walking over to tuck her in. "Sleeping the moment you're full. The Sleeping Beauty talent really was tailor-made for you." Hearing Lu Yuan's teasing, Xia Li did not open her eyes. In truth, it wasn't that she couldn't fight off the drowsiness. Rather, after enduring prolonged mental strain and the pain of life and death parting, she was simply exhausted. But inside Lu Yuan's tank, and by this man's side, she felt an unprecedented absolute sense of security. This security allowed her to drop all her defenses completely and fall into a peaceful sleep. Time flew by. 3 days later, at the exit of the cross-district racing track, On the wide highway, a massive teleportation light screen stretched between heaven and earth, soaring straight into the clouds. The tracks of the Red Wolf tank slowly ground to a halt. Staring at the settlement notification popping up on his system panel, Yuan was so enraged that he began cursing out loud in the cockpit. FCK, is this dog system a sore loser, or what? Under normal circumstances, a convoy would take at most a single day to clear this racing track. Yet the 100,000-strong army of the Red Wolf Guild had dragged it out driving inside for 6 whole days. 4 or 5 of those days they had been blocking roads, setting up ambushes, and relentlessly dismantling the vehicles of out-of-district thugs to farm contribution points. Only on the final day did they sluggishly drive the main force to the finish line, turning a racing track into anything but a race. Consequently, the system ruled that the Red Wolf Guild had maliciously exploited a bug to disrupt the track's balance, forcibly canceling the completion rewards for their entire roster. Accompanied by the deafening roar of engines, 100,000 red war chariots lined up in neat formation before the exit. In the sky, the solemn voice of the system announcement rang out. Ding! The cross-district racing track has officially closed. All surviving players will now be randomly teleported back to their respective super districts. The moment of parting had arrived. Nourished by days of sleep and high-grade medicine, Xia Li's injuries were almost fully healed. Standing beside the Red Wolf tank, she looked up at the man perched atop the towering turret. The howling wind whipped against the hem of Lu Yuan's clothes. Lu Yuan, thank you, Xia Li said softly, her eyes filled with reluctance to part. Lu Yuan stood on the turret looking down at her. Casting aside his usual cynicism, he waved his hand firmly, his voice echoing in the wind. Go back and rebuild your guild well. Don't be so foolish next time. If you can't win, just run. Don't go getting yourself covered in wounds again. Hearing this domineering, yet caring advice, Xia Li's eyes grew hot with tears, and she nodded vigorously. I will. In the distance, several hundred core executives of the Red Wolf Guild were huddled together watching the scene unfold while eagerly gossiping. Lin Zihao stroked his chin, clicking his tongue in amazement. Look at that. Just look at our boss's aura. Beside him, Wang Jian nodded repeatedly. Right? Look at sister-in-law's eyes. She's practically dripping with affection. Ah, this damn long-distance relationship. Who knows when our district will be able to break through the barrier to Super District C1. Amidst the hushed whispers of the crowd, countless brilliant beams of white light descended from the heavens. In a flash of white, Xia Li and the 100,000-strong army of the Red Wolf Guild vanished from the track exit in an instant. The scene shifted. Super District C4, the endless bloody wilderness. Lu Yuan, along with his massive Red Wolf tank, was safely teleported back to the familiar highway. Just as he was about to check the coordinates of other members in the guild channel, a dazzling golden private notification popped up on his system panel. Ding! You have received a special transfer from player by Li. Huh, a special transfer. Lu Yuan was taken aback. In the next second, Lu Yuan gasped sharply, his eyes locking onto the screen as his breath hitched. Transfer amount 250,000 hunt points. Attached item Epic Weapon Modification Blueprint X1. Attached item Epic Engine Modification Blueprint X1. A whopping 250,000 points. She had literally transferred half of her entire fortune. And it even came with 2 epic tier blueprints, which were absolute priceless treasures at this stage of the game. Staring at this hefty sum of medical expenses, Lu Yuan swallowed hard, looking toward the direction of Super District C1 and muttering to himself. Could this rich woman actually be trying to keep me as her sugar baby? 250,000. Coupled with the points he had saved up before, Lu Yuan's total points now stood at over 20,000. Lu Yuan gazed at the long string of numbers on the screen, his hands itching with excitement. This was a fortune beyond measure. The next time he entered the peaceful service zone on those high-end system terminals, this fortune would surely exchange for countless coveted treasures. But what made his heart race most at the moment were 2 epic-grade modification schematics radiating a mesmerizing purple-gold glow. Lu Yuan wasted no time and decisively opened his inventory. Use epic-grade weapon modification schematics. Ding! An epic weapon modification schematic detected. Please select the vehicle weapon you wish to upgrade. Main cannon. As Lu Yuan issued the order, the system holo screen instantly flashed with countless upgrade branches. Lu Yuan stroked his chin, his eyes quickly sweeping across these formidable upgrade paths. Armor-piercing venom, high-explosive fragmentation. A dizzying array of attributes. Suddenly his gaze locked onto the bottommost option in the list, dark red in color. Route Annihilation. Annihilation trait, base attack power of the main cannon, 1,000 points. The damage from this route would completely ignore the target's race and life form, dealing the same damage to any wasteland creature. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. Equal damage regardless of race or form. That means even if the opponent is an incorporeal abyssal ghost or a spirit creature made purely of energy, they would suffer the same damage. This is the one. Upgrade it for me. Lu Yuan slammed the confirm key with a heavy, decisive press. A dazzling purple-gold beam instantly enveloped the Red Wolf tank's turret. Armor reconfigured machinery roared. In just a few seconds, the main cannon, already brazen, bore a layer of deep, dark gold inscriptions along its barrel, exuding a suffocating, deathly aura. Ding! Main cannon upgrade complete. Current name Reaper's Infernal Annihilation Cannon. Current base attack power 2000, 3500 soul extraction bonus, 20,000 spiritual leaders, talent bonus 25500 points. Enhancement multiplier 350. Current armor penetration 25. Special effects black hole tether physics defying otherworldly flames soul extraction annihilation. Gazing at this dazzling eye-catching panel, Lu Yuan couldn't help but plot furiously in his mind. 25500 base attack. Multiply by 350 attack multiplier, then by 5x when fully charged, and by 10x from Tyrant's Fury. 25500 multiplied by 3. 5 then by 5 then by 10. The more he calculated, the more grotesque the smile at the corners of his mouth became. 4462,500. A single shot of over 4 million damage. This isn't cannon fire, it's the launch of a world-shattering tactical nuke. Lu Yuan took a deep breath, seizing the moment, and directly opened the guild's contribution point shop. He bought dozens of basic weapon modification schematics in one go, ignoring everything else, and dumped them all into the main cannon's charging system. With brute force comes miracles. Under the avalanche of schematics, the charge time for the Death God's Infernal Annihilation Cannon shrank wildly. When the panel showed time to full charge 5 seconds, Lu Yuan smiled with satisfaction. 5 seconds per shot with 4 million damage. This firepower would make even the gods take a couple of slaps and walk away. Next, it's the engine's turn. Lu Yuan rubbed his hands together and looked toward the epic engine modification schematic. After clicking use, the holoscreen displayed several special engine modification plans. Lu Yuan's gaze fixed on one named V200 capacitor engine, and he froze. V200 capacitor engine. Core function recoil after firing weapons reduced to 0. All recoil generated will be perfectly absorbed by the engine and 100 converted into engine power storage. Damn, Lu Yuan sprang up from the driver's seat. To convert recoil into power. Then wouldn't I have infinite energy from now on? In other players' eyes, this engine would be a useless junk, because the recoil of ordinary tanks' weapons couldn't even light a headlamp. It was a burden. But Lu Yuan was different. His main cannon's recoil had already been excessive. If he activated Tyrant's Fury, that would be a 20-fold monstrous energy conversion. He had relied on that recoil as his propulsion to push forward. Now with this engine, that furious recoil would be converted into endless fuel for the tank. Perfect fit. It's practically a god-tier component tailor-made for the Red Wolf tank. Activate immediately. Upgrade. Upgrade successful. Materials consumed metal blocks X1000, remaining 90000. Materials consumed high-grade circuit boards X1000, remaining 8500. Materials consumed high-energy crystals X50, remaining 450. Current engine V200 capacitor engine epic. Current maximum load 500 tons. Current maximum ground speed 800 km/h. Seeing the tank's refreshed data, Lu Yuan waved grandly. All units heed, orders move out. With a roar that shakes the earth, tens of thousands of tanks painted red rolled toward the endless bloody wasteland's depths. In the days that followed, the Red Wolf army surged like an unstoppable red tide. Wherever they passed, monsters were crushed, and rogue red name bandits attempting to block the road fled at the sight, but were chased down and reduced to cannon fodder. By day the sands roared, steel tracks mercilessly grinding bone. By night artillery roared, and the Death God's Infernal Annihilation Cannon's crimson glow lit the night sky. 3 days later the colossal convoy finally slowed their march. The system panel showed they had reached the 5,000-kilometer node of the endless blood-soaked wastelands. Lu Yuan pushed open the hatch, stood atop the tall turret, and looked ahead with a telescope. The terrain ahead had undergone earth-shaking changes. The previously boundless barren wasteland abruptly stopped here. Replacing it were endless black seas stretching to either side. A tempest roared, churning filthy waves that slapped against the highway's edge. The broad road beneath their feet was like a lone blade, cleaving the sea, stretching straight toward the horizon. In the road's center, a towering black steel fortress rose into the clouds. The fortress seemed a steel behemoth wedged in the throat of a choke point, completely cutting off the highway. On the high walls, dense defense turrets, beneath massive metal barriers, lined the fortress's perimeter. The sky was shrouded in thick lead-gray clouds. The sea wind carried icy mist that pressed against the face, suffocating. The fortress lay in deathly silence, yet exuded a chilling aura of menace. At that moment, Lin Zaheo's urgent voice crackled over the guild channel. "Boss, radar shows a large number of survivors gathered inside the steel stronghold ahead. The numbers are enormous." Lin Zaheo's gaze sharpened. Lu Yuan's lazy demeanor vanished in an instant. In this wasteland, a large number of survivors were clustered in the stronghold, suggesting there might be a hidden threat. He grabbed the communicator, voice low and cold. "Everyone slow down. Be ready for combat." Then he pressed the red button on the console without hesitation. The Death God's Infernal Annihilation Cannon on the tank's roof, accompanied by a deep mechanical roar, slowly rotated its muzzle and entered a 5-second charging state. Violent black and white energy began to converge at the muzzle. Lu Yuan fixed his gaze on the steel fortress, ready to unleash a world-shattering nuclear strike on the unknown danger inside. However, before his main cannon fired, the cross-regional public channel burst into countless messages pinging at him as if driven mad. "Honglang, the Red Wolf's heavy tank. Honglang, boo-hoo, it's the Honglang Guild. The Honglang Guild's army is coming. Honglang, wonderful, it's Honglang. We're saved. The screen was filled with the sobs and shrieks of survivors, all rushing in the channel. The fierce Lu Yuan, ready to flatten the front with a shot, stared at this eerie scene on the screen, and his hand on the firing button froze. He blinked in disbelief, a large question mark slowly appearing on his forehead. What is this situation? Lu Yuan, who had been filled with murderous intent and ready to blast everything ahead into oblivion, stared at the bizarre scene on the screen, his hand freezing instantly over the launch button. Just as Lu Yuan's mind filled with questions, a massive rumbling echoed. Ahead, the heavy metal gates at the base of the steel fortress, towering dozens of meters high, slowly ground open to both sides with the screech of heavy chains. A few battered off-road vehicles covered in deep claw marks slowly crawled out from inside the fortress. Lu Yuan's gaze sharpened. Secondary guns lock on. On the roof, the Electrostorm turret instantly swiveled its barrels, its eerie blue muzzles locking dead onto the emerging vehicles. At the slightest suspicious movement, they would be shredded into sieves. As the convoy drew near, white IDs appeared above their heads. The windows rolled down, and several weathered, exhausted players leaned out, waving frantically at the tank in wild excitement. Boss Honglang, don't fire. It's us. Just a few days ago on Route 2560, we even ordered your guild's DD mercenary service. Hearing this, Lu Yuan's tense nerves relaxed slightly. He pushed open the hatch and looked down at the white-named players from his vantage point. So what's the situation? The leading solo player scrambled out of his vehicle, his eyes bloodshot and his voice trembling. Boss Honglang, you're finally here. We're saved. As it turned out, this steel fortress was a vital survival node and the only passage to the next zone. At the end of the road behind the fortress, a deadly crimson mist had completely sealed off the path. The only way to disperse the mist was for all players entering the fortress to work together and successfully defend against 100 waves of monster attacks. We solo players and a few mid-sized guilds have been trapped here for 3 days. The leader's face was a mask of bitterness and despair. We fought with everything we had just to barely survive the first 50 waves. But the enemy's onslaught gets fiercer with each wave, and the monsters' levels are only getting higher. Right now the fortress is filled with casualties, and our ammunition is nearly depleted. Without reinforcements, we will absolutely not survive tonight's 51st wave. Lu Yuan stroked his chin, turning to look at Lin Zihao beside him. Lin Zihao understood, instantly activating the recon radar to conduct a deep scan of the fortress's interior. After a moment, he nodded with a grim expression. Boss, he's not lying. There are about 300,000 to 400,000 people gathered inside, but red dots indicating weak vital signs make up more than half. There are indeed countless wounded. Lu Yuan turned back to the leader of the solo players. So if we don't hold out for 100 waves, the crimson mist behind the fortress won't disperse. The leader nodded frantically like a chicken pecking at grain. A playful cold smirk curled on Lu Yuan's lips. You want our Honglang Guild to step in and save you. Since you've ordered our DD mercenary service before, you should be well aware of the Honglang Guild's rules, right? Lu Yuan's voice wasn't loud, yet it carried an undeniable crushing pressure. We never work for free. The leader shuddered, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead as he stammered. I know. But Boss Honglang, this node is the only way forward. If we don't survive all 100 waves, no matter how powerful you are, you won't be able to pass either. We're all in the same boat now. He still wanted to bind Lu Yuan with their shared interests. But upon hearing this, Lu Yuan merely shrugged with disdain. In the same boat. You think too highly of yourselves. Lu Yuan leaned against the edge of the gun turret, his tone so casual it was chilling. We could easily retreat 50 kilometers, find a comfortable spot to pitch camp, and enjoy eating hot pot and singing songs. Once you've all died tonight, we can just come back tomorrow to take over this fortress. Lu Yuan stared at him, a flash of a merchant's signature greed and shrewdness gleaming in his eyes. I believe that by then all the loot dropped by the hundreds of thousands of you after your deaths will belong entirely to our Honglang Guild. Don't you agree? The moment those words were spoken, the faces of the negotiating solo representatives turned instantly pale, as if they had been plunged into an abyss of ice. They did not doubt the truth of Lu Yuan's words for a single second. The man standing before them was a ruthless figure who bore the notorious title of a psychopathic killer. He was absolutely capable of waiting for everyone to die out before swooping in to loot their gear. The leader swallowed hard, completely abandoning any notion of bargaining. Boss, name your price. Lu Yuan snapped his fingers in satisfaction. He held up 2 fingers, his gaze razor sharp. Right now I want 20% of the resources from every single one of you. Pay this protection fee, and I guarantee you will survive all 100 waves. If you agree, Honglang will take this job. The leader clenched his teeth, his hands tightening into white-knuckled fists. 20% of their resources was an astronomical price to pay. But between death and bankruptcy, the choice was not difficult. Fine. The leader snapped his head up, determination burning in his eyes. On behalf of the players in our region, I agree. The solo representatives behind him quickly echoed his words, nodding in rapid succession. We agree too. As long as we survive, 20% is fine. Hearing the satisfactory response, Lu Yuan leaped down from the turret, landing steadily on the ground. A fanatical battle intent ignited in his eyes as he turned and swept his hand forward. Excellent. We take the job. Lu Yuan looked toward the towering black steel fortress, a wild and arrogant grin spreading across his face. I would certainly like to see just how powerful these monsters that drove you to a dead end can actually be. Rumble. Accompanied by the deafening roar of engines, a grand surging torrent of red steel officially rolled into the black fortress erected in the middle of the highway over the sea. The moment they crossed the threshold, Lu Yuan could not help but raise an eyebrow. The space inside this fortress was outrageously vast. The entire interior resembled a colossal mountain of steel that had been completely hollowed out. Upon the expansive central plaza lay tens of thousands of blood-drenched casualties packed tightly together, undergoing rudimentary bandaging and treatment. Surrounding the plaza, massive metal corridors spiraled upward like terrace steps. On either side of these pathways, countless tightly packed rooms resembling a honeycomb presented themselves to everyone's view. At the side of the mountain, like crimson heavy tank, and the endless torrent of the Honglang army pouring in behind it, the survivors, who had been trapped for 3 days and 3 nights long, consumed by despair, instantly erupted into cheers loud enough to tear off the roof. "We are saved. We are finally saved. It's the great Honglang. We don't have to die." Countless people embraced and wept, their tears and noses running in sheer excitement. The leading figure strode up to the high platform in the center of the fortress and picked up a megaphone, his voice echoing throughout the entire hall. "Brothers and sisters, quiet down everyone. The Honglang Guild has agreed to help us defend this stronghold to the death. But as the price for their intervention, all of us must hand over 20% of our supplies." The moment this news was delivered, the previously jubilant interior of the fortress instantly erupted into a frenzy. Countless guild players and solo players began whispering and discussing among themselves. Some nodded repeatedly, faces filled with relief. 20% in exchange for a life? It's worth it. It's much better than being torn to shreds by the monsters outside. Exactly. Other red-named thugs would strip us of everything, but the great Honglang only asks for 20%. He is practically a saint. Yet within the crowd, there were still a few misers who could not bear to part with their meager possessions. Why should we hand over 20%? We worked so hard to amass this little fortune. Their Honglang Guild is so powerful and well-equipped. Isn't it only right for them to protect vulnerable groups like us? We are all humans, can't they just help us for free? The moment these highly discordant voices surfaced, Lu Yuan, seated upon the turret, did not even lift an eyelid. He merely raised his hand, casually pointing toward the colossal metal gate that was slowly closing behind him. His voice was not loud, yet it reverberated clearly across the entire venue through the megaphone. "Those who do not wish to pay the door is over there. You may leave right now. My 200,000 brothers are risking their lives to protect you. They need ammunition, and the combat vehicles require fuel. We are here to do business, not charity." Lu Yuan's voice was flat, devoid of any ripple, yet it carried a suffocating sense of oppression. 20% of your supplies to buy a life is very fair. The choice is in your hands. As his words fell, the entire hall plunged into a deathly silence. Those few troublemakers who had been shouting moments ago looked at the gate leading to the deadly world outside, and then at the 200,000 fully armed red combat vehicles surrounding them, radiating a cold metallic luster. A piercing chill rushed from the soles of their feet straight to their crowns. They suddenly realized that here Lu Yuan's words were the absolute rule. When the Honglang Guild killed red-named players, it was a swift single-stroke execution. If they truly infuriated the Honglang crowd, the other party could easily open fire and mow down all hundreds of thousands of them. Dead men do not resist. When that happened, 100% of the dropped supplies and blueprints would still end up in the hands of these madmen. At this thought, the troublemakers' legs turned to jelly, and they collapsed onto the ground with a thud. Cold sweat instantly drenched their bodies, completely extinguishing the ridiculous spark of greed in their hearts. Under the crushing weight of absolute force and the threat of death, they gritted their teeth, swallowed all their resentment, and frantically raised their hands, shouting, "We'll pay. We'll pay. We'll hand over the 20%. Please just don't kick us out." Seeing the hundreds of thousands of people instantly become submissive, Lu Yuan nodded indifferently. A wise choice. Lu Yuan shed his lazy demeanor, his gaze instantly sharpening like a blade. He picked up the communicator, and his voice exploded in the ears of all 200,000 Honglang members via the guild broadcast. "Everyone prepare for battle." At that moment, the massive war machine instantly unleashed an astonishing level of execution. Precise combat deployments were issued one after another. Logistics team, bring medical supplies to assist in protecting and treating the civilian casualties in the central plaza. Collection team, sweep every single room and collect our 20% service fee down to the last detail. Do not leave a single screw behind. Reconnaissance team, immediately occupy all high ground on the fortress walls. Set up heavy sniper rifles and searchlights. Blade team, drive the combat vehicles over and block every single breach in the walls and defensive lines. Yes, sir. The deafening acknowledgement echoed through the fortress. The army of 200,000 dispersed with a roar. The collection team, armed with sacks, began frantically sweeping the buildings to gather supplies. Doctors from the logistics team rushed toward the casualty area with stretchers. One by one, the heavy armored vehicles of the Blade team positioned themselves at the defensive breaches on the front line. Within a mere few minutes, the entire fortress was completely transformed into an impregnable bastion of war. Having arranged everything, Lu Yuan gripped the control levers with both hands and stepped hard on the accelerator. The Honglang tank let out a roar, driving along a wide internal metal corridor directly to the center of a high platform at the absolute summit of the fortress. This was an excellent sniper position. The thick barrel of the Reaper's flame collapse cannon atop the vehicle slowly rose, its cold muzzle aiming at the distant sea horizon. Just as all defensive deployments fell into place, the sky turned completely dark. A fierce wind laced with the chilly scent of seawater whipped against their faces. Outside the fortress, the once deadly silent thick red mist suddenly churned violently like boiling water. Rumble. The ground began to shake frantically. Waves of hair-raising shrill shrieks completely shattered the silence of the night. Following closely, thousands of twisted, horrific abyss monsters surged wildly out of the red mist like a bursting dam. Under the sweeping beams of the pale searchlights, Yuan stood on the turret, raising his binoculars to peer into the distance. At the ends of the two highways and at the edge of the sea horizon, densely packed blood-red eyes lit up instantly like boundless stars in the dark. 10,000, 100,000, a million. They were simply countless. They filled every single inch of space within sight, forming a vast ocean of death. Feeling the suffocating pressure of despair, Yuan not only felt no panic whatsoever, but the corners of his mouth curled up wildly, revealing an excited smile, even more rapacious than that of the monsters. How is this a monster siege? This is clearly a damn mobile vault stretching as far as the eye can see. The howling wind whipped the freezing sea, sending waves crashing violently against the foundation of the steel fortress. Under the sweeping, intersecting beams of countless pale searchlights, the crimson mist surrounding the fortress was torn completely to shreds. As the outer zone players atop the fortress's high walls caught sight of the monsters rushing out from the mist, they all gasped in unison. These were nothing like the murlocs or ordinary mutated sea monsters they had previously encountered in these waters. This was a horrifying, grotesque abomination steeped in absurdity and uncanny dread. They possessed twisted, elongated human-like limbs, yet their bodies were shrouded in thick black scales and rotting mucus. Lacking eyes, the space where their facial features should have been was dominated by a gaping, blood-red maw lined with rows of interlocking fangs. Most spine-chilling of all, these monsters utterly defied the laws of physics. By the thousands, they trod upon the churning surface of the ocean, charging forward frantically, as if running on solid ground. Screech! Screech! Their shrieks sounded like rusted iron plates scraping violently against glass. The piercing, bizarre sound waves forced many players on the walls to cover their ears in agony. What the hell are these things? They were clearly just murlocs before. The independent outer zone players inside the fortress leaned over the battlements, staring at the surging black tide. Their faces turned deathly pale with terror, and the hands gripping their weapons trembled violently. Facing this hopeless tide of monsters, Yuan, standing at the highest point of the fortress, showed not a trace of panic. His gaze was as calm as if he were looking at a herd of walking ATMs. Reaper's Flame Annihilation Cannon initiating 5-second charge. Yuan was in no hurry to activate Tyrant's Rage. He calmly pressed the standard fire button. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Fire. Boom. An incredibly muffled roar erupted from the highest peak of the steel fortress. A chaotic beam of black and white energy instantly tore through the night sky, striking with pinpoint accuracy at the center of the sea thousands of meters away. There was no deafening explosion, nor any soaring flames. At the point of impact, space itself seemed to instantly collapse, and a deep pitch-black miniature black hole materialized out of thin air on the ocean's surface. A terrifying gravitational pull erupted instantly. The surrounding seawater air and dense clusters of bizarre monsters were violently dragged into the center of the black hole by the irresistible suction before they could even utter a shriek. In the next second, the extreme collapse gave way to ultimate release. Buzz, boom. A visible translucent ripple of destruction swept across the surface of the sea. The moment the black hole exploded, otherworldly flames completely consumed the area. With just this single shot, the kill notifications on the system panel began scrolling like crazy. Ding. Soul extraction successful. Ding. Extracted 581 attack power this time. Over 3,000 bizarre monsters struck by the annihilation effect that ignored all resistances were reduced to absolute nothingness, vanishing into ash in an instant. A massive circular vacuum was carved out of the sea. Gulp. The outer zone players on the walls swallowed hard, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. But this was only the beginning. As the monstrous army braved the artillery fire and breached the defense perimeter, the members of the Red Wolf Guild began to unleash their respective abilities. Scout Unit. Free Fire. At the highest vantage points of the walls, hundreds of elite scouts wielding Tier 3 and Tier 4 enhanced heavy sniper rifles pulled their triggers with cold, calculating gazes. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening roar of heavy sniper rifles echoed through the night. Every specially crafted armor-piercing round fired blew off a monster's skull with absolute precision. One shot, one kill. Not a single bullet went to waste. A foul-smelling mist of blood from shattered heads erupted continuously among the monster horde. At the breach in the lower wall, the heavily armored warriors of the Blade Unit held their ground, firmly wielding heavy machine guns and melee weapons that glowed with various colors. Moving in perfect synergy, they shredded the surging monsters into minced meat like chopping vegetables amidst a flurry of blade lights and sword shadows. However, the sheer number of monsters was simply overwhelming. As soon as one wave was cleared, more would immediately pour out of the red mist, throwing themselves forward in an endless, relentless stream. Seeing the members of the Red Wolf Guild under such immense defensive pressure, the outer zone players inside the fortress who had been assigned to rest in the rear could no longer sit idly by. We can't let the Red Wolf Guild do all the heavy lifting. Brothers, the Red Wolf experts are risking their lives up front. We can't just hide like cowards. I'm going in to help. The leading player let out a fierce roar. Gripping his Tier 1 enhanced assault rifle, he led thousands of fired-up independent players shouting as they charged toward the front lines of the wall. Positioning themselves beside the Red Wolf members, they aimed at the dense swarm of monsters below and pulled their triggers frantically. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Intense tongues of fire spat out as thousands of bullets rained down upon the horde. Yet in the very next second, the fiery passion on the faces of all the outer zone players instantly froze. Clank, clang. The bullets they were so proud of struck the black scales of the monsters, only to kick up a shower of faint sparks. Aside from leaving a few shallow white scratches on the scales, they did absolutely nothing. Forget about killing them. They couldn't even pierce the monster's defenses. A monster leading the charge braved the barrage of hundreds of bullets leaping into the air completely unscathed and let out a piercing shriek directly at the leading player. The leading player collapsed onto the ground in sheer terror, his mind going completely blank. How is this possible? My gun literally has armor-piercing attributes. Just as the monster's sharp claws were about to tear his throat open, bang. A nearby member of the Red Wolf Scout unit didn't even bat an eye, casually turning his muzzle and pulling the trigger. The monster's head instantly exploded in midair like a rotten watermelon, splattering foul black blood all over the leading player. The Red Wolf member expertly bolted and ejected the shell casing, casting a brief glance at the shivering man on the ground. Go back to the rear and stay there. Don't get in the way. The outer zone players stared blankly at the rifles in their hands, then looked at the Red Wolf Guild members nearby, who were calmly popping heads with every shot and clearing entire areas with single blasts. An unprecedented, profound sense of helplessness and absurdity instantly shattered their psychological defenses. Everyone was a player. Everyone was just a human struggling to survive in this apocalypse. Could the gap really be this massive? It was one thing for a single individual to be strong, but was everyone in this entire guild this powerful? Are we even playing the same damn game?